Su Ying has traversed through time, becoming a newly appointed magistrate of a small county, having just achieved the rank of Jinshi in high school. He initially aspired to be a benevolent and just ruler, cherishing his people. However, he soon found himself contending with demons wreaking havoc outside his domain and cults sowing discord within. Fortunately, Su Ying possesses a system to assist him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in on the first day and receiving the North Ming Divine Skill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in on the 15th day and receiving an innate level bodyguard, the Four Ghosts of Xiangxi. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in at the end of the month and receiving the Indestructible Diamond Skill. Unbeknownst to him, Su Ying gradually ascended to the position of governor and then to that of a provincial king. When he looked back, he realized he had become invincible across the world. Chapter 1. The Beginner's Gift Pack. In the Great Xia Dynasty, in Qingzhou, Ningyan County, within the county office's discussion hall, Su Ying sat at the head, gazing at the three groups of constables flanking him, and couldn't help but rub his temples. Every year, there are tales of time travel. This year, it has happened to me that I was deeply engrossed in a game, reveling in a frenzy of victory, when unexpectedly, I succumbed to excitement and perished at the hands of a virtual king's 5-kill streak. Upon awakening, I found myself in this world, having become a newly appointed county magistrate, a mere 7th rank official. The Great Xia Dynasty consists of 9 provinces and 36 counties, with Ningyan County under the jurisdiction of Qingzhou Prefecture in Nanyang Province, merely a tiny speck of land. Su Ying's predecessor had spent 10 arduous years studying to finally become a Jinshi, only to be dispatched to this remote area as a 7th-rank magistrate. Your Excellency, after such a long journey, please rest inside. We can address the cases later, said Constable Li Shan, observing Su Ying's furrowed brow as he stood behind the case table. Address cases? Su Ying lifted his eyelids, dismissing the thought. Did he possess the ability to manage cases? The troubles he faced were either the machinations of cultists or the chaos wrought by demons, not to mention the remnants of the previous dynasty that occasionally disrupted the local towns. To have him handle such cases was akin to inviting death, no different from his predecessor's fate upon arrival. I am indeed somewhat fatigued. I shall rest for half a day and discuss matters further tomorrow morning. With that, Su Ying rose, waved his hand, and made his way towards the internal chambers. The county office felt desolate, as the preceding magistrate had passed away merely half a month prior, leaving no one in sight. Upon entering his quarters, Su Ying surveyed the newly arranged space and sighed. A magistrate. Utterly powerless, should he encounter any more cultists or demons, he would likely meet the same grim fate as his predecessor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a divine-level sign-in system. As this is the host's first fusion, congratulations. You have received a beginner's gift pack. Would you like to open it immediately? At that moment, a cold mechanical voice echoed in Su Ying's mind, and simultaneously an attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Host, Su Ying. Cultivation, none. Skills, none. Cultivation points, 0. Tasks, none. How blunt, easily discernible that a beginner's gift pack? As someone well-versed in numerous fantastical tales, Su Ying was not unfamiliar with this concept. Without hesitation, he chose to open it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the beginner's gift pack. A light sound resonated. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the North Ming Divine Skill *1, Dragon Tiger Great Rejuvenation Pill *1, and Great Strength Diamond Finger *1. Following this, a system interface materialized before Su Ying, revealing an arrangement of 81 squares. In the first row, 3 radiant objects stood out. North Ming Divine Skill, a supreme secret art of the Xiaoyao sect. Once mastered, the host can absorb internal energy from any source through all acupoints, transforming it into North Ming True Qi, which possesses both Yin and Yang properties. The Yang aspect burns like a furnace, while the Yin aspect is colder than IT, is compatible with all martial arts, impervious to poison, and possesses overwhelming might with casual attacks. The True Qi forms a protective barrier, significantly enhancing defense and rebounding attacks from enemies. Attached skill, Wave Skimming Step. Would the host like to cultivate? Good heavens, starting with the North Ming Divine Skill? Su Ying's eyes sparkled with delight. He had never anticipated receiving the legendary North Ming Divine Skill. Cultivate. Without a moment's hesitation, ding, a light sound echoed. Congratulations to the host for mastering the North Ming Divine Skill, currently at the 1st level. The host may spend cultivation points to enhance their current level. Cultivation points? Su Ying furrowed his brow. Alas, his point stood at 0. Shaking his head, Su Ying began to sense the sudden influx of North Ming true qi within him. At that moment, within his dantian, a mass of true qi, the size of a thumb, began to circulate slowly. The principles of the North Ming divine skill were vividly imprinted in his mind, as if he had practiced for 3 to 5 years. I wonder what level I am now. Su Ying pondered, feeling the warmth spreading through his body, akin to basking in comforting sunlight. Also, the Dragon Tiger Great Rejuvenation Pill. With this thought, he focused on it. Dragon Tiger Great Rejuvenation Pill. A secret elixir crafted by the Shaolin Temple. Consuming it can cleanse the marrow and transform the body, bestowing an additional 20 years of cultivation. This is splendid. Su Ying thought, and with a mental command, the pill appeared in his palm. The Dragon Tiger Great Rejuvenation Pill gleamed a golden hue, exuding a fragrant aroma that invigorated his true qi. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed it whole. As the pill dissolved, a surge of potent medicinal energy coursed through his body. Su Ying felt his entire being crackling and popping. Soon, he was enveloped in warmth, his skin flushed like a boiled shrimp. Simultaneously, the true qi within him surged as if a flood had been unleashed, completely filling his limbs and bones. He did not dare to be careless, and quickly sat cross-legged, channeling the North Ming divine skill to refine this immense medicinal power. After considerable time, feeling the powerful energy within him gradually subside, Su Ying finally opened his eyes. Not too painful at all? Oh, what is that foul smell? Su Ying's nostrils twitched as he suddenly caught a whiff of an unbearable stench. Looking down, he noticed a layer of dark filth coating his skin, and the source of the odor permeated the room. Could this be the legendary marrow cleansing? Truly remarkable. He stepped into the courtyard, fetching several buckets of water to wash himself clean, then returned to change into fresh attire before reopening his attribute panel. Host, Su Ying. Cultivation, first layer of innate realm. My method, North Ming divine skill, 5th layer, cannot be enhanced. Cultivation points, 0. Tasks, none. First, innate realm? Su Ying was taken aback, his mouth agape as he gazed at the information displayed on his attribute panel. The postnatal and innate realms each consist of 9 levels, followed by the transcendence realm. This was the extent of Su Ying's knowledge of cultivation levels. However, in a place like Ningyang City, with a population of 50 to 60,000, there were hardly any innate experts, and most of them belonged to prominent families. Yet now he had unexpectedly become an expert of the innate realm. Could it be the Dragon Tiger Great Rejuvenation Pill? Su Ying mused, frowning as the thought solidified. The Dragon Tiger Great Rejuvenation Pill could cleanse the marrow and transform a body while adding 20 years of cultivation power. It was not entirely surprising to achieve innate mastery. Time to cultivate the Great Strength Diamond Finger. After contemplating, Su Ying decided to utilize the last treasure from the beginner's gift pack. Indeed, it was the Great Strength Diamond Finger. Ding! A light sound resonated. Congratulations to the host for mastering the Great Strength Diamond Finger, currently at the 1st level. The host may spend cultivation points to enhance their current level. As a golden true qi was consumed by the North Ming divine skill, Su Ying effortlessly learned the Great Strength Diamond Finger. Great Strength Diamond Finger, a unique hard skill from the Shaolin Temple, integrating internal and external cultivation. One can shatter gold and sever stone with a single finger, and the finger force can penetrate the human body from 3 zhang away. Crack. Su Ying flexed his fingers, instantly producing a cacophony of bone-crunching sounds. Subsequently, he stepped outside, focusing his mind, and pointed into the air. Whoosh! True qi transformed into a 1-meter-long energy arrow, shooting forth into the distance. It swiftly struck the wall ahead. With a soft thud, a thumb-sized hole appeared in the stone wall, as if pierced by a powerful crossbow. Upon witnessing this, Su Ying felt a surge of joy within, and with a grace reminiscent of a specter, he swiftly glided to the stone table not far away. His fingers curled into talons, descending directly upon it. Crack! The unyielding stone table was shattered into fragments. Indeed, formidable. Observing his alabaster hands, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Su Ying's eyes at this moment. He felt a newfound sense of security, no longer vulnerable in this perilous world. In the days that followed, Su Ying diligently devoted himself to training within his chamber, striving to elevate his cultivation to the 3rd tier of the innate realm before he paused. One morning, just as Su Ying awakened, a frantic knocking echoed from outside. "Why, Lord, a grave situation has arisen." Something has happened at the Zhang family on East Gate Street. Chapter 2. The first attendance in the county office of the Xiangxi Four Ghosts. In the meeting hall, Ying sat at the head of the table. Observing the 3 groups of constables flanking him, he instinctively rubbed his temples. He had hoped for a peaceful tenure, free of unforeseen incidents. Yet, to his dismay, a gruesome massacre had taken place within his jurisdiction on the very next day after his appointment. Li Shan, as the head constable, you may begin, Ying said. Shifting his gaze to Li Shan pondered briefly before stepping forward and saluting. Your Excellency, I have just returned from the crime scene. The Zhang family, comprising 15 members, has been slaughtered by demons. The sight of their dismembered bodies is utterly horrifying. Ying felt a weight in his heart and frowned. What makes you believe it was the work of demons? Your Excellency, the county office possesses a compass for tracking demons. I took it with me, and it spun wildly. Li Shan replied. I see. Ying nodded, scanning the other constables. After a moment, he furrowed his brow. Why are several of our constables absent today? Are they out on patrol? Li Shan's expression grew troubled. Your Excellency, those constables have taken leave, claiming illness. Leave? Ying scoffed. The county office has a mere 20 constables, and now more than half are absent? What kind of decorum is that? And who did they report their absence to? Did they inform me? The others exchanged glances, their hearts filled with confusion over Ying's sudden severity. It seemed he had transformed overnight from his previous demeanor. Li Shan, Your Excellency, I am here. Have someone notify those who are on leave. Anyone who fails to report tomorrow will be dismissed on the spot. Additionally, expedite the investigation into the massacre. Inform me immediately upon finding the perpetrator. Yes, Your Excellency. With that, Ying rose and departed. Back in his courtyard, he sat at a table, sipping thin porridge while contemplating the interpersonal dynamics within the county office. Firstly, as the newly appointed magistrate, he was essentially a solitary figure. It was only his second day in office, and he had yet to establish any loyal subordinates. Secondly, there was Li Shan, the head constable, akin to a police chief in his past life, overseeing a force of 70 or 80 constables and clerks. Then there were the county lieutenant Lu Wu and the deputy Zhang Liang. Lu Wu and Zhang Liang were at odds, naturally finding Ying unsatisfactory, particularly since the Lu family held significant influence in Ningyan County, causing previous magistrates to tread carefully around them. Ying stroked his chin, recalling what he had learned prior to his arrival. Although Li Shan and Lu Wu were in a direct hierarchical relationship, there existed considerable tension between them. As the head constable, Li Shan was his prime candidate for alliance. Should he prove obstinate at this moment, a notification chimed. Sign in for the first day has begun. Would the host like to sign in at the county office? Sign in. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Xiangxi Four Ghosts. Xiangxi Four Ghosts. Experts at the second level of innate realm, practitioners of the shadow phantom technique, capable of moving without a trace, as swift as lightning. Xiangxi Four Ghosts? Ying thought he had misheard. The Xiangxi Four Ghosts were renowned figures in his mind, especially for their shadow phantom technique, a profound art that transformed defense into offense, rendering anyone ensnared by it invisible. Thus, they were dubbed the indestructible Xiangxi Four Ghosts. Where are you? Looking around and finding no one, he suddenly sensed an unusual ripple in the space behind him. Your subordinates pay their respects to the master. For voices echoed, and upon turning, Ying beheld 4 figures clad in dark attire, their faces obscured by black veils, kneeling respectfully behind him. You are the Xiangxi Four Ghosts? Rise. Thank you, master. Seated, Ying examined the 4 individuals and found himself increasingly pleased. He had anticipated their immediate manifestation at the innate stage, and moreover, at the second level. Indeed, if the 4 joined forces, even those at the 4th or 5th levels of innate cultivation would find themselves at a disadvantage. Should they employ their full powers, the likely outcome would be a relentless demise at the hands of the 4 ghosts. What are your names? Replying to the master, I am Ghost 1. This is Ghost 2, Ghost 3, and Ghost 4. We are 4 brothers born of the same mother. Very well, Ying nodded, smiling. From now on, you shall serve as my personal guards. The 2 rooms over there are for your use. Thank you, master. Typically cold and reclusive, the 4 ghosts seldom interacted with others in the martial world, dedicating themselves solely to relentless training. Thus, having them as his personal guards was most fitting for Ying. With the Xiangxi Four Ghosts, he now had 5 experts at the innate level. The Lu family, and the Li family were all established powers in Ningyan. Yet he wondered how many innate experts they possessed. As they returned to their training, Ying too began his own rigorous practice of the northern underworld divine art. Meanwhile, at the drunken immortal pavilion, in a private room, A dozen constables from Ningyan County were gathered around a middle-aged man with a mustache, toasting and exchanging pleasantries. Lord Lu, what virtue or merit does that young fellow possess to become our magistrate here in Ningyan? In my view, since the previous magistrate has passed, you would be the most suitable candidate. Indeed, that boy hasn't even grown hair yet. How can he govern Ningyan properly? Humph. I propose we jointly petition for his dismissal and nominate Lord Lu to take over. The constables engaged in fervent discussion, each one regarding Lu Wu with great respect. Gentlemen, Lu Wu raised a hand, and silence fell. After sipping his drink, he smiled and said, Magistrate Su is a magistrate selected by the court, ranked at the 7th grade. We are all his subordinates, so we must respect him in our future endeavors. Despite his words, there was no trace of reverence for the newly appointed magistrate in his tone. Lu Wu had served as the county lieutenant for a decade, constantly aspiring to rise to the rank of magistrate himself. The Lu family had generously offered gifts to the county city in hopes of achieving this goal. Yet, just as Lu Wu believed his opportunity had arrived with the previous magistrate's death, Su Ying had come. Lord Lu speaks wisely, but we are merely constables. We must strive to serve diligently under the magistrate. Indeed, well said. Without Lord Lu, how would we enjoy our lives? Humph. I heard that young fellow said today that anyone who fails to report tomorrow will be dismissed and investigated. Oh, is that true? Lu Wu's interest was piqued, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. After a moment, he chuckled. Tonight, let us indulge in feasting and revelry. We shall rise tomorrow and arrive around noon. Ha ha, as you say, my lord, let it be so. With that, the group continued to toast and drink, thoroughly enjoying their merriment. Chapter 3. Setting an example the following day, just as dawn broke, a cacophony of shouts echoed through the courtyard. Upon approaching, one would see 4 spectral figures darting and weaving, attacking a figure clad in blue. It was none other than the Xiangxi Four Ghosts engaged in training with Su Ying. Although he had only practiced for a few days and possessed the northern underworld divine art and the great power diamond finger, he lacked practical combat experience. With the 4 ghosts at his side, he seized the opportunity to spar with them and hone his skills. Initially, the 4 ghosts held back slightly, but as time passed, they found themselves increasingly unable to match Su Ying's prowess. Clang, clang, clang. The great power diamond finger struck repeatedly, sending the 4 ghosts reeling under the force of his blows. Enough, enough. Su Ying waved his hand, breathing heavily. Your combined mastery of inner strength is truly astounding. Coupled with your incredible speed, if you were to unleash your full might, I would not stand a chance against you. Forgive us, master, they replied in unison. Rise, rise. Su Ying gestured, standing and moving to sit at the stone table. What appeared to be a personal victory was, in truth, merely a fraction of the 4 ghosts' true power. Barely 5 or 6 parts of their strength. Alone, one could not hope to match Su Ying, yet when those 4 united, their collective spirit and strategy formed an impregnable defense that he could not penetrate. Of course, Su Ying's greatest asset remained his practical combat experience. Otherwise, possessing immense strength would be akin to holding a blank sheet of paper, yielding little against a seasoned adversary. Soon, he would proceed to the outer hall, where he would undoubtedly require their assistance. After indulging in a hearty meal, Su Ying engaged in further discourse with the 4 ghosts from Xiangxi until midday, at which point he rose to make his way to the county court. He had made it clear the previous day that any absent constables would face immediate dismissal if they failed to appear today. He was resolute in his intentions. At the county court, the hall was flanked by 3 groups of constables, with Li Shan to the left and County Vice Zhang Liang to the right. Has everyone arrived? Zhang Liang. Su Ying, sitting upright before the desk, inquired knowingly of the constables below, replying to your honor. It is still those same individuals from yesterday who have not arrived in a timely manner, Zhang Liang answered, scanning the room with the discerning eye befitting his position as the second in command of Ningyan County. Has Lu Wu arrived? Su Ying continued, casting a glance around the room. Replying to your honor, he has not. Very well. Convey my orders. Lu Wu and any constables who have yet to arrive today are to be dismissed on the spot. With that, Su Ying prepared the official document and stamped it with his county magistrate seal. Hold on. Just then, a robust voice resonated from outside. The assembled individuals turned to see a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe striding forward, flanked by a dozen constables from the Ningyan County office. He approached the hall, casually surveying those present before nonchalantly bowing to Su Ying. Ningyan County's Constable Lu Wu pays his respects to the magistrate, he announced, yawning and reeking of alcohol, as did the drowsy constables behind him, evidently suffering from a hangover. Lu Constable, though I am new to this position, I am well aware of the rules. You were absent during yesterday's roll call, and today you are late. Do you not acknowledge my authority as magistrate? At this, the assembled crowd felt a chill, realizing the new magistrate was poised to unleash his wrath. Your Honor, I was patrolling the streets last night until 3 in the morning, which accounts for my tardiness today. Lu Wu defended himself. Is that so? Su Ying narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Lu Wu. Are you aware that the massacre of the Zhang family, comprising 16 members, occurred within your patrol area, and yet you claim to have been on duty? Do you know the identity of the murderer? Or did you simply choose to turn a blind eye? You seem rather suspicious, Lu Constable. The last remark struck with lethal precision, insinuating that Lu Wu may be colluding with malevolent forces. Should this accusation hold true, not only would Lu Wu face dire consequences, but his entire family could be implicated as well. In the Great Xia, any collusion with demons or heretical cults was punishable by the annihilation of one's entire lineage, regardless of the severity of the offense. The implication made even Lu Wu tremble with apprehension. My lord, that is incorrect. I have heard of the Zhang family's tragedy, but it occurred in the deep of night, in the southern part of the city, which falls under Li Shan's patrol jurisdiction. Are you suggesting that, as the constable of Ningyan County, you are oblivious to the massacre? Just because it lies outside your patrol area, does that absolve you of responsibility? What purpose does the court serve in maintaining your position if we are merely to finance your existence? We might as well keep a dog instead. Su Ying's voice thundered as he slammed his palm onto the desk, exuding an overwhelming authority over the room. Lu Wu's face shifted from pale to flushed, humiliated in front of so many. As he opened his mouth to respond, Su Ying continued with a cold smile. Before my arrival, I found it hard to believe that such a tragedy could unfold in the secluded Ningyan County. But now, I am convinced. With a resounding bang, the gavel fell, reverberating through the hall. Lu Wu, as the constable responsible for maintaining order and apprehending criminals, you have derelict your duties, allowing a massacre to occur on my very first day in office. Furthermore, as a constable, how can you justify spending the night in brothels? Bring forth Lu Wu, dismiss him from his position, and detain him in prison for further investigation. At that moment, Lu Wu regained his composure, his mind clearing as he shouted, You, a mere child, dare to dismiss me? Who gave you such audacity? Ah, a contemptuous remark towards a superior carries its own penalties. Seize him. Who dares? Lu Wu bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury, scanning the room like a wild beast. Being a master of the innate realm, he was confident that not even Li Shan could contend with him. Seeking death, Su Ying coldly retorted. As he spoke, 2 of the 4 ghosts from Xiangxi swiftly moved, appearing before Lu Wu like shadows. Startled by their emotionless gazes, Lu Wu reacted instinctively, throwing a punch. With a resounding whoosh, his fist struck. Yet the figures before him dissipated like fireworks, and he felt a portion of his true energy diminish. How is that possible? He glanced at his own fist, aware that as a master of the innate realm, he could easily fell an elephant with that blow. Yet, it had been utterly ineffective against these individuals. Before he could ponder further, he felt a sharp pain in both shoulders, realizing the 2 figures had somehow appeared behind him, their fingers claw-like, gripping his arms like iron. Simultaneously, a peculiar energy, akin to a venomous serpent, invaded his body, swiftly consuming much of his own true energy. At that moment, Su Yu leaped forward, appearing before Lu Wu in a flash. With a soft pop, his golden fingers struck Lu Wu's chest, accompanied by a ghastly wail reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Lu Wu's face contorted in agony, and his body crumpled to the ground like a deflated balloon. It was then that Li Shan and Zhang Liang exchanged startled glances, realizing that this newly appointed magistrate was also a master of the innate realm. You despicable wretch, you dare to cripple me. I swear I will not let you off lightly. The Lu family will seek vengeance. Lu Wu howled in a twisted expression of rage, his voice hoarse with fury. He had never anticipated that Su Ying's companions were also innate masters, nor that he himself was one as well. The hall fell into a profound silence as Su Ying's display of power left everyone in awe. Where are the constables? Unfazed by Lu Wu's enraged tirade, Su Ying spoke calmly. Present. Li Shan stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Apprehend the criminal Lu Wu and confine him to prison under strict surveillance. Should there be any lapse, I shall hold you accountable. Understood. Zhang County Vice. Su Ying turned, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he focused on Zhang Liang. Present. As County Vice, your written reports must be exemplary. Immediately draft a letter detailing today's events, ensuring all constables sign and seal it, so I may submit it to the governor. After all, Lu Wu holds the title of an 8th-rank constable. Understood. Furthermore, all constables present during this incident are to be dismissed and imprisoned alongside Lu Wu, awaiting further action. With that, He waved his sleeve and departed. Li Shan and Zhang Liang exchanged glances, the former sighing before impatiently gesturing. Everyone, do not compel me to take action. Surrender quietly, and perhaps Magistrate Su will show leniency, considering you were merely instigated by Lu Wu. He cast a lingering glance at the nearly incapacitated Lu Wu on the ground. Upon hearing these words, everyone was struck with trepidation. Especially when recalling Su Ying's thunderous methods just moments ago, they dared not act recklessly. With Lu Wu already facing justice, what chance did they, mere ordinary constables, have? Consequently, they all removed their official attire and willingly followed Li Shan into the prison. In the back courtyard, Su Ying reclined in a lounge chair, squinting against the sun, leisurely basking in its warmth. Though the weather was frigid, he had attained the level of a congenital master, his vital energies circulating, enveloping him in a comforting warmth. My lord, the documents have been prepared for your review, Zhang Liang reported, standing to the side with his head slightly bowed, holding the freshly penned documents. There's no need to show them to me. Just ensure you manage it well. Have all parties signed? According to your instructions, all have signed and sealed, Zhang Liang affirmed. Good. I was contemplating whether to eliminate a few who are disobedient, Su Ying remarked with a slight smile. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang involuntarily shuddered, awkwardly chuckling. Your might is unparalleled, my lord. We are all in complete submission. With your presence in Ningyan County, those petty criminals would not dare to act out. What progress has been made on the Zhang family massacre case? Su Ying inquired, shifting his attention to Li Shan. Reporting to you, my lord. It is initially determined to be the work of demons. However, these fiends are inherently cunning. My subordinates have pursued them for a long time without uncovering any trace. Li Shan replied. Su Ying's gaze darkened slightly as he pondered, twirling the ink jade ring on his thumb. After a moment, he asked, what about the bodies? In order to prevent the malevolent aura from spreading and causing harm, I have ordered them to be cremated on the spot, Li Shan reported. Su Ying nodded in acknowledgement. The presence of demonic, ghostly, or malevolent energies within a person could result in severe illness or, in the worst cases, sudden death. Generally, the most prudent course of action for victims of such malevolence was immediate cremation. Setting aside the matter of the demons, how did the previous county magistrate meet his demise? You should be more aware than I, Su Ying stated. I am giving each of you an opportunity to speak the truth. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang exchanged a glance with Li Shan, their expressions revealing complexity. Noticing their hesitation, Su Ying furrowed his brow and coldly remarked, What? Do you have something to hide? Reporting to you, my lord, the previous county magistrate was out on inspection when he happened upon mountain bandits at the foot of the Luoxia mountain. Li Shan finally spoke up. Oh, what a coincidence. He encountered them just when he was inspecting Luoxia town. Su Ying narrowed his eyes. My lord, I assure you that this matter has absolutely nothing to do with me. Zhang Liang quickly interjected, his body trembling slightly. Ever since the previous magistrate's death, I have heard rumors in the streets that Lu Wu has already established connections, and this magistrate is to be his. Indeed, I have heard such rumors as well. Li Shan added, cupping his hands respectfully. It appears that Lu Wu colluded with the bandits in Luoxia mountain, alerting them of the previous magistrate's inspection and orchestrating his murder. Su Ying declared, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest, each sound echoing ominously in the hearts of the two men. Li Shan, you will personally lead a team to investigate Luoxia town. For now, set aside the matter of the demons and look into any leads regarding the bandits in Luoxia mountain. Yes, I shall obey, Li Shan replied, not daring to linger, and as he turned to leave, he let out a long breath of relief. Zhang Liang, bring me the case files from the past 3 years. I wish to review them all, Su Ying commanded. Yes, I will attend to it immediately, Zhang Liang replied, exhaling in relief as he exited. As he stepped outside, he noticed Li Shan walking slowly, seemingly waiting for him. Zhang Liang quickened his pace to catch up. Do you have something on your mind, Li Captain? Do you not? Li Shan halted, glancing at Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang smiled faintly and replied, Li Captain, if I may say, while you possess skills in apprehending suspects, your understanding of governance lags behind mine. Oh, please enlighten me, Master Zhang. Li Shan responded with a knowing smile, bowing his head. Your authority as the chief constable of Ningyan seems significant, but you still have at least 2 superiors. First, the county magistrate. Zhang Liang gestured toward the residence of Su Ying. Second, the county lieutenant. Unfortunately, the county lieutenant's position is precarious, given Su Ying's temperament. His fate is predictable. Thus, what you must do next is quite simple. First, seek a patron. Second, be obedient. Third, learn to be a loyal servant. As he spoke, he noticed Li Shan's expression falter slightly, and promptly clarified, Lord Su and his 4 enigmatic subordinates are all congenital masters. With Lu Wu imprisoned, this is your opportunity to prove yourself. With that, he patted Li Shan on the shoulder and departed. Seek a patron, be obedient, learn to serve. Li Shan stood in place, a contemplative expression crossing his face. After a moment, as if coming to a realization, he relaxed his brow and left with a lightened spirit. In the following days, Su Ying engaged daily in combat with the Four Ghosts of Xiangxi, fervently enhancing his martial arts experience while awaiting the arrival of the 15th day, when he could partake in a second round of sign-in. In a mere few days, his strength surged rapidly, reaching the 6th level of the congenital realm. With the cultivation of the Great Strength Diamond Finger, combined with the Northern Darkness Divine Art and the wave-like steps, the Four Ghosts of Xiangxi were no match for him, even when united. My lord, the leader of the Qinglang gang, Lu Wu, requests an audience. An officer announced from outside. Su Ying stood up, furrowing his brow, and asked, what is his relation to Lu Wu? Reporting to you, my lord, Lu Wu. The leader of the Qinglang gang is Lu Wu's younger brother, controlling half of the industrial streets in the northern part of Ningyan County. Zhang Liang explained in a low voice, taking the towel Su Ying had used. Lu Wu, no wonder he has a protective umbrella. Let us see what he wants. Su Ying remarked, changing into casual attire and walking towards the conference hall with his hands clasped behind his back. Ah, you must be Lord Su. I am Lu Wu, the leader of the Qinglang gang. What an honor to meet you. Truly, you are as remarkable as the legends say, a young talent. Upon entering the conference hall, Su Ying was greeted by a portly middle-aged man clad in embroidered robes, who was immediately followed by 4 attendants, each carrying a half-meter-sized iron box. Do you have business with me? Su Ying took his seat at the head and sipped his tea without raising his gaze. Since you have just taken office, we felt it necessary to pay our respects, Lu Wu said, rubbing his hands together, appearing less like a gang leader and more like a shrewd merchant with a glint of cunning in his eyes. Is Lu Wu your biological brother? Su Ying inquired. Lu Wu paused, momentarily taken aback, but then smiled, recalling Su Ying's directness. Indeed, Lu Wu is my biological brother. After a moment's hesitation, he gestured, and the 4 attendants brought the boxes closer. My brother acted foolishly and offended you, so I have brought some gifts to atone for his actions, hoping you, my lord, can show mercy and spare him, he said, opening the first box. In an instant, a dazzling golden light filled the entire conference hall. Su Ying inhaled sharply, astonished to see a box brimming with gold ingots. To express my gratitude for your tireless efforts for the people of Ningyan County, I have been restless day and night. Initially, I intended to bring you some nourishing supplements, but upon reflection, I thought you might prefer cash instead, Lu Wu continued, revealing another iron box. Also, knowing that you practice martial arts, I personally traveled to Lingbao Pavilion to procure a batch of medicinal pills. Su Ying glanced at the contents, his heart racing. 1,000 taels of gold, along with 20 bear gall strength pills valued at 20,000 taels. Even though Lu Wu holds the title of the leader of the Qinglang gang, he has undoubtedly invested heavily this time. Please leave the items, Su Ying said, placing the teacup on the table and rising with a smile. Since you, Leader Lu, are so courteous, it would be disheartening for me to refuse. As for your brother Lu Wu, rest assured, I shall handle the case impartially, ensuring that no innocent man suffers injustice, yet no villain shall escape unpunished. Upon hearing these words, a shadow flickered across Lu Wu's eyes, but he managed to smile and replied, in that case, I thank you, my lord. I will require your continued support in the future. Rest assured, I am well aware of my duties, Su Ying assured him. Lu Wu then took his leave, turning with his entourage to exit. After their departure, Su Ying waved his hand, and the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi promptly collected the box. He then turned to Li Shan and Zhang Liang, smiling as he asked, what are your thoughts? Witnessing this transaction firsthand, do you not find I am not so different from the previous county magistrate? The two exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat complex. After a moment, Zhang Liang tentatively inquired, in your eyes, Lu Wu is undoubtedly doomed. Why, then, do you accept his possessions? Is this not contradictory? Su Ying smiled slightly and countered. I accepted his money without stating that I would handle his affairs. Furthermore, these are the people's resources. As the magistrate of Ningyan County, it is my duty to take from the people and use it for the people. Once these malignant elements are eradicated, the citizens of Ningyan County will be eternally grateful. Li Shan remarked, we have just accepted his money, and now we are poised to bring about his demise. To call you a smiling tiger is an understatement. The two exchanged knowing looks, sensing the chill in each other's eyes. Let us proceed to the prison. We must inquire about several matters with Lu Wu. With that, Su Ying strode forward, hands clasped behind his back. Before the prison, he gazed at the dilapidated tiger head gate and frowned. How long has it been since this was repaired? Lishan replied, appearing somewhat embarrassed. About 15 or 16 years, my lord. Su Ying sighed, very well. Although the walls are crafted from obsidian, capable of withstanding gunpowder and assaults from innate masters, the surrounding walls and fences are on the verge of decay. Moreover, the guards here are merely ordinary constables. If a jailbreak were to occur, this place would be utterly defenseless. Greetings, my lord. Several jailers bowed upon seeing Su Ying's arrival. No need for such formalities. He waved his hand, proceeding into the prison. Upon entering the cells, a wave of dampness and mildew, mingled with various foul odors, assaulted his senses. Akin to stepping into a sewer, the dim light revealed iron bars filled with a variety of prisoners. As soon as they saw Su Ying and his companions, they erupted into frantic cries. My lord, I am innocent. Please, seek justice for us. We have all been wronged. Silence. You disturb the Lord, tonight. You shall all feast on the northwestern wind. The head jailer, Xiangxi, a young man of considerable stature and an innate level 7 master, commanded. Enough. Take me directly to Lu Wu, Su Ying said, furrowing his brow. He was acutely aware that some here were indeed wrongfully accused. But now was not the time for such considerations. The urgent matter at hand was Lu Wu. Deep within the prison, Su Ying sat in a grand chair, facing Lu Wu, who was clad in prison garb, shackled and disheveled. In just a few short days, he had transformed from a renowned county deputy into a prisoner. Lu Wu appeared to have aged several years. Speak. How did you conspire with the bandits to harm the former county magistrate? Su Ying inquired coldly. Chapter 6. I require no evidence to carry out my duties. In the dim prison cell, Lu Wu fixed his gaze on Su Ying. He had attempted to resist that day, but was subdued by the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi. Su Ying had then shattered his dantian, rendering him powerless. Su Ying, you are framing a government official. I shall report you to the magistrate of the prefecture, to the holy capital. Lu Wu shouted in a frenzy, wishing to flay Su Ying alive. Report me to the holy capital? You should first concern yourself with surviving this cell, Su Ying retorted coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade. At the mention of his brother Lu when delivering 1,000 taels of gold and 20 bear while strength pills, Su Ying offered Lu Wu a chance. Tell me how you colluded with the bandits to murder the former county magistrate, and provide the details of those bandits, or else. Su Ying's lips curled into a sinister smile as he trailed off. You slander me. I did not collude with the bandits. Nor did I murder the former county magistrate. If you dare to harm me, my brother and the Lu family will not spare you. We will ensure your demise. Stubborn. Are we? Su Ying chuckled coldly, rising. I do enjoy your defiance. Bring him forth for playing the peepan wearing embroidered shoes. May I inquire, my lord? What does playing the peepan wearing embroidered shoes entail? Xiangxi asked, his expression startled. Even Zhang Liang and Li Shan looked puzzled. The so-called playing the peepee is quite simple. First, pin him to the ground and bind him with ropes. Then strip him of his clothing and insert a sharp knife into his ribs. Finally, plucking at the blade like the strings of a lute, watching his flesh is torn and blood spills, causing him excruciating pain and suffering, rendering him in a state worse than death. Should he remain silent, then we proceed to wearing embroidered shoes. Pausing, Su Ying continued, his expression unchanged. This is even simpler. Place a pair of red-hot iron shoes on his feet, force him to stand, and compel him to take a few steps. Xiangxi, Zhang Liang, Li Shan, and the other jailers all paled at the implications. Good heavens, who would have thought this seemingly cultured Su Ying could be so ruthless? They thought. And these punishments are unheard of. Could they be his own inventions? What darkness lies within his heart? If he does not confess, we will resort to Lingxi. And what? Pray tell, is Lingxi? The already chilly air within the dim prison grew even more oppressive, causing everyone to break into a sweat. Xiangxi instinctively wiped his forehead and quietly asked, Might you elaborate, my lord? Quite simply. We wrap him in a specially made fishing net and slice away at his flesh with a sharp knife. Remember, it must be precisely 3,357 cuts. And the final cut, the 3,357th, must be the one that kills him for the execution to be deemed successful. Otherwise, it is a failure. Oh, Xiangxi, are you feeling faint? Su Ying smiled as he looked at Zhang Liang, raising an eyebrow. Come, someone fetch a chair for Lord Zhang. And no, thank you, my lord. I can still stand, Zhang Liang stammered. Though they had never heard of such punishments, the descriptions were utterly horrifying. While martial artists are typically resilient against ordinary torture, these methods were anything but ordinary. No warrior could withstand such torment. They had seen their fair share of trials, but in comparison to Su Ying, they felt woefully inadequate. Su Ying, you shall meet a miserable end. You claim I conspired with bandits. What evidence do you possess? You say I murdered the former county magistrate. Where's your proof? Even Lu Wu, upon hearing the descriptions of the tortures, was left dumbfounded. Though he was of innate caliber, his powers were now stripped away. He could not endure even the first method of playing the pipa. If you have the courage, grant me a quick death. A swift death? Su Ying narrowed his eyes, a cold smile gracing his lips. To offend me is to desire a luxury you cannot afford. I offer you one last opportunity. Confess how you conspired with the bandits to murder the former county magistrate. You have no evidence. You are slandering me, Lu Wu exclaimed, a mix of shock and fury evident in his voice. Evidence? Su Ying let out a cold snort, disdainfully declaring, I require no evidence to handle this case. If I say you are guilty, then you are, and if I say you are not, then you are not. Lu Wu stared at Su Ying, gritting his teeth in fury. The onlookers were left speechless, astonished by the audacity of this magistrate, who was both fervent and tyrannical. Lu Wu, deep down, knew his fate. I do not wish to waste words. If you refuse to confess, I assure you that you will soon realize the dire misfortune that has befallen you. You corrupt official. You frame others and will meet a miserable end. Come, strike him. At that command, Zhang Hu's gaze turned icy. He flipped his blade and struck Lu Wu's cheek with a mighty blow. A sharp crack echoed as Lu Wu lost a significant number of his teeth. You scoundrel. Strike again. Smite him. With each strike, Lu Wu's mouth filled with blood, and one side of his face was reduced to a pulpy mess. The crowd exchanged glances, shivering at the cruelty before them. Zhang Hu, the next steps are yours. I am weary and wish to rest, Su Ying said. Oh, and if he does not confess? Start with the embroidered shoes. Yes, my lord. As he spoke, Zhang Hu dashed toward the array of torture devices, returning shortly with 2 scalding iron plates. My lord, we do not have the iron shoes yet. Will these suffice? Su Ying glanced at them with mild surprise and replied, They will do. Remove his shoes and assist him to stand upon them. Understood, my lord. With that, Zhang Hu placed the red-hot iron plates on the ground and commanded his men to lift Lu Wu, removing his shoes. Lu Wu was taken aback. He never anticipated Su Ying would act so decisively, and fear washed over him, leaving his face ashen. Do not proceed, he pleaded, sweat pouring down his brow. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and murmured, I confess. Chapter 7. The second signing, the breaking through pill. The crowd exchanged astonished glances, marveling at Su Ying's cunning. Even before the full extent of the torture was enacted, Lu Wu had already succumbed. The art of war often lies in psychological tactics. And this was true for interrogation as well. That is well, Su Ying replied with a faint smile, turning to Zhang Liang. Zhang County Magistrate. You know what to do next, correct? I understand. Please do not worry, my lord. Furthermore, ensure that all his other crimes are thoroughly uncovered, down to the smallest detail. Identify which prisoners in the cell are wrongfully accused and which are victims of framing. Should there be any concealment or false reports, do not hesitate to administer the full suite of punishments, including the embroidered shoes and the 3-fold execution. Yes, my lord. With that, Su Ying rose and left without a backward glance. The following morning, as Su Ying awoke, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. The 15th signing has commenced. Will the host sign in at the county office? Sign in. Su Ying thought resolutely. A soft chime resonated. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at the Ningyan County office, earning 10 breaking through pills. Breaking through pills, a secret concoction from the Medicine King Valley, crafted from 108 rare materials. Consuming one will enhance the current realm. What a treasure! Su Ying's eyes sparkled with delight as he beheld the 10 golden pills within the system's storage. Having reached the 6th level of the innate realm, consuming one would elevate him to the 7th level, bringing him closer to the transcendent realm. Xiangxi Four Ghosts. Su Ying called softly, and in an instant, a rush of air signaled their arrival. We greet our master. No need for excessive formalities. Rise. Thank you, master. What is your current realm? Return, master. We 4 were originally at the 2nd level of the innate realm, but due to the abundant vitality in this world, we have swiftly broken through the 6th level of the Phantom Divine Skill, attaining the 4th level of the innate realm. Excellent. Su Ying smiled faintly, suddenly flicking his fingers. For beams of golden light landed in the hands of the Xiangxi Four Ghosts. These are breaking through pills. Consume 1 each, and you shall surely reach the 5th level of the innate realm. Thank you, master. The 4, previously stoic, now displayed excitement on their faces. As summoned beings, their loyalty to Su Ying was unwavering, and they would never betray him. Yet, it was essential for them to elevate their cultivation levels as bodyguards. Unfortunately, each could only consume 1 pill. Any more would be wasteful. Nonetheless, Attaining the 5th level of the innate realm was sufficient. My lord, the documents have been prepared. Please review them. At that moment, Zhang Liang's voice resonated from outside, holding the fresh confessions obtained from Lu Wu the night before. Let me see. Su Ying took the documents and sat down at the stone table to examine them closely. The confessions were numerous, detailing the crimes Lu Wu committed in Ningyan County over the years, itemized meticulously. By heavens, as a county officer, he is more despicable than a bandit. Su Ying exclaimed in anger as he read through the pages. Abducting maidens, enabling the Qingling gang to oppress the innocent, kidnapping for ransom, and committing murder for profit. Recently, Lu Wu conspired with bandits from the Luoxiao mountain to swindle a visiting merchant, earning a fortune of 10,000 taels. Moreover, he has seized others' homes and fields, leaving a trail of iniquity too vast to recount. Most infuriating was the fact that he frequently engaged in kidnappings, collaborating with the Qingling gang to target wealthy families, demanding ransoms ranging from hundreds to thousands of taels, splitting the loot after each crime. In just a few short years, Lu Wu was directly or indirectly responsible for at least 50 to 60 deaths. According to Lu Wu's confession, the former county magistrate was indeed murdered by him in collusion with the bandits of Luoxiao Mountain, all for his ambition to become the county magistrate himself. The bandit chief had 3 cohorts, 2 at the innate realm and 1 at the 8th stage of the acquired realm, along with 100 or so henchmen. Their lair was located at Xiangzhang Peak, 50 miles from Luoxiao Mountain, Zhang Liang explained. Xiangzhang Peak. Su Ying's brow furrowed. The peak consisted of 3 mountains resembling a bear's paw, accessible only by a narrow path, making it easy to defend but difficult to attack. Lu Wu had only ascended once, meeting with the chief bandit, Qianshourentu, Peng Qianyun, several times. The second chief is known as the Deadly Scholar, and the third as Little King Kong. They are ruthless and merciless. Just as Su Ying was about to speak, a soft chime resounded, and a prompt echoed in his mind. Mission initiated. Exterminate the Luoxiao Mountain Bandits. The Luoxiao Mountain Bandits are brutal and bloodthirsty, frequently descending upon villages to wreak havoc and kill without remorse. The host is requested to swiftly eliminate them. Mission reward: Eye of Insight. Eye of Insight. Track demons and spirits, discern illusions, reach the heavens above and the underworld below. A series of notifications rang out, and Su Ying quickly understood. He had been wondering why no missions had been issued. It was all waiting for this moment. All right, I understand. You may leave now. Yes, I take my leave. Once Zhang Liang departed, Su Ying sensed that the Xiangxi Four Ghosts were in the midst of refining their pills. Though a mission had been assigned, he was not in a hurry. After all, the bandits of Luoxiao Mountain would not escape. Allowing them to linger for another day was of little consequence. Meanwhile, within the Qingling gang, Lu Wen sat regally at the head of the hall. At that moment, he had shed the subservience he exhibited before Su Ying, exuding the aura of an upper echelon. Boss, we have sent so much to that little brat Su Ying. Why has he not released our lord yet? It is evident that this fellow is somewhat oblivious to the situation. Lu Wen's expression darkened as his fingers gently tapped the table. 1,000 taels of gold, in addition to 20 bear gall power pills, is sufficient to purchase a life. However, as he reached this thought, a cold glint flickered in Lu Wen's eyes. What to do next? It is said that the elder has had his cultivation crippled and is now languishing in prison. There is no rush at this moment. I have already dispatched someone to the county city. Once I ascertain this fellow's origins, I shall make a decision. Lu Wen had long heard that Su Ying was accompanied by 4 formidable experts, which is why he had not acted immediately. Otherwise, Su Ying would have met the same fate as the former county magistrate, falling victim to an untimely demise. The leader is wise. Go ahead. After his departure, another figure clad in black emerged from behind the screen. A mere county magistrate. If Lu Wen desires, I can make him vanish without a trace. The black-clad man's voice was hoarse, his features obscured, yet an aura of malevolence emanated from him. It is not yet time for you to take action. Lu Wen waved his hand, seemingly recalling something, and coldly added, be cautious next time. Do not annihilate entire families directly, for that would draw the attention of the town's pacification office. Indeed, not annihilating entire families, not annihilating entire families. Chapter 8. No martial virtue. Engaging in ambushes for 3 consecutive days, Su Ying and the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi were engrossed in closed-door cultivation. During this time, Lu Wen, the leader of the Qing Wolf gang, paid a visit, but Su Ying simply ordered his dismissal. Lu Wu had already confessed, and the signed confession was delivered to the governor of Nanyang. They awaited the governor's confirmation before Su Ying could execute him. Su Ying had never been merciful towards criminals of such a caliber, akin to bandits. One morning, accompanied by 4 flashes of formidable energy, Ying slowly opened his eyes. The four ghosts of Xiangxi. As soon as he spoke, the four transformed into blue shadows, appearing directly outside the door. Excellent. It seems your cultivation has once again advanced. Just in time. Accompany me to Luoxia Mountain to eradicate bandits. Yes, master. The four bowed in unison. And then two of them supported Ying's shoulders while the other two grasped his back, launching skyward. The shadow illusion technique is characterized by its speed, swifter than lightning. Unmatched even by the greatest thieves of the age. When perfected, one could traverse 1,000 miles in a single day, making it essential for both domestic travel and the art of assassination. Unfortunately, mastering this extraordinary skill necessitates the abandonment of previous teachings. Upon hearing this, Ying promptly dismissed the impractical notion. After all, his northern dark divine skill was uniquely powerful, not significantly inferior to the shadow illusion technique. Moreover, with the northern dark divine skill, he could absorb the internal energy of others for his own use, propelling his cultivation to new heights. Thus, he did not bring along any county constables for this bandit eradication mission. Aside from Li Shan, the county constables were mostly cowards, capable only of leveraging their authority to catch small thieves. If they were to confront bandits, it would be akin to delivering themselves to their demise. Additionally, Ying intended to take advantage of this mission to significantly enhance his own cultivation, hence only the four ghosts of Xiangxi were permitted to accompany him. Master, we have arrived at Bear Paw Peak. In no time, the four ghosts of Xiangxi brought Ying to the foot of Bear Paw Peak. The lack of horses was due to the numerous bandit scouts along the route to the peak. The shadow illusion technique, when employed, rendered them undetectable. You four split up and ascend directly. I will approach from another side. Eliminate everyone except for the three chieftains. Yes, master. Those who practice the shadow illusion technique are born assassins. Ying had been contemplating training a group of talented young individuals after this matter was resolved, thereby ensuring a future resource for himself. Bear Paw Peak consists of 3 towering mountains that jut into the clouds, resembling a bear's paw from afar, hence the name. Ying identified his direction, and with a powerful leap, he soared into the sky, then began to harness the force, grasping onto the vines on the mountain wall to propel himself upward. Meanwhile, at the summit of Bear Paw Peak, inside the bandit stronghold, Peng Qianyun sat upright, flanked by the Death Scholar, who had a scholarly appearance with a smooth face, and the imposing third chief, Little King Kong, who was bare-chested and exuded an aura of ferocity. Below them, dozens of henchmen reveled, drinking and feasting in high spirits. Brother, this year's grain is insufficient to last through the winter. Should we not descend the mountain to purchase some? The Death Scholar, playing with a dagger in his hand, chuckled lightly. It has been a few days since I last indulged. Those women we captured were too frail, and within a few days, I had exhausted them. The third chief, Little King Kong, licked his thick lips, a depraved glint flashing in his eyes. We should refrain from descending for now. The situation has grown tense recently. The informant from the city just returned, reporting that the new County Magistrate has imprisoned Lu Wu. I have already informed Lu Wen to ensure sufficient supplies are sent for our winter needs. Brother, that Lu Wen is exceedingly cunning. Collaborating with him is akin to allying with a tiger. The Death Scholar cautioned. No matter. Peng Qianyun waved his hand dismissively, sneering. Lu Wen believes himself to be a tiger, but in my eyes, he is merely a thieving cat. Suddenly, an urgent message arrived from outside. The three were startled, quickly turning to look. A small henchman rushed in, panic-stricken. What is it? Peng Qianyun's expression darkened, furrowing his brow. Are the officials here to eradicate the bandits again? Reporting to the chief, it is not the officials. Rather, 4 identical figures have ascended the mountain and immediately begun their slaughter, resulting in the deaths of over a dozen brothers. Identical figures? Bold indeed. How dare they come to Bear Paw Peak with such audacity? Brothers, let us see who dares to challenge us. Hold on, brother. At that moment, the Death Scholar suddenly interjected. What is it? Brother, consider this. Bear Paw Peak is surrounded by sheer cliffs, with no birds able to fly over. We control the only treacherous path. How could those 4 individuals have approached without our knowledge? The Death Scholar, known for his suspicion, had contributed significantly to the bandits' prolonged occupation of Bear Paw Peak. Thus, when he spoke, even the chief, Peng Qianyun, had to take heed. Curse it, they have already attacked, and you still want to deliberate? In my opinion, we should charge out and capture them alive for interrogation. The third chief, Little King Kong, was a brash fellow. Upon hearing this, he cracked his knuckles, revealing a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes. Let us go and take a look. We cannot allow our brothers to die in vain. Very well. With that, the 3 each took up their weapons and stormed out. However, just as they were about to exit the cave, a figure flashed before them, followed by an icy blue hand descending upon Peng Qianyun's chest. The northern dark true qi surged violently, and the overwhelming energy sent the Death Scholar and Little King Kong flying backward. Peng Qianyun stared intently at the figure clad in blue before him, feeling his internal energy surge uncontrollably, flooding into the person's arm and into his dantian. Who are you? How dare you launch a sneak attack without any martial virtue? Peng Qianyun was immobilized by Su Ying's northern dark divine skill, his body writhing as if small serpents were crawling beneath his skin. A torrent of energy surged into his dantian, and Su Ying's cultivation level soared. 7th layer of the innate realm. 8th layer of the innate realm. In but a few moments, Peng Qianyun felt his dantian emptied, as if it had been torn apart. His meridians withered, and he aged 30 years in an instant. His once jet-black hair turned gray and brittle, and his skin resembled that of tree bark. The onlookers were left in utter shock. Was it not said that 4 identical figures were wreaking havoc outside? When did this person appear before me? Martial virtue? You, a ruthless bandit who slaughters without a second thought, dare to mention martial virtue? Su Ying sneered, extending his finger to unleash a golden force that pierced through the brow of the formidable bandit leader, Peng Qianyun. Who are you? How dare you kill my elder brother? I will see you dead. With that, the third in command, Little Golden Giant, roared and charged towards Su Ying. Chapter 9. Bountiful Harvest. Simultaneously, the deadly scholar drew his long sword, flanking Su Ying alongside Little Golden Giant to mount an assault. As Little Golden Giant roared, his vital energy surged, transforming his skin into a deep golden hue. Coupled with his robust physique, he resembled a golden bodhisattva emerging from an ancient temple. Come at me. Su Ying chuckled coldly, employing his ethereal steps to appear before Little Golden Giant in an instant. Bang! A muffled thud resonated as an icy blue palm struck Little Golden Giant's chest. In that moment, the ferocious North Ming vital energy shattered his protective aura and invaded his body. Golden Bell defense. Little Golden Giant, both startled and enraged, shouted, and a translucent golden bell materialized around him. Golden Bell shield? Alas, it lacks refinement, Su Ying remarked with a cold smile, shaking his head slightly. The next instant, a thunderous crash echoed as Su Ying's palm unleashed a torrent of vital energy, sending Little Golden Giant hurtling backward. Midair he spat blood. At the same time, the deadly scholar lunged at Su Ying's back with his sword, akin to a venomous serpent. Seeking death, Su Ying scoffed, witnessing the razor-sharp blade approach. He flicked his finger, producing a crisp sound as the deadly scholar's sword shattered into fragments. How is this possible? The deadly scholar gazed at the broken hilt in disbelief, astonished and furious. Yet, in the next moment, he felt his body involuntarily rise. Su Ying's fingers splayed slightly, emanating an overwhelmingly terrifying force of attraction. In an instant, the deadly scholar sensed his vital energy surging forth like a torrential flood. Simultaneously, as Little Golden Giant attempted to rise, another wave of terrifying suction from Su Ying ensnared him. Golden and white vital energies visibly flowed from Su Ying's arm into their meridians and dantians. His power ascended rapidly. 8th layer of innate realm. 9th layer of innate realm. Perfected innate realm. Alas, he did not break through to the profound realm. Nevertheless, this was sufficient for Su Ying. Bang! Bang! With 2 muffled thuds, both Little Golden Giant and the deadly scholar were sent flying, crashing against the mountainside and falling lifelessly to the ground. Su Ying stood in place, reveling in the surge of power coursing through him, and could not help but squint his eyes in satisfaction. No wonder the wicked easily succumbed to temptation. Such immense gains without arduous cultivation would tempt anyone. After a moment, as the North Ming vital energy refined the foreign energies within him, Su Ying slowly opened his eyes. To his view, the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi stood at his side. As for the other bandits, they had long been eradicated. Congratulations, Master, on achieving great mastery, Ghost 1 expressed, sensing the accomplishment. Are all the bandits eliminated? Yes, indeed. Excellent. Search the cave thoroughly and take everything of value. Oh, and do not forget to sever the heads of these 3 and hang them in the city. Understood, Master. With that, Su Ying strode towards the exit of the bandits' lair. Amidst the myriad blades and the vast sea of clouds, Su Ying stood atop the cliff, gazing at the undulating sea of clouds in the distance, lost in contemplation. In less than half a month since arriving in this world, he had transformed from a powerless scholar into a grand master of the perfected innate realm. Such a transformation would be hard for anyone to believe. Congratulations, host, on successfully eliminating the bandits. Ding! Another notification chimed. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Eye of the Profound. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 30 points of cultivation value. A series of notifications pulled Su Ying's thoughts back to the present. He hastily accessed his attributes interface. Host, Su Ying. Realm, perfected innate realm. Skills, North Ming Divine Art, 7th layer, can be enhanced. Mighty Golden Finger, 5th layer, can be enhanced. Cultivation value, 30 points. Quest, Lusha Mountain Bandits, completed. Talent, Eye of the Profound. Gazing at the newly acquired talent, the Eye of the Profound, joy flickered in Su Ying's eyes. With this talent, tracking down suspects and demons would become exceedingly effortless. Regarding the cultivation value, Su Ying speculated that slaying a bandit of the innate realm awarded him 10 points. How much could he gain from eliminating demons? Master, the entire bandit lair has been thoroughly looted, filling 3 large chests. Oh, what did you uncover? Su Ying inquired with interest. Reporting to the master, 3,000 taels of gold, 16,500 taels of silver, along with various ordinary medicinal pills and jewels. Convert the jewels into cash upon return, and store the rest in my treasury. Yes, master. Su Ying marveled at the bountiful gains from a single bandit eradication and pondered whether there were more bandits in Lusha Mountain. After a few more raids, even as a mere 7th grade county magistrate, he could accumulate some wealth. Indeed, just a bit. Master, there are also several letters here for your review. Letters? Su Ying glanced at Ghost 3, taking the letters, which had evidently been opened. Upon examining them, he was elated to discover they were correspondences between Peng Qianyuan and Lu Wu. These letters detailed their annual monetary transactions, Lu Wu's unauthorized purchases of weapons, and various extortion schemes involving kidnappings. Most importantly, they contained irrefutable evidence of Lu Wu and Lu Wu conspiring to murder the former county magistrate. According to the letters, once Lu Wu became the magistrate, he would grant Peng Qianyuan and others a clean slate for resettlement. All right, take the chests, it's time to return. The real show is just beginning. With that, Su Ying dashed down the mountain. The following morning, as dawn broke, Xiangxi, who was preparing to sell sweet potatoes in the city, was astonished to see 3 bloodied heads hanging atop the city gate, next to the city entrance. A new notice was posted. Those who could read rejoiced, exclaiming, "Heavens! These are the bandits from Lusha Mountain. These beasts have plagued our villagers for years. Yet they have been slain. Oh, great Magistrate Su, your dedication to eliminating bandits upon taking office truly shows your heart for the people. Magistrate Su, we bow to you. We no longer need to fear these vicious bandits. See, doing good deeds pays off. As long as you serve the people, you will win their hearts. Once the people's hearts are united with mine, what are the Qing Wolf Gang and the Lu family? Mere clay dogs and tiles." On the city wall, Su Ying stood with his hands clasped behind him, surveying the villagers below with a hint of a smile. The magistrate is wise. Who would have thought he would wipe out the Lusha Mountain bandits overnight? Li Shan and Zhang Liang exchanged glances, both recognizing the astonishment in each other's eyes. They had wondered yesterday why Su Ying had suddenly vanished. Little did they know that he had ventured to Lusha Mountain to eradicate bandits, and he had succeeded? Truly unbelievable. Li Shan, at your service. Hearing the inquiry, Li Shan bowed respectfully. Su Ying regarded him, casually asking, "What is your current cultivation level?" Reporting to the magistrate. "My aptitude is humble. I am at the 1st layer of the innate realm. That the golden bell shield of the 3rd in command. I observed it has 12 layers. Mastering the first 3 should be no trouble for you." After a pause, Su Ying flicked his fingers, and a breakthrough pill landed in Li Shan's hands. "I am quite satisfied with your recent performance. This is the boundary-breaking elixir. After consumption, it can enhance one's realm, though one may still be considered mediocre. However, for a constable, it suffices." After speaking, Su Ying's gaze fell upon Li Shan, casting a lingering glance. "I hope you do not disappoint me." With those words, he left Li Shan, who was still in a daze, and departed with his men. Chapter 10. Intimidation within the county office. Su Ying reclined in a chair, his eyes half closed, as the North mysterious divine art continuously flowed within him. Simultaneously, his golden bell shield was also undergoing cultivation. In just a few days, he had reached the 6th level, able to initially condense the shape of the golden bell outside his body. The 3rd elder, Little King Kong, was a trader from the Great Forest Temple in the north. Although the golden bell shield was one of the temple's supreme skills, only a handful had ever mastered it throughout history. The 12 layers of heavenly barriers are notoriously difficult to traverse. I wonder how far I can advance. Since absorbing the powers of the 3 elders, Su Ying had not hesitated to consume a boundary-breaking elixir upon his return. His cultivation had, unsurprisingly, reached the transcendence realm. At this stage, his senses had drastically heightened, and his strength had increased tenfold. Regrettably, aside from the North mysterious divine art and the great strength diamond finger, the only technique that intrigued Su Ying was the golden bell shield of the third elder from the bandits of Luoxia Mountain. This individual had been expelled from the great forest temple for coveting the secret manual of the golden bell shield. Despite years of arduous training, he had barely reached the fourth layer. After obtaining it, Su Ying diligently practiced and had already broken through to the sixth layer. However, while the initial stages of cultivating the golden bell shield were relatively easy, progressing beyond the seventh layer became increasingly arduous. Even with his current aptitude and cultivation, further breakthroughs would be exceptionally challenging. 30 points of cultivation value were allocated to the North mysterious divine art, yet it had only yielded a single level of improvement. This indicated that while cultivation value could enhance martial prowess, the means to obtain it were limited. Shaking his head, Su Ying rose just as Zhang Liang entered, promptly handing him several letters from the stone table for his review. It has been confirmed that Lu Wen and Lu Wu conspired with the bandits to harm the previous county magistrate. Furthermore, I suspect they are colluding with vile forces. Draft a document detailing their crimes to submit to the governor of Nanyang. Ensure every infraction is meticulously recorded without omission. Yes, my lord, I shall comply. Zhang Liang, though you serve as the county deputy, I recall that your family possesses significant influence in Ningyan County, do I not? Su Ying observed him with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang displayed a look of trepidation and immediately knelt. My lord, you see clearly. While the Zhang family controls some businesses, we are far inferior to the Lu and Lu families. Should you require it, all our enterprises can be transferred to your name. You overestimate yourself. Su Ying regarded Zhang Liang with a knowing look. Rise, for that is not my intention. Though you are a civil official, you possess cultivation as well. I am aware you have been interrogating Lu Wu these past few days, and having provided Li Shan with a boundary-breaking elixir, I assure you, you shall not be neglected. As he spoke, a pill landed directly in Zhang Liang's hands. With your 9th level of cultivation, this elixir will undoubtedly elevate you to the innate realm. I hope you will utilize it wisely and not betray the expectations I have placed upon you. Zhang Liang's expression grew profoundly complex. Since the death of the previous county magistrate, his aim had been to navigate the currents deftly, avoiding offense to anyone. Yet now, Su Ying had directly placed a boundary-breaking elixir in his hands, forcing him to make a choice, to remain neutral or to pledge loyalty solely to Su Ying. It was impossible to maintain both paths. The boundary-breaking elixir was exceedingly precious, worth 10,000 taels, yet Su Ying had unhesitatingly bestowed it upon him, signaling a final ultimatum. Zhang Liang, you are a clever man. I do not wish for you to be swayed by others. Serving under me means you must heed my commands. Those who defy Lu Wu will meet their end, and those bandits from Luoxia Mountain will also perish. I trust you understand. Thank you, Lord Su, for your generous gift. I assure you, as long as you remain in power, I shall harbor no disloyalty. Excellent. I believe you will make the right choice. With that, Su Ying waved his hand, and Zhang Liang, understanding the implication, turned and left. Meanwhile, at the Nanyang governor's residence, Governor Li Feng sat upright in his study, while several individuals were seated nearby. My lord, there are reports alleging that County Magistrate Su Ying of Ningyan is guilty of corruption and collusion, with substantial evidence to support these claims. How shall you proceed? The speaker was a middle-aged man clad in fine garments, with a furtive expression and a prominent mustache. What do you all think? Li Feng set down his brush, gazing blandly at those present. My lord, from what I know, Su Ying has only recently taken office and has imprisoned County Lieutenant Lu Wu. A person who excludes dissenters should not serve as a local magistrate. Indeed, I have also heard that shortly after Su Ying assumed his position, a massacre occurred within his jurisdiction. As the county magistrate, his indifference is truly disheartening. Upon hearing this, Li Feng raised his hand, pressing down the topmost document, beneath which lay several other letters. He had already reviewed these letters, all pertaining to the affairs of Lu Wen and Lu Wu. Each report, meticulously detailed, provided irrefutable evidence. I have already examined the reports concerning County Magistrate Su Ying. There is no need for further discussion. Lu Wu has committed numerous atrocities against the populace, and yet you seek to defend him. Do you presume me blind? After a pause, Governor Li Feng continued. Moreover, the death of the former county magistrate was orchestrated by this scoundrel in collusion with bandits from Luoxia Mountain. Now that the evidence is irrefutable, you still contemplate defending him. What a disgrace. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances, internally cursing Lu Wen's ignorance. With irrefutable evidence presented against him, the notion of exoneration was akin to slapping oneself in the face. Now that the governor had spoken, they had no choice but to comply. You have failed to manage your own jurisdictions, yet you concern yourselves with the affairs of others. Li Feng coldly surveyed the assembly, sneering. Since Su Ying took office as the magistrate of Ningyang, he has reported every matter to me without fail. I am fully aware of Lu Wan, Lu Wu, the bandits of Luoxia Mountain, the Qing Wolf Gang, and the prominent families within Ningyang County, especially Lu Wu, who conspired with bandits and plotted against his superior. Such crimes are utterly inexcusable. Do you still wish to defend him? My lord, we do not intend such a thing. Best if that is the case. Li Feng snorted dismissively. Though you have not reported the matters from your respective counties, I am well informed. Do you think the court's pacification department is idle? As those words left his lips, the expressions of the attendees darkened. The pacification department scrutinizes all officials, stabilizes local sects, and tracks down demons and evil cults. Amongst the various governors and magistrates, who could claim to be entirely without blemish. Enough. You may all leave. I shall handle the affairs of Ningyang. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances, then rose in silence to depart. Chapter 11. Pursuit of Demons in Ningyang County. Within the county office, Su Ying sat in a reclining chair, with his eyes closed in contemplation. Zhang Liang entered, holding a document. My lord, the governor, Lord Li, has sent a commendation and also a reward from the court regarding the bandits of Luoxia Mountain. How much silver? Su Ying inquired, lifting his eyelids slightly. 3,452 taels for the three of them combined. It is said that the bandits of Luoxia Mountain were eradicated by you. And Lord Li was exceedingly pleased, even reprimanding the magistrates of other counties. As Zhang Liang spoke, his eyes sparkled with delight. Since following Su Ying, he increasingly perceived a bright future ahead, especially in witnessing the methods Su Ying employed in handling matters. It is worth noting that he had previously sent 1,000 taels of gold to Governor Li Feng. Hence, Lu Wen had barely delivered the gold when Su Ying had already dispatched it to the governor's residence. Thus, regardless of who impeaches Su Ying, it is of no consequence. My lord, there is one matter I find perplexing. We have sufficient evidence at hand. Why not eradicate the Lu family entirely? Zhang Liang inquired in a hushed tone. He had already perused the correspondence in the possession of those mountain bandits. And with the heinous crimes committed by Lu Wu over the years, executing the entire clan would not be excessive. Not yet the right time. Su Ying waved his hand dismissively, rising to rotate the jade ring on his thumb. Lu Wen and Lu Wu must certainly meet their demise. But the opportune moment for their execution has not yet arrived. Disperse a portion of the reward money. Those who did not align with Lu Wu shall each receive 10 taels. How shall we deal with those imprisoned by my lord? Once Lu Wu is dead, everyone will be dismissed and investigated. Those found innocent shall be released, while those with serious crimes will be executed on the spot. Understood, my lord. Very well. You may leave. Just as Zhang Liang departed, Li Shan hurriedly approached, holding a gilded invitation. My lord, the three prominent families, along with the notable Jinshi and the leader of the Qing Wolf Gang, Lu Wan, have jointly extended an invitation for you to attend a banquet at the Drunken Immortal Tower to welcome you and cleanse the dust of your journey. Welcome and cleanse the dust? Su Ying took the gilded invitation, glanced at it, and casually tossed it onto the stone table, sneering. I have been in office for nearly a month, and only now do they remember to extend such a welcome. Are they not afraid that my wrath may incinerate them? Typically, when a new county magistrate is appointed, the local dignitaries unite for a feast, engaging in jovial conversation about the past and future, all in the spirit of mutual goodwill. What is your wish, my lord? Shall we attend or not? Li Shan inquired. We shall not attend. Su Ying waved his hand in refusal. As the esteemed county magistrate, it is unbecoming for me to attend simply because they invite me. However, this welcome could be reciprocated. I, too, can host a banquet for them. You shall convey my message. 3 days hence, I will treat them to a meal at the Drunken Immortal Tower. Yes, my lord. Thus, the initiative is shifted to a position of strength, while simultaneously enhancing the magistrate's authority. Ah, Captain Li, have you made a breakthrough? Su Ying observed Li Shan with surprise. I must thank you, my lord, for the medicinal pills bestowed upon me. Without them, with my humble talents, I would never have advanced further in this lifetime. Though it is but a minor breakthrough, it allows Li Shan to once again be infused with innate energy. This is akin to a cleansing rebirth, enhancing his potential. Hence, Li Shan's gratitude towards Su Ying is truly heartfelt. By the way, have there been any leads regarding the Zhang family's extermination? My lord, that demon is exceedingly cunning. I have pursued diligently, yet found no trace. I beg your pardon. Though Li Shan possesses innate abilities, he is limited to martial prowess. Demons excel in concealment, particularly those of profound cultivation, who can easily blend within the common populace. I shall personally investigate. You will accompany me with your men. Yes, my lord. Afternoon. Having dined well, Su Ying summoned the four ghosts of Xiangxi and Lishan, departing the county office. Soon, they arrived at the Zhang family residence. The doors were already sealed, and Lishan signaled for a constable to remove the seal. Su Ying then walked in, hands clasped behind his back. My lord, please observe. On that fateful day, the entire Zhang family perished in the courtyard, and we have cremated their remains, interred beneath this jujube tree. Lishan led the way, stating. Upon hearing this, Su Ying nodded thoughtfully. Alas, when he first arrived, he was but a scholar powerless to address matters of demons. Coupled with Lu Wu's dealings with the bandits of Luoxia Mountain, the Zhang family's case has been prolonged for far too long. My lord, have you discovered anything? Lishan asked softly as he noticed Su Ying crouched on the ground, examining a nearly faded bloodstain. Indeed, this is the work of a demon. Su Ying observed the blood soil in his hand, speaking gravely. This fiend remains within the city. Lishan's expression froze, unsure of Su Ying's meaning. Clapping his hands, Su Ying stood, surveying the Zhang family estate, which was indeed characteristic of a wealthy household. Yet, in a single night, they had been utterly annihilated. The eye of the mystic could discern that this place was indeed the work of demons. Although half a month had passed, traces of their malevolence still lingered. But where has this malevolent energy fled? Su Ying pondered, simultaneously channeling his thoughts, as a flicker of azure energy manifested in his gaze. His eyes swept across the surroundings. And indeed, remnants of the demonic energy remained palpably suspended in the air. However, much of it had been dissipated by the vitality of the living, leaving only intermittent trails extending from the Zhang residence into the distance. Ding, mission issued, Zhang family extermination case. Mission requirements. Eliminate the demonic culprit and deliver justice for the 15 members of the Zhang family. Mission reward. Black-clad Arrow Brigade, 100 members. Upon hearing the sudden prompt in his mind, Su Ying's expression momentarily froze, followed by a surge of delight. The Black-clad Arrow Brigade is the elite force under Lord Chao, comprised entirely of skilled warriors. Clad in black and masked, wielding long blades and crossbows, their precise combat capabilities remain uncertain, but mounted, these 100 men can charge through 1,000 infantry. Moreover, dismounted, they excel as light infantry, easily overcoming 10 foes. Lishan, at your service. You shall return for now. I have matters to attend to first. I shall obey. As they spoke, Su Ying, accompanied by the four ghosts of Xiangxi, pursued the direction from which the demonic energy emanated. Lishan, though confused, complied without question, leading the other constables back to the county office. Meanwhile, in the impoverished district of southwestern Ningyan City, a middle-aged man clad in black robes sat cross-legged, surrounded by a chilling aura, within which distorted, agonized faces could be discerned. Suddenly, the black-robed man opened his eyes wide, peering through the partially concealed door at the scene outside. He saw a young man in a blue robe, exuding an extraordinary presence, gazing back at him with hands clasped behind his back. Following him were 4 individuals dressed in green garments, with their faces obscured by black veils. Their appearances nearly identical. The black-robed man was momentarily taken aback, then his figure surged upward, soaring into the sky. You shall remain here and not move. Form a protective perimeter for me. Yes, master. As his words fell, Su Ying propelled himself upward, akin to a hawk in flight. Even before his arrival, a formidable surge of power shot forth from his fingertip. Su Ying, Sir Su. The black-robed man was forced down by Su Ying's finger, landing on the rooftop with a grim expression, staring intently at Su Ying. How did you find this place? Su Ying regarded him with calm indifference, replying with a smile. Quite simply, I possess unique investigative methods. Although half a month has elapsed, it does not imply you could evade capture. Of course, your most foolish decision was not to flee. He had nearly given up, believing too much time had passed. Even if he could locate the source of the Zhang family's demonic energy, it was uncertain whether the culprit had already escaped. Yet, who could have anticipated that the fiend remained? Haha, and what of it? Do you think you and your 4 guards can confront me? Mere practitioners of the innate realm? The black-robed man sneered, his gaze serpentine as it fixated on Su Ying. Utter nonsense. Su Ying shook his head slightly, a cold smile gracing his lips as he soared through the air, charging directly at the black-robed man. Swish! A faint sound echoed, and instantly, a stream of crimson golden light shot forth from Su Ying's fingertip. The golden finger strike, embodying the essence of pure yang and strength, distorted the very air in its wake. The hand of the underworld. The black-robed man snorted coldly, unleashing a surge of true energy from his palm, conjuring a claw-like hand that collided with the golden finger strike. In the next moment, the blue and black figures clashed violently. Su Ying unleashed the mighty Vajra finger, pointing like a sword, while the figure in black robe transformed his fingers into claws, emanating waves of sinister energy. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the black-robed man struck with a palm, creating a massive imprint that tore through the void and arrived before Su Ying in an instant. Not daring to be careless, Su Ying's mind stirred, and with a resonant hum, a golden bell shield enveloped him. Bang! A colossal sound echoed as the golden bell shield was shattered by the black palm. In that moment, Su Ying's fingertips darted, sending forth streaks of crimson gold Vajra energy that fell like meteors around the black-robed figure. Then, the black-robed man saw a flurry of Su Ying's afterimages appear before him, as Su Ying stepped onto the 8 trigrams of the I Ching, his form flickering like a ghost, making it impossible to pinpoint his exact location. Utilizing the ethereal wave step, the black-robed man's sharp, true energy merely pierced through the afterimages. What an exquisite technique! Even the black-robed man was filled with admiration. You are quite young, yet have reached the profound realm. You have concealed your strength well. It seems I cannot let you live. A sinister glint flashed in the depths of the black-robed man's eyes. In the next moment, his black, true energy swirled around him, instantly dispelling all the afterimages. His palm, as cold as ice and imbued with a deadly force, surged towards Su Ying's dantian. Ding! The mighty Vajra finger struck the black-robed man's palm, and in an instant, a violent surge of true energy accompanied by excruciating pain contorted the black-robed man's face. Furious and astonished, he channeled his true energy once more and struck out again. Ghostly hand of the underworld. This technique was exceedingly lethal. Those struck by it would find their vitality sapped, as if devoured by malevolent spirits. Su Ying chuckled coldly, sidestepping the attack while the mighty Vajra finger cracked against the man's shoulder. Then, with a sudden exertion of strength, a sharp crack echoed as the black-robed man's arm was crushed in Su Ying's grip. Ding! Another light sound followed as Su Ying's left hand, with fingers poised like a sword, punctured the man's ribs. Snap! Snap! In an instant, the ribs shattered one by one. In the blink of an eye, the black-robed man was gravely injured, sent flying backward. His body crashed against a dirt wall, shattering it. After the dust settled, he stood up, his gaze frigid, fixating on Su Ying. You are quite impressive, boy. I never expected to be outmatched. As he spoke, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. With his cultivation, he never anticipated that he would be no match for this young man before him. To think you are a master of the profound realm. How peculiar. What is your secret? That is of no concern to you, Su Ying replied, shaking his head slightly, his expression indifferent. Will you surrender? Or shall I beat you to death? Yet, I find it curious. Though you are human, you exude the aura of a demon. Are you a monster? As he spoke, Su Ying scrutinized him, a hint of curiosity glimmering in his eyes. This man, clearly a practitioner of dark arts, radiated an overwhelming aura of malevolence, akin to that of a demon. Ha, you actually noticed. Are you not curious? Let me show you the terrifying aspects of my immortal serpent transformation. As he spoke, the black-robed man spread his arms wide, and black mist poured from him like a tidal wave. Beneath his skin, it appeared as if a serpent writhed. Moments later, with a series of crackling sounds, the black-robed man's form began to transform completely. His skin sprouted fine, snake-like scales, his body becoming incredibly flexible, while his fingers morphed into claws akin to those of a beast. Spikes grew from his back, and a thick tail emerged. Indeed, he had become a demon. Su Ying's gaze remained cold as he observed the transformation, noting that the black-robed man's face had taken on a serpentine appearance. His gaping maw dripped with green liquid, hissing as it corroded the ground beneath. Boy, prepare to witness my immortal serpent rebirth technique. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed man lunged forward, roaring like a beast. Just a hybrid abomination, Su Ying sneered, his fingertips moving rapidly, unleashing dozens of crimson gold Vajra energies that struck the black-robed man's chest. Ding ding ding. A series of crisp sounds resonated, yet the Vajra energies, capable of penetrating gold and stone, failed to breach the scales of the black-robed man. Futile. Though my transformation did not enhance my cultivation, my body has increased tenfold in strength. Your techniques may be formidable, but they cannot break my defenses. Prepare to die, boy. The violent true energy surged towards Su Ying's chest. However, it encountered an invisible barrier 3 inches from him. North Sea Guardian. True energy surged as an ice-blue hand pressed against the black-robed man's chest. The chilling energy rushed into him like a wild stallion, causing him to feel as though he had plunged into ice, his blood stagnating. Trivial tricks, the black-robed man sneered, readying to retaliate. but suddenly felt a ferocious pull drawing the true energy from his body. It was as if a giant serpent was rapidly devouring his internal energy. North Sea swallowing heaven. Absorbing others' power to nourish one's own. How can this be? Bloodthirsty demon technique? Why do you possess such powers? The black-robed man was both astonished and furious, feeling his body slipping out of control. The cold and domineering true energy within him resisted, but ultimately proved futile against the North Sea's might. Such a rarity. What bloodthirsty demon technique? What I wield is the North Sea divine technique. Ying grinned, his smile appearing devilish in the black-robed man's eyes. In a mere instant, the true energy within the black-robed man rapidly diminished, his form gradually reverting to that of a human. Bang! Following this, Ying's palm surged with true energy, sending the black-robed man flying. He crashed to the ground, aging decades in an instant, gasping for breath. Now devoid of internal energy, he had become a cripple. Take him away, stuff a ball of iron in his mouth to prevent him from biting off his tongue, and then hand him over to Xiangxi for thorough interrogation. If he remains silent, we shall employ a 3-part punishment. Yes, master. As the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi subdued the black-robed man, Ying leapt into the air, soaring rapidly towards the county office. He had absorbed the entirety of a profound realm expert's true energy, and now felt a surge within him that was nearly overwhelming. What he needed to do now was return to the county office and fully refine this energy. Chapter 13. The Black-Clad Arrow Squad Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, the Zhang family annihilation case. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Black-Clad Arrow Squad, 100 members. Will the host deploy them immediately? Hearing the prompt in his mind, Ying slowly opened his eyes. The black-robed man's true energy was immensely powerful, yet he had absorbed every last drop. However, the energy was of an extremely dark and sinister nature, and after refining it with the North Sea true energy, he had only obtained about 50 to 60% of its essence. Nevertheless, this was enough for Ying to ascend to the 3rd layer of the profound realm. Host, Ying. Realm, 3rd layer of the profound realm. Skills, North Sea divine technique, level 8, can be upgraded. Mighty Vajra finger, level 6, can be upgraded. Golden Bell shield, level 7, can be upgraded. Cultivation points, 50. Current task, none. Talent, Eye of profound insight. Gazing at his attribute panel, Ying contemplated, his mind stirring as he rifled through his 3 ultimate skills. Upgrading the North Sea divine technique required 30 points, while the Mighty Vajra finger needed 20 points. Together, they totaled exactly 50 points. Moreover, he possessed another skill, the Golden Bell shield, obtained from the 3rd leader of the Falling Clouds mountain range. This technique is one of the 4 supreme skills of the Daling Temple. The Golden Bell shield is a hard external technique, embodying the masculine strength of the world, simultaneously enhancing the practitioner's vital energy, allowing them to manifest their energy into a protective golden bell. The 12-day training concluded perfectly, rendering him not only impervious to harm, but also resilient against fire and water, with an unceasing reservoir of power. Once, the young monk, known as Little Vajra, served as a janitor in the library of Daling Temple, an outer disciple by status. By chance, he glimpsed the secrets of the Golden Bell shield and clandestinely practiced its techniques. Soon after, during the selection of inner disciples at Daling Temple, he inadvertently revealed his mastery of the Golden Bell shield in a duel and was consequently expelled from the sect. Subsequently, he arrived at the Falling Sunset Mountain, where he took to a life of banditry, committing heinous acts of arson, murder, and plunder. System: how many cultivation points are required to elevate the Golden Bell shield? 30 points. Also 30 points. Upon hearing this, a contemplative expression crossed Ying's face. While the Northern Underworld divine art was manageable, advancing the Golden Bell shield to its later stages proved exceedingly challenging. Thus, he decided to focus on enhancing this exceptional skill first. He expended 30 cultivation points to upgrade the Golden Bell shield. A soft chime resonated, signaling the consumption of 30 luck points and the ascension of the Golden Bell shield to the 8th layer, accompanied by a series of prompts. Ying's surroundings erupted with a sound akin to that of a resounding bell. Immediately, a layer of mystical golden shield materialized around him, swirling slightly and generating a tremendous pulling force that sent objects within the room tumbling. With the 8th layer of the Golden Bell shield, it was likely that even the cloaked figure could not breach it. A flicker of joy ignited in Ying's eyes as he rose and exited. Noticing the dusk settling, he employed the wave step technique and stealthily left the county office, hastening toward the distant Bear Paw Peak. After about half an hour, Ying ascended Bear Paw Peak once more. Observing the ground strewn with bones nearly devoured by wild beasts, he entered the cave without a change in demeanor. He then accessed his system space and, with a thought, summoned 100 black-clad archers. In an instant, the air filled with the sounds of horses neighing and the bustling of people. Moments later, everyone stood in perfect formation. "We greet our master." Their resonant voices echoed within the cave as Ying surveyed the black-clad archers with satisfaction. Clad in cold attire with long sashes, masked faces, and black veils covering their heads, revealing only their eyes, they were draped in long black cloaks and wore boots equipped with daggers, in addition to their bows and arrows. Each archer was armed with a powerful crossbow on their forearms. Each rider mounted a sleek black steed, collectively exuding an aura of chilling menace. "Who is the leader?" Ying inquired. "Greetings, master. I am He, the leader of these men." "Excellent." Ying nodded slightly. "From now on, this stronghold will be your base. Tomorrow morning, I will send supplies up the mountain for your training. No one is permitted to leave Falling Sunset Mountain without my command." "We shall obey." After settling the 100 black-clad archers, Ying descended Bear Paw Peak in good spirits. With this formidable group, he could eliminate anyone he desired in Ningyan City. He was a master at the 5th layer of the innate realm, while the other 9 squad leaders were at the 1st layer. The remaining members were no less than the 8th layer of the acquired realm. Ying was confident that, with proper training, these individuals could rapidly enhance their strength, providing him with a hidden trump card. Upon returning to the county office, he spotted Zhang Liang hastily approaching from the prison. Upon seeing Ying, he exclaimed, "My lord, we have caught a rather formidable fish this time. What makes it so formidable?" Ying smiled slightly. Did he resist the triple interrogation? Well, he was a bit stubborn. "However, I have methods of skinning, dismembering, and other 5 tortures, including mercury ingestion." Zhang Liang's expression darkened as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and awkwardly chuckled. "No one can withstand my lord's triple interrogation." Zhang, who only used the peep's strings, and, after introducing him to the other 2 methods, he immediately confessed. "Oh, pray tell." Ying straightened, a joyous expression gracing his face. This individual, known as Gui Yuanhua, was a master under the Serpent Demon Lord of the 12 Honored Ones of the Eternal Life Sect. He practiced the Serpent Demon Transformation technique in the ghostly hand of the underworld, possessing a cultivation level at the 1st layer of the Profound Understanding realm. The massacre of the Zhang family was orchestrated by him to cultivate the Serpent Demon Transformation technique, which required the blood of the living to fuel its malevolent essence, lest he fall into madness and lose control. Furthermore, he allied with Lu, one of the Blue Wolf Gang, promising benefits to overthrow the county office and replace it with their own people from the Eternal Life Sect. This would allow them to usher in the refugees from the Western State into the city, inciting chaos, and using Ningyan City as a springboard to invade Nanyang Prefecture and Qingzhou. Zhang Liang's explanation was succinct, yet it sent a tremor through Ying's heart. He had indeed heard of the infamous Eternal Life Sect, reputed to be a cult formed by remnants of the previous dynasty. Recently, the Western State faced severe drought followed by earthquakes, leaving the populace in dire straits and resulting in 1 million displaced refugees, thereby fostering the rise of the Eternal Life Sect. The court had dispatched officials to suppress them, but the sheer number of refugees made it impossible, and the cultists blended among them, inciting rebellion against the authorities. Ultimately, the court had no choice but to close the borders connecting to the Western State. Additionally, according to him, a treasure will soon emerge in Falling Sunset Mountain, just outside Ningyan City. However, the specifics of this treasure remain unknown. He came to investigate its whereabouts. Treasure? Ying furrowed his brow at the written confession in his hand. Demons, cults, and remnants of the previous dynasty made Ningyan County feel as though it were on the brink of upheaval. He organized the information and dispatched it promptly to the prefect for his deliberation. "Yes, my lord." With that, Zhang Liang turned and departed. Signs of turmoil were already manifesting in this chaotic world. It seemed he must intensify his training. Tomorrow marked the end of the month. He wondered what treasure he might receive. Reflecting on this, Ying clasped his hands behind his back, gazing through the window at the waning moon in the night sky, awaiting the unfolding of events. Chapter 14. The 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. A gentle chime resonated. The end-of-month sign-in has commenced. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at the end of the month and receiving the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. Would you like to begin cultivating immediately? The 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, the ultimate skill of the Beggar's Sect, renowned as the foremost palm technique of unparalleled vigor and strength. The description was simple, yet its power was boundless. Indeed, the protagonist, who had traversed time, was blessed with fortune that rivaled none. How astonishing to receive the legendary 18 dragon-subduing palms. Reading the description filled Su Ying with elation. Although the techniques of the 18 dragon-subduing palms were simple, each strike possessed immeasurable power. The essence lay in harnessing energy effectively. With sheer palm strength, each strike could unleash a force akin to an avalanche. Moreover, this palm technique was particularly effective against flamboyant martial arts styles. Regardless of the enemy's deceptive techniques, a single strike of the 18 dragon-subduing palms would compel them to defend, thus neutralizing their moves. Most importantly, this technique was not limited by rank. A strong practitioner could dominate the world, while a weaker one would struggle to unleash its true power. Cultivate. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ying chose to begin his training. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the 18 dragon-subduing palms. Current level, first layer. You may spend 20 cultivation points to elevate your current level. First layer? Su Ying frowned slightly, puzzled by the system's classification. However, he had already mastered the profundities of the 18 dragon-subduing palms. With a thought, he heard the resounding roar of a dragon emanating from his palm. Simultaneously, his true energy coalesced into a twisting, writhing golden dragon shape in his palm. Yet, as he was indoors, he refrained from unleashing it, choosing instead to retract the energy. Otherwise, with his current cultivation level, a single palm strike would obliterate the walls. After practicing briefly in the courtyard, Su Ying returned to his room and retrieved the box sent by Lu Wan. The gold has already been bestowed upon Li Feng, the governor of Nanyang, and Su Ying believes he knows precisely how to proceed. Thus, Li Feng effectively serves as an ally whom Su Ying has never met. Any attempts at impeachment by others would be utterly futile. Of course, the bear ball strength pills remain. After distributing one to each of the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi, 16 are left. These valuable items, worth 1,000 taels each, can enhance a warrior's physical prowess while purifying their vital energies, rendering their bodies more refined. Without hesitation, Su Ying swallowed one. Feeling the immense potency within him, he activated the beaming divine art to begin the slow process of refinement. Meanwhile, within the Qingling gang, Lu Wan regarded the returning scout with a face clouded by discontent. According to his subordinates, the Lord has fully confessed in prison, and several individuals from Luoxia Mountain were personally eradicated by Su Ying. What of the slum situation? Reporting to the leader, on that day, Su Ying led a group to the Zhang family estate, lingered for a moment, then ordered Li Shan to return, taking 4 guards directly to the slums. So it is. You may leave now. Lu Wan waved his hand, his eyes filled with confusion. The whereabouts of Guanhua have always been shrouded in secrecy. Even he does not know the true hiding places. How did Su Ying discover it? Damn it, I had intended to keep you for several days. Yet you have forced my hand to this extent. How audacious. At that moment, Lu Wan angrily smashed a teacup onto the floor. Leader, what troubles you? A voluptuous woman in a yellow dress approached gracefully, directly massaging Lu Wan's shoulders. Are you still worried about that little county magistrate, Su Ying? Her voice was soft, yet laced with seduction, making one feel weak at the knees. Madam Huang, what do you think is the reason Su Ying did not attend our banquet, yet invited us? I am unaware, but you must be cautious about this banquet. Of course. Lu Wan rubbed his temples and leaned back, narrowing his eyes. The Qingling gang is my life's work. Now the useless eldest has been imprisoned, and the few from Luoxia Mountain have met untimely ends. All of this is brought about by that wretched Su Ying. Leader, you worry too much. Did not previous county magistrates also possess grand ambitions? Only to be subdued by you in the end? This young man is still inexperienced. With a few more sweet temptations, he should yield. It's not so simple. Lu Wan waved his hand, standing up with a cold smile. This lad is no fool. While he may appear youthful, he possesses considerable cunning. You must understand. He is a genuine scholar, having excelled in the imperial examinations. Do you think such a person could be simple-minded? Upon hearing this, Madame Huang was taken aback and secretly astonished. Lu Wan, known for his ruthless nature and cunning, seemed to harbor a hint of trepidation towards this new county magistrate. Oh, I have grown older and lack the former vigor. Lu Wan shook his head, reminiscing about his reckless days in gambling dens at 20. While this young man has already achieved the status of a county magistrate, why belittle yourself, leader? With your capabilities, governing a county is more than sufficient. Why fear a mere young lad? Lu Wan, taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Madame Huang, your words are truly remarkable, lifting one's spirits to the heavens. I shall look forward to your delightful tales tonight. Haha, splendid. Today, with such a good mood, why wait until night? Let us indulge now. With that, he swept Madame Huang, voluptuous and graceful, into his arms and strode towards the back hall. Soon, peals of laughter echoed from within. The next morning, at dawn, Su Ying awoke from his meditation. Noticing the remaining 3 bear bile strength pills, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly. After a night of cultivation, consuming a total of 13 pills had only elevated his realm by 1 level. Moreover, excessive consumption had led to a resistance developing within his body. At this point, these pills, which were of immense value to ordinary warriors, had become useless to Su Ying. For ghosts of Xiangxi, at your service. Upon his command, 4 figures appeared simultaneously. Receive my palm. With a mighty roar, a golden dragon shape surged from Su Ying's palm. Regret of the ardent dragon. The golden dragon energy expanded in the wind, quickly growing to several zhang in size, rearing its head and roaring as it charged toward the 4. The 4 ghosts of Xiangxi exchanged glances, a flicker of astonishment flashing in their eyes. As the palm struck, they felt there was no possibility of evasion, for the space around them was instantaneously sealed. Combine! Gu-Yi shouted, and the 4 aligned themselves in a straight line, pressing their hands against the back of the frontmost warrior. Their powers merged in an instant. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as Qing Ming true energy collided with the golden dragon form. The true energy surged like a tidal wave, spreading outward and causing the walls to crack thunderously. The 4 ghosts of Xiangxi were sent staggering back, the overwhelming force splitting them apart. Not bad. It seems your strength has increased once more, capable of withstanding my 5th-tier power. Su Ying praised. Master's divine skills are unparalleled. We are but humble servants. Enough, enough. You are all my trusted guards. Your strength brings me joy. Su Ying waved his hand and sat at the stone table, placing a stack of silver notes on the surface. Gu-Yi, take these silver notes, disguise yourself, and procure a batch of winter supplies to deliver to Bear Paw Peak. Understood. No need for doubt. There are 100 black-clad archers at Bear Paw Peak. Furthermore, tonight, bearing my command, take them down the mountain into the city. Yes, master. Once the 4 departed, Su Ying stood up, twirling the black jade ring on his thumb, squinting his eyes with a cold smile. Lu 1. I hope you do not disappoint me tonight. Chapter 15. A raise in payment that night, at the Drunken Immortal Tower, in the largest private room on the top floor. Lu 1. The leader of the Qinglang gang, Lu Lifeng, the head of the Lu family, along with notable figures from the Zhang and Li families, and various prominent merchants, had all gathered. Surrounded by a lavish feast of mountain delicacies and ocean treasures, the room was enveloped in an uneasy silence. They had invited Su Ying, yet he had not come, instead scheduling for 3 nights later. A banquet without joy. The sound of galloping hooves approached, and Su Ying, accompanied by 3 personal guards, dismounted gracefully. Holding a folding fan and clad in white garments, he would undoubtedly be deemed a handsome man, were it not for his position as County Magistrate. I have met Lord Su before. Please, ascend the stairs. Everyone has been waiting for quite some time. As Su Ying was about to step inside, Lu 1 and the others began to descend the stairs, exiting to greet him with cupped fists. It has been a few days. Lord Su appears truly majestic and striking. Leader Lu is too kind. Lord Su, please, come inside. Fine wine and delicacies have been prepared, and we shall not let you down. The innkeeper bowed and smiled. Given the presence of such prominent figures from Ningyan County, he could not afford to offend anyone. Subsequently, at the innkeeper's invitation, the group ascended the stairs, with Su Ying taking the lead. After some pleasantries, Su Ying took the seat of honor, with attendants pouring wine beside him. Lu Wen raised his glass first, saying, "Come, everyone, let us toast Lord Su." Su Ying nodded, taking a symbolic sip. After several rounds of wine and a variety of dishes, Su Ying couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. This feast must have cost at least 100 taels of silver, enough to sustain an ordinary family of 5 for an entire year. Yet here, it was merely a single meal. It was a pity that the beverages of this world were ultimately bland, lacking the rich and robust flavors of his previous life. To serve under Lord Su's governance is indeed a blessing accrued from past lives. Indeed, indeed. Master Su, in his youth, has already shown remarkable promise and is destined to ascend to the provincial government with ease. Henceforth, we shall rely on Master Su for our continued support. The crowd voiced their sentiments, raising glasses in honor of Su Ying, who graciously accepted their toasts. After approximately half an hour, once the pleasantries had subsided, Su Ying spoke up. As the year draws to a close, you are all prominent figures in this locality, each managing your own enterprises. I trust you have garnered considerable profits this year? Upon hearing his words, a sense of unease swept through the assembly as they exchanged furtive glances. Lu Wen chuckled heartily, slightly bowing. Thanks to His Majesty's benevolence, the people live in peace. Coupled with Master Su's adept governance of Ningyan County, our businesses have indeed thrived. Indeed, Without Master Su's intervention in eradicating the bandits in Luoxiao Mountain, we would not have dared to venture out. Master Su, despite your youth, you have swiftly vanquished the mountain bandits, winning the hearts of the people. At that moment, Su Ying casually twisted the jade ring on his finger and continued with a smile. Ladies and gentlemen, the county office is currently in dire straits, unable even to pay the constable's wages. Particularly, the Ningyang prison has not been repaired for 15 years. The reason I have gathered you here today is twofold: to foster acquaintance among us to avert any unnecessary disputes in the future, and to propose a modest request for your financial support in refurbishing the county jail. What do you think? Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. It was merely this matter. However, before they could fully process it, Su Ying continued with a smile. Naturally, the refurbishment of the county jail entails a degree of confidentiality. So I have deliberated that your contributions should be financial only. As his words echoed, the crowd felt a cold disdain rise within them. Indeed, this was typical of previous county magistrates, always circling around to procure funds. Refurbishing the jail? Are you attempting to deceive us? Master Su, to be candid, while this year has been relatively prosperous, the profits are regrettably low, particularly due to the frequent bandit incursions from Luoxiao Mountain. Yes, Master Su, this year has been somewhat smooth, but we have not truly made any money. Each person lamented their plight, as though encountering a benevolent deity. Observing their discontent, a smirk crept across Su Ying's face. How amusing. They are attempting to feign innocence. He then clapped his hands and shifted his gaze to Lu Wan. Leader Lu, your Qinglang gang oversees 13 streets, including gambling dens and brothels. Each month, you also collect protection fees from all the establishments, 145 shops in total, each contributing 10 taels monthly, amounting to 450 taels. Adding your other enterprises, you surely amass at least 8,000 taels annually. With a crack, Lu Wan's grip tightened, shattering his wine cup as his expression darkened. 8,000 taels. That is an understatement. The others looked on, astonished. They had not anticipated Su Ying to possess such intimate knowledge of the Qinglang gang's operations. Had he begun his investigations on his very first day? And Leader Lu, your mines and jade trade must be quite lucrative as well, contributing several thousand taels each year. And let us not forget the human trafficking and extortion. I have conducted a preliminary investigation, and it appears that Ningyang County has seen a staggering number of cases this year, potentially yielding tens of thousands in profits. At this juncture, Su Ying's gaze darkened, sweeping across the assembly. What, then, is the intention of Master Su? How much does he desire? Lu Wan inhaled deeply, his countenance grim, and asked slowly, how much do you think it will cost for the refurbishment of the county office? Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances. This seemingly harmless scholar was, in fact, a formidable lion in disguise. He was bold in his demands. As for the others, I shall ensure that the Qinglang gang contributes 100 taels to Master Su monthly. What say you? 100 taels? Su Ying's lips curled into a cold smile. Leader Lu, you earn 10,000 taels a month, yet you offer merely 100 to me? Do you take me for a beggar? Furthermore, refurbishing the jail is a public matter. It is imperative to capture those bandits to prevent their escape. Do you not wish to invest in your own safety? Moreover, I do not seek your money for my own sake, but rather to facilitate your affairs with your own funds. Lu Wan and the crowd were taken aback, realizing the audacity of Su Ying's demands. The thickness of his skin could rival that of a city wall, impervious even to the mightiest of warriors. Pray tell, Master Su, what then is your intention? 100 taels is certainly insufficient. As Su Ying spoke, he lightly tapped the table, each sound resonating as if striking their very hearts. My officers have calculated that not only does the jail require refurbishment, but the county office as well, both of which are dilapidated. In total, we will require at least 10,000 taels annually. Thus, we must increase the contributions. Increase the contributions? In an instant, the crowd froze, disbelief etched on their faces as they gazed at Su Ying. 10,000 taels a year, and in gold no less. You truly are our rival. You can extort even more viciously than the most ruthless mountain bandits. What say you, gentlemen? At this juncture, Su Ying rose slowly, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded them all. Are you unwilling to comply? Is a direct refusal your answer? 10,000 taels a year, and gold at that. Even sharing the burden among us is excessively burdensome. Perhaps Master Su should seek others to refurbish the jail. Indeed, how little do we earn in a year? To demand 10,000 taels is absolutely impossible. Very well. If you refuse, I shall have no choice but to apprehend all of you and seize your assets. With that, Su Ying smiled coldly, clapping his hands as his subordinate, Gue Air, produced a signal arrow. He approached the window and promptly released it. With a sharp sound akin to an eagle's cry, a brilliant firework ascended into the sky. Master Su, are you summoning the useless constables from the county office? Lu Wen slowly rose, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he addressed Su Ying. 50 of my Qingling gang's best men are surrounding us right now. If you wish to avoid mutual destruction, Su Ying scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at him. Who do you think you are? As his words fell, the ground trembled slightly, the sound of galloping hooves echoing from afar. The crowd turned to see 100 men in black attire, riding black steeds, approaching swiftly. Leading them was a guard who had been at Su Ying's side. This formidable 100-man squad, clad in black, emanated a palpable aura of menace, effectively surrounding the entire Zui Xianlu. These are the Black Arrow team under my command, each a master at the 9th level of acquired abilities, with the leader possessing innate skills at the 4th or 5th level. Each is equipped with long knives and powerful crossbows, capable of taking on 10 opponents single-handedly. At this point, Su Ying smiled faintly, surveying the assembly before addressing them. Ladies and gentlemen, may we now sit down and engage in a proper discussion? Chapter 16. Who is not paid? The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. The crowd had never anticipated that Su Ying would act so unpredictably, surrounding the entire Zui Xianlu without warning. To refuse means death? Master Su, do you not think this is excessive? Lu Wen asked slowly, his face darkened. Excessive? Su Ying responded with a cold smile. I may be excessive, but I cannot compare to any of you. Kidnapping, extortion, seizing land and property, colluding with bandits, plotting to harm others, running underground fighting rings, and providing usury. None of you are without guilt. Now that I have arrived, it is time to establish my regulations. Master Su, your demands are vast and audacious. Are you not afraid of biting off more than you can chew? Lu Wen, I am the official, and you are the citizen. It is akin to the relationship between a tiger and a sheep. The tiger shall always feast upon the sheep. The official stated that he hoped to see their sincerity by tomorrow morning, or else he would proceed with confiscating their properties. And with that, he rose and departed. Lu, as the backbone of our group, what shall we do next? Please guide us, the others implored. Indeed, Lu, we are all ears, they echoed. Certainly. Lu is resourceful and must have a solution, they asserted. Meanwhile, Lu Wen sat in silence, his expression dark and brooding. The implication of Su Ying's words was abundantly clear. It all boiled down to a matter of money. If they failed to pay, their properties would be seized. Lu was acutely aware that Su Ying possessed substantial evidence against them, and it was undeniably damning. This matter will be discussed later, Lu Wen said, rubbing his temples in distress. As for Su Ying, he had already returned to the county office with the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi, while the Black Arrow team resumed their position at Xiongzhang Peak. My lord, since we've made our move, why not sweep them all away? Guei questioned with curiosity. Su Ying had summoned everyone and called upon the Black Arrow team. Why not take the opportunity to eliminate them all? Not yet, but the time is approaching. Tomorrow morning. Record who arrives with money and who does not. Then proceed with the confiscation. Yes, my lord. Guei pondered for a moment and then asked. What about those who bring money? Search starting from the Qingling gang based on the severity of their crimes. As for the pretext, we shall label them as remnants of the fallen dynasty and practitioners of the Longxing Tian evil cult. Understood, my lord. Simultaneously, at the headquarters of the Qingling gang, Lu Wen gazed at the multitude of hall masters below. Su Ying demands an annual tribute of 10,000 taels of gold, which means we each must contribute 3,000 taels. Did you agree to this, leader? One hall master tentatively inquired. If they agreed, it would imply that the Qingling gang was merely working for Su Ying from this point forward, which they were loath to accept. No, Lu Wen replied, taking a deep breath. However, he has only granted us until tomorrow morning. If the money is not ready, he may take action against us. Damn it, this is outrageous. Let us fight back. Indeed, what is he but a mere county magistrate? Let us eliminate him. Yes, we can always flee to Shizhou. The chaos there might be more favorable than our current situation. The crowd erupted in heated dialogue, each voice rising in indignation. To sever their financial lifeline was akin to murdering their kin. Su Ying was not merely asking for money, he was outright robbing them. As those who risked their lives daily, how could they endure such treatment? Leader, shall we send the money tomorrow? No. Lu Wen laughed coldly. I refuse to believe that Su Ying would dare to harm me. If it comes to it, we will perish together. Losing a county magistrate is no great loss. Agreed. Let us do it, no payment. The group decided. Once everyone departed, Lu Wen entered a room in the inner hall. Esteemed envoy, is it truly as you say, that there is no trouble? Initially, Lu Wen had considered using money to settle the matter, but it now seemed that Su Ying was resolutely intent on taking them down. Just then, the third disciple of the snake demon from the Longxing Tian came to inquire about the death of Gui Yuan's incarnation and directly instructed Lu Wen not to send money. It is already certain that my junior brother Gui Yuan is imprisoned within the county jail. Anyone daring to harm those of Longxing Tian will meet their end. The speaker, clad in black robes, appeared emaciated, with a ghostly complexion, resembling a specter. He was Gui Yuanji, the third disciple of the snake demon among the 12 lords of Longxing Tian. What are your plans, esteemed lord? Shall we break him out of prison? You need not concern yourself with that. Just manage that fellow for a few days. As for rescuing my junior brother, I will decide that myself. Understood, my lord. Now, I require 10 martial artists. Select 10 and bring them to me. At once. The following morning, as dawn broke, numerous horse-drawn carriages passed through the county gates. Some bore small boxes, while others transported large iron chests. Each party announced their names before carrying their loads into the county office. At the entrance, Gui inquired and meticulously recorded each entry. By midday, the influx had concluded. Esteemed lord, everyone who could come has arrived. Who has not sent money? Reporting. The Qinglang gang and the Lu family, Gui noted, reviewing the ledger. Only those two. Such a small number. I had intended to seize properties from at least 10 families today. According to Su Ying's plan, these individuals should have failed to deliver the promised funds. However, apart from the Qinglang gang, everyone else complied. Su Ying pondered, stroking his chin. Have the Black Arrow team returned? They are waiting outside the city, my lord. Good. Send the signal. Li Shan, here, your subordinate is present. Gather all the constables and prepare the shackles and chains. Where does the lord intend to go? To confiscate properties. Of course. Confiscate? Whose properties? Is it the Lu family? Realizing, Li Shan immediately rushed out, calling for all to assemble. Everyone, gather at once. All of you. With Li Shan's commanding shout, the constables quickly assembled, while some officials prepared shackles and other tools of restraint. At the entrance, Su Ying observed the fully gathered Black Arrow team and several dozen constables and officials without turning his head, asking Zhang Liang, have you dispersed the news as instructed? Yes, my lord, it was disseminated early this morning, Zhang Liang replied, his eyes filled with admiration. Earlier that day, Su Ying had approached him to spread the confirmed evidence of collusion between the Qinglang gang and remnants of the fallen dynasty throughout the city. They would begin taking individuals in the afternoon. At the time, Zhang Liang had been somewhat perplexed, but now he understood. Once the news spread, both the Qinglang gang and the Lu family would undoubtedly grow suspicious. If they fled, it would confirm their collusion with the remnants. If they stayed, they would be trapped like fish in a net. In any case, Zhang Liang had witnessed Su Ying's adeptness in fabricating accusations and reversing the truth. With Lu Wu's testimony and the bandit letter from Luoxia Mountain, the Qinglang gang and the Lu family were undoubtedly doomed. Mission issued. Eliminate the Qinglang gang and apprehend the remnants of the fallen dynasty. Mission reward. Collective enhancement of the cultivation levels of the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi and the Black Arrow team. What a formidable power this golden finger is. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Su Ying waved his hand decisively. Split into 2 teams. One team heads to the Lu family to capture individuals, while the other proceeds to the headquarters of the Qinglang gang. Any who resist shall be dealt with ruthlessly. With his command, the Black Arrow team and the constables, led by Su Ying, divided into 2 groups to commence their operations. Chapter 17. You are doomed, I assure you. The headquarters of the Qinglang gang was situated on East Street, near the Wujiang River, Ningyan County, located in the southwestern corner. Thrived due to its proximity to the Luoxia mountain range and the Wujiang River flowing through the city. Following the Wujiang River north, one could reach the state capital via waterways. Thus, Ningyan City was considered quite prosperous. The Qinglang gang's grand estate was constructed alongside the Wujiang River, featuring a vast courtyard with 5 entrances. The entrance boasted a bright red door, flanked by stone lions, with 8 sharp-eyed gang members vigilantly observing passers-by. In stark contrast to the shabby county office, it was a world apart. My lord, this is where Lu Wen resides. Zhang Liang indicated the expansive compound. Zhang, how many times has the county office relocated in Ningyang's history? Su Ying inquired, gazing at the large estate in the distance with a casual tone. Relocated? Zhang Liang paused, taken aback by the question. After a moment of thought, he replied, I have reviewed the local annals. Ningyang City was established by the former dynasty of Dezhou to fend off the southwestern barbarians. For approximately 13 centuries, the relocation of the county office has never occurred, as the elder mentioned. Very well, starting tomorrow, this residence shall serve as the new county office. Summon the guards. With a cold chuckle, Su Ying commanded, and immediately a constable stepped forward, shouting, Where is Lu Wan, the leader of the Qinglang gang? The county magistrate has arrived. Hasten to welcome him. Upon hearing this, a gang member at the door hurried over with a forced smile. I pay my respects to Lord Su. Our leader is not present. May I ask what matters require such a grand display? Not present. Su Ying, perched atop his horse, looked down with authority. It seems he has fled. I possess irrefutable evidence that Lu Wan, the leader of the Qinglang gang, has colluded with mountain bandits to plot against the previous county magistrate. Furthermore, I suspect remnants of the former dynasty lurk within your ranks. Come forth, arrest him. Anyone who dares resist shall be charged with treason and executed without mercy. Understood. With that, all constables surrounded the headquarters of the Qinglang gang, leaving no escape route. The black-clad archers unsheathed their swords, advancing menacingly toward the grand estate. You cannot enter. You cannot. Before the protest could finish, a scream echoed as a head rolled to the ground. Inside the inner chamber, Lu Wan was seated at a round table, enjoying a meal when a figure burst in, rolling and scrambling. Leader, dire news. Lord Su has stormed in with his men. What? Lu Wan's expression shifted in disbelief. Rising abruptly, he had never anticipated Su Ying's swiftness in executing a raid. Gather all gang members. Kill them. A bounty of 10 taels for each who slays an enemy. As he spoke, Lu Wan grabbed the tiger-headed broadsword hanging behind him and charged out. Lord Su, what is the meaning of this? Is it because I did not send you money that you resort to robbery? Upon exiting the hall, he encountered Lu Wan, sword in hand, with a dark expression. Robbery? Leader Lu, you overthink. I am a paragon of integrity, cherishing my people like my own children, and I never engage in illicit activities. Su Ying's tone shifted as he coldly remarked, Yet you, colluding with mountain bandits and conspiring against the previous county magistrate. I now suspect you are a remnant of the former dynasty. Come back with me to the county office. Upon hearing this, Lu Wan's expression changed drastically. According to the laws of the current dynasty, anyone colluding with remnants of the former regime could be executed first and reported later. Even if there was an overreach, there would be no fault. However, it was also true that most remnants were followers of the evil sect, and colluding with such was punishable by extermination of their entire family. What? You do not accept this? Su Ying smirked. Leader Lu, I have warned you repeatedly. Regrettably, you squandered your opportunities. Lu Wu has already provided detailed accounts, and I possess letters confirming your collusion with bandits to murder the former county magistrate. You are doomed. No one can save you. Lu Wan gritted his teeth, seething with rage. Su Ying, do not slander me. You claim to have evidence. Could it not be a forgery? Forgery? Su Ying scoffed, his gaze icy. What if it were? If I say you are guilty, then you are, regardless. Come forth and seize him. Anyone who defies this order will be treated as a collaborator with the remnants of the former dynasty and executed on the spot. His voice rang clear and strong, an invisible aura of menace overwhelming the scene. Su Ying, you force my hand. If you seek my death, I shall ensure your demise as well. Kill them. 10 taels for every life. Lu Wan bellowed, drawing his long sword and launching himself into the air, striking down at Su Ying without hesitation. Simultaneously, the black-clad archers engaged in fierce combat with the Qinglang gang members, causing chaos to erupt. You insolent brat, I have cultivated the tiger roar divine technique. Today you shall learn why I have dominated Ningyan for 20 years. With a thunderous clash, Lu Wan's long sword struck Su Ying's golden shield. The force of the blade and shield shattered simultaneously. You are but a frog at the bottom of a well, unaware of the vast world. Today, I shall show you the price of offending me. With that, Su Ying leaped onto his horse, soaring into the air. As he ascended, a dozen golden energy beams shot forth. Lu Wan snorted, swinging his sword in a flurry, deflecting the oncoming energy beams. Meanwhile, Su Ying employed the wave step technique, moving like a specter, creating numerous afterimages as he charged toward Lu Wan. Is this all you can do? Lu Wan sneered, the tiger roar technique surging through him, manifesting a fierce tiger that roared with might. Is that so? A mere 5th-level innate practitioner dares to act recklessly before me? You know not what you speak. As he finished, Su Ying raised his palm. A roar echoed throughout the arena, followed by the emergence of a golden dragon shape coalescing behind him. The first stance of the 18 dragon-subduing palms, the dragon soars with regret. This unparalleled technique was unleashed in full force, casting an awe-inspiring aura that enveloped the area. Even the fierce tiger behind Lu Wan faltered, and the space seemed to still. What? The transcendent realm. How is this possible? Lu Wan exclaimed in shock and fury, never expecting Su Ying to possess such power. No wonder he had acted so arrogantly, disregarding everyone. A transcendent at such a young age was an unrivaled genius anywhere. With a roar, the golden dragon surged forth, colliding with the fierce tiger, causing it to dissipate in a wail. The overwhelming force shattered Lu Wen's sword, and he staggered, blood spewing forth as he was sent flying backward. Is this the extent of your abilities? Su Ying mocked, leaping once more to strike at Lu Wen. The dragon soared through the sky. Despite Lu Wen's desperate attempt to unleash his energy, the might of the 18 dragon-subduing palms crushed him. His chest caved in, blood erupting from his mouth as he crashed through the wall below. Prepare to meet your end, Su Ying sneered, not allowing Lu Wen a moment to recover before unleashing another powerful strike. Yet, at that moment, a shadow flickered, and a pitch-black handprint collided with Su Ying's golden palm. The two palms met, and a tempest of energy erupted, tearing up the stone floor beneath them. What a formidable technique! The black-clad man felt overwhelmed, retreating step by step, each impact shattering the ground beneath him. Seizing the opportunity, he grabbed Lu Wen and launched himself skyward, racing toward the city outskirts. Trying to flee? Su Ying chuckled, employing the wave step technique to pursue with the swiftness of lightning. Chapter 18. Rapid advancement. Lu Wen, held by the black-robed figure, coughed blood incessantly. Having endured Su Ying's powerful strikes, his meridians were shattered, leaving him on the brink of death. Lu Wen, your demise is imminent. Quickly tell me the location of the treasures belonging to your family in the falling Sunset Mountains. The black-robed figure raced toward the falling Sunset Mountains with Lu Wen in tow. Help me. Otherwise, I will not divulge anything. Lu Wen's face was deathly pale, blood oozing from his mouth. Very well, I shall save you. However, if you remain silent, I will personally extract your soul. In response, the black-robed figure shoved a crimson pill into Lu Wen's mouth. Moments later, Lu Wen's ghostly pallor began to regain some color. This is the nether blood pill. It will keep you alive for 3 days. If you do not speak, do not blame my ruthlessness. As Xiangxi spoke, he consumed a pill for himself. Having just exchanged a palm strike with Su, he found his internal energy nearly on the brink of collapse, resulting in significant internal injuries. At this moment, although Xiangxi held Lu Wen, his pace did not falter. He transformed into a fleeting shadow and sprinted towards the falling Sunset Mountain. A sense of dread washed over him. The young man was closing in. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a ghostly figure pursuing him, and his expression changed drastically. It was none other than Su, who was in hot pursuit. Should Lu Wen escape, his system task would be deemed a failure, and the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi along with the 100-strong black-clad archers would miss the opportunity for collective advancement. Moreover, with Lu Wen's numerous misdeeds, there was no room for mercy. He had to strike decisively and ensure he did not get away. The two raced forward, reaching the falling Sunset Mountains in the blink of an eye. The forest was blanketed in white snow, with dead branches and fallen leaves covering the ground. Yet they glided through without leaving a trace on the snow. You cannot escape. Surrender willingly, Su sneered from behind. Although the Lingbo Weibo technique was not renowned for speed, it was more than adequate for chasing the two. In mere moments, Su was only a few dozen paces away from Xiangxi. Die! Suddenly, Su shouted, leaping into the air with a force that sent the accumulated snow beneath him flying like a curtain. He broke through this curtain, dashing towards Xiangxi like a bolt of lightning. With a roar, a thunderous dragon's cry echoed through the air. As the swirling snow coalesced into a snow dragon several yards long, it raised its head and roared, twisting its body as it charged at Xiangxi. Wherever the snow dragon passed, towering trees were shattered into splinters. The violent force pushed the snow on the ground aside. Aiming ghost hand. Xiangxi, both alarmed and furious, cast Lu Wen aside without a second thought and turned to unleash a palm strike. A green ghostly hand, half a meter in diameter, collided with the snow dragon, flattening the surrounding forest for dozens of meters. Xiangxi staggered, his complexion turning crimson. He suppressed a mouthful of blood, but moments later, he swallowed a crimson pill. Taking medicine in the heat of battle? Su sneered, as he deftly executed the Lingbo Weibo technique, unleashing a flurry of diamond-like strikes around Xiangxi. Lingbo Weibo. Invincible in close combat. Its essence could be summed up in one word: speed. Xiangxi could barely defend himself. He was like a living target against Su's relentless assault. Although he was a third-tier master in the transcending profound realm, he was not supposed to be so utterly outmatched. Unfortunately, having taken a palm strike from Su earlier to save Lu Wen had disrupted his internal energy flow. Thus, after several dozen exchanges, he began to falter. This is not good. Xiangxi struggled to hold on, his face growing increasingly ashen. If this continued, he would be worn down by Su. Realizing this, Xiangxi gathered his strength, bracing himself to endure a palm strike from Su. Simultaneously, he concentrated all his internal energy into his right hand. Aiming great hand seal. Gue Ying bellowed. His internal energy erupted, and a massive blue hand surged towards Su like a tidal wave, enveloping the area in a malevolent aura that sent the snow on the ground flying backward. Su scoffed and slightly retreated. Before the palm strike could reach him, he unleashed a palm of his own. With a resonating dragon's roar, their palms met. Two formidable forces clashed, releasing an energy so potent it could shatter stone, obliterating trees that were thick enough for 3 to 5 men to embrace. Blood spewed from Gue Ying's mouth, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. "You're my power." Suddenly, he felt his internal energy surging uncontrollably into Su's body, losing nearly a third of it in an instant. He was simultaneously terrified and furious, but there was Su, smirking with a chilling grin, leaving him utterly astonished. "The bloodthirsty demonic art. You are actually practicing the bloodthirsty demonic art." The terrifying siphoning force sent Gue Ying into a panic. "Are we the wicked ones? Or are you the wicked one? Our Xiangxi Tian doesn't possess such a nefarious demonic skill. Aren't you the county magistrate? How could a magistrate possibly practice demonic arts?" "Wrong. This official practices the biming divine art." As soon as the words left his lips, Su focused his mind once more, voraciously absorbing Gue Ying's energy to replenish his own. His body gradually grew weak, his skin shriveling like that of an ancient pine tree, his hair turning ashen. Moments later, Su drained him completely and carelessly tossed him aside like refuse. Fifth tier of the transcending, profound realm. A meteoric rise. Su stood still, gradually calming the agitated energy within him. After a while, when the biming energy completely consumed Gue Ying's aiming energy, he finally opened his eyes. The biming divine art truly was formidable, seemingly even more so than the legend suggested. Could it be due to the nature of this world? Su pondered. Whether it was the 18 dragons subduing palms or the biming divine art, he felt they were more potent than the tales recounted. He surmised it must be due to the abundant vital energy in this world. "Who exactly are you?" Gue Ying lay slumped on the ground, appearing decades older. He stared at Su, terror evident in his eyes. "This official is the magistrate of Ningyang County, named Su Ying, styled Jia Qian, with the sobriquet of the home invader." "Oh, do not wonder why you have not heard this name. It is one I have just recently bestowed upon myself. Now tell me, are there any more prodigies from Xiangxi Tian within Ningyang City? What are you plotting here? Speak, and I may grant you a merciful end in accordance with humanitarian principles." "You." As Gue Ying spoke, black blood suddenly seeped from the corner of his mouth. Su was taken aback, and by the time he rushed to him, he was already lifeless. "Damn it. Did you forget to stuff a steel ball in your mouth?" Shaking his head, Su kicked Gue Ying's corpse aside and turned his gaze slowly towards the half-dead Lu Wen before him. Chapter 19. The Joy of Home Invasion. You would not understand in the forest. Lu Wen leaned against a large tree, his complexion pale. Su stood before him, his expression devoid of emotion. "Lu Wen, you should be aware of your fate. I hope you can tell me what you know, and I will grant you a swift end." "Swift end?" Lu Wen forced a smile at this. "Had it not been for you, I would still be the leader of the Qinglang gang and the underground power in Ningyang City. Your arrival has disrupted everything." After a pause, he suddenly looked up, a trace of a bitter smile creeping onto his lips. "At this juncture, I believe you and I can strike a bargain." "What bargain?" "You, a man on the verge of death, have no standing to negotiate with me." Cough, cough. "I know I am destined to die, but I still harbor the desire to survive. I am willing to exchange the secret of my Lu family's treasures for a chance at life." "Treasures?" Su's interest was piqued. When he had captured Gue Yuanhua and interrogated him in prison, he had indeed heard some rumors about treasures. However, Su had not anticipated that this so-called treasure was related to the Lu family. "Speak, then." "It is said that our Lu family's ancestor was a palace guard in the previous dynasty, and he was the personal protector of the favored concubine of the emperor of the underworld. Later, when the founding emperor vanquished the holy capital and overthrew the great Zhou, the concubine perished alongside the emperor, leaving behind a treasured item with my ancestor before her death. This item is rumored to contain clues about one of the 3 great national martial arts of the great Zhou." At this point, Lu Wen forced himself to catch his breath. The indestructible golden body, the great Zhou star-refining chi technique, and the 10,000 spirits returning to origin technique. It is said that the clue my ancestor brought out pertains to the indestructible golden body. The indestructible golden body. Su furrowed his brow. Regarding this name, he had indeed heard it from the mouth of the storyteller. It is one of the 3 supreme martial arts of the former Great Zhou dynasty, reputed to be the unparalleled technique for body refinement in the world. Indeed, it is the indestructible golden body. At this point, Even the dying Lu Wen revealed a glimmer of desire in his eyes. The indestructible golden body is the foremost technique for body refinement, classified among the top-tier celestial level arts. Once cultivated, one's vital energy becomes robust, enduring, and boundless. Furthermore, with each level attained, one's strength increases by a dragon's might. When perfected, it grants the ability to be reborn from a drop of blood, rendering the body immortal and capable of shattering divine weapons with bare hands. Coughing, Lu Wen continued to bleed from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, he was utterly exhausted. So, where exactly lies the clue? This must be one of the reasons why Xiangxi Tian sought your Lu family, right? Indeed. Lu Wen nodded. After feigning death in the imperial palace, our ancestor journeyed south to Ningyan City. To conceal his identity, he adopted a new name and hid the clue within the Laoxiao Mountain. Laoxiao Mountain? Su Ying slightly furrowed his brow. Indeed. The exact location is known to no one, but there exists a map within the Lu family. Before our ancestor passed away, he left behind a saying, reflect in solitude, for loyalty and righteousness can never coexist. The tiger roars in the heavens. Will one achieve the indestructible golden body in the next life? Is there anything else? No, I have divulged all that I know. I hope that Lord Su can spare my life. However, before he could finish, a golden, arcane force pierced through his brow. A true path to the underworld is what I offer you. Shaking his head, Su Ying turned and approached the body of Gui Yuanji. Moments later, a golden silk pouch appeared in his hand. By the heavens, do cultists truly possess such wealth? The pouch was no larger than a palm. Yet it was filled to the brim with the finest gold notes of the great Xia. Each note was worth 100 taels, totaling 50 notes, 5,000 taels of gold. A sudden fortune overnight. Alas, no martial arts manuals were found. The Lu family has stood in Ningyan City for 130 years. Established only at the fall of the former Great Zhou dynasty, yet his words cannot be entirely trusted. If the guard possessed clues to the indestructible golden body, why did he not retrieve it personally? Shaking his head, Su Ying scanned the surroundings, finding no anomalies, and with a swift motion, vanished like a shadow. Yet, not long after his departure, a stunning woman clad in a black gauze dress, holding a long sword, slowly emerged. She gazed at the two corpses on the ground and at Su Ying's departing figure, her delicate brows furrowing, lost in thought. Within the Lu family residence, Su Ying lounged comfortably in a recliner, observing the bustling constables. They were either transporting various iron boxes or moving a peculiar assortment of items. Under Zhang Liang's meticulous record-keeping, they were busily engaged. The joy of confiscation is something you cannot comprehend. Box after box of gold, jewelry, precious antiques, and various elixirs and rare materials were all being unearthed and displayed within the courtyard before Su Ying. Beside him, Zhang Liang held a ledger, diligently cataloging the items as they were extracted. After about half an hour, he reported, "My lord, please peruse this. The items confiscated from the Lu family and the Qinglang gang are all listed here." As Zhang Liang spoke, he respectfully extended the ledger towards Su Ying. Nodding, Su Ying took it and began to flip through its pages. To his astonishment, he discovered that the combined haul from the Lu family and the Qinglang gang amounted to a staggering 182,000 taels of gold and 320,000 taels of silver. Furthermore, the estimated value of the jewelry, antiques, and various elixirs was around 100,000 taels. Thus, the total confiscation amounted to an astounding 222,000 taels of silver. Moreover, there are some property deeds and land contracts, which I have yet to appraise but estimate will yield several tens of thousands more. Ah, the people's wealth, all of it. These parasites of Ningyan County are the worst. I have always despised such individuals, more detestable than corrupt officials. When the opportunity arises, I shall certainly petition His Majesty to deliver a triple strike upon these corrupt officials and these parasites. Su Ying clutched the ledger tightly, lamenting deeply. Your words ring true. My lord, were it not for you, these parasites would have plundered even more of the people's wealth, wreaking havoc upon the common folk. Indeed, you speak wisely. Su Ying nodded slightly, glancing at the ledger once more. Suddenly, he shifted the topic and inquired, "However, I am somewhat versed in arithmetic. Yet I cannot shake the feeling that there is something amiss with your ledger." Amiss? Zhang Liang's heart raced, and he quickly donned an expression of panic. My lord, I have calculated thrice. I am absolutely sure I have not erred a single tael. No, you are mistaken. Su Ying's expression grew stern as he took the brush from Zhang Liang's hand and made a few strokes in the ledger. Zhang Liang's mouth twitched upon seeing Su Ying strike through the total of 222,000 taels, rewriting it to read as a shared amount. Zhang Xianxing. This figure is now correct. Su Ying shot him a glance, speaking with indifference. Zhang Liang was taken aback, his eyes wide as saucers, appearing utterly dazed. Finally, he slowly lowered his head, responding, "Yes, my lord, I have been somewhat sleep-deprived lately, and indeed miscalculated." Then, with a slight tremor in his fingers, he wrote in the ledger, "Upon review and calculation, the combined assets of the Liu family and the Qinglang gang total 220,000 taels. Well, now that the counting is complete, report it immediately," Su Ying said, stretching his body contentedly, causing a series of popping sounds throughout. "Have all the suspects been apprehended?" "Yes, my lord, Captain Li, along with the constables and the black-clad archers, have arrested all individuals associated with the Qinglang gang and the Liu family. However, due to the sheer number of them, the prison is somewhat overcrowded. Over 200 people were apprehended at once, and the county jail already housed many prisoners, leading to considerable overcrowding. I see. This was an oversight on my part. It seems it is time to renovate and expand the county jail." Su Ying furrowed his brow slightly, standing still as contemplation crossed his features. Moments later, he took the ledger from Zhang Liang once more and made another stroke. 112,000 taels. Now that truly seems correct. Having said this, he left behind a bewildered Zhang Liang and departed. It was only at this moment that he fully understood why Su Ying was so fond of seizing others' wealth. Chapter 20. Ancestral clue. The Liu family estate was vast, and Su Ying had already resolved to relocate the county office here once his affairs were settled. However, the specifications and various configurations of the county office would need considerable renovation, a matter that could not be rushed. Of course, it had been due to a lack of funds that the prison had remained unrepaired for 15 years. Now that money was available, a complete overhaul was in order. "My lord, just now I led those black-clad archers, and as we walked, they suddenly halted. Would you believe it?" Li Shan, walking beside Su Ying, exclaimed in shock. They all broke through at once. Just thinking about this left Li Shan feeling as though he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Talents are not uncommon, and Li Shan had seen them before, such as the present Su Ying, but who had ever witnessed 100 individuals achieving breakthroughs simultaneously? Li Shan had never even dreamt of such a bizarre occurrence. "Captain Li, there is no need for astonishment. In a few days, when you become the county captain, it will feel even more dreamlike, won't it?" Su Ying turned and smiled gently at Li Shan. "My lord, you jest. County captain? Me?" Li Shan stood frozen in place, a look of disbelief plastered on his face. He pointed at himself. "My lord, are you promoting me to county captain? Is that not permissible?" Su Ying replied, hands clasped behind his back, surveying him from head to toe. Despite Li Shan being somewhat cunning, he was fundamentally a constable and, on the whole, a decent person in Su Ying's eyes. "Thank you for your patronage, my lord." From this moment onwards, however, Li Shan's words of loyalty were abruptly interrupted by Su Ying. "Enough. Such sentiments need not be elaborated. From now on, I shall judge you solely by your actions." "Yes, my lord. I shall not disappoint you." "Very well. Tomorrow morning, I will dispatch someone to the county town to deliver the confiscation document. The gold and silver acquired shall be escorted by you personally, accompanied by 2 of the 4 ghosts. Additionally, I have instructed Zhang Liang to draft the recommendation letter for your promotion to county lieutenant. Once it bears the official seal, you shall deliver it to Lord Li Feng of Nanyang County. Remember, until the document is in Lord Li's hands, no one is allowed to open it." "Understood, my lord. I will see to it. Now come with me. By the way, is there anything peculiar about the Liu family?" As they walked, Su Ying inquired without turning his head. Li Shan shook his head slightly, a look of confusion on his face. "Peculiar? I am not quite certain. I have only visited the Liu family twice, both times in the outer courtyard. However, I have heard that there is a hall of loyalty and righteousness within their estate, which may house their ancestral martial arts. The tigers roar divine skill, a superior inner cultivation method of the mysterious tier. The hall of loyalty and righteousness? Let us take a look." With that, Su Ying found a servant of the Liu family to guide them towards the inner residence. Moments later, they arrived at a structure reminiscent of an ancestral hall. After opening the rusted iron lock, Su Ying and Li Shan stepped inside. The hall of loyalty and righteousness appeared exceedingly dilapidated. The yard was paved with ancient, rustic blue bricks, overrun with weeds, indicating it had long been neglected. The walls were mottled, with many areas cracked. "Please, my lord," Li Shan gestured ahead. And soon they stood before the hall. Upon closer inspection, they found only a painting of the tiger's roar on the opposite wall. Aside from that, the place was bare. Su Ying used his eye of insight to observe, but found nothing unusual. It is said that the ancestors of the Liu family were once guards in the imperial palace of the previous dynasty. However, I believe this is merely self-aggrandizement. Li Shan scoffed, a look of disdain upon his face. The Emperor of the Ghosts was foolish, easily swayed by treacherous courtiers, which plunged the common people into misery. Yet, the founding emperor, a mere commoner, rose from obscurity, overthrew the great Zhou, and saved the populace. Unfortunately, after a mere 130 years of prosperity, remnants of the previous dynasty are once again stirring. Standing before the hall of loyalty and righteousness, he reminisced, sighing softly. Ying nodded slightly, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes as he regarded Li Shan. I did not expect you to be aware of such matters. Li Shan scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Hee, my lord, please do not laugh at me. My precious daughter shares these tales with me upon her return. You have a daughter? Ying responded, momentarily taken aback. I thought you were a bachelor like me. To be honest with you, my lord, I married and had a child at 17. Alas, my wife died during childbirth, leaving only my daughter and me to rely on one another. I have painstakingly raised my girl, and fortunately, she has thrived. She is currently studying at the Qingzhou Martial Academy. Just a few days ago, I received word that she is on the verge of breaking through to the innate realm. She may return in a few days. As he spoke of his daughter, a rare expression of joy and contentment graced Li Shan's face. The Li family was a prominent household in Ningyan City, but unfortunately, Li Shan had always been at odds with them, thus choosing to establish his own household. His only concern was his beloved daughter, Li Qiushuan. The Qingzhou Martial Academy? Ying nodded slightly. There are both literary and martial academies in every province. The Literary Academy nurtures scholars, with the most exceptional students often recommended for official positions in the court. The Martial Academy trains warriors, where any qualified youth, upon reaching a certain age and passing the requisite tests, may enroll. However, most graduates become local constables, though some are selected for the pacification office or directly join the military. Ying himself was a former student of the Literary Academy and later achieved the highest honors in the imperial examinations. Of course, his appointment as the County Magistrate of Ningyan was also a result of various political considerations. Otherwise, as a solitary individual without connections, aspiring to such a position would be akin to chasing a dream. I see. How old is she? Ying asked with a smile. Is she beautiful? Upon hearing this, Li Shan's expression shifted to one of wariness. Why does my lord inquire? Haha. No need to ask further. There is nothing much here. Let us depart. Ying waved his hand, about to leave when suddenly, he paused, slowly turning around. My lord, have you discovered something? Li Shan asked, puzzled, reflecting in solitude. Loyalty and righteousness are ultimately at odds. The roar of the tiger shakes the heavens. Will there be any escape from eternal damnation in the next life? If this is a couplet, then where is the horizontal inscription? Ying muttered to himself, gazing at a plaque directly above him. The plaque, worn by the passage of time, had become tattered, the characters barely discernible. Heaven bless the great Zhou? Li Shan also looked up, and upon clearly seeing the 4 characters, his expression faltered, followed by a cold laugh. Damn it, it turns out the Liu family harbors treacherous ambitions. Just these 4 characters alone make confiscation and extermination entirely justifiable. At present, the realm belonged to the great Xia, yet the Liu family's ancestral hall still bore the inscription, Heaven bless the great Zhou. By any account, this was a grave crime of rebellion. Indeed, Ying smiled faintly, suddenly grasping the profundity of the couplet. Originally, these 2 phrases should have been displayed on either side of the plaque. However, the ancestors of the Liu family did not do so, merely passing down the words. For who could have imagined the true meaning behind these phrases? As his voice fell, Ying leapt gracefully, ascending to the plaque's height. Upon closer inspection, he indeed found something wrapped in yellow silk behind it. Without drawing attention, he discreetly stowed it away in his system space, then descended lightly. My lord, what have you discovered? Li Shan inquired eagerly. I had anticipated the tiger's roar divine skill to be hidden behind this, but alas, there is nothing. The hour grows late. Let us return. With that, he turned and departed without looking back. Li Shan did not dwell on it, still basking in the joy of his imminent promotion to county lieutenant. Upon reaching the county office, Ying declined Li Shan's invitation to investigate the 100 Flowers Pavilion overnight and returned to his own courtyard alone. After securing his door, Ying retrieved the item from behind the plaque in his system space. Could this be the clue left by the ancestors of the Liu family? After some contemplation, Ying hesitated no longer and proceeded to unwrap the yellow silk. Chapter 21. Acquiring the treasure. The mysterious woman. The yellow silk had been stored for over a century. Its material was unknown, but other than its slightly grayish hue, it showed no signs of deterioration. Ying carefully opened it, and upon seeing the object within, his expression froze in astonishment. It was a palm-sized jade tablet, Holding it up for closer inspection, he noticed that one side was inscribed with countless tiny characters, each no larger than a pinprick. Had it not been for Su Ying's eye of insight, he would not have been able to discern the writing at all. Even so, it took considerable effort to read the entire content. To his surprise, the tiger's roar divine skill was inscribed upon the jade tablet. So that is how it is. As Su Ying memorized the scripture of the tiger's roar divine skill, he couldn't help but exhale deeply. This extraordinary skill was granted to the Lu family's ancestor for their contributions, a low-tier, Earth-grade martial art. However, the Lu family's cultivation method was incomplete, lacking the crucial latter 4 layers of the mental cultivation method, thus limiting it to the upper tier of the mysterious grade. This martial art cultivated the purest and most formidable true energy, powerful and domineering, while also incorporating a set of tiger slaughter blade techniques. It could be passed on to Li Shan, and my black-clad arrow team also requires some extraordinary skills to enhance their strength, Su Ying pondered. Though the tiger's roar divine skill was impressive, it paled in comparison to his own northern underworld divine skill and the 18 dragon-subduing palms. Moreover, in terms of sheer grandeur and vigor, it could not rival the golden bell shield of the 12 heavenly gates. Su understood well the principle that one cannot chew more than one can swallow, which is why he chose not to pursue cultivation. The back of the jade tablet bore no inscriptions, only an enigmatic design. As Su examined it closely, a sense of familiarity washed over him. After a moment's contemplation, he flipped the jade tablet, and his expression shifted in astonishment. Was this not the Bear Paw Peak? Could it be that the ancestors of the Lu family concealed the clues to the indestructible golden body atop Bear Paw Peak? With this thought in mind, Su continued to scrutinize the intricate design. He noted 3 towering peaks, and upon the shortest one, there was a star emblem. Indeed, whether it was the mountain bandits or his own black-clad archers, the only route to ascend Bear Paw Peak led to the highest of the 3 peaks. The other 2, being relatively low, were utterly neglected, for standing at the summit allowed one to survey the other 2 peaks in their entirety. Having unraveled this mystery, Su stowed the jade tablet away, changed into a different attire, and cloaked in the shadows of night, swiftly made his way toward Bear Paw Peak. The darkness did not hinder his vision. He followed the path etched in his memory, and soon found himself at the foot of the peak. At that moment, the black-clad archers were stationed within the city, guarding the prison, rendering the entire mountain eerily silent. Instead of taking the narrow trail, Su approached the shortest peak directly. Utilizing the vines clinging to the sheer cliffs, he leaped several times and reached the summit. The space was confined, and as he looked up, the stars appeared almost within reach. Surveying his surroundings, he found the area devoid of anything but some rubble. Fortunately, he possessed the eye of insight. As a subtle green luminescence flickered in the night, Su's eyes transformed into a scanning instrument, absorbing every detail at the mountain's apex. Indeed, there was something. As he continued to scan with his eye of insight, he soon spotted a dark box beneath a towering tree not far away. Elation surged within him as he hurried forward, swiftly clearing the debris to retrieve the black box. Could this be the clue buried by the ancestors of the Lu family? How fortunate that it remained hidden, now fortuitously in my possession. Just as Su was about to open the box, he suddenly sensed a disturbance in the air, a sound slicing through the silence. Who goes there? He murmured, narrowing his eyes in caution, his internal energy circulating. Almost immediately, a figure clad in a black gauzy dress, wielding a long sword and exuding an icy demeanor, descended gracefully from the air. She appeared to be around 24 or 25, her beauty ethereal and otherworldly, akin to a celestial being descended from the moon palace. The box, give it to me, she commanded, her voice chillingly cold, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet. Even as snowflakes began to drift through the air, Su remained rooted in place. Even as he channeled his internal energy, he felt a bone-chilling cold. Who are you? He questioned, his heart racing, maintaining a composed demeanor while gazing at the enchanting yet fearsome woman before him. The box, give it to me, she repeated, her tone resonating like crystal. What if I refuse? Su replied, his expression unchanging, summoning the North Sea true chi and preparing to unleash the 18 dragon-subduing palms. For the first time since mastering his skills, he felt a genuine threat enveloping him. Those he had previously encountered, Goei Yuanji, Goei Yuanhua, and the likes of Lu Wan and Lu Wu, were mere trifles, easily dispatched. Yet before this stunning woman, Su felt utterly hopeless. This was not a mere illusion, but a profound suppression stemming from her mastery in cultivation. However, surrendering was not in Su's nature. Though she was a breathtaking beauty, the cold, unfeeling gaze she directed at him instilled nothing but fear, leaving no room for intrigue. Instead, An overwhelming sense of crisis surged forth. "The box, give it to me," the icy beauty reiterated, her tone imbued with an undeniable authority that brooked no dissent. "What if I refuse?" Su retorted once more. But no sooner had he spoken than an overwhelming aura descended upon him. With a thunderous crash, it felt as though two mountains pressed down upon his shoulders, his legs sinking into the hard ground. A wave of pressure struck his chest, causing his blood to surge, and he found himself coughing up blood. What an intimidating woman. What level of mastery is this? Celestial boundary? He mused, wiping the blood from his lips, his expression turning icy. In that moment, he raised his palm. Roar. A thunderous dragon's roar erupted, and a golden dragon-shaped phantom rose behind him. The 8th form of the 18 dragon-subduing palms, shocking the heavens. The golden dragon roared behind Su, its fierce energy writhing as if struggling against some unseen restraint. Is that the earth-shaking dragon fist? It appears to be a palm technique, yet alas, his cultivation is insufficient. The icy beauty's brows furrowed slightly as she pointed her sword, and in an instant, Su felt countless terrifying sword energies transcending time and space, converging upon him. The golden dragon's true energy shattered instantly. His meticulously cultivated golden bell shield collapsed in an instant. Su felt as though he had been struck by an ancient giant elephant, his body spiraling uncontrollably backward. With a resounding crash, he slammed into the mountain wall, teetering on the edge of a sheer cliff. Pain. Excruciating pain. In that moment, Su felt as though he had been ruthlessly crushed, his bones fracturing, muscles tearing, and his true energy collapsing, blood surging uncontrollably. What a formidable woman. At that moment, Su finally grasped the helplessness that envelopes one when facing a formidable adversary. His heart was a tempest of shock and fury, yet he was utterly powerless to retaliate. In that instant, he truly understood the depths of his own weakness. Before this woman, he felt like an insignificant ant. With a swift motion, the cold beauty soared before Su, effortlessly suspended in front of him without any external support. Strange, I distinctly saw you place a box within your garments. Yet it is not there now, she remarked, her indifferent gaze scanning him once more. However, you are somewhat of a good person. I shall spare your life. With that, her form flickered and she vanished into the horizon. A good person? You are the good one. Your entire family is good. Su's expression faltered as he inwardly cursed. What the hell? Did I provoke you? You come at me with a flurry of attacks? Damn woman, I swear if I ever see you again. Once I break through to the celestial boundary, I will make you regret it 100-fold. Gasping at the thought, Su immediately drew a breath and, without hesitation, began to circulate the North Sea divine art against the mountain wall, repairing the internal damage inflicted upon him. This woman's power was terrifying. Her mere aura had rendered him immobile. With just a light touch of her sword sheath, he had nearly met his demise. By the time night surrendered to dawn, Su, embedded within the mountain wall, finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. After a night of cultivating and healing, his body had recovered significantly. This was largely thanks to his prior training in the Golden Bell Shield. Otherwise, such severe internal injuries would have taken weeks to heal. That damned woman. Once I uncover your origins, you will understand why flowers bloom so red. With a series of cracking sounds, Su extricated himself from the mountain wall. With a firm step, he launched himself into the sky and shortly arrived at the summit of Bear Paw Peak. As the morning sun rose, the first rays of pure yang energy cascaded down, and Su sat cross-legged, channeling the North Sea divine art, greedily absorbing the boundless essence of heaven and earth. By noon, once his internal energy was completely replenished, Su slowly opened his eyes. Host, Su Ying. Realm, 5th layer of the profound realm. Skills, North Sea divine art, 8th layer, can be enhanced. Great strength diamond finger, 6th layer, can be enhanced. Golden bell shield, 8th layer, can be enhanced. 18 dragon subduing palms, can be enhanced. Cultivation points, 60. Current task, none. Talent, Eye of Insight. Upon defeating the ghostly Xiangxi, Su Ying could scarcely believe that he only received a mere 40 points of cultivation value. With a slight shake of his head, he promptly allocated all 60 points of his cultivation value to the Golden Bell Shield. The resonant clang of a magnificent bell filled the air, and instantly, Su Ying felt as though he were enveloped in a warm spring. The sound waves reverberated, fortifying his bones, flesh, and even his skin, rendering him akin to a golden-skinned arhut. Surrounding him, a colossal golden bell began to rotate slowly, while an infinite masculine energy surged forth from Su Ying's body, transforming him into a slumbering golden elephant, his vitality so robust that it melted the surrounding snow. After a brief moment, Su Ying gradually opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of joy. The 10th layer of the golden bell shield was indeed commendable. However, he lamented the presence of a hidden flaw. Ying shook his head slightly, rose, and stretched his limbs, his body cracking and popping in response. Once he perfected the 12th level of the golden bell shield, he would attain a state of completion, devoid of any flaws. Only then would he possess an indestructible body. Whether that woman had departed or not was inconsequential. It was best for him to return first. With this thought, Ying leaped from the mountainous peak. And as he neared the ground, he propelled himself towards Ningyang City, navigating through towering trees. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from sight. Upon his return to the county office, Ying indulged in a hearty meal, perusing the reports regarding the Liu family and the Qinglang gang. Before issuing orders to report to the county magistrate, those deserving of death should be executed, and those wrongfully judged should be released. By the way, you shall personally recruit some workers from the slums to repair and reinforce the county jail. Additionally, all those persecuted and wronged by Liu Wu must be freed. Convey a message to Zhang Hu, instructing him to prepare a 3-day journey for his departure. Ying commanded. Yes, my lord, I shall attend to it immediately. Also, when you visit the slums, announce that I will be opening the granary at dawn tomorrow to distribute grain, of course, using my private funds to purchase the provisions, and then find a few individuals to prepare porridge for the needy. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Liang felt a profound respect. Initially, he believed Ying to be a greedy official, indifferent to the plight of the people, yet he had now witnessed a noble side to him. Ningyang City had never possessed slums, but following the chaos in Shizhou, over 100,000 impoverished souls had fled there, with the cold weather upon them. If Ying could provide porridge, these people might endure a winter without hunger. My lord's benevolence is truly admirable. I shall return home and set aside some of our grain to prepare porridge for the needy as well. Indeed, go forth. If the grain is insufficient, use the Azure Eagle to send word to Li Shan, instructing him to procure grain from the county city and escort it back. Ying replied. Yes, my lord. As Zhang Liang spoke, he turned to leave. After a brief moment, having eaten his fill, Ying gazed at the empty plates on the table, rubbing his chin in contemplation. The county office lacked even a cook. It seemed time to recruit a few chefs to prepare meals for him. With that thought, Ying returned his focus and summoned the small box he had brought from Xiangzhang Peak into his hands. The box was modest in size, crafted from sandalwood and adorned with intricate carvings. On its surface was an image of a roaring tiger with wings. The flying celestial tiger was a totem of the former dynasty of Zhou, while the current dynasty of Xia bore the totem of the mysterious bird. Legend has it that when the founding emperor was born, a mysterious bird descended from the heavens, bestowing unparalleled skills and divine weapons, enabling him to rise from obscurity. Gently opening the box, Ying discovered a thumb-sized 6-sided die within. What is this die? Could it hold the clue to the indestructible body of 1,000 calamities? Ying furrowed his brow and picked up the die for a closer inspection. It was small, entirely black and gold, with each face inscribed with a mysterious symbol. Tapping it revealed that it was seemingly hollow. Initially, Ying contemplated shattering it, but he quickly dismissed the impractical notion, fearing that he might damage whatever lay inside. If this truly was one of the 3 great skills of the former Zhou dynasty, it must surely contain some mechanism. Resorting to brute force might obliterate its contents. How does one decipher this? He pondered. Would the eye of the profound spirit suffice? With this thought, Ying concentrated, allowing a glimmer of azure light to fill his eyes. Subsequently, he focused intently on the die, noticing a luminous white crystal the size of a soybean nestled within. Surrounding it, each mysterious symbol connected to a remarkably intricate mechanism. Ah, now I understand, Ying realized. With a thought, a thread of true energy carefully entered the die. Following the sequence, he activated the symbols on all 6 faces. Moments later, with a crisp crack, the die shattered, and the luminous crystal emitted a fan-shaped beam of light, revealing a dense array of tiny characters. Indeed, Ying's heart soared with exhilaration as he meticulously examined the golden characters within the glow. After approximately half an hour, he finally finished reading. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the indestructible body of 1,000 calamities. Would you like to cultivate immediately? Indestructible body of 1,000 calamities. One of the 3 ultimate skills of the Zhou royal family, the supreme method of body refinement, rendering the physical form divine, immortal, and capable of rivaling the mightiest weapons of the world. Cultivate. Without a moment's hesitation, Ying chose to begin his training. Immediately, the heart method of the indestructible body began to circulate, enveloping his skin in a faint golden hue. Is it truly this easy? Wasn't it said to be the supreme body refinement method? Su Ying's expression faltered, and as he immersed himself in concentration, he was astonished to witness the flow of true energy within him. The dominant and formidable energy from his dantian began to gradually consume the true energy cultivated from the golden bell shield. In an instant, it grew immensely stronger, then proceeded to devour the exclusive energies of the beaming divine skill, the 18 dragon-subduing palms, and the great strength diamond finger. This indeed was the world's foremost body refinement skill, overwhelming and fearsome. Su Ying's mind raced, his eyes widening in disbelief. Once the energy finally settled, he directed his gaze towards his attribute panel. Chapter 23, The Rod Gang and Disappearing Populous Host, Su Ying Realm. 5th layer of the Profound Realm Skills. Indestructible Body of 1,000 Calamities. 1st layer, cannot be upgraded. Beaming Divine Skill, 8th layer, cannot be upgraded. Great Strength Diamond Finger, 6th layer, cannot be upgraded. 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, 7th layer. Cannot be upgraded. Cultivation Value, none. Current tasks, none. Talent, Eye of the Profound Spirit. The golden bell shield had seemingly vanished, likely consumed and integrated into the indestructible body of 1,000 calamities. Yet curiously, Su Ying could still sense his ability to deploy the golden bell shield. The energy within me continues to transform? Su Ying's brow furrowed slightly. Suddenly, a torrent of scorching energy erupted within him. Not good, he exclaimed, feeling a powerful and vigorous yang energy erupt from him, akin to a volcanic eruption. The room was instantly enveloped in sweltering heat, resembling a furnace. Unwilling to take chances, Su Ying immediately activated the heart method of the indestructible body of 1,000 calamities. Moments later, as the energy gradually calmed, he noticed that the true energy within him had transformed into a profound golden hue. Simultaneously, the skin across his body exhibited a lustrous, jade-like appearance, exuding an aura of resilience and immortality. Once more, Su Ying scrutinized his panel and was astonished to find that the originally 1st layer of the indestructible body of 1,000 calamities had ascended to the 2nd layer. Ding! A light sound echoed. Congratulations to the host for achieving the 2nd layer of the indestructible body of 1,000 calamities. You may spend 5,000 cultivation points to elevate your current realm. 5,000 cultivation points? Su Ying's expression darkened. Well, considering it is a legendary supreme skill, 5,000 points is not excessively demanding. With this thought, Su Ying clenched his fist, and in an instant, a torrent of ferocious power surged forth from the depths of his being. His strength was astonishing, at least 10 times greater than before, reaching a staggering 100,000 pounds. With a mere flick of his palm, the sword hanging on the wall fell directly into Su Ying's grasp, and he swiftly drew it, striking down with force upon his arm. The sound of clashing echoed, and sparks flew as the sword shattered upon impact, akin to striking the indestructible Xiangxi stone. Such boundless divine power, unyielding and indomitable, truly the legendary supreme skill. Alas, how unfortunate that the Liu family, having held on to it for over a century, ultimately left it to me. The ancestors of the Liu family likely believed there were clues to divine arts within this dice, yet remained oblivious to how to activate it, fearing that a forced attempt might ruin its contents, thus leaving it at the Bear Paw Peak on Wanxiao Mountain. Filled with joy, Su Ying glanced at the dimming sky. Realizing it was already evening, he promptly changed his attire and made his way out of the county office. As for the 6-sided dice, it was crushed to dust by his hand. I am not a remnant of the previous dynasty. I have not practiced the indestructible golden body of eternal calamities. What I have cultivated is the golden bell shield that opens the 12 celestial gates. Where are you headed, my lord? A constable inquired, observing Su Ying leaving with a folding fan. What attractions does Ningyang City have? Su Ying responded with a smile, snapping his fan. The constable blinked and replied, my lord, there is the 100 Flowers Pavilion and the Wujiang flower boat, but the flower boat has yet to arrive, so only the 100 Flowers Pavilion remains. The flower boats usually travel down the river from Qingzhou, stopping at each location for 10 days to half a month, or as little as 3 to 5 days. The boats are filled with countless beautiful maidens and talented scholars, making it an annual grand event. The 100 Flowers Pavilion is the largest brothel in Ningyang City, previously controlled by the Qinglang gang. But now that both the gang and the Liu family have perished, the pavilion has finally been liberated. Understood. Su Ying nodded and exited the county office. Indeed, whenever one inquires about entertainment, all responses stem from the common male inclination. Naturally, Su Ying had no intention of visiting the 100 Flowers Pavilion. As a dignified county magistrate, staying overnight at a brothel would tarnish his reputation. At this hour, the curfew had not yet been imposed, allowing the streets to bustle with pedestrians. "Ah, my lord, why are you out alone?" As Ying turned a corner, he encountered Li Shan accompanied by several patrolling constables. "Is there anything unusual tonight?" Ying inquired. Li Shan had just returned from the prefectural city, bringing back 1,000 loads of grain that afternoon. Though transportation in this world is not particularly convenient, the government possesses trained celestial eagles capable of flying swiftly, covering great distances in a day. Thus, the round trip did not consume much time. Li Shan shook his head, frowning as he replied, "My lord, all is normal. However, while patrolling the slums, I stumbled upon a peculiar matter and was about to return to the county office to seek your judgment." "Oh, what is it?" Ying asked. "While inspecting the slums, I discovered that in recent times, there have been frequent disappearances, mainly among young boys and girls. Finding it strange, I inquired further and learned that in the past month, the number of missing persons has reached 20 to 30. Many have seemingly vanished into thin air." "Disappeared?" Ying furrowed his brows, sensing the peculiarity of the situation. In this world, where demons and monsters run rampant, the disappearance of 1 or 2 individuals might not raise any alarms. However, losing 20 to 30 individuals in a month certainly hinted at something amiss. Indeed, I conducted a discreet investigation and discovered that a gang known as the Rod Gang has recently emerged in the slums. Most of its members are ruffians from the slums, but I have yet to identify their leader. Pausing, Li Shan continued, "This Rod Gang does not enter the inner city, but specifically oppresses the innocent in the slums, with many forced to beg in the city after having their legs broken. The disappearances began when this gang was established." "The Rod Gang?" Ying mused, images flashing through his mind. After a moment, he spoke coldly. "In my estimation, those missing individuals have undoubtedly been trafficked by this so-called Rod Gang. Tomorrow morning, go apprehend a few members for questioning." "Yes, my lord." Li Shan quickly bowed, then added with a smile, "My lord, I have one more request. I wonder if you would grant it." Ying raised an eyebrow, smiling. "Speak, what is it?" "It is not a grand matter. My daughter, Li Qiushuang, is about to graduate from the Martial Academy in Qingzhou. I was hoping to request a constable position for her at the county office, so she may gain some practical experience." Ying smiled slightly, intrigued. "Oh, when will she return?" "During the new year, in less than half a month." Ying nodded, smiling. "No problem. She may report directly upon her return. You are the county lieutenant, and your daughter will be a constable. It's a perfect arrangement." "Thank you, my lord." "All right. Continue your patrol." Once Li Shan departed, Ying wandered until he found himself by the banks of the Wujiang River. Standing at the water's edge, he gazed at the shimmering surface, lost in thought. It had been over a month since arriving in this world, and he had wholly adapted to its way of life. In just a month, he had reached heights unattainable to many in a lifetime. The transformation of life is indeed a wondrous dream. Who? Suddenly alert, he turned sharply and saw a woman in black, her face veiled, holding a long sword, standing gracefully not far behind him. Ying's expression shifted, and upon closer inspection, he was filled with astonishment. "It is you." Chapter 24. Princess Chuyang. With a crackling sound, the moment the woman in black appeared, a thick layer of ice formed on the surface of the Wujiang River, extending dozens of meters from her feet. A bone-chilling cold surged within Ying, causing his blood to feel frozen. Activating the indestructible golden body, he melted the frost on his garments, feeling somewhat relieved. "Madam, we bear no enmity. Why do you relentlessly pursue me?" Ying's face darkened as he remained on guard, ready to react at any moment. Indeed, as soon as he spoke, the woman in black transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing before Ying in the blink of an eye. The sword sheath, like a thunderclap, aimed directly at his chest with terrifying speed. With no other option, Ying activated the indestructible golden body. In an instant, a layer of the golden bell shield enveloped him. However, the next moment, the sword sheath shattered the golden shield, striking directly at Ying's chest. A torrent of power erupted like a volcano, and Ying felt a force akin to that of stars crashing down upon him. He was sent flying, his legs carving deep ruts into the ground. Looking down, he saw that the golden body on his skin had been pierced. The second layer of the indestructible golden body crumbled like tattered paper, proving utterly ineffective. "Who are you?" Ying narrowed his eyes, waiting for his internal energy to settle before speaking in a low voice. "You claim the item is not with you. In just one night, you have mastered the indestructible golden body." A chilling voice echoed, as if pearls struck against a jade plate, and combined with the woman's breathtaking beauty, it created an ethereal presence. "What indestructible golden body?" "This is the golden bell shield from Daling Temple." Ying scoffed coldly, of course unwilling to admit the truth. What if he were mistaken for a remnant of the great Zhou? The golden bell shield lacks such power. You are indeed the indestructible golden body. The woman in black continued, her gaze devoid of warmth, as cold as a machine. Very well, sister. What exactly do you intend to do? You wish to take my life, yet even 100 of me would not stand a chance against you. Still, you have shown mercy on 2 occasions. I find myself perplexed. Su Ying sighed helplessly, casting a bitter smile as he inquired. The first time was at Bear Paw Peak, where I nearly faced annihilation at your hands. The second time is now, once again on the brink of devastation, before the woman in black. Su Ying's proud cultivation seemed utterly insignificant. My surname is Ying, and my given name is Taiwe. I desire the heart technique from you that can absorb the essence and vitality of others. Of course, I can offer other treasures in exchange. The indestructible golden body holds little allure for me. I am not particularly interested. Before Su Ying could respond, the woman named Ying Taiwe paused and continued. I offer you the Shaking World Dragon Fist in exchange. Ying Taiwe? Shaking World Dragon Fist? Why does this sound so familiar? Su Ying's brow furrowed deeply, and after a moment, he suddenly lifted his head, a tumult of emotions surging within him. Realizing the truth, he promptly bowed in respect to the woman in black. It is the arrival of the third princess. I am Su Ying, the magistrate of Ningyan County. Please forgive my ignorance, Your Highness. You know me? Ying Taiwe was momentarily taken aback, her elegant brows relaxing slightly, though her expression remained as calm as a still pond. So, will you exchange or not? Exchange, or not? In that instant, Su Ying stood frozen, caught in indecision. Ying Taiwe is the only daughter of the current emperor Ying Tianji, and is most cherished. At 26 years old, she holds the title of Princess Chaoyang. Since childhood, she has been exceptionally gifted, hailed as a martial genius among thousands. She attained the pinnacle of innate perfection at the age of 7, and by 12, she had reached the realm of innate completion. By 18, she had achieved the profound realm, and at 21, she attained the celestial origin, mastering the essence of energy throughout her body. Now at 26, it is rumored that she is on the verge of entering the legendary Dharma aspect realm. To say she is the greatest talent of the Great Xia would not be an exaggeration. It is said that she ventured to the Eastern Wilderness Army at the age of 15 to fend off the demon race, and within 4 to 5 years, she struck fear into their hearts. Taking a deep breath, Su Ying could not help but exhale slowly. Very well. Having faced defeat at her hands twice is indeed no injustice. In comparison, his own progress felt paltry, merely at the 5th level of the profound realm. What a waste. The Shaking World Dragon Fist was created by my father in his youth. It shares a similar essence with your palm technique and is a top-tier Earth-grade skill. Ying Taiwe continued, her icy countenance beneath the veil captivating. Apologies, Your Highness, but I cannot agree to the exchange. Oh, why not? Her beautiful eyes widened slightly in surprise as she regarded Su Ying. I possess other treasures I can offer you. I have a drop of dragon blood that can assist in refining the indestructible golden body. Apologies, but I truly cannot exchange. No matter the treasure, I cannot part with this technique. It is a family heirloom, a lesson imparted by my father before his passing, that this skill must never be shared. I see. Ying Taiwe nodded lightly, speaking matter-of-factly. In truth, I am not in dire need of it. Not long ago, I acquired a similar technique that bears a resemblance to yours. I wish to borrow it for mutual verification. As she spoke, Ying Taiwe revealed a crystal the size of a thumb from her palm. Within it was a drop of golden-red substance resembling a droplet. Even sealed within, Su Ying sensed an overwhelming and scorching energy emanating from it. What is this? This is the dragon blood from a dragon I slayed in the eastern wilderness. I have used some, leaving only this drop. It is worth 100,000 gold, and I can assist you in refining it, enhancing your indestructible golden body further. Apologies, Your Highness, but even for dragon blood, I cannot exchange. Do not jest. I would not trade even true dragon blood. You are an official of the Great Xia Court. Your strength is my delight. This drop of dragon blood is merely compensation for the injury I inflicted upon you last time. As for your technique, it is not something I must possess. As the most gifted princess of the realm, Ying Taiwe held her pride. Thus, if Su Ying declined, she would not press further. Very well, if that is the case. I thank you for your kindness, Your Highness. I shall dedicate myself to the Great Xia with utmost loyalty. Ying Taiwe regarded Su Ying with keen interest. Oh, how do you intend to devote yourself fully? Pray, share your thoughts. At her words, Su Ying's mouth twitched. She was truly relentless. After a moment's contemplation, he straightened his expression and spoke slowly. I shall remain steadfast in my duties, embracing life and death here. I am the sword in the dark, the sentinel upon the great wall. I am the flame that wards off the cold, the light at dawn, the horn that awakens the slumbering, and the shield that protects the kingdom. I shall offer my life and honor to the great Xia. Tonight is one such night, and every night shall be the same." With that, Su Ying stood still, silent, and waiting for Ying Taiyue's next words. "Is that all?" A trace of melancholy crossed Ying Taiyue's exquisite features. After a moment, she nodded slightly. "Let us return to the county office. Find me a secluded room. I wish to enter seclusion for cultivation." With that, she snapped her fingers, and a stream of information flowed into Su Ying's brow. He focused his thoughts and began to explore. It was indeed the scripture of the shaking world dragon fist. Chapter 25. The inversion of truth and falsehood. The arrival of Princess Xiaoyang went unnoticed by anyone in the county office except for Su Ying. At this moment, she was in the very room behind him. It is Su Ying's own chamber. As for Su Ying, he had directly come to the courtyard. Seated at a round table, propping his chin with his hand, sighing deeply. Summoning deities is easy, but sending them away is difficult. The Princess Xiaoyang was like a ticking time bomb. Should she be displeased, I could very well be obliterated. Initially, I merely boasted. Yet I ended up with the shaking world dragon fist and a drop of dragon blood. Especially the dragon blood. As the saying goes, a snake becomes a python becomes a boa becomes a dragon, and a dragon becomes a true dragon. The dragon is the king among demons, possessing immense strength comparable to the legendary primordial mammoth, utterly terrifying. An adult dragon is akin to a human at the Dharma aspect realm. One can only imagine the value of a single drop of its blood. While the Princess Xiaoyang believed she had profited greatly, Su Ying was certainly not at a loss. This treasure might not matter to her, but for Su Ying at present, it was an absolute boon. Who knows how long she intends to remain in seclusion? Su Ying sighed, first focusing on mastering the shaking world dragon fist. The shaking world dragon fist, a unique technique created by the current Emperor Shenwu, merges the essence of various schools of thought, comprising 9 stances. When perfected, a single punch can unleash a 100-foot golden dragon, tearing everything asunder. It is genuinely a top-tier earth-grade skill, immensely formidable. Just this technique alone is exceedingly precious. "My lord, there is news regarding the Gang of Rods." At that moment, Li Shan hurriedly entered from outside, regarding Su Ying with a serious expression. "Oh, pray elaborate." "The leader of the Gang of Rods is named Chuan Shanbao. I have conducted an investigation, and this man was once a notorious bandit known for his heinous crimes. He vanished for several years, only to reappear in Ningyang City. Moreover, according to my inquiries, nearly all the families of the missing persons have been visited by the Gang of Rods. Some came to beg, while others engaged in petty theft. It seems they had laid the groundwork before seizing the opportunity to act." Then, Su Ying mused, stroking his chin. "Has Zhang Liang begun distributing food?" "Yes, my lord. He commenced this morning." "Then let us go take a look." "Yes." Upon leaving the county office, Su Ying mounted his horse. Soon, under Li Shan's guidance, they arrived at the impoverished area in the southwest. The dilapidated walls and scattered debris painted a dismal picture, with weeds proliferating and traces of wild dogs marking their territory. Piles of garbage lay strewn about. A gust of wind blew, carrying with it an unbearable stench. The filth and disorder here were beyond description. Su Ying frowned slightly as he surveyed the scene. Most of the inhabitants were refugees from the West State, many of whom were homeless and had settled here. Upon your return, you conferred with Zhang Liang, selecting the strong and trustworthy youth among the refugees for labor in exchange for sustenance. An investment of 100,000 taels was allocated to construct simple dwellings here, sufficient to shield from the elements. Truly, your compassion for the populace is commendable," Li Shan remarked, his heart swelling with respect. Su Ying not only spent his own funds to procure grain, but now sought to further invest in the construction of homes for the people. Such benevolence surpassed the capabilities of ordinary officials. It is of no consequence. An official who does not prioritize the welfare of the people ought to return home and sell sweet potatoes, Su Ying continued. Despite the considerable expenses associated with providing porridge and building shelters, the recent seizure of assets from the Qing Wolf gang and the Liu family, coupled with contributions from others, had rendered him unconcerned about finances. "Yes, sir. Where is the gathering place of the gang?" After a brief inspection, Zhang Liang noted that 10 porridge shelters had already been erected in the slums, and lines of people formed like a dragon at dawn. Upon further investigation, it was discovered that near the mountain god temple, due to its proximity to the Luanxia Mountains, fierce beasts often roamed, making the area devoid of inhabitants save for members of the gang. "Let us proceed there," Su Ying commanded, spurring his horse forward alongside Li Shan and a dozen constables towards the temple. The mountain god temple was a dilapidated structure, rumored to have been erected many years ago in honor of a mountain deity who protected hunters venturing into the mountains. Over time, it became a site of worship. However, that was a relic of the past under the Great Zhou dynasty, which had since abolished idolatrous practices and demolished temples. Many deceivers claiming to be deities had been eradicated. Inside the temple, a group of 30 to 50 individuals congregated, led by a robust man with a bare torso. "Chief, the county constables have become suspicious and may have discovered us," reported a subordinate. "I am aware," the leader replied, his scarred face twisting as he spoke. "Let us capture 3 or 5 more, and we shall fulfill our mission for the year. With the year-end approaching, we need only complete our task before departing this place." Suddenly, the sounds of galloping horses and crunching snow echoed from outside. "Chief, trouble is brewing. The county officials have arrived." "What? The county constables? What brings them here?" Instantly, chaos erupted within the temple as the gang members rushed outside, only to be met by a contingent of constables brandishing their weapons. "Everyone freeze. Get down on the ground." "Who is your leader? Get down quickly," shouted the constables as Ying, with his hands clasped behind his back, entered the temple with a stern expression. "Where is your leader?" A small leader whispered to the others, that is Constable Lishan and County Magistrate Ying. Since time immemorial, thieves have feared officials. And these individuals were no exception, having gathered unlawfully and engaged in the nefarious trade of human trafficking. Seeing the constables approach, fear gripped their hearts. "Lee Constable, these men are armed and intend to rebel against this official. Take them down." "Rebellion? Armed?" The gang members glanced at their bamboo sticks, barely the thickness of a thumb. The leader, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly exclaimed, "My lord, there has been a misunderstanding. We merely feared an incursion on our territory and were on high alert." "What? You dared to think of invading the county office? The audacity!" Ying retorted, his voice laced with disdain. "Arrest them. No mercy." Lishan nodded, gesturing for the constables. "Arrest everyone." "Yes." The constables responded in unison. As the leader, Chuan Shan Bao, saw the tide turn against him, a flicker of malice crossed his eyes, and he leapt into the air, crashing through the decrepit temple's roof and darting towards the mountains. Unfortunately, a figure in green swiftly pursued him, crushing his shoulder and spine in an instant. With a piercing scream, he fell heavily to the ground. Ghost 1, dislocate his jaw to prevent him from biting his tongue in desperation. "The rest of you, take them all to prison." "Yes." With that, Ying turned and departed. Chapter 26, Guiding Martial Arts. Seizing from the tiger's jaws, Ying adhered to the principle of capturing rather than letting go. An error in capture could be rectified, but allowing a criminal to slip away in this vast world, where information is scarce, could prove exceedingly difficult. After all, Chuan Shan Bao could easily assume a new identity and evade capture for years. With the gang apprehended, Ying and Lishan conducted further inspections until noon. Returning to the county office, the Princess of Morning Sun had yet to emerge from her chamber, and Ying dared not disturb her, having already been rebuffed twice. "My lord, a missive has just arrived from the prefectural city for your perusal," Zhang Liang announced, returning from the distribution of porridge and grain with a document in hand. Upon receiving it, Ying glanced at it before tossing it back to Zhang Liang. "You review it first." Nodding, Zhang Liang unfolded the document, scrutinizing it intently. After a moment, his expression turned peculiar. "What do you see?" Ying inquired, lightly tapping the table with his fingers. According to the missive, the officers from the town patrol arrived almost immediately upon its dispatch. "I am somewhat familiar with Lu Dahue mentioned in the document. He is a 100 households officer in the town patrol, known for his grandstanding and sycophancy. Given his awareness of our capture of the Longxing Tian's demon, he is undoubtedly here to claim credit." "You are correct," Ying nodded, a smirk forming on his lips. "Gue Yuanhua remains in the Ningyang prison. Although incapacitated, he is still a valuable asset for the town patrol. If they manage to extract him to the prefectural city for questioning and reporting back to the state, it would be a significant achievement for them. As he is a 6th rank officer, while I am but a 7th, it is natural for them to covet my prize." "What do you intend to do next, my lord?" Zhang Liang furrowed his brow, recognizing that Lu Wen and Lu Wu of the Qing Wolf gang posed no real threat. But the true concern lay with the demon, Gue Yuanhua. As long as he remained alive, he was a valuable prize. This was also the reason for Gue Yuanhua's continued survival. However, the audacity of the town patrol to openly attempt to seize credit was intolerable. 2 words, not a chance. No one shall take him from me, let alone a mere 100 households officer. Even if a commander from the state came, they would not succeed in wresting him from my grasp, Ying declared with a cold smile. "My lord, such a stance may provoke the ire of the town patrol." Zhang Liang cautioned, acutely aware of the formidable nature of that institution. Since its establishment by His Majesty, the town patrol has operated independently of the 6 ministries. Unrestrained in its authority, over 2 decades, it has grown immensely powerful, tasked with hunting demons, overseeing officials, and suppressing sects, leading local governments to avoid excessive entanglement with it. Provoked, Su Ying curled his lips in disdain and coldly scoffed. What of it? I have connections above. Connections? Zhang Liang's expression faltered, a hint of confusion flashing across his face. Su Ying had mentioned his influential connections before, yet no one knew precisely who they were. Since he took office as the magistrate of Ningyang, his unconventional methods had led others to view him as arrogant and reckless. Thus, Zhang Liang often pondered whether his superior truly had such connections. Go to the prison and check on how Li Shan's interrogation is progressing. Inform me immediately upon receiving any news. I have a feeling that this Rod gang is rather unusual. Why would they engage in human trafficking without cause? See if we can uncover their source. Additionally, tell Zhang who to deal with any that refuse to cooperate using the 3-strike interrogation technique. Yes, my lord. I shall take my leave immediately. At the mere thought of the interrogation technique devised by Su Ying, Zhang Liang couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. After experiencing it, even those at the innate stage or the profound stage would likely divulge their entire ancestry. Your approach to handling cases is indeed swift and decisive. Here is my token. It may prove useful to you. With a whoosh, a sound of slicing air echoed, and a golden light fell into Su Ying's hand. Upon unfolding it, he found a delicate token, slightly smaller than a palm, engraved with the ancient script for Morning Sun on one side and the royal totem of the great Xia dynasty on the other. Protect your master. As soon as the words left her lips, shadowy figures surged forth, surrounding Su Ying as if they sensed danger. Enough, Xiangxi Four Ghosts, they are not foes. Stand down. Understood, master. Once the Xiangxi Four Ghosts retreated, Princess Chaoyang slowly emerged. At that moment, she bore no sword and remained shrouded in a black veil. If judged solely by her figure, she was undoubtedly one of the most extraordinary individuals Su Ying had ever encountered. Though half her face was obscured, her beauty was striking and rare. In the north, there resides a beauty, unparalleled and solitary. One glance can topple a city, another can sway a kingdom. Your cultivation has progressed remarkably since our last meeting. I am deeply impressed, Su Ying exclaimed genuinely. He had encountered many geniuses, including himself, but none were as extraordinary as Princess Chaoyang. I have imparted the shattering dragon fist to you, infused with the blood essence of a flood dragon. While I can assist you in its refinement, there exists another option. Ying Taiwei regarded Su Ying with an impassive expression and continued, if I refine it for you, your progress will be rapid, yet it may lead to an unstable foundation. I suggest you wait until you achieve full mastery of the profound stage before refining the flood dragon blood essence to strengthen your physique and break through to the celestial origin stage. This way, your body will be forged into an unparalleled force, paving the way for even greater accomplishments in the future. The choice is yours. At her words, Su Ying paused. With Princess Chaoyang's expertise, the refinement of the flood dragon blood essence would be effortless. However, she also advised waiting until he reached the profound stage for optimal results. After contemplating, Su Ying inquired, has the princess made further advancements in her seclusion? You are correct. Ying Taiwei replied, casting him a meaningful glance. Your martial arts are quite intriguing, although I do not know the entirety of your techniques. Merely sensing your aura reveals a profound connection to the Hao Yin Taiwei scripture I practice. Just yesterday, I was merely a half step into the law form, yet today, I have achieved it. Su Ying was taken aback. Aura? Law form? Is that even possible? His heart raced, awash with astonishment. At just 26, Ying Taiwei had attained the law form stage, an extraordinary feat, a rarity among martial artists. Thankfully, I refrained from imparting the northern underworld divine skill to you. If you had learned the scriptures, you would have soared to unimaginable heights. After the law form stage, what lies beyond? Su Ying mused aloud, voicing his inner curiosity. The martial saint, the human immortal. I recommend that you solidify your indestructible golden body to the 4th layer before seeking to open all meridians and step into the celestial origin stage. As her voice faded, Ying Taiwei took a step forward and seemed to dissolve into the void before vanishing entirely. The martial saint, the human immortal, Su Ying murmured to himself, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a monumental opportunity. Regrettably, Ying Taiwei had departed, leaving behind the flood dragon blood essence and her unique token, along with invaluable advice on his martial path. Nevertheless, I am indeed a prodigy. Though I currently reside within the profound stage, Who knows what future accomplishments await me? No, it shall be the law form, the martial saint, and the human immortal. At that time, Ying clenched his fists, determination shining in his eyes. The path of martial arts lay wide open before him. To hesitate or falter would be to dishonor his own potential. Just as he gathered his thoughts and prepared to dine, a booming voice resonated, shaking the very air and causing his eardrums to ring. Where is Ying, the magistrate of Ningyang? Come forth and welcome me without delay. Chapter 27. A Clash of Wills. Disregarding the law upon hearing this, Ying's expression turned cold as he swiftly made his way to the hall. My lord, this is Lord Liu, the captain of the town patrolling office. Upon hearing this, Ying raised his gaze and saw a burly man adorned in silver armor, a black cloak billowing behind him, and a long knife at his waist. Sporting a prominent mustache and an arrogant demeanor, he appeared rather unscrupulous. Greetings, Lord Liu. Ying approached and clasped his hands respectfully. There was no alternative. The unique status of the town patrolling office and the fact that the man outranked him mandated his civility. Ying, I have heard of your actions before my arrival. To think your subordinates would be so lacking in decorum, failing to salute upon meeting me and daring to obstruct my path. What a disgrace. Lu Dahue squinted his eyes, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Prior to his arrival, he had inquired about Ying's reputation. He had swiftly apprehended County Lieutenant Lu Wu, eradicated the Qinglang gang, and forced local gentry to pay tribute under the pretext of repairing the prison. Forgive me, Lord Liu. Recently, our county has been somewhat tumultuous. Just this morning, we apprehended several aberrations from the Chongqing clan and captured the notorious bandit Chuan Shanbao, who had been on the run for years. And what of it? Lu Dahue sneered. Do your subordinates not recognize the uniform of the town patrolling office? Truly blind. My subordinates are indeed familiar with the uniform of the town patrolling office, though they have not encountered one so hideously adorned as yourself, Ying replied calmly. Furthermore, remnants of the previous dynasty often impersonate the town patrolling office to fish for information. As a newly appointed official, I believe a cautious approach is warranted. What? You dare to slander me as a remnant of the previous dynasty? And call me ugly? Lu Dahue's rage boiled over. Forgive me, Lord. It is my first time encountering someone so unsightly as you. I doubt even the remnants of the previous dynasty would rival your appearance. I merely cited an example for the sake of factual accuracy, Ying retorted. What? You dare insult me? Lu Dahue's eyes widened in fury, flames of wrath igniting within him. As a dignified captain of the town patrolling office, he was accustomed to respect. How could a mere 7th-rank county magistrate dare to humiliate him publicly? Lord, you have misinterpreted my words. I am not insulting you. I am merely commenting on your unfortunate appearance. To be so ugly and brainless is indeed rare. Did your mother not nurse you? Surely you were raised on pig brains. Ying continued, his expression unchanging. At his words, others turned away, struggling to suppress their laughter. You Ying, how dare you insult a superior? Do you believe I won't have you apprehended and taken back to the town patrolling office at once? Lu Dahue seethed, fixing his gaze on Ying. Had it not been for the presence of the county office, he would have struck him dead on the spot. Lord, are you jesting? I am a 7th-rank county magistrate, appointed by His Majesty. You dare to act arrogantly on my territory? Do you not fear that I will charge you with contempt of court? Ying exhibited no fear and retorted directly. Observing this, Zhang Liang and Li Shan felt their lingering doubts vanish. Ying's resolute demeanor suggested that he indeed had powerful backing. My Lord Su, I shall dispense with idle chatter. This is a document from the town pacification office. Upon receiving it, you are to surrender Gui Yuanhua for me to take away. Lu Dahue sneered coldly, tossing a gilded sealed document at Ying. The fiends of Chongqing Tian have been rampant for too long. A mere county magistrate like you cannot contain them. Recently, the town pacification office apprehended a group of these devils elsewhere. Hence, before Lu Dahue could finish, Ying interrupted him sharply. I cannot hand him over. I suspect this wretch has accomplices, and further interrogation is necessary. Moreover, I have received intelligence that the fiends of Chongqing Tian intend to incite the refugees of Shizhou to assault the county office. Thus, I must keep him, lying in wait for the right moment. Ridiculous. Lu Dahue seethed with anger, astonished by Ying's utter lack of respect. You, a mere county magistrate, think you can oppose Chongqing Tian with these inept fools? It is absurdly foolish. Lu Darun, it seems your brain has been consumed by swine, for your words are as foolish as a pig's. Ying retorted coldly. If your town pacification office were truly as formidable as you claim, would the fiends of Chongqing Tian still be causing chaos? Does the emperor spend millions of taels each year merely to sustain your idle lot? What? You dare to insult your superior and attack the town pacification office? Believe it or not, I can execute you on the spot. With that, Lu Dahui's aura surged, and his companions drew their long knives. A farce. You think mere scraps of flesh can intimidate me? Su Ying scoffed, unleashing his own energy, which forced Lu Dahui to stagger back with each step he took, shattering the floor beneath him. You've attained the transcendence realm. Lu Dahui's eyes widened in shock. He had not anticipated that the young Su Ying possessed such power. Coupled with his audacity, it suggested he had formidable backing. Humph, my Lord Su. I shall not waste words with you. You will comply today, whether you wish to or not. This case is of great significance, should you refuse. When the town pacification envoy arrives, you will find me far less accommodating. The leader of the town pacification office held the esteemed rank of first class and was a sworn brother to the divine martial emperor, rumored to be a half-step martial sage. Under him were 9 deputy leaders, all of second rank, each a master of the law manifestation realm. Following them were 9 commanding officers of third rank, each governing a province, their status comparable to that of a governor, with at least the strength of the heavenly origin realm, possessing refined vital energy and mastery of numerous channels. Even provincial governors would yield to them with respect. Finally, there were the town pacification envoys of 4th rank, followed by various ranks down to the 1,000 households and 100 households, and the standard bearers. The 4th rank town pacification envoys vastly outranked Su Ying, who was merely a 7th rank county magistrate, and if they truly came, he would have no choice but to comply. However, this was the situation 3 days prior. As for now, Lu Dahui, I advise you to abandon your futile schemes. Know this. I have always taken my sustenance from the mouths of others. Attempting to seize it from me is akin to scaling the heavens. Not even the commanding officers would succeed in doing so. What? Su Ying, you are utterly arrogant and lawless. Curse your mother. Su Ying's expression turned icy, his patience wearing thin. What? You dare insult my mother? Your mother, mother. Despicable. How dare you insult me? Lu Dahui was furious, having spent less than an incense stick's worth of time here without sipping tea, resting in a chair, or enjoying a meal, yet he had been insulted repeatedly by Su Ying. With a swift motion, the long knife enveloped in true energy was drawn, poised above Su Ying's shoulder. Su Ying, your death is certain. No one can save you. I swear it. Is that so? Su Ying replied with a cold smile, revealing the token given to him by Ying Taiyue. Lu Dahui, open your eyes wide and behold what this is. Chapter 28. This backing is sufficiently imposing. Upon seeing the token, Lu Dahui's expression froze, his eyes widening in disbelief as he scrutinized the exquisite yellow jade token in Su Ying's hand. The next moment, a tremor coursed through him, and he rubbed his eyes as if to dispel an illusion, only to gaze upon the token once more. Crafted from the finest yellow jade, palm-sized, the front inscribed with the ancient characters Zhao Yang. What? This then, Lu Dahui fell to his knees. I, Lu Dahui, pay my respects to Her Highness the Third Princess. As he spoke, tremors racked his body, as if he had encountered something profoundly fearsome. Seems even a pig's brain has its merits, for it hasn't rendered you completely foolish, Su Ying remarked, stowing the token and clasping his hands behind his back with a cold smirk. Not long ago, I earned the favor of the Third Princess, who bestowed upon me this personal token to govern Ningyang County effectively. Since I possess the capability to capture the fiends of Chongqing Tian, I am equally adept at solving cases. Therefore, Lu Dahui, be gone. Your appearance is so unsightly that merely gazing upon you is an act of cruelty. Yes, my Lord Su speaks truly. I have been reckless. Lu Dahui nodded repeatedly, his earlier arrogance completely dissipated, replaced by apprehension and unease. He had initially thought Su Ying was an insignificant figure easily manipulated, only to discover he was an associate of the Third Princess. Not only him, but even commanding officers or deputy leaders would show deference in the presence of the Third Princess. Ying Taiyue, a prodigy, had grown up under the tutelage of the Grand Minister, and the Emperor had intentions for her to eventually take charge of the town pacification office. Therefore, upon seeing the Third Princess's token, not even 100 of Lu Dahui's bravado would allow him to act impudently. Begone. Su Ying waved his hand impatiently. Yes, I shall take my leave at once. Lu Dahui hastily exited, his expression one of defeat. My lord, I did not expect you to have such an acquaintance with the Third Princess, Li Shan and Zhang Liang exclaimed in awe once Lu Dahui departed. They had assumed Su Ying's connections were limited to the officials of the Ministry of Six, perhaps at most to the Minister of Six. Who could have imagined he was acquainted with the Third Princess? The god of death, the foremost prodigy of the great Xia dynasty, the most favored daughter of the current emperor, the divine martial emperor. This backing was indeed formidable. Indeed, I suppose one could say I know her, Su Ying replied nonchalantly. This had been his trump card, intended for a critical moment, yet he had been forced to reveal it by Lu Dehui, the foolish pig. And how did you come to know the third princess? Li Shan and Zhang Liang inquired, curiosity evident in their expressions. It was on a bright day, during the season of spring when life awakens. I had just been appointed as a Jinshi by the emperor, filled with ambition, eager to traverse the capital and behold its beauty, when I unexpectedly encountered the third princess. She admired my character and talents, while I was astonished by her beauty, cultivation, and, well, physique. Su Ying left the statement hanging, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle. An air of profound mystery enveloping him. I see, my lord is indeed a paragon for us all. Truly admirable. Li Shan and Zhang Liang simultaneously extended their thumbs in praise, their faces adorned with envy. He considered himself not lacking in appearance. How had he not encountered a figure of such caliber as the third princess in his youth? Su Ying, a mere 7th-rank county magistrate, akin to a speck of dust, had managed to forge a connection with the third princess? What is the meaning of eating soft rice? This is it. After bidding farewell to Lu Dehui, Su Ying led his companions back to the county jail. The prison was already undergoing renovations, with Zhang Liang recruiting impoverished refugees to work in exchange for sustenance. In just a few days, he had gathered hundreds of workers. As Su Ying entered, he saw Zhang Hu interrogating the beggars from the gang of rods. Your subordinate greets you, my lord. Zhang Hu, having set down the whip dampened with salt water, approached Su Ying and bowed with a smile. Ever since Su Ying imparted the 3 consecutive techniques to them, many obstinate individuals had been rendered as submissive as grandsons. Those with tougher constitutions, after merely one interrogation, would wish for their ancestors to come forth. The results were remarkably effective. How goes the interrogation? Su Ying inquired. Reporting to you, my lord, the mountain leopard has yet to confess. Your illustrious 3 techniques have not yet reached him. I am currently interrogating his 4 subordinate leaders. They are at each other's throats, and nearly all that can be extracted has been. Zhang Hu responded, presenting the prepared confession for Su Ying to peruse. Su Ying took the document, glanced briefly, and said solemnly, So, they have not only trafficked 32 individuals, but perhaps even more? Indeed, my lord. Through rigorous questioning. Friendly dialogue. Most of these individuals are refugees from the Western state, many of whom are criminals themselves. The turmoil in the Western state granted them an opportunity to escape. And later, they were enticed by the mountain leopard to engage in human trafficking in Ningyan City. Zhang Hu explained, noting the names of the missing individuals. My lord, please observe, these victims are predominantly young adolescents, around 15 or 16 years of age. They target these individuals specifically. Where is the mountain leopard? In the cell just ahead. Let us proceed to see. I wish to personally inquire about certain matters. Of course, my lord. As they conversed, they reached the innermost cell of the prison. Su Ying looked up to find the mountain leopard in a lamentable state, covered in bruises, with tendons and joints shattered, even his energy center destroyed. He had even resorted to biting his tongue and attempting to poison himself by stuffing a metal ball in his mouth. What crimes has he committed? Li Shan stepped forward, clasping his hands, and replied, Reporting to you, my lord, upon reviewing the records, the mountain leopard has committed 32 major offenses over 5 years, including rape, murder, robbery, and theft, an incalculable number of heinous acts. Just in Nanyang County, he has plotted against 13 young maidens. Let us commence the interrogation. Understood, my lord. At this, Zhang Hu excitedly rubbed his hands together and signaled to a prison guard, who opened the cell door and handed him a slender, sharp knife. The guards, well versed in Su Ying's techniques, were visibly exhilarated at the prospect of the interrogation. They prepared the ropes, stripped the mountain leopard of his clothing, and Zhang Hu, grinning wickedly, plunged the sharp blade into his ribs without hesitation. Ugh! The mountain leopard's eyes widened in agony, yet due to the metal ball in his mouth, he could only stare helplessly. What is he saying? Su Ying inquired, maintaining his composure. Reporting to you, my lord. He claims to be the mountain leopard and admits to trafficking approximately 50 to 60 individuals, having committed numerous serious crimes, Zhang Hu reported, while Zhang Liang, standing nearby, wore a peculiar expression but began recording the confession under Su Ying's watchful gaze. Excellent. Continue the interrogation. Su Ying nodded in satisfaction. Very well, my lord. Please wait a moment. Zhang Hu responded, pressing the knife handle and giving it a slight flick. In an instant, the flesh between the mountain leopard's ribs burst open. Ugh! What else does he say? Su Ying asked, his expression unwavering. Reporting to you, my lord. He states that he established the Rod Gang to engage in human trafficking in the slums of Ningyan City. I suspect he colludes with Changxing Tian, plotting rebellion. Upon hearing this, the mountain leopard's eyes filled with fear and rage, and he began to whimper again. Su Ying shifted his gaze, and Zhang Hu translated automatically. Reporting to you, my lord, the mountain leopard accuses you of framing him, claiming that if he were to escape from prison, he would join forces with Changxing Tian to attack the county office. How audacious. Su Ying's eyes turned icy as he regarded the mountain leopard with a cold smile. You dare to conspire to assault the county office and assassinate me? It seems you are indeed a remnant of the previous dynasty. Bring forth the metal ball from his mouth and prepare his embroidered shoes. Understood, my lord. Zhang Hu swiftly withdrew the knife from the mountain leopard's ribs, and a guard brought forth the heated iron shoes. My lord, I confess. I confess everything. Just grant me a swift end. The mountain leopard cried out as the ball was removed. Su Ying raised his hand slightly, prompting the guards to halt. Very well. Had I known it would come to this, why bother with the initial resistance? I have always been lenient towards compliant prisoners. Speak, and I shall grant you a grand pyre next year. Chapter 29. Interrogation, 1,000 miles of mist and clouds. The mountain leopard. Male. Age 42. Cultivation, 6th layer of the innate realm. 4 years ago, this individual committed numerous heinous acts in Nanyang County, abducting and raping over 10 individuals, robbing and murdering nearly 20. His crimes are indeed egregious. Subsequently, the local authorities pursued him, severely injuring him, yet at a critical moment, he encountered a disciple of the Hahuan sect. Upon hearing of his notorious deeds, the disciple was overjoyed and directly rescued him, bringing him back to the sect for several years of training. After which he was released into Ningyan City, tasked with trafficking young boys and girls for the disciples of the Hahuan sect to cultivate. The Hahuan sect? Su Ying inquired, furrowing his brow, instinctively glancing at Li Shan. Reporting to you, my lord, the Hahuan sect, along with the Methreya sect and the Huajian sect, were once 3 major heretical cults in the western state. Later, His Majesty dispatched the local authorities to suppress them. Although these 3 evil sects were eradicated, some remnants escaped. Moreover, the recent turmoil in the western state provided these heretics with an opportunity to rise again. I see. Su Ying pondered, the chaos in the western state having persisted for several years, leaving him bewildered as to what truly transpired. With the current strength and might of the great Xia, why could peace not be restored? Shaking his head, Su Ying redirected his thoughts toward Zhang Hu. Conduct the interrogation thoroughly and report any leads directly. Understood, my lord. My lord, what shall we do with the remaining individuals? Li Shan asked quietly, following Su Ying. Except for the mountain leopard, all others shall be executed without trial. There is no need for interrogation. Furthermore, report to the county city and request Lord Li to determine the date. Understood, my lord. 3 days later, the document regarding the apprehension of the Hahuan sect's remnants was once again presented to County Commander Li Feng. Additionally, there was a recommendation for Li Shan's promotion to County Lieutenant. My lord, Su Ying is truly decisive. Now that we have captured the disciples of the Hahuan sect, he intends to execute them all following a brief interrogation. Is this not somewhat hasty? A middle-aged man clad in scholar's attire murmured beside him. Literature. While your observations are valid, you must understand that Su Ying's swift actions are a necessary strategy to cut through the chaos. He is to return to the capital in June next year. If he does not act promptly to rectify the situation, the lengthy process of thorough interrogations would squander invaluable time. Pausing, Li Feng continued, the current turmoil caused by these heretics results from insufficient force. The local authorities have grown overconfident in recent years, or we would not still be unable to quell the unrest in the western state. Upon hearing mention of the unrest in the western state, Lu Wenxue slightly bowed and whispered, I have heard that the Crown Prince has already conferred with the 6 ministries, requesting the 9 chief officials of the local authorities to suppress the chaos. Impossible. Such rumors should not be taken seriously. Before he could finish, Li Feng interrupted him. His Majesty is currently in seclusion, striving to reach the celestial realm, with the Grand Chief serving as his protector. The 9 chief officials cannot leave the capital without orders. All commandants across the 9 provinces are stationed at their posts, with the exception of the western state. Now I understand. Lu Wenxue's expression shifted slightly, revealing a glimmer of realization. And regarding Su Ying's matter? Approved. Let it be set for 3 days hence. Additionally, the document regarding Li Shan's promotion to county lieutenant is also approved. Understood, my lord. With that, Lu Wenxue took his leave. Li Feng sat at the desk, gently tapping his fingers on the surface. Moments later, he gently lifted the documents on the table, revealing a stack of gleaming gold notes beneath. Each note was worth 100 taels. This young man is truly endearing in his cleverness. Flicking the gold note, Li Feng couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. During the first raid, Ying had sent him 1,000 taels. This time, he had sent 3,000. After many years in office, it was the first time Li Feng had encountered such an astute subordinate. Ningyan County. Ever since the last apprehension of the gang, Ying had not ventured outside the county office for several days, immersing himself in meditation. His cultivation had reached the 7th level of the Transcendence realm, just a step away from perfection. Once he attained full mastery of the Transcendence realm, he could refine the essence of the dragon and break through to the celestial origin. Soon, the day of the first of the month arrived for the sign-in. Ding! The sign-in for the first of the month has begun. Would the host like to sign in immediately? Sign in. Without a moment's hesitation, Ying began to wait eagerly in place. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the county office, earning a steed, the Misty Cloud Cloak. Upon hearing this, Ying was momentarily taken aback. A steed? Why not a Benz? A thought crossed his mind, and he immediately glanced at the enhancement interface. The Misty Cloud Cloak, born from the union of the dragon and the infernal horse, standing 9 feet tall, its body black as ink, immensely powerful, running like lightning. Able to carry 1,000 pounds as if it were a mere feather, traveling 5,000 miles by day and 3,000 by night. Reading the description, Ying rubbed his chin, murmuring to himself, if only I could have a pair of golden hammers. I would directly become the Zhao Wangli Yuanba of the Western Court. With this in mind, Ying chose not to deploy the steed immediately and decided to wait until he left the county office. Before he could take a step, a constable rushed in from outside. My lord, there has been a report, and the officers request your presence in court. Very well, let's go. As he spoke, Ying tidied his attire and headed towards the courtroom. After a brief moment, Ying arrived at the courtroom, taking his seat behind the iron table. With a resounding clap of the gavel, he declared, Who stands before me? What is your name, and where do you reside? What grievances do you bring? Ying wasted no time, directly inquiring. At the same time, the officers on both sides began to strike their intimidating staffs. Commoner Sun Ergu, at your service, my lord. I reside on Baichao Street in the west of the city. Not long ago, I harvested a century-old red fire herb from Luoxiao Mountain, intending to sell it at the Baichao Pavilion. To my dismay, the shopkeeper, Fong Sanyuan, insisted that it was merely a 10-year-old red fire herb and forcefully gave me only 1 tael of silver. Sun Ergu knelt on the ground, his face filled with grievance, pleading, I implore you, my lord, to seek justice for a commoner. That rogue Fong Sanyuan engages in unscrupulous business practices and is truly heartless. Red fire herb? Ying nodded slightly. This herb contains pure yang true energy. While a 10-year-old one is not worth much, a century-old one can be valued at 1,000 taels. How can you be certain that what you harvested is indeed the century-old red fire herb? In response, my lord, the red fire herb produces 1 leaf every 10 years. The herb I picked had 10 leaves. I thought I had miscounted and checked it several times before realizing. Overjoyed, I took it to the Baichao Pavilion to sell, only to be told it was a 10-year-old herb. I beseech you, my lord, to seek justice for me. My family has been herbalists for 3 generations. I have harvested dozens of red fire herbs and would not mistake them. Ying contemplated briefly, then turned to Constable Li Shan, saying, Li Shan, you are to go immediately to the Baichao Pavilion and bring the shopkeeper Fong Sanyuan here. Additionally, review the records of the red fire herbs received today and inspect the original item. Yes, my lord. Next, they settled in to wait. Generally, at this time, the county magistrate would dismiss the court. However, Ying did not wish to waste time. He simply lifted a cup of tea from the iron table and took a gentle sip. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Li Shan returned, escorting a middle-aged man dressed in fine clothes, his belly protruding. Who stands before me? What is your name? Commoner Fong Sanyuan, the shopkeeper of the Baichao Pavilion, at your service, my lord. Ying nodded slightly and asked, so? Fong Sanyuan, Sun Ergu claims you defrauded him of his century-old red fire herb. Is this true? My lord, absolutely not. Fong Sanyuan immediately denied it, then earnestly continued. In business, I have always been honest. Sun Ergu brought me a 10-year-old red fire herb, yet claimed it was a century-old one. In fact, I intended to sue him for misrepresenting the quality and cheating me out of my silver. Li Shan, what have you discovered? Ying ignored Fong Sanyuan and directly inquired of Li Shan. In response, my lord, I checked the records of the herbs received today at the Baichao Pavilion, and there indeed was a 10-year-old red fire herb. However, when I requested to inspect it, shopkeeper Fong claimed it had already been sold. Ying raised an eyebrow and asked, oh, it sold so quickly? Who purchased it, and for how much? In response, Li Shan cupped his hands and said, my lord. Upon reviewing the records, I found that the 10-year-old red fire herb was sold for 1,300 taels. Sensing something amiss, I brought it back. Fong Sanyuan, what do you have to say for yourself? Su Ying gazed at him, and before he could respond, he coldly smirked. It seems you are not well acquainted with the laws of our dynasty. It is stipulated that any fraudster shall be punished according to the amount defrauded. 1,000 taels is sufficient to earn you a punishment of caning and execution in the market. If you do not understand, allow me to enlighten you. Caning means you shall be beaten to death, while execution in the market involves public execution of fraudsters. Shopkeeper Fong, which do you choose? Chapter 30. Nighttime Prison Break. Choose one. How to choose. Either option leads to death, does it not? My lord, I am wronged. I would never deceive others out of their money. Sun Ergu is entirely slandering me. Upon hearing this, Fong Senyuan's expression froze, and he quickly knelt, pleading desperately. Wronged. Slap. Su Ying's expression turned cold, and the gavel struck sharply. You claim to be wronged, yet Sun Ergu claims the same. I have ordered Constable Li to investigate the accounts of your Baichao Pavilion. You received a 10-year-old red fire herb today. How could it sell for 1,000 taels? Do not tell me you just happen to have one in stock. Bring forth the heavy punishment. Start with 30 strikes. If you do not confess, we shall add another 30. Yes. As he spoke, 2 officers stepped forward, bringing a long bench to restrain Fong Senyuan's shoulders. My lord, spare me. I confess. Su Ying smiled slightly, waving his hand to signal the officers to step back. Very well. Compensate for the red fire herb at its original price. Furthermore, for deceiving me. A grave offense. Should you wish to avoid a brutal public execution, you must pay a deposit of 1,000 taels. Court dismissed. With that, Su Ying rose and departed. By evening, after finishing a hearty meal, Su Ying received a document from the prefectural city. Upon opening it, he discovered a notice that Zhang Liang would execute all members of the gang within 3 days. After issuing the orders, Su Ying's mind drifted back to his attribute panel. Host, Su Ying. Realm, 7th level of the Transcendence Realm. Skills, Biming Divine Art. 8th level, cannot be upgraded. Great Strength Diamond Finger, Perfection. Indestructible Golden Body, 2nd level. Cannot be upgraded. World Shaking Dragon Fist, 1st level, cannot be upgraded. 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, 5th level, cannot be upgraded. Cultivation value, none. Current tasks, none. Talent, Eye of the Mystic. The system had not issued further tasks. Otherwise, he could have accumulated some cultivation points. His primary goal now was to enhance the indestructible golden body, but alas, it required 5,000 points for the 1st level. Su Ying stroked his chin, a thoughtful expression in his eyes. The perfection of the Transcendence Realm would lead him to the Celestial Origin Realm, to penetrate the 100 acupoints and condense the vital energy. If true energy is likened to water, then vital energy is akin to finely honed steel. Only by condensing vital energy and unifying the internal and external forces can one truly enter the realm of martial arts. At that time, even ordinary strikes would wield immense power. He thought he should inquire about the availability of pills to enhance his realm. The boundary-breaking pill was no longer of any use to him. Su Ying pondered deeply. After a brief moment, having completed his cleansing ritual, Su Ying made his way to the stables, where he summoned forth his steed, the Wanli Yinyun Zhao. This horse, enveloped in a coat as dark as the night, boasted sinewy muscles akin to a dragon, its body covered by a layer reminiscent of a dragon's armor. Its limbs were robust and powerful, unlike ordinary horses. It possessed claws instead of hooves. Upon its appearance, it exuded an aura of ferocity that caused the other fine steeds to shy away, some even prostrating themselves in submission. From now on, you shall be called Lightning, Su Ying said, affectionately stroking the horse's head, eliciting a joyful snort in response. A short while later, Su Ying returned to his study. After meticulously reviewing a series of documents, he prepared to retire for the night. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the air, akin to munitions exploding against a mountainside. What in the world? Su Ying was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, a thunderous shout rang out. A prison break. Sound the alarm. It was the voice of Zhang Hu. Su Ying's expression shifted dramatically as he dashed out of his chamber, only to be met with a cacophony of bells ringing in rapid succession. Boom. A wall of the county jail was violently shattered by an overwhelming surge of true energy. Almost immediately, a prison guard was hurled from the wreckage, his body crashing to the ground, lifeless. He had been struck in the chest by a single palm, leaving half of his body in ruins. How dare you attempt to obstruct me? A disdainful chuckle accompanied the emergence of a silver-haired elder from the breach. Standing beneath the crumbling wall, the surrounding constables and guards were stricken with terror, unwilling to approach. This man was far beyond their capabilities. As he advanced, the silver-haired elder moved with an air of invincibility, leaving no one capable of standing against him. "You audacious thief, how dare you stage a prison break?" With a furious roar, Li Shan brandished his long blade, unleashing a silver streak of energy across a distance of 10 zhang. "The Gale Divine Blade? Humph, a mere parlor trick." The elder scoffed, effortlessly sidestepping the attack. The blade's energy sliced through the ground, leaving a gaping fissure several meters long. "You, a mere innate realm practitioner, dare to obstruct me? Truly a fool." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the silver-haired elder stepped forward, as if compressing space, and instantaneously appeared before Li Shan. Without uttering a word, he unleashed a palm strike aimed directly at Li Shan's face. The Great Hand of Harmony, a massive handprint, towering in height, surged forth, causing the ground beneath to crack ominously. Li Shan's eyes widened with gravity. He shook his blade and unleashed another strike. Ninth style of the Gale Divine Blade, Gale God Slash. A torrent of blade energy surged forth like a colossal wave, clashing violently with the elder's handprint, resulting in a fierce collision that sent debris flying in all directions. Li Shan staggered back 5 paces, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, suffering internal injuries. "I shall end you first." The silver-haired elder sneered, his body gliding forward like a fish, appearing before Li Shan in an instant, raising his palm for another strike. Just then, an ethereal figure emerged unexpectedly. Roar! Accompanied by a thunderous dragon's roar, a golden palm print collided with that of the silver-haired elder. Boom! The clash of true energies erupted, sending the surrounding officials and guards tumbling to the ground. The elder's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he felt an overwhelming, torrent-like force surging toward him. He stumbled backward several paces before barely regaining his footing. "Who are you?" he bellowed, fury etched across his face. "I am Su Ying, the magistrate of Ningyang County. How dare you attempt a prison break? Do you not know how to write the word death?" Su Ying's gaze was icy as he regarded the elder. "Oh, you are Su Ying, the magistrate of Ningyang County. Indeed, a youthful prodigy. However, you have thwarted my plans, and today I shall take your life." The elder's chilling disdain was palpable. "So, you are a remnant of the Harmony sect. You truly seek your own demise." With a cold snort, the elder propelled himself forward with unparalleled agility, closing the distance to Su Ying. Clang! His palm struck Su Ying's chest, producing a sound akin to a massive bell tolling. Regrettably, the force of the blow was such that Su Ying had no chance to react. "Is this all you are capable of? Such a waste. How dare you attempt a prison break? You are nothing more than a joke." As the elder's words fell, a golden fist descended upon him. Clang! The massive fist collided with the elder's chest, emitting a resounding clang that reverberated through the night sky, akin to the tolling of a great bell. The astonishing force crashed against the elder, sending him reeling. He stumbled backward, his body aglow with energy, retreating 4 steps, each one leaving a 3-inch deep imprint in the stone floor. The stones within a 3 zhang radius shattered completely, dissipating the impact of Su Ying's blow. Impossible! The elder's shock morphed into rage. He was a formidable practitioner of the 5th level of the Transcendence realm, yet he had been repelled by a single punch from Su Ying. "What is impossible?" Su Ying retorted, launching another attack. Utilizing the Misty Step, he positioned himself with the grace of a specter, his form flickering as he unleashed the 18 dragon-subduing palms, each strike colliding with the Great Hand of Harmony in rapid succession. After several exchanges, the silver-haired elder could no longer withstand the onslaught, blood beginning to seep from the corners of his mouth. How is this boy growing stronger with each encounter? He has not even condensed his vital energy. This is bad. He is practicing a celestial-grade divine skill. The realization struck the elder with shock as he gathered his true energy, delivering a forceful palm strike that sent Su Ying sprawling back. He then leapt into the air like a hawk, soaring away into the distance. Trying to flee? Not a chance. Su Ying commanded, "Xiangxi Four Ghosts, keep watch over the prison. I shall pursue this scoundrel." "Yes, my lord." With a swift step, Su Ying took off in pursuit as well. Chapter 31. Surge in Power. Completion of Transcendence. Simultaneously, Su Ying's feet danced nimbly, his form akin to a wraith, elusive and unpredictable. "Prepare to perish." Su Ying roared, his voice echoing through the night. Roar! A thunderous dragon's roar erupted, brilliant golden light illuminating the darkness. The soaring dragon of gold surged forth, a serpentine figure stretching across dozens of zhang, hurtling toward the silver-haired elder. The terrifying might of the dragon permeated the air, causing a momentary stillness in the surrounding space. Impossible. The elder turned, his expression a mix of shock and fury. "The Great Hand of Harmony," he bellowed internally, unleashing his own palm strike. The The violent handprint met the golden dragon in a cataclysmic collision. Boom. Alas, no amount of handprints or true energy could withstand the sheer force of supremacy. The great hand of harmony was shattered, and the elder's protective energy crumbled, leaving him aghast as he retreated rapidly. Once more, Ying roared, his voice shaking the heavens. With another strike, the elder was driven into the ground, and a tremendous explosion followed, the area around him fracturing horrifically. Moments later, the silver-haired elder rose, his left wrist broken, exposing stark white bone. Terror flickered in his eyes as he surveyed the damage. With such feeble strength, how dare you attempt to raid my prison? Were you raised on dung? Ying descended gracefully from the air, his gaze sharp, coldly fixated on the elder. You. The elder's fury erupted, akin to a volcano. With a firm step, he shattered the stone beneath him and charged at Ying. His palm, akin to a fan, descended forcefully towards Ying's forehead. This strike was not a technique of the Harmony sect, but rather a powerful move from the Mithrios sect, the great stone-splitting palm. Is that all you've got? Ying scoffed. Let me show you my newly refined, earth-shattering dragon fist. In the next instant, Ying transformed his palm into a fist, launching a powerful strike. His arm seemed to morph into a colossal dragon, colliding fiercely with the great stone-splitting palm. Bang! A deafening sound reverberated through the air. The golden and azure energies clashed violently. The silver-haired elder felt an overwhelming force surge from his palm. His protective aura shattered, and his right arm was abruptly broken. His body was unsteady as he was sent flying by Ying's strike. The silver-haired elder managed to flip and stand, only to feel a chaotic energy rampaging within him. Before he could react, Ying stepped forward, his hand descending from above, landing squarely on the elder's head. The elder, filled with both shock and fury, sensed an incomprehensible force immobilizing him. The energy within him surged forth like a torrent, flowing into Ying's arm. Biming Tunshin. The technique drew upon the inner strength of others to nourish his own meridians. The elder felt as though he were submerged in boiling water, his skin writhed, and his hair turned snow-white. In a short span, he aged several decades. With a thunderous clap, Ying's palm trembled, and the silver-haired elder collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. The merging of mysteries, complete. After calming the surging energy within him, Ying couldn't help but squint in satisfaction. The exhilarating sensation of rapidly increasing power was utterly addictive. Thank you. Were it not for you, I would have been unaware of how long it would take to reach the pinnacle of the merging of mysteries. The elder, filled with both astonishment and rage, fixed his murky gaze on Ying, who, in fact, is the real cultist. Dragging the silver-haired elder to the county office, Ying entered the dilapidated prison. Upon entering, he saw Lishan and Zhang Hu hurrying toward him. Sir, all the members of the Rod gang have been silenced. All dead. Ying frowned slightly, glancing at the half-conscious silver-haired elder, and spoke gravely. It seems this fellow wasn't here to break the prison, but to silence witnesses. What about the others' casualties? Reporting to you. Sir, I've counted 5 prison guards, 3 constables, and 7 workers who were repairing the prison. Li Shan's expression dimmed as he spoke. The surrounding guards and constables shared similar expressions of shock and fear. Faced with a master of the merging of mysteries like the silver-haired elder, they felt like mere lambs. Fortunately, thanks to Li Shan and Ying's timely arrival, many lives were spared. Notify the families of the guards and constables, provide them with 10-fold compensation. For the workers, offer 50 taels to those whose families we can locate, and ensure a proper burial for those whose families cannot be found. Yes, sir, Li Shan replied, turning to leave. In the study, the lights burned brightly as Ying operated the everlasting golden body technique, refining the energy he'd absorbed within a short while. As dawn broke, he slowly awakened, exhaling a breath of turbid air. Fortunately, he had successfully cultivated the everlasting golden body. Otherwise, if he continued to absorb energy like this, he might eventually lose control. As one of the highest-tier divine techniques, the everlasting golden body served as the foundation for Ying's physical form. The stronger the body, the greater the amount of energy it could absorb and endure. Otherwise, the likely outcome would be a violent eruption of energy, shattering his dantian and meridians. The lightest consequence would be the loss of his martial prowess, while the most severe could result in instant death. Yet, with the everlasting golden body as his support, Ying had no need to fear such dangers. The following morning, the news of the prison break in Ningyan County spread throughout the city. A master of the merging of mysteries had raided the prison, and many had perished. This was the first occurrence of its kind in over 20 years. The townsfolk found it utterly fascinating. Did you hear? The prison in Ningyan County was raided last night, and many people died. Such a big event, who wouldn't know? It sounded like cannon fire, booming again and again. Cannon fire? I heard a dragon's roar. A dragon? Have you ever seen one? By the heavens. I actually saw one last night. As the crowd chattered, some curious individuals headed to the county office to gather information, only to rush to tea houses and restaurants to share the news. In the study, Ying was reviewing reports from various towns. Most of these were annual reports from this year's township officials. Generally speaking, unless something significant arose, the county magistrate seldom ventured into the towns. The towns were typically governed by local leaders, and unless something grave occurred, such as harboring demons, colluding with cults, or committing mass murder, constables were usually reluctant to investigate. Li Shan, your promotion to county lieutenant has been approved. You shall take office tomorrow. By the way, are you healing well? Ying inquired, setting down his vermilion brush. Reporting to you. Sir, I am much better. Had you not arrived in time that day, I would have been in grave danger. Ah, you seem rather cheerful today? Ying observed, smiling at Li Shan. Li Shan chuckled. Well, sir, my daughter has returned from the Qingzhou Martial Academy today. It seems the year has come to an end. Upon hearing this, Ying appeared thoughtful. After a moment, he divided the papers on his desk and wrote around 100 small notes. Find a box, open it from the top, and place these notes inside. Since the year has ended, let us distribute year-end bonuses from the county office today. Ying smiled. Li Shan looked taken aback. Year-end bonuses? Our county has never had such a tradition. Well, now we do. Those who died will receive tenfold compensation, and naturally, the living deserve some benefits too. Off you go. Waving his hand, Li Shan departed, procuring a box and gathering the constables and guards in the courtyard to draw lots. Third prize, 10 taels of silver. One constable exclaimed in delight as he examined his note. Haha, second prize. I won 30 taels. Another constable, initially envious, shouted with glee upon seeing his note. As soon as he spoke, others crowded around him. 30 taels was equivalent to a year's salary. With that money, they could enjoy a bountiful year. Haha, first prize. I've actually won first prize. 50 taels. What? The first prize is 50 taels? Zhou-san, you must treat us tonight. Yes, yes, let us go to Baiwa building. Several constables clamored excitedly, while Zhou-san clutched his note tightly, his face flushed with excitement. Must treat. We're going to Baiwa building. Once all had drawn their lots, Li Shan exchanged glances with Zhang Liang and discreetly opened their notes. Li, what did you get? And you? Li Shan glanced at him. Hee. I had good luck and won second prize. Zhang Liang shook his note, grinning. Second prize, 30 taels, 2 months' salary. Good thing I'm first prize. Ha. Zhang Hu. What about you? As they spoke, both turned to Zhang Hu, who stood in place, looking distressed as he examined his note. Upon hearing Li Shan's inquiry, he scratched his head and slowly unfolded it. I got the special prize. What? There's a special prize? Li Shan and the others were taken aback. If the first prize was 50 taels, the special prize must be worth 100. However, when they saw Zhang Hu's note, their expressions shifted from surprise to laughter. The special prize is an opportunity to meet and converse with the magistrate. Truly a stroke of luck. Tiger, work hard. Perhaps you'll earn the magistrate's favor. Li Shan clapped Zhang Hu on the shoulder genuinely. Do your best. The special prize is quite good. I suspect the magistrate will reward you further, Zhang Liang added, waving his note excitedly as he left, leaving Zhang Hu looking dejected. From then until noon, all constables, clerks, and even prison guards, as well as the maids and servants in the county office, received their year-end bonuses. After all, this amount of money was but a trifle for Ying, inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. Li, are there any reclusive masters in this county? In the study, Ying inquired without lifting his gaze from the book in his hands. Li Shan, a local from Ningyang, was quite knowledgeable about the area. Does the master intend to find a few experts to protect the prison? Indeed. My 4 personal guards are merely at the innate stage, and it may take some time for them to reach the transcendent realm. The 4 ghosts of Xiangxi have been in seclusion recently. All 4 have achieved the peak of the innate stage and are but a step away from the transcendent realm. The leader of the Black Arrow team is currently at the 8th layer of the innate stage, and they are also in closed-door cultivation at Bear Paw Peak. We can only enhance the strength of the Ningyang County office once everyone breaks through to the innate stage. However, before that, I would like to recruit a few hidden masters, preferably at the transcendent realm. If I were to leave one day, having a few silver-haired elders as masters wouldn't be enough to fend off threats. Does the master have any specific requirements, such as cultivation level? Li Shan asked tentatively after some thought. I do know of one person, but his temperament is peculiar, and he has a fondness for alcohol. So he may be reluctant to come. What about his cultivation level? Ying raised an eyebrow. As long as his skills are profound, other conditions are not of great concern. It is said that he reached the Transcendent Realm 7 or 8 years ago, but I haven't seen him for several months. So I am unsure of his current level. Where does he live? What is his name? Su Ying asked, looking up. In response to the master. We all call him the Ghost Old Man. He lives in the south of the city and runs a coffin shop. Very well. Let us go and pay him a visit. Li Shan nodded, and just as they were about to leave, a constable rushed in from outside. Master, Lord Peng Qianming from the Nanyang Town Defender's office has arrived. Peng Qianming? Su Ying frowned slightly upon hearing this and turned to Li Shan. Lord, Peng Qianming is the town defender of Nanyang County, a fourth-rank official. It is said that he recently broke through to the Heavenly Origin Realm, making him a prominent figure in front of the commander of Qingzhou. I see. What does he seek? Su Ying inquired. Nothing specific. He merely requests your immediate presence. The constable relayed. It seems he has come to claim credit for achievements, Su Ying mused, contemplating that he had just captured the silver-haired elder and had not yet had the chance to interrogate him before Peng Qianming's arrival, which was indeed suspicious. Let us go and see. With that, Su Ying hastened towards the outer hall. Upon entering, he spotted a middle-aged man resembling a Confucian scholar standing in the main hall. His complexion was pale, and he wore a long blue robe, looking less like a fourth-rank commander and more like a well-read scholar. Behind him stood Lu Dahui, who had just returned after a setback, cautiously showing respect. Upon seeing Su Ying enter, Lu nodded slightly, his eyes filled with flattering smiles. But Su Ying chose to ignore him. I am Su Ying, here to greet the town defender. Approaching Peng Qianming, Su Ying clasped his hands in greeting. No need for such formality, Su. You are a disciple of the third princess. I must show you due respect, Peng Qianming replied with a slight smile. Directly referencing the identity of the third princess. Su Ying's heart sank upon hearing this. It was clear that his background was known. This implied that the protective umbrella of the third princess was becoming less effective. You jest, Lord. My acquaintance with the third princess is but a fleeting one and hardly merits your concern. Su Ying replied coolly. Peng Qianming waved his hand and smiled. Enough of that. Su, you are a scholar appointed by His Majesty this year, and I have always held great respect for learned individuals. I have come to discuss an important matter. In that case, please take a seat, Lord Peng. After nodding, Peng Qianming took a seat, symbolically sipped his tea, and then said with a smile. I have received news of remnants of the Hahuan sect attempting to stage a prison break, so I rushed here without delay. Unfortunately, I arrived too late. Thankfully, your unmatched prowess, Master Su, has allowed you to capture that rebel. Hearing this, Su Ying smiled slightly and replied, You flatter me, Lord. That fellow is of mediocre skill. Just a mere rabble. However, your visit is not solely for this matter, is it? Su Ying inquired. Indeed, you are quite direct, Master Su. Therefore, I will be frank. Whether it be the Longevity sect or the Hahuan sect, our Qingzhou Town Defender's office has been investigating for quite some time. Your success in capturing 2 individuals is remarkable, and I have a humble request. I hope you will allow me to take them back to the county for thorough interrogation. Upon hearing this, Su Ying's expression darkened immediately. It was evident that Peng Qianming was attempting to seize his credit. Unfortunately, while his tactics had worked against Lu Dahui, Peng Qianming was a fourth-rank town defender. The third princess's influence could be invoked, but in her absence, relying solely on the token might not suffice. Yet, with the third princess's identity in play, Peng Qianming was amiable and cordial in his approach. Otherwise, had it been anyone else, the town defender's office would have forcibly taken the individuals away. Sensing Su Ying's concerns, Peng Qianming smiled slightly and said, Master Su, do not worry. Your credit will not be diminished in the slightest. After I interrogate and uncover other remnants, the official documents regarding your merit will only increase. With the third princess backing you, you can rest assured. Excellent. Su Ying replied, since you have already mentioned it. It would be rather impolite of me not to comply. However, before that, I have a small request that I hope you can accommodate. Upon hearing this, Peng Qianming's expression momentarily faltered before he chuckled heartily. Please, Master Su, speak. First, there have been frequent disturbances caused by various demons and heretical sects lately. So I propose an expansion of the constabulary to bolster our forces. 300? Upon hearing this, Peng Qianming furrowed his brow slightly. Typically, larger county offices would have around 200 constables across 3 shifts, in addition to the yamen servants, totaling about 500 to 600 personnel. Su Ying's proposal to expand by 300 was quite unreasonable. It should be noted that constables differ from ordinary yamen servants. Each constable requires 2 to 3 yamen servants to assist them. If Nanyang County expanded to 300 formal constables, it would necessitate at least 800 to 900 yamen servants. This would significantly exceed the allocated quota. Su Ying smiled faintly and replied, Lord Peng. As a fourth-rank town defender, With your official decree and seal, this matter can be accomplished. Moreover, I have only been in office for a little over a month, and the longevity sect has made 2 visits, while the Hahuan sect has come twice as well. Surely, you wouldn't want to return next time to find my lifeless body, would you? Is the third princess's token ineffective? Of course it is effective, and it holds great significance, particularly in critical moments like this. The town defender's office desires individuals, and naturally, a corresponding price must be paid. Very well, I approve. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and Lu Dahui hurried forward, producing a blank booklet from his sleeve. Peng Qianming took out an exquisitely crafted brush, licked it at the tip, and wrote a few lines in the booklet. He then took his seal from his waist and stamped it directly onto the document. What else? Placing the document on the table, Peng Qianming continued to look at Su Ying, inquiring further. Furthermore, the remnants of the Hahuan sect attempted a prison break, resulting in significant losses for the county office. I hope you can compensate with some silver to provide for the families of the fallen constables and yamen servants. At this point, Su Ying displayed a sorrowful expression, causing Lu Dahui's eyelids to twitch. How much? Peng Qianming smiled slightly. Would 1,000 taels suffice? 1,000 taels? Su Ying was taken aback. Lord Peng, several constables have perished, along with yamen servants and jailers. Even the county jail has been shattered by a single blow. Look at the floor beside you. It is still shattered from the last visit of Lord Lu. The delay in addressing this is due to the overwhelming difficulties faced in our county. How could a mere 1,000 taels suffice? Therefore, an increase is necessary. Lu Dahui's lips twitched, and he instinctively glanced at the ground. Indeed, the fragments of the broken floor remained, seemingly narrating the tale of his humiliation on that day. Curse it! Is Lord Su waiting for us now? How much more? 5,000 taels. Upon uttering this, even the normally composed Peng Qianming, the town's magistrate, darkened in countenance. He had heard from Li Feng about this fellow's avarice and ruthlessness, but he was astonished that a mere 7th-rank county magistrate would dare to demand 5,000 taels from a 4th-rank town magistrate. Lord Su, although I am a 4th-rank magistrate, I have served the public for many years with a heart for the people, living a life free of corruption. You ask for 5,000 taels, while my annual salary is merely around 1,000 taels. Furthermore, I have an elderly mother of 80 and a young child of 8. At this point, Peng Qianming looked up at the sky with a deep sigh. I, too, live a challenging life. This time, it was Su Ying's turn to darken his expression. What a predicament! He had encountered a rival. For 1,500 taels? 3,000 taels. 4,000 taels. It cannot be any less. 3,500 taels. Deal. Su Ying clapped his hands, beaming with satisfaction. You truly care for your subordinates and love your people as your own. Very well. Since it is 3,500 taels, then let it be so. Captain Li, please lead the way. We shall go to the prison to hand over the person to Lord Peng. Li Shan, stifling a laugh nearby, quickly bowed and replied, Yes, my lord. He then turned to the grim-faced Peng Qianming and gestured, Lord Peng, this way, please. As they arrived at the prison, all the guards stood at attention on either side. Not far away, an elderly man with silver hair sat on a tiger bench, enduring inhumane torment. Beside him, a guard had already written dozens of pages of confessions. This is Lord Peng Qianming of the town magistrate's office. Zhang Hu, where is the remnant of the Hahuan sect? Upon entering the prison, Su Ying inquired with a stoic expression. Your subordinate pays respects to Lord Peng. This individual is Lu Liao, an elder of the Hahuan sect. Possessing a 5th-layer cultivation of the Transcendence realm, Zhang Hu replied respectfully, momentarily setting aside the red-hot iron shoes and drawing a sharp knife that had already struck 18 times. Oh, this method of punishment is rather intriguing. But what is the purpose of the iron shoes? Are they meant to be worn? Peng Qianming asked, slightly surprised. With a smile, replying to your lordship, these are punishments invented by Lord Su and are highly effective. Since their introduction, our county's case resolution rate has significantly increased. Generally, those who arrive here cannot endure Lord Su's triple strike. Triple strike? Oh, what is this triple strike? Pray, enlighten me. Peng Qianming's curiosity was piqued as he turned to Su Ying. It is not a triple strike, but rather a quintuple strike, which I refer to as the quintuple world-ending technique. They consist of wearing embroidered shoes, cupping, mercury infusion, plucking the pipa, and slow slicing. Su Ying spoke expressionlessly, subtly gesturing, prompting Zhang Hu to promptly explain the initial 3 techniques. Upon reaching the slow slicing, Peng Qianming's eyes brightened, and he clapped his hands in admiration. Remarkable, truly remarkable. I never imagined Lord Su possessed such means. Lu Dahui, have you taken note? Your lordship, all has been meticulously recorded. Each of these 3 methods of punishment was exceedingly terrifying. Even Lu Dahui felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing them. By the way, Lord Su, what do cupping and mercury infusion entail? Peng Qianming inquired again, his curiosity unabated. Quite simple. The so-called cupping involves placing a heated jar directly on the prisoner's back, chest, or any other area, Su Ying explained. As he spoke, Zhang Hu and the others stiffened. This punishment, though straightforward, was immensely cruel. Typical cupping merely involves heating a jar to create a vacuum, lasting only a brief moment. But this cupping and mercury infusion? Dig a pit. Bury the prisoner up to their neck, then make an incision on their forehead to pour mercury into the wound. Lu Dahui, can you guess what the prisoner feels at that moment? Su Ying's gaze fell deeply upon Lu Dahui. Ah, Lord Su, please, I am not aware. At that moment, they will feel an excruciating itch and pain all over. Lu Dahui instinctively scratched his chest, asking, what should one do when it itches and hurts? They will instinctively channel their energy to find a way out, only to discover that their skin remains buried underground. Lu Dahui trembled at these words, his mind conjuring a scene of unspeakable cruelty. Haha, marvelous, truly marvelous. Lord Su is indeed a master of torment. No wonder he has caught the eye of the third princess. With this quintuple world-ending technique, even the strongest man could be brought low. Lu Dahui, ensure this technique is properly documented and experiment with it one by one upon returning to the county jail. Yes, yes. Lu Dahui wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, hastily recording what Su Ying had said. Lord Peng truly does not treat me as an outsider. This quintuple world-ending technique is my intellectual property. Should you wish to employ it, it will require additional payment. Su Ying gazed at Peng Qianming, his eyes glinting as he slowly spoke. In the end, after Peng Qianming added another 1,500 taels to the original sum, both parties reached a consensus and departed, fully satisfied. Zhang Hu, next time I shall teach you a few more techniques, ensuring you become the foremost torturer in the Great Xia. Thank you, my lord. By the way, Captain Li, who is the special prize? Hee, coincidentally, it is head Zhang. Upon hearing this, Su Ying was momentarily taken aback. Then he patted Zhang Hu's shoulder, smiling. Come to my room tonight. With that, he turned and left. Zhang Hu stood there, stunned, his knife clattering to the ground with a sharp sound. Returning to his quarters, Su Ying changed into plain clothes and, under Li Shan's guidance, exited the county office, heading straight for South Street. Li Shan, didn't your daughter return? Why haven't I seen her today? You are now a county lieutenant. The chief position cannot remain vacant. Su Ying strolled leisurely ahead, hands clasped behind his back, not bothering to look back as he inquired. Replying to your lordship, Qiu Shuang is resting at home, waiting to take office after the new year. Can she cook? Su Ying asked. Cook? Li Shan was momentarily taken aback. Then he nodded. Qiu Shuang's culinary skills are quite good. Her mother passed away early, and I was often busy with official duties. She frequently prepared meals. However, after finishing his sentence, Li Shan felt something was amiss. Sure enough, he heard Su Ying smiling slightly. Perfect. You all should move to the county office. Otherwise, it feels rather lonely for me to occupy such a large space alone. Once the Qinglang Gang's residence is repaired, we shall move there together. Li Shan felt a surge of foreboding but, after some thought, ultimately said nothing. Lord Su is, after all, a vigorous and normal man. It seems I must take him to the 100 Flowers building to investigate cases more often. The two meandered through several streets and soon arrived at South Street. Su Ying surveyed his surroundings, noting the desolation along the road. It was evidently less prosperous than other areas. Many shops were sparsely populated, and the passers-by were primarily ordinary residents. My lord, the coffin shop of the old ghost is just ahead. Li Shan led the way, and soon they arrived at a store with a white banner at the entrance. Old ghost, are you in? It is Li Shan, here to visit. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of Li Shan knocking on the door echoed. Unfortunately, after multiple calls, no one responded from within. Su Ying exchanged glances with Li Shan, who then forcefully pushed the door open. Instantly, a strong aroma of incense wafted toward them. Su Ying furrowed his brow upon discovering a plethora of coffins, both large and small, yet not a single soul could be found within. Where could that old ghost have gone? Li Shan turned around, puzzled by the absence of any presence, and wondered aloud. Could he be dead? I haven't heard anything about it. You wish. I'm merely napping, you fool. Is there a corpse in your family, gallivanting around in broad daylight? A voice, laced with irritation, echoed through the air, followed by the sound of wood scraping. The two men turned to see a frail old man with graying hair, dressed in gray, slowly rising from one of the coffins. Damn it, ghostly elder, I thought you had kicked the bucket. You're the one who's dead, along with your entire family. The old man snapped, springing out of the coffin with a swift motion, stretching his limbs with a cacophony of pops and cracks. He glanced at Li Shan, then fixed his gaze on Su Ying, inquiring curiously, "Who is this lad?" "This is Lord Su Ying, the magistrate of Ningyang County. You should greet him promptly." Li Shan interjected. The ghostly elder cast a disdainful glance at him and took a hearty swig from a gourd of wine. "Greet him? Nonsense. You come seeking me in broad daylight, so you must have a request. Speak." "I am Su Ying, newly appointed magistrate of Ningyang County. I have come to invite you to serve as a guest elder at the county office." Su Ying bowed slightly, demonstrating his respect. "Guest elder? No, I refuse. I'm too old for battles now." The elder waved his hand dismissively, his impatience evident as he shot a disdainful look at Li Shan, scolding. "I knew you'd bring nothing but trouble." Li Shan's mouth twitched, and he refrained from retorting. "The old ghost. Xiao Shuang has returned and will succeed me as the chief constable of Ningyang. Lord Su wishes for you to be the county's patron, merely needing you to guard the prison during critical times." After a brief pause, Li Shan sighed and explained, "In the past month, remnants of Chongqing Heaven and the Hahuan sect have repeatedly caused disturbances, resulting in the deaths of over a dozen people. Xiao Shuang is back." The mention of Li Xiao Shuang elicited a rare smile from the elder. "You, a recluse, have your pride, but if this elder refuses, then so be it. Let us go." As he spoke, Su Ying turned to leave without a second glance. Li Shan hesitated, contemplating whether to follow, when suddenly Su Ying's voice floated back from outside. "What a pity. Last time I confiscated 50 jars of century-old drunken immortal brew, but as I don't drink, I had to dispose of them." Whoosh. As soon as the words left his mouth, the old man darted forward, blocking Su Ying's path. "Young man, is that true? Is it really drunken immortal brew?" His eyes gleamed with anticipation as he shook the gourd in front of Su Ying's nose. "It's not," Su Ying replied, shaking his head slightly. Then, seeing the disappointment in the elder's eyes, he added with a subtle smile, "It's even better." "What? Better?" The elder rubbed his hands together, muttering to himself, "I have claimed to have tasted the finest wines in the world, but never anything better than this. Lord Su, if you can procure something superior, I shall agree to your request." "Very well. It's a promise. In 3 days, I will bring something even better for you." With that, he turned and left without looking back. "My lord, is it really necessary to be so respectful to this old ghost?" Li Shan questioned. "Not at all, Li Shan. This elder possesses more than just skill. Your accomplishments today are significant. If he agrees, the county prison will be impenetrable unless the laws are enforced personally." Su Ying smiled and glanced back at the coffin shop, saying, "Let us return and prepare. I intend to brew some wine." "Brew wine? Did you not say you had the century-old drunken immortal brew?" "I do not." Su Ying shook his head slightly, crossing his arms. "However, I can create something even better. If you do not have it, how do you know what the old ghost was drinking?" Li Shan inquired, puzzled. "Ah, you are unaware, my dear constable. I have been to the capital, and when I was honored as a newly appointed scholar by His Majesty, I had the privilege of attending a banquet in Xianming Hall, where I tasted the drunken immortal brew. Yet, even a century-old brew lacks flavor. Now let us go." With that, Su Ying hurriedly departed. After traversing a street, he found a tavern and boldly paid 100 taels of silver to purchase the establishment. The owner, initially incredulous, was soon overjoyed as he beheld the gleaming silver. "My lord intends to brew wine. Indeed, you have the resources here. We merely need to distill it several more times and then add some medicinal herbs." As they spoke, the two of them busily set to work. Chapter 35, Drunken Immortal Brew, the Red Iron Taoist. 3 days later, Li Shan gazed in astonishment at the pale yellow liquor in the porcelain bowl before him, its aroma intoxicating as he took a sip. The smooth, rich flavor transformed into a warm current as it coursed through him, noticeably accelerating the circulation of his inner energy. "My lord, is this truly the drunken immortal brew?" "Indeed. Though the herbs are not as fine as those from the palace, the quality of the wine is undoubtedly superior. Take a flask to find the old ghost." "No need. I have come." With a hearty laugh, the ghostly voice suddenly materialized within the tavern. His eyes sparkled as he gazed upon the large jars of wine, rubbing his hands together with a wolfish grin. "Drunken immortal brew, indeed. Boy, I thought you were deceiving me, but you can brew it yourself? Elder, how does my drunken immortal brew fare?" Su Ying asked with a smile. "The fragrance is alluring, the flavor rich and smooth." At this, the elder downed a bowl in one gulp, wiping his mouth and squinting his eyes in deep contemplation. "The sauce aroma is prominent, elegant and delicate, the body rich, with a lingering aftertaste. It contains deer blood, bear bile, tiger whip, and several spiritual herbs. Truly excellent wine. Lord Su." The elder seemed eager to continue, but Su Ying interrupted with a gentle smile, raising his hand. "As long as you agree to reside at the county office, You may drink as much of this wine as you desire. I plan to open a tavern dedicated to drunken immortal brew, where you could even live. Excellent. The elder clapped his thighs in delight, readily agreeing. Damn it, after 300 years, you are the first to please me. Gulping down another mouthful. His face flushed, and the scent of alcohol filled the air. How much silver will you charge for this wine? What do you think? Ying inquired with a smile. I know not about pricing, only how to drink. But I think 10 taels per pound would be fair. 10 taels? Lishan gasped in astonishment. Very well. That's the price for this vintage. But I will also offer 10-year and 100-year varieties in the future for your enjoyment. Is there truly a 100-year version? The elder's eyes gleamed with excitement. Of course. Your brewing technique is remarkably unique. I have never encountered anything like it. Since I have agreed to your request, I assure you, I will not go back on my word. After a pause, the elder's gaze shifted back to Ying. Lord Su, do you still seek skilled hands? I know another. Following the elder's introduction, Ying took Lishan to a blacksmith shop, where they encountered a middle-aged man working shirtless at the forge. This man, named the Red Iron Taoist, was a close friend of the elder. Initially, the Red Iron Taoist showed no interest in Ying's invitation until he was taught the method of forging Damascus steel. His eyes widened in astonishment as he eagerly agreed. Within the county office, the Red Iron Taoist admired the beautifully patterned long sword in his hand, his face alight with admiration. I never imagined Lord Su would possess such knowledge of the forging arts. Your technique has completely transformed my understanding. Following Ying's methods, he crafted a long sword in a remarkably short time. The sword gleamed with a silvery hue, resembling Mercury's gleam, though merely forged from ordinary steel ingots. This blade astonishingly severed numerous weapons crafted from the finest red iron by the master blacksmiths. Ying offered a faint smile, refraining from elaboration. In truth, he possessed only a rudimentary understanding of the Damascus steel forging techniques. The true artistry lay in the profound knowledge of the Red Iron Master regarding the craft. What Ying described was essentially the method of folding and forging. It is known that folding a steel strip 8 times results in 256 layers. However, the current forging techniques of the Great Xia remain confined to incessant hammering. Of course, the exquisite patterns seen are primarily due to acid etching. Your praise is unwarranted. I merely possess a cursory understanding, Ying humbly stated. What I shared with you were merely the foundational principles of forging, to truly create divine weapons. Further research is necessary on your part. Your humility is commendable, but your skills have already elevated my forging techniques, the Red Iron Master remarked with appreciation. He was the last disciple of the Iron Gate, having mastered the esoteric art of iron forging. Regrettably, the Iron Gate has long since perished, leaving the Red Iron Master as its sole heir. Iron Gate. Ying mused, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the Red Iron Master confirmed with a nod. As the last head of the Iron Gate, I bear the responsibility of preserving our legacy. I have long sought a worthy disciple to inherit my mantle. Given your impartation of forging techniques today, I am profoundly grateful. Henceforth, I shall reside at the county office. Very well, Ying replied. Since you are so agreeable, I shall not prolong the discussion. You will assist me in crafting weapons at the county office, and I shall seek out suitable disciples for you. Naturally, I shall not take your crafted weapons for free. We will sell them and share the profits 3 to 7 in your favor. What do you say? In an instant, Ying candidly expressed his true intentions. It was no jest. Weapons forged from Damascus steel are exceptionally sharp, rivaling even divine weapons for ordinary masters. Furthermore, these were crafted from mere steel. Upon meeting the Red Iron Master, Ying was inspired to replace the black-clad archer's weapons. Imagine 100 warriors wielding Damascus curved sabers and crossbows, each a master of innate prowess, mounted as cavalry. 3 to 7 is too modest. Let us agree on a 50-50 split, the Red Iron Master suggested with a smile, acknowledging his fortune in gaining Ying's favor. Agreed. Tomorrow, I shall find a suitable location near the county office for your work, Ying replied, content as he and Lishan returned to the county office. Through his inquiries, he learned that the ghostly elder was once an elder of the Sword sect during the era of the Great Zhou, while the Red Iron Master was the heir of the Iron Gate, both of which were prominent sects among the 3,000 of the Great Zhou. Alas, in the twilight years of the Great Zhou, the inept rule of the Shadow Emperor led to the uprising of the founding emperor, culminating in the establishment of the Great Xia. Subsequently, the Imperial Heavenly Army ravaged the sects, reducing them to ruin. It was during this tumult that the ghostly elder and the Red Iron Master assumed new identities in Ningyan City. Both were masters of the celestial origin realm, allowing them to endure for 2 to 3 centuries, though this was merely one facet of their longevity. Su Ying sought to win the favor of both the ghostly elder and the red iron master through the exquisite drunken immortal brew and the folding forging technique. First, to ensure the county office was protected by capable individuals, and second, to generate revenue. Both the drunken immortal brew and the weapons forged by the red iron master would serve as lucrative ventures. Su Ying could not remain in Ningyang forever. The next destinations would be the prefectural city, the provincial capital, and even the sacred capital, places where the need for funds would be abundant. Furthermore, with his newfound abilities, his aspirations could not be confined to the mere celestial origin realm. Hence, his future cultivation would require significant investment. My lord, I have heard rumors that the 100 Flowers Pavilion has a new courtesan, and I suspect there may be some intrigue. Should we investigate? Li Shan proposed earnestly as they passed by the pavilion in the evening. The 100 Flowers Pavilion? A courtesan? Su Ying replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. Very well. Let us see if there are remnants of the former dynasty within. With that, they entered the establishment. The following morning, Su Ying awoke from his silken slumber. Gently shifting the alabaster leg of the courtesan Lin Xianer beside him, he rose to dress. Lin Xianer, a recent arrival, was a paragon of beauty, her allure rivaling that of the third princess. Su Ying was captivated by her, as her visage evoked a haunting specter from his past. However, after a night of amiable exchanges, he confirmed that she was not a remnant of the great Zhou. Are you leaving, my lord? Her melodious voice chimed from behind, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Indeed, I have pressing matters to attend to, including the pursuit of the remnants of the great Zhou. I shall seek you out again when the opportunity arises. My lord's dedication to the people is admirable, she responded, her tone sweet yet teasing. Last night, you came in with such fervor to pursue remnants of the great Zhou, yet alas, I fell into your hands before I could prove my innocence. Certainly, you are not one of them, or else I would have dealt with you most decisively. I have always believed in eradicating any remnants of the great Zhou. Lin Xianer bit her luscious lip, her gaze lingering on Su Ying's formidable silhouette, recalling the tempestuous events of the previous night. From now on, I shall await your inquiries. And when you return, I shall clear my name. Su Ying paused, momentarily taken aback, but refraining from further explanation. In his 2 lifetimes, he had encountered many women, yet none quite like Lin Xianer. Exiting the 100 Flowers Pavilion, Su Ying stretched, relishing the clear skies and the gentle warmth that had returned after a biting northern wind. Upon arriving at the county office, he spotted a woman clad in fitted attire, wielding a longsword, standing before the hall. At first glance, Su Ying thought to himself, this is the third. I am Li Qiushuang, here to report to you. Su Darren, she announced. Her figure was exquisitely proportioned, her voice clear and sweet, her features delicate, and her skin as fair as snow, a striking beauty. Yet, he wondered how her father, Li Shan, had produced such a daughter. Su Darren? Li Qiushuang called again, noticing Su Ying lost in thought. So, you are indeed Li Shan's daughter. It seems the apple does not fall far from the tree, he mused, clearing his throat. Since you are here to report, please follow me. As he spoke, Su Ying moved forward, and as he passed, Li Qiushuang's nose twitched slightly. Why does Su Darren reek of perfume? Could it be that you visited the 100 Flowers Pavilion last night? Just then, another figure appeared, yawning as he entered. Li Qiushuang's eyes widened as she recognized her father, Li Shan. She quickly approached him, but as she drew near, her nose twitched again, detecting the same overpowering scent of perfume. Immediately, her brow furrowed as she glared at Li Shan. Father, did you go to the 100 Flowers Pavilion last night to investigate? Yes indeed. Last night, Su Darren mentioned that there might be remnants of the great Zhou at the 100 Flowers Pavilion. As you know, I have always abhorred such individuals, so I conducted a thorough search, but alas, found nothing. As his words trailed off, he felt a prickling sensation on his back and turned to see Su Ying crossing his arms, a cold smile adorning his face. Li County Lieutenant, you are slandering a superior and spreading baseless accusations. Your salary for this month has been revoked. With that, he spun on his heel and departed. Li Shan stood rooted in place, his expression souring as he glanced at Li Qiushuang, who responded with a cold huff before turning away. Zhang, who had waited all night at the study door, but had not seen Su Ying. Thus, he was already waiting at the entrance early the next morning. Upon seeing Li Qiushuang and Li Shan arrive, he rubbed his hands together and inquired with a smile, My lord, what of the special prize? Oh, I almost forgot about this matter. Come in. Su Ying opened the door, and several individuals promptly entered in single file. Sitting at the desk, he brewed some tea and took a sip, which eased his throat slightly, parched from the previous night's revelry. Master, here is my graduation document. Li Qiushuang handed her document to Su Ying, resembling a gilded decree. Upon opening it, Su Ying discovered it detailed Li Qiushuang's performance at the Qingzhou Martial Academy. The document bore the grand seal of the academy's principal, who also served as the commander of the local garrison. Glancing through it, Su Ying noted that Li Qiushuang, a practitioner of the innate realm, had achieved excellence in all aspects during her time at the academy. Excellent. It is an honor for our county to have you. I hope you will maintain your original aspirations and not forget your mission in the days to come. Su Ying praised, adding with a smile, from now on, all the constables in Ningyan County will heed your orders. I shall grant you an additional 100 constable positions for you to recruit and select as you see fit. Thank you, Master, Li Qiushuang exclaimed, her beautiful eyes sparkling with surprise, realizing she had unexpectedly become the chief constable upon her arrival, overseeing hundreds of subordinates. Indeed, a promising future compared to her fellow graduates. Go on. Su Ying waved his hand, and both Li Qiushuang and Li Shan took their leave. His gaze then shifted to Zhang Hu. Last night, I was preoccupied with official duties and neglected your affairs. I hope you do not take it to heart. Master's words carry weight. I assure you, I harbor no such thoughts, Zhang Hu replied hastily. Indeed, I have reviewed your credentials. Your father participated in the campaign against the Eastern Wilderness demons during the second year of the Divine Martial Era, achieving military merit before coming to our county and securing a position in the Ningyan garrison. Master speaks correctly, Zhang Hu confirmed. You are practicing the Golden Body technique, created by our founding emperor. Upon careful observation, I find your innate talent remarkable, your vitality robust, and your physique significantly stronger than the average person. Since you have drawn the special prize, I shall not be stingy. As he spoke, he retrieved a small box from a nearby drawer and gently pushed it toward Zhang Hu, smiling. This is a boundary-breaking pill. After consuming it, you will be able to surpass the innate realm. Additionally, I have prepared a golden bell shield for you. Train diligently, and do not disappoint my expectations. Boundary-breaking pill? Golden bell shield? Zhang Hu murmured in disbelief, then immediately knelt before Su Ying, exclaiming, Thank you for your generous gifts, Master. I am eternally grateful. I will not hesitate to face any danger for your service. The Golden Body technique is merely a standard method of horizontal training, lacking any profound principle. Its peak is merely the postnatal 9th layer. However, the Golden Bell Shield is different. It is one of the supreme techniques of the Daling Temple. It encompasses both horizontal and internal cultivation methods. When mastered to the utmost, upon unlocking the 12 heavenly passes, one can attain an indestructible body. Go on. In a few days, I shall find you a master. A master? Zhang Hu scratched the back of his head, momentarily at a loss for words. What is it? Su Ying furrowed his brow, looking at him quizzically. Master, could you perhaps arrange for me a wife as well? Zhang Hu asked sheepishly. Su Ying's expression darkened upon hearing this, and he impatiently retorted, Get lost. Chapter 37. The Herb Pavilion, a collaboration host, Su Ying. Realm, perfected transcendence. Skills, Northern Nether Divine Art, perfected. Mighty Diamond Finger, perfected. 18 Dragons Subduing Palms, perfected. Indestructible Golden Body, second layer, cannot be improved. Earth-Shattering Dragon Fist, second layer. Cannot be improved. Cultivation value, none. Current tasks, none. Talent, Eye of the Void. Gazing at his succinct attributes panel, Su Ying pinched his chin. Let's check in. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in at the county office on the first day of the lunar year, receiving the ultimate skill, instant prison shadow killing technique. Really? Even this? Su Ying was taken aback by the system's notification. However, after some contemplation, he decided not to cultivate it. Although it was admirable, it did not suit him. After all, he possessed the more formidable wave-walking technique. It would be more appropriate to pass it on to the four ghosts of Xiangxi, who were already adept at the phantom shadow technique, making them the epitome of assassins. Coupled with the instant prison shadow killing technique, it would indeed be a significant enhancement. Putting away the attributes panel, Su Ying rose and stretched. Outside the window, thick snowflakes fell like goose feathers, cloaking the entire Ningyan city in a silvery gown. The weather had shifted abruptly. It had been warm in the morning, but now heavy snow was falling. Such a significant snowfall could likely lead to a snow disaster. For ghosts of Xiangxi, at your command, notify Zhang Liang to continue distributing porridge and grain, lest those beggars freeze to death. Yes, master. Once the four ghosts of Xiangxi departed, Su Ying circulated his qi and blood, radiating warmth like a furnace. The ice and snow within a radius of several dozen feet quickly melted away. After a moment, Su Ying clasped his hands behind his back and walked out of the county office. As he stepped outside, he spotted Li Qiushuang, her cheeks flushed, returning from patrol with several constables. Greetings, master. There's no need for formalities. How did it go? Any incidents? Su Ying inquired with a smile. Since Li Qiushuang's arrival, she had diligently led patrols, allowing Li Shan to enjoy a more leisurely time. Master, aside from a few brawls at the docks, there have been no other incidents. She reported. Brawls? Su Ying frowned, suspecting it was likely a territorial dispute. With the demise of the Qing Wolf Gang and the Rod Gang, it was uncertain what new factions had emerged. In any case, as long as there were people involved and interests at stake, conflict was inevitable. As long as there are no fatalities. Given the snow today, please inform the Drunken Immortal restaurant to prepare 20 tables of dishes to be sent to the county office for a proper celebration tonight. Yes, master. One constable bowed and immediately hurried out of the county office. With ample funds at his disposal, Su Ying was not inclined to be stingy. Whether it was for distributing porridge and grain or repairing the homes of the impoverished in the southwestern slums, the total expenditure amounted to only a few 100,000 taels. Even now, Su Ying's treasury still boasted nearly 2 million silver taels. Having too much money can be a burden at times. Su Ying shook his head and stepped out of the county office, heading toward the herb pavilion. During the last investigation, Su Ying had imposed a fine of 1,000 taels on the herb pavilion, and it was soon discovered that Fong Sanyuan had only conducted this one transaction. Hence, Su Ying showed clemency and spared his life. Master Su, it's quite cold outside. Please come in. Please come in. Upon seeing Su Ying enter, Fong Sanyuan's eyes widened, and he promptly emerged from behind the counter to greet him warmly. Busy as usual. Are you Master Fong? Su Ying glanced around and smiled. Master Su, you flatter me. Our humble establishment is fortunate to be able to operate under your governance. Since we are in the business of trade, I happen to have a matter I wish to discuss with you, Su Ying said with a slight smile, taking a seat. Fong Sanyuan beckoned, and shortly after, a young maid arrived with tea and pastries. Master Su, you honor us with your intention to do business with us. What kind of collaboration do you have in mind? Fong Sanyuan rubbed his hands together, respectfully sitting beside Su Ying. I recently acquired a batch of Drunken Immortal brew, which requires a considerable amount of rare herbs. Thus, I wish to collaborate with the herb pavilion. Drunken Immortal brew? Fong Sanyuan was momentarily taken aback. The Drunken Immortal brew was a renowned wine from the Tianxian Tower in the capital. How could Su Ying possibly possess it? Do you doubt me, Master Fong? Su Ying smiled subtly, placing a small jar on the table. This is a new batch. Why not taste it before making a judgment? As soon as the seal was broken, a tantalizing aroma of wine wafted throughout the hall. Fong Sanyuan's expression shifted in astonishment. Indeed, it was genuine Drunken Immortal brew. The aroma of the wine is peculiar, seemingly even more delightful than the famed Zhuai Xian brew. I must confess to you, Lord Su, that while I have tasted Zhuai Xian brew, I am no connoisseur. As fate would have it, my esteemed manager is here today. Shall we summon her for a closer inspection? The manager? Su Ying was taken aback, realizing that you are merely a second-tier figure. He chuckled. Very well. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch her. With that, Fong Sanyuan rose and made his way to the inner hall. Moments later, gentle footsteps approached, and Su Ying looked up, startled. Before him stood a graceful and enchanting woman clad in a pale yellow lotus skirt, her hair elegantly coiled, revealing her fair and slender neck. Her figure was exquisite, her beauty unparalleled, exuding an exceptional charm reminiscent of a diligent and frugal neighborly wife. Oh, this must be the fourth one, Su Ying mused internally. The young lady, Ying, greeted him with a melodious voice, her eyes sparkling with warmth. I have met Lord Su. Upon hearing the name Ying, Su Ying's heart stirred. The Yu family is one of the 3 prominent clans in Qingzhou Prefecture, renowned for their formidable influence. It is said that their ancestors fought alongside the original king of Qingzhou during the Eastern Wilderness demonic chaos, forming a brotherly bond with him. Thus, the Yu family shares a remarkable connection with the Qingzhou royal household. Being a family of merchants, coupled with their ties to the royal house, the Yu family rapidly ascended in power and prestige within mere decades. The Baichao Pavilion is but one of their numerous enterprises. Indeed, Zhuai Xian brew incorporates 18 medicinal ingredients, including deer blood, red firegrass, and bear bile, giving it a distinctive aroma. Yu merely took a gentle whiff and immediately began to identify the various herbs within. How does my lord envision our collaboration? She inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Su Ying, undeterred by pleasantries, responded directly, you supply the herbs, and I shall brew the wine. The pricing and sales will be managed by Baichao Pavilion, with profits split 60-40 in my favor. How does that sound? That is not agreeable, Yu replied, shaking her head slightly. She stepped closer and sampled a sip from the small jar. Su Ying, seated nearby, attempted to raise his gaze, but was unfortunately obstructed by two towering peaks before him. A refreshing fragrance emanated from Ying, delicate and alluring, stirring his senses. Her graceful form was unlike anything Su Ying had ever encountered, perhaps only rivaled by Lin Xiener. He lamented the absence of a pair of sunglasses to shield his eyes from her beauty. 50-50 would be more reasonable. Considering we must also supply the herbs and sales channels, Yingxian smiled, her enchanting eyes fixed upon Su Ying. Regarding Yingxian's proposal, Su Ying did not decline. He merely needed to find someone to brew the wine under the watchful eye of the old ghost, while Baichao Pavilion managed the sales. This arrangement would surely expand the market for Zhuaxian brew beyond just Ningyan City. It is worth noting that the Yu family's herbal business spans all of Qingzhou and even extends to other prefectures. Once Zhuaxian brew finds its market, wealth will surely flow in abundance. After Su Ying departed, Yingxian sat in a chair, delicately holding her wine glass, savoring another sip. Feng Sanyuan stood nearby, slightly hunched, not daring to breathe too loudly as he observed her. Do you know why I agreed to collaborate with him? She queried. Alas, I do not. Please enlighten me, Mississippi. Of course, you do not know, she replied coldly, swirling her exquisite wine glass. I am aware of your previous misdeeds. Starting tomorrow, prepare to return to Qingzhou. Feng Sanyuan's mouth fell open, as if wishing to protest, but after a moment's contemplation, he remained silent, his expression dimming. Thank you for your mercy, Mississippi. His prior mishap involving a piece of red firegrass had caused a loss of 1,000 taels of silver, which, while not catastrophic, severely impacted Baichao Pavilion's reputation. To spare him this time was already a testament to his years of diligent service to the Yu family. Exiting Baichao Pavilion, Su Ying strolled leisurely towards Zhuaxian Tower, which had once belonged to the Qing Wolf gang, now extinguished, transforming Zhuaxian Tower into a property of the county office. Upon entering, the attendant greeted him with enthusiasm. Welcome, Lord Su. Your private room has been reserved for you. Please, upstairs. Since the last banquet held at Zhuaxian Tower for the local gentry of Ningyan County, Su Ying's room had remained untouched. Typically, it was not open to the public unless he was present. There's no need for that. Just find me a window-side table on the second floor, and serve the usual dishes promptly. Su Ying waved his hand and ascended to the second floor, selecting a table by the window, where he awaited his meal in quiet contemplation. I wonder how Li Qiushuang's culinary skills measure up. Perhaps I could have her work as a small cook at the county office in the future. After a brief wait, an array of dishes was brought forth: ginseng, deer antlers, leopard meat, and unicorn ox meat, accompanied by bowls of spirit rice and a jug of tiger bone liquor. Spirit rice was a unique delicacy found solely at Zhuaxian Tower and was often available only at a premium. It is said to be cultivated from ancient sects of the previous dynasty, containing rare spiritual energy that nourishes the body and enhances vitality. Priced at 1 tael of silver per tael, it is exceedingly precious for ordinary folk. Alas, the disparity between the wealthy and the poor is truly extravagant, Su Ying sighed, shaking his head before picking up his chopsticks and indulging heartily. With each mouthful, it felt as if he were a colossal digestive machine, swiftly consuming the entire feast, ultimately letting out a satisfied burp. It was astonishing that such a banquet, sufficient to satiate 7 or 8 people, had been consumed entirely by him. As Su Ying prepared to rise, a mocking voice broke through the atmosphere. He turned, his expression cooling as he spotted a pale, finely dressed young man across the room. A look of derision plastered across his face. Flanking him were 2 stunningly beautiful women. Oh, still staring, are we? Country bumpkin, what are you looking at? The young man sneered upon catching Su Ying's gaze. Go, San, gouge out his eyes and skin his face. I cannot bear to see anyone more handsome than myself. Yes, third young master. The burly man beside him rose, striding towards Su Ying menacingly. Kid, blind yourself now. Otherwise, my wrath will not be so easily contained. He loomed over Su Ying, cold indifference in his eyes as if gazing upon a corpse. To act so brazenly under the sun, threatening to harm me. What audacity do you possess? Su Ying retorted with a scoff. He had encountered many arrogant individuals. Those in Ningyan who exhibited such behavior either met their demise or were utterly incapacitated. Yet this was the first time he encountered such unbridled arrogance. All he had done was enjoy a meal and glance in their direction, and now they sought to cripple him? Listen well, you insolent fool. Even the county magistrate bows to me. You, a mere peasant, dare speak of law? I am the law, the young man thundered, his eyes icy as he glared at Su Ying. San, why are you still standing there? Did you not hear my command? Yes, third young master. As soon as the voice fell, the burly man lunged forward, his fingers splitting like a blade aimed directly at Su Ying's eyes. Seeking death. Su Ying snorted coldly, remaining steadfast and unmoved. As the man's fingers approached, he swiftly raised his hand and seized them. With a sharp crack, his wrist was crushed by Su Ying's grip. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, Ah San's eyes widened as he emitted a piercing scream. Immediately after, Su Ying delivered a powerful kick, sending Ah San flying backward. His body crashed through the railing and fell from the second floor, obliterating a vegetable stall upon landing. How audacious! Who dares to fight in the streets? From below, Li Qiushuang's cold voice rang out as her gaze ascended to the second floor, catching sight of half of Su Ying's figure. Just in time, Officer Li. There is a thief attempting to assassinate this official. I suspect this man to be a remnant of the previous dynasty. Please apprehend him. Su Ying's voice was calm as it reached Li Qiushuang's ears, causing her heart to jolt at the mention of the remnants of the former dynasty. With a swift motion, she leapt into the air, landing directly on the second floor. The officers following behind were momentarily stunned before hastily ascending the stairs. Surrounding the young man in the splendid attire, we pay our respects to the official. No need for formalities. Su Ying waved his hand dismissively, his expression as cold as steel. His gaze shifted to the young man in fine clothes. You vile creature, daring to assault a court official in broad daylight. I shall see how many powerful connections you possess that embolden your arrogance. Come, seize him. If there is any resistance, treat it as the actions of a remnant from the former dynasty and execute him on the spot. Yes, sir. Upon his command, a dozen officers unsheathed their long blades, their faces brimming with murderous intent as they fixated on the young man in fine clothes. The officers accompanying Li Qiushuang were no ordinary constables. They were part of the elite Black Arrow team assigned to the Ningyan County office. Su Ying had initially requested the incorporation of the Black Arrow team to safeguard against suspicions of secretly maintaining a private army, which could be deemed treasonous. So it is the magistrate of Ningyan County, a mere 7th-rank official, who dares to act so arrogantly before me. The young man in fine clothes pushed aside 2 beautiful women. A cold smile etched across his face as he glared at Su Ying. You insolent servant. Do you even know who I am? Silence. Without allowing him to finish, Su Ying coldly interrupted. At that instant, one of the officers darted forward, striking the young man hard across the face with the hilt of his sword. With a cry of agony, he was sent sprawling to the ground, shattering the table before him. Break his limbs and take him back to the county office. And these others, take them all. Yes, sir. The officers advanced swiftly toward the young man in fine clothes. Stop. Hold it right there. Do you even realize who you are offending? One of the 3 accompanying him, a middle-aged man in gray, spoke up as the situation grew dire. Su Ying scoffed disdainfully. Who he is matters not to me. I am not one of his countless powerful connections. At his words, the gray-clad man and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. You. How audacious. You, a mere 7th-rank county magistrate, dare to act so boldly. Listen closely. My name is Shi Dian, the 3rd son of the Shi family in Qingzhou. My sister is the imperial consort to the 4th prince. My brother is the commander of the Jinyuan army, and my uncle is the current minister of personnel. As his voice echoed, the hall fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The onlookers stared in shock at the unfolding drama. The brother-in-law of the 4th prince, the younger brother of the Jinyuan army commander, the nephew of the minister of personnel? What of it? Are you frightened now? The middle-aged man in gray looked down upon Su Ying with pride. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Su Ying did not display the terror he anticipated. Are you finished? Su Ying's expression remained impassive as he regarded him coolly. If you are done, then accompany me to the county jail. The imperial consort, the Jinyuan army commander, the minister of personnel, what of it? I do not believe that the remnants of the former dynasty would dare to come in person to rescue this scoundrel. What? At his words, the gray-clad man's expression shifted drastically. You are slandering us. How could we possibly be remnants of the former dynasty? The implication of such a suspicion would be disastrous for them. Even should they ultimately escape unharmed, the repercussions for the Shi family would be inevitable. Meanwhile, Shi Dian, having been struck hard, stood up with fury igniting in his eyes. He glared at Su Ying, seething. You. I do not care who you are. You are as good as dead. I will annihilate your entire family. I will flay your skin and break your bones. Ada, what are you waiting for? Kill him. Kill him. The gray-clad man did not act immediately. Instead, he turned to Su Ying, his voice cold. Sir Su, I apologize for today's events. I ask you to let us go and end this matter here. Let you go? Su Ying sneered. Had it not been for my own abilities, you would have had your eyes gouged out today. Furthermore, you, who resort to violence in the streets, brazenly taking lives at the slightest provocation. As the magistrate of Ningyan County, I hereby formally arrest you. Any resistance will lead to immediate execution. You. The gray-clad man's complexion changed. Ada, did you not hear what I said? Kill him, or I will have my brother cripple you. Shi Dian yelled frantically. Silence. Break his limbs. Su Ying's expression remained icy as he spoke, casting a glance at the gray-clad man. Anyone who dares to resist will be shot on the spot. Yes, sir. An officer stepped forward, unsheathing his sword, and without hesitation, struck Shi Dian viciously. He attempted to evade, but two officers swiftly restrained his shoulders. Crack, crack. The sharp sounds echoed as Shi Dian was beaten until blood poured from his mouth, his teeth shattered, and half his face swollen grotesquely. Sir Su, my master is with you. As Shi Dian was on the verge of being beaten to death, the gray-clad man could no longer contain himself and shouted in anger. Charging towards Su Ying. Come at me. Su Ying's cold laughter filled the air, as his true energy surged like a flood. Meanwhile, the gray-clad man, Ada, with a furious blue fist, unleashed a violent strike aimed at Su Ying. Ocean's boundless palm. A low-grade Earth-tier martial technique. The azure palm, carrying a tsunami-like force, aimed to crush Su Ying with a single blow. With a thunderous roar, a golden dragon burst forth from the waves, colliding with the gray-clad man's palm. Crack! A sharp sound resonated, followed by a deafening explosion. The clash of golden and azure energies radiated outward, shattering tables, chairs, and utensils in their wake. Ada screamed as he was sent flying, landing on the ground. Shock etched across his face as he stared at Su Ying. You've attained the pinnacle of the profound realm. Impossible. Lock them all up. Yes, sir. After issuing the command, Su Ying cast a cold glance at the group before rising to leave. Upon returning to the county office, he encountered Zhang Liang and Li Shan, who exchanged worried glances at Su Ying's grim demeanor before looking to Li Qiushuang. What has Sir Su brought back this time? Li Qiushuang, equally expressionless, replied. The brother-in-law of the fourth prince, the younger brother of the Jinyuan army commander, the nephew of the minister of personnel. Zhang Liang and Li Shan trembled at her words, exchanging a glance before giving a thumbs up. Impressive. In the county jail, Su Ying sat with an imposing presence, coldly observing the group before him. Opposite him sat the gray-clad man, Ada, along with Aer, San, and Lao Si, the four brothers, responsible for protecting the third son of the Shi family. Shi Dian, among them the middle-aged man in gray, is a master at the 7th level of the Tongxian realm, while the others are at the 1st and 2nd levels of the same realm. The fact that 4 individuals of the Tongxian realm are employed as bodyguards speaks volumes about the Shi family's immense strength and profound heritage. Speak. What is your purpose for coming to Ningyang City? Apart from you, are there any others? Most importantly, at this point, Su Ying lightly tapped the armrest with his fingers, fixing his gaze on Ada with a cold smile. Are you colluding with the remnants of the previous dynasty? Chapter 40. This official encounters such despicable demands for the first time. In the county jail, Ada and his companions stared at Su Ying and the group of formidable constables. He simply could not comprehend how, in such a small place, each constable could be of innate quality. When did innate strength become so commonplace, like cabbages growing everywhere? Sir Su, I advise you to release us. Otherwise, once the Shi family receives word, you will surely face dire consequences, Ada remarked coldly. He had initially thought to strike Su Ying down and let the Shi family handle the aftermath, but it seemed that plan was no longer feasible. Attempting to assassinate a court official is a one-way street to death, and now you still dare to be defiant? My patience is limited. Answer my questions, or I shall show you what true punishment entails. As he spoke, Zhang Hu approached with a gleaming dagger. My lord, where should we start? Should we put on the embroidered shoes first, or play the pipa? Let us start with the embroidered shoes. Be careful not to kill them all. I'll leave the rest to you. With that, Su Ying prepared to leave. Upon seeing this, Ada immediately tensed. He knew that if Su Ying left, he would face endless torment. Though he was injured, his cultivation remained, but Shi Dian's survival was uncertain. Sir Su, please wait. Ada hurriedly called out. If you release us, I assure you that I can provide you with a satisfactory answer. You assure me? What right do you, a mere commoner without any official title, have to make guarantees? Su Ying scoffed, recognizing the cold-bloodedness in Ada's earlier thoughts of eliminating him. Furthermore, considering Shi Dian's character, if he were released, he would surely plot against this official. Wouldn't you agree? Ada was startled. He had indeed contemplated such a scheme, appealing to reason and profit. If Su Ying released them, they would return to the prefecture, and within 3 days, Su Ying would surely lose his head. However, he anticipated that Su Ying would see through his intentions so quickly. You would not come to Ningyang County without reason. I shall give you one last chance. Speak obediently, or I will demonstrate my 5 consecutive strikes. Pausing, Ying displayed a cold smile, glancing at the unconscious Shi Dian, and disdainfully remarked, "Once I have dealt with him and your 3 brothers, what do you think the Shi family will do to you?" Ada's pupils constricted. If that were truly the case, he, along with his family and his brothers' families, would likely meet with a tragic fate. Sir Su, while I may not know who your backing is, at most it is the County Magistrate of Nanyang or a few officials in the court. But I must inform you, the Shi family is not someone you can afford to offend. I advise you." Before he could finish, Ying interrupted impatiently. "Enough with the pointless chatter. I seek answers, not your threats. A prisoner should know their place. Xianghu, let us begin with the embroidered shoes." "Yes, my lord." As Xianghu approached the charcoal stove and rummaged through it, moments later, he retrieved a pair of red-hot iron shoes. The moment they drew near, a wave of heat surged forth, causing Ada's eyes to widen in horror. At this moment, he truly understood the meaning of wearing embroidered shoes. "You do not intend to withstand this with your Tongxian realm cultivation, do you?" With his words, Ying nodded slightly, and Gue swiftly appeared, sealing Ada's Dantian energy. "Now, you are but an ordinary person." Ada was seething with rage, yet he was shackled, his bones and joints dislocated. And now his Dantian sealed. He felt even less than an ordinary person, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Ada's feet were encased in the red-black iron shoes. The skin split open, blood evaporating, and the fiery poison invaded his body, causing him to break out in cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably. "You shall meet a terrible end for this." Ada glared at Ying with venomous eyes. In that moment, he felt as if his feet were plunged into volcanic magma. The excruciating pain made him wish to sever his own feet. "Pour him some cool water," Ying coldly commanded, his eyes devoid of compassion. They followed Shi Dian, and without hesitation, they would take lives over trivial disagreements. Such ruthless individuals deserved to endure the iron shoes. With a hiss, a cloud of white vapor erupted, enveloping the air in steam as the scorching iron shoes were doused in cold water, inflicting endless agony upon Ada. The iron shoes, having cooled, fused painfully with his feet. "Answer my question, or I shall have someone forcibly remove the iron shoes." "My lord, I will speak. Please spare my brother." A heir nearby quickly crawled forward in desperation. Ying raised an eyebrow, his gaze landing on A heir as he replied indifferently, "Very well. You may speak as well." With a wave of his hand, 2 jailers dragged Ada away like a lifeless dog. "We 4 brothers serve under Shi Wei, the commander of the Jinyuan army. Our mission here is to protect the 3rd son. Why have we come to Nanyang City?" "To answer, my lord, we do not know the specifics. We only learned that the Shi family recently received news of a salt mine discovered at Wanxia Mountain outside Nanyang City. Thus, the 3rd son volunteered to advance and investigate the situation." A salt mine. Ying's heart jolted. He hadn't anticipated this. Throughout history, the trade of illicit salt has been a capital offense punishable by extermination. This is due to the immense profit from salt, which must remain under the control of the court. It was said that during the previous dynasty, a county magistrate in a border town discovered a salt mine within his jurisdiction. This individual concealed the matter from the court, collaborating with several prominent families to secretly harvest it, selling it via waterways to the eastern barbarians, the southwestern tribes, and the northern plains. Within a year, he amassed a profit of 30 million taels of silver. When the court began to investigate, they found that half of the silver earned from the illicit salt trade had been bribed to various superior officials in the prefecture. Yet, despite this, after accounting for expenses, they discovered a full 10 million taels hidden in his family's cellar. In the end, the court was outraged, and heads rolled. The Great Xia is not devoid of salt merchants. In fact, with a population in the hundreds of millions across the 9 provinces, there are numerous merchants. However, they are all legitimate taxpayers, and each transaction is meticulously recorded with government-issued permits. Only with such permits can one legally trade in strategic resources like salt and iron. Without a permit, it is tantamount to treason. Why is illicit salt so profitable? Because it is tax-free. As soon as it is mined, it can be priced and sold at will. Of course, this requires a certain degree of power. The county magistrate from the previous dynasty could trade freely because the late years of the Great Zhou were rife with corruption from top to bottom. As long as money flowed, everyone turned a blind eye. However, the current Great Xia is evidently different. "Where's the salt mine?" Ying inquired sternly. "I do not know." Heir shook his head. "Only the 3rd son knows. We are solely responsible for his protection." "Very well." Ying nodded and waved his hand. "Release him." Then, with a cold smile directed at Heir, he added, "Go back and tell your master that if he wishes to see his 3rd son, he must come bearing gold." Upon hearing this, Heir sighed with relief, realizing that it was merely a matter of money. Money was something the Sher family had in abundance. He cautiously inquired, "How much does your honor require?" 300,000 taels of gold, came the response. Air collapsed onto the ground, his face ashen. "Then you might as well kill me," he uttered. With a swift gesture, Su Ying pointed, and a forceful strike pierced Air's brow. With widened eyes, Air gazed at Su Ying in disbelief, his throat struggling to emit a sound. Even in death, he could scarcely believe that Su Ying had acted so decisively. Observing the lifeless body, Su Ying could not help but snort derisively. "This is the first time I've encountered such a pitiful demand." Chapter 41. Clue. The drunken immortal upon exiting the prison. Su Ying headed straight toward the former grand residence of the Qing Wolf gang. Zhang Liang followed closely, a worried expression on his face. "Your Honor, are we truly going to offend the Sher family? They are one of the 3 major families in Qingzhou, their influence deeply entrenched, with connections in court." Su Ying halted, turning to Zhang Liang with a nonchalant demeanor. "Do I not have connections in court as well? What of the Sher family?" Initially, I pondered whether to accuse them of colluding with the remnants of the previous dynasty, but it appears these fools have unwittingly played into my hands. Dare they traffic in illicit salt? Humph, they are courting death. Su Ying's intention was merely to teach Shi Dian a lesson, primarily focused on monetary gain. Are you not arrogant? Do you not disregard the law? Do you not treat human life as if it were worthless? Su Ying doubted the Shi family would expend 300,000 taels of gold for a worthless individual. 300,000 could be negotiated down. Surely, they would have at least 100,000, right? Unfortunately, he had not anticipated that Shi Dian's visit was due to the salt mine in Luoxiao Mountain. This revelation transformed Su Ying's position from passive to overwhelmingly proactive. Zhang Liang's expression momentarily faltered, but upon recalling Su Ying's adeptness in manipulating situations, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Once you return, draft an urgent letter for the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi to deliver to Lord Li in the county town, detailing everything that transpired today, especially regarding the salt mine. This must be made known to all. My lord, the salt mine is of great significance. Should we not exercise caution?" Zhang Liang expressed his concerns. He was perplexed by Su Ying's apparent recklessness, as the imperial court had regulations that deemed the discovery of a salt mine a remarkable achievement. Zhang Liang had initially intended to extract the mine's location from Shi Dian and report it directly to the court, hoping they might escape Ningyang and ascend to the county town. "Old Zhang," Su Ying replied, "while you are reliable in your tasks, your vision narrows when faced with significant matters. Although I have the 3rd princess as a backing, the imperial court is distant. If I find myself in peril, waiting for her assistance would be too late. However, if we make the salt mine widely known, the Shi family will quickly become a target. Do you think they will still have the inclination to deal with me then?" Seeing Zhang Liang furrow his brow, Su Ying continued with a smile, "This way. I can drive the tiger to swallow the wolf, sitting back to watch the chaos while claiming the salt mine for myself. After all, the extraction and sale of salt mines have always been designated by the court. If they can do it, why can't I? Though salt and iron are prohibited commodities, they must be sold once extracted. Otherwise, they remain as mere stones, devoid of value. Throughout history, there have always been officials who clandestinely traded in illicit salt. Once they amassed sufficient wealth for promotion, they would cease their activities. If others can do it, why cannot I, Su Ying? Of course, if I sell, it must be done openly. While the profits may be slightly diminished, it ensures a steady stream of income. Otherwise, clandestine trading will eventually lead to exposure. And even the protection of the 3rd princess would not suffice in such a scenario." Zhang Liang pondered for a moment, and a glimmer of understanding crossed his features. "I see now, your honor is indeed astute. In this way, we can become official merchants. No, imperial merchants." "Precisely. At that point, Ningyang may very well become the next county town." With that, Su Ying departed without a backward glance. The Qing Wolf gang's courtyard was nearing completion, and Su Ying had arranged for the Old Ghost and the Red Iron Taoist to each have a large courtyard, one to oversee the brewing of wine, the other to craft weapons. In a few days, Su Ying planned to move the entire county office there. The original county office would be renovated to serve as a temporary holding place for interrogating prisoners, as well as a space for constables and clerks to eat, drink, and rest. Naturally, it would serve additional purposes. "Ah, it seems you have made significant progress in your cultivation during my absence. Your vital energy is coalescing." Nearing the Tianyuan realm, the 2 men exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Su Ying enter. "Young Master Su, though you are still quite young, your cultivation is truly remarkable. Even among ancient sects, such genius is a rarity." The Red Iron Taoist and the Old Ghost praised him while enjoying their drinks. At 23, Having achieved full mastery of the Tongxian realm is indeed extraordinary. You flatter me, esteemed seniors. What do you think of the taste of this drunken immortal wine? Quite delightful. Especially after adding a few medicinal herbs. The old ghost smacked his lips, swirling the slightly yellowish, aromatic liquid in his cup, a look of ecstasy on his face. As a former drunkard, he often found himself deprived of wine due to poverty and disdain for petty dealings, but now he could indulge as much as he desired. I have already established a partnership with the Yu family of Qingzhou. They will supply the medicinal materials, and we will brew the wine, which will then be sold by the 100 Herbs Pavilion across Qingzhou. Ah, young lad, with this arrangement, your wealth will surely flow like water, the old ghost exclaimed, realizing the implications. After a moment, he furrowed his brow slightly. I have heard that the drunken immortal wine is owned by the heavenly immortal pavilion of the holy capital. Although our wine surpasses theirs, should we consider changing the name? Your words hold merit. We must indeed change the name, for drunken immortal is too well known. If we also adopt that title, we would surely be accused of imitation. Su Ying smiled slightly, contemplating before suggesting, how about immortal's intoxication? In the celestial realm of the white jade capital, with its 12 towers and 5 cities, the immortal caresses my crown, granting me the gift of longevity. Only when the immortal is intoxicated can the path of cultivation be imparted to me. Ha ha ha. The immortal caresses my crown, granting me the gift of longevity? The two men were momentarily captivated, and after a pause, the old ghost sighed, as if awakening from a dream. You are correct. Perhaps only when the immortal is inebriated can they impart the secrets of cultivation. Indeed, the red iron Taoist nodded, taking a hearty gulp. Then let it be immortal's intoxication. Thus, the name of the new wine was decided. Additionally, after several days of effort, the red iron Taoist had managed to replace the weapons of the black-clad arrow squad, albeit only their curved blades for now. The bows and crossbows were still under construction due to insufficient iron and various precious metals. Nevertheless, even this upgrade had significantly enhanced the squad's strength. After chatting and drinking with the old ghost and red iron Taoist for nearly an hour, Su Ying left, feeling quite satisfied. These two were not only masters of the Tianyuan realm, but also ancient beings who had lived for 2 or 3 centuries. Their presence was like a living history book, and they answered Su Ying's inquiries with unparalleled knowledge. My lord, we have results. In the evening, Li Qiushuang hurried into the study after leaving the prison. Oh, so soon? What news? Su Ying rose, his face alight with anticipation. The location of the salt mine was of great importance. If he could discover it first, it would surely be a significant achievement. Shi Dian had no knowledge of the mine's exact location. Before departing, a member of the Shi family had given him a dagger, instructing him to produce it upon reaching Ningyan. A dagger? Su Ying furrowed his brow slightly. These noble families had a penchant for peculiar contrivances. My lord, please take a look at this. As she spoke, Li Qiushuang placed a dark dagger onto the table. Upon picking it up, Su Ying felt an unexpected weight. Though the dagger was small, it felt as if it weighed 200 or 300 pounds, clearly forged from a unique mineral. Li Qiushuang frowned, her delicate fingers pointing at the handle of the dagger. My subordinates have examined it, and it appears to be hollow inside. However, with my current cultivation, I am unable to break it open. Hollow. At her words, Su Ying gently tapped the dagger and discovered, to his astonishment, that it indeed contained a hidden space. With a flicker of thought, his spiritual vision emerged, revealing a small map, rolled up and the size of a thumb, nestled within the handle. Crack. With this realization, Su Ying exerted a slight force, channeling his energy, and with a crisp sound, the dagger snapped in two. My lord truly possesses exceptional talent. Your strength is remarkable. Li Qiushuang's eyes brightened with admiration. She had encountered many skilled individuals at the Qingzhou Martial Academy, but none as formidable as Su Ying, especially considering they were of the same age. 20 years of singlehood has sharpened my prowess, Su Ying replied with a smile, extracting the small map and laying it upon the table for a closer inspection. After a moment, his expression shifted in surprise. Isn't this the Bear Paw Peak? To be precise, it was located 30 miles south of Bear Paw Peak, with the mountain serving merely as a reference point. By locating Bear Paw Peak and determining the right direction, one could find the salt mine. How curious. How did the Shi family discover this location? Did they send people to survey the land aimlessly? Su Ying contemplated the small map, his brow slightly knitted with confusion. The 3 prominent families of Qingzhou included the Yu family, the most powerful, engaged in the elixir business. Next was the Shi family, specializing in minerals and weaponry for martial artists. And finally, the Huang family, which monopolized the transport, escort, and jade businesses throughout Qingzhou. Ningyan was at least 3,000 miles away from Qingzhou, and the Luoxia mountain range lay well beyond Ningyang's jurisdiction. How did the Shi family become aware of the salt mine's existence? Did they possess special surveying techniques? After a moment's thought, Su Ying summoned the first and second members of the Xiangxi Four Ghosts, handing the map to them. The third and fourth have gone to the county city, and their return is uncertain. You are to investigate this location immediately. Report any findings directly. Also, inform He to lead 50 men to assist, ensuring no mistakes occur. Understood, Master. Gui accepted the map, tucking it away. And soon the two brothers vanished from the room. Su Ying held complete confidence in the abilities of the Xiangxi Four Ghosts. Their combined strength could contend with experts at the 5th level of the Tongxian realm. If someone wished to flee, even the old ghost would not be entirely confident in detaining them. Thus, this reconnaissance task was perfectly suited for the Xiangxi Four Ghosts. Miss Li, I heard from County Lieutenant Li that you can cook. After the Xiangxi Four Ghosts departed, Su Ying turned to Li Qiushuang with a cheerful inquiry. Yes, my lord. She nodded, her brows slightly furrowing. Have you not eaten yet? Su Ying shook his head. Not yet. Why don't you prepare something? I would like to sample your culinary skills. In the county office? Li Qiushuang glanced around, feeling that dining during work hours was rather inappropriate. Not a problem. Su Ying replied with a gentle smile. At the Zui Xian Lu, due to that fool's antics, I barely had enough to eat. I have heard County Lieutenant Li praise your cooking multiple times. There's no time like the present. Well then, I suppose so. However, my lord has surely tasted countless delicacies. Please do not despise my humble offerings should they fall short. Not at all. Su Ying waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. After indulging in seafood, one occasionally craves home-cooked dishes. Just as a wildflower may be fragrant, it cannot compare to the gentle affection of a homegrown flower. At his words, Li Qiushuang's cheeks flushed. She thought to herself, Lord Su truly speaks candidly. Does he compare me to a homegrown flower? Instantly, the memory of their first encounter, where she had caught a whiff of his cologne, surfaced in her mind. Very well. Li Qiushuang entered the kitchen while Su Ying settled into the courtyard, feeling rather idle. Moments later, Li Shan entered, holding a knife. He had just been promoted to the second-in-command of Ningyang County and had been busy with social engagements, primarily at the Baiwa Tower. Despite this, he remained dedicated, working both day and night without any detriment to his duties. Ah, Lord Su, I just saw Qiushuang. How is it that she has vanished? Li Shan scanned the surroundings, a puzzled expression on his face. In the kitchen, Su Ying gestured towards the kitchen with a nod. In the kitchen, Li Shan's eyes lit up, and he chuckled. Lord Su is truly fortunate. Ever since she returned, she has claimed to be too busy with official duties to cook. Now, she gets to dine with you. Su Ying shot him a glance, replying coolly, County Lieutenant Li, you have worked hard these past days. It is time for you to have a proper meal. After a pause, he added, even with high cultivation, one must take care of their health. If tonight is like this, it should be the same every night. Do not think that merely being in the innate realm exempts you from the toll on your body. Li Shan's face turned slightly red at this, and he stammered. To be honest, my lord, the ladies at Baiwa Tower are quite adept at serving. In the beginning, I frequented the place for half a month and indeed overexerted myself. However, now, it hardly requires much effort. Are you suggesting they take the initiative? Su Ying raised an eyebrow, giving him a thumbs up. Indeed, as one ages, one learns to conserve one's strength. From initially asking the ladies to behave, to now encouraging them to take the lead. Ah, a winding path leads to enlightenment. There are gains and losses. Yet, Su Ying found this understandable. Li Shan had only been at the first level of the innate realm before, but now, with the breakthrough pill, he had ascended to the second level. Though it was merely one level, the qualitative change in his body was significant. Previously, he had approached Baiwa Tower with trepidation. Now, there was a sense of renewed vigor. My lord, the dishes are ready. Before long, Li Qiushuang emerged from the kitchen with a tray. For dishes and a soup, 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes, exuded an enticing aroma and were visually appetizing. Ah, father, when did you arrive? Seeing Li Shan, Li Qiushuang frowned, placing the food on the stone table. She approached him, her delicate nose twitching slightly, before asking curiously, Father, why do you smell of oranges? Do I? Oh, I remember now. Li Shan nodded with a serious expression. I just finished patrolling and caught a thief stealing oranges. The old man, in gratitude, gifted me a whole basket. However, like Lord Su, I am a man of principles and took nothing from the public. But I could not resist his enthusiasm, so I may have indulged in 10 or 8. Is that so? Li Qiushuang naively accepted this explanation. She sat beside him, eagerly glancing at the slightly awkward-looking Su Ying, nervously asking, My lord, how does it taste? Time was tight, so I prepared just these few dishes. I hope you do not mind. Miss Li, you are too modest. I am already quite satisfied with these dishes. Su Ying took a mouthful of warm rice, nodding appreciatively. It is indeed delightful. Your culinary skills rival those of the chefs at Zui Xianlu. With that, his gaze shifted to Li Shan. I must say, County Lieutenant Li, your daughter is truly impressive. Li Shan. Beside them, Li Qiushuang's eyes widened. Isn't Lord Su praising me? Why does it feel like I have been offended? What did I say? The culinary skills of my family S. Qiushuang are truly unparalleled. Li Shan chuckled heartily, attempting to ease the atmosphere, and soon lowered his head to partake in the meal. By the time the two had satisfied their appetites, evening had descended. Qiushuang, however, had eaten sparingly, engrossed in lively conversation with Su Ying about her experiences at the Qingzhou Martial Academy. It was not until Su Ying and Li Shan had devoured 13 bowls of rice and cleared all 4 dishes and the soup that they finally rose, satisfied. Miss Li, you are truly remarkable. To show my gratitude for your hospitality, I present you with this breakthrough pill as a token of our acquaintance, Su Ying declared, flicking his fingers to reveal a pill that landed gracefully before Qiushuang. A breakthrough pill? Qiushuang's fair face expressed disbelief as her heart surged with excitement, akin to undulating waves. The breakthrough pill was worth its weight in gold. How could a mere meal earn her such a precious treasure? It was rare even at the Qingzhou Martial Academy. To think Su Ying would casually give it away. Foolish girl, hurry and thank the gentleman for his generous gift. Li Shan, observing his daughter's astonishment, urged her with a sense of urgency. Lord Su, I cannot accept this. It is far too valuable. Qiushuang ultimately shook her head, a look of distress etched on her face. Take it. It is of no use to me, and keeping it would be a waste. Su Ying replied with a gentle smile. Miss Li, you are astute and capable, adept in both the parlor and the kitchen, and even skilled in apprehending thieves to ensure the safety of the realm. It is a privilege for me to have such a capable subordinate. Li Shan and Qiushuang exchanged glances, sensing that something was amiss. Ahem. Well, I have matters to attend to. You two should continue your conversation. Su Ying coughed lightly, smiled nonchalantly, and turned to depart. Where are you going, Lord Su? Li Shan inquired, watching Su Ying's retreating figure. Just taking a stroll? And perhaps I shall patrol a bit, Su Ying replied, his silhouette gradually fading into the night. Lord Su truly cares for the people, even after a long day. He still goes out to patrol, Qiushuang remarked, her voice filled with admiration. Li Shan smirked slightly. Foolish girl. You may know a person's face, but not their heart. One cannot judge solely by appearances. How do you know Lord Su isn't heading to the Baixia Tower? Qiushuang shot a glance at Li Shan, scoffing. Do you think Lord Su shares your fondness for oranges? With that, she rose and left. Chapter 43. The Encounter Under the Night Sky, 30 miles south of Xiongzhang Peak on Luoxia Mountain, Gui Yi and Gui Air, accompanied by 50 members of the Black Arrow team, gazed solemnly at the dark mine before them. Boss, what is this? It seems somewhat familiar, but it does not resemble rock salt, Gui Air remarked, holding a torch and examining the rock wall, before picking up a piece of white or the size of his palm. Wasn't this supposed to be a salt mine? Why is it something else now? The group voiced their confusion. Indeed, it was not rock salt. Gui Yi nodded gravely, scraping a piece of yellowish white ore from the wall. He crushed it into powder and brought it to his nose for a sniff. The scent is wrong. He held the torch closer, scrutinizing the white powder by its flickering light. Suddenly, as he approached, a sizzling sound erupted, and flames leapt from the torch as if doused in hot oil. Oh, so that's what it is. Gui Air, take the others and return to the county office to report to the Lord. The rest of you, strengthen your vigilance. Anyone who approaches shall be killed without mercy, Gui Yi commanded, and the group responded with fervor, understanding the gravity of the situation. Gui Air nodded and swiftly vanished into the night. However, no sooner had he departed than low growls echoed from the distance. Groups of glowing eyes, the size of lanterns, flickered to life in the darkness, a terrifying aura spreading in all directions. The Yin Mountain Lord is here. Ah, it seems there are some human ants. What should we do? Let us kill them all, then feast on their flesh and drink their blood. Came a sinister laugh. Gui Yi's expression darkened, and he shouted, Everyone, form up and prepare for battle. As his words fell, the Black Arrow team swiftly organized into groups, drawing their long blades and positioning themselves back to form a defensive formation. In Ningyang City, Su Ying had been wandering since leaving the county office. The night sky was adorned with countless stars, resembling luminous pearls set upon a velvet cloak, captivating all who beheld them. He strolled leisurely, savoring his cultivation while observing the local customs and culture of Ningyang. Ningyang had no curfew. Since Su Ying's arrival, order had been restored. bolstered by an abundance of constables and flourishing commerce. Even as darkness enveloped the city, vendors, taverns, and tea-houses remained bustling with activity. Before long, Su Ying found himself at the Baixia Tower by the banks of the Wujiang River, guided to the top floor by an attendant. Moments later, he arrived at the room of Miss Xian'er. "Please wait. My lady is bathing and will be with you shortly," a maid announced. "Take your time," Su Ying nodded, settling at a round table to await her return. Miss Lin Xian'er's chamber was elegantly simple, adorned with exquisite furniture, famous artworks hanging on the walls, and a blue long sword. The corner housed a copper incense burner, from which fragrant smoke wafted, creating a serene atmosphere. "My apologies, my lord. Upon hearing of your arrival, I hastily emerged from my bath," Lin Xian'er said, the sound of beads clinking as she entered, her enchanting figure captivating. Dressed in light silk, her hair half-dried. Her skin was as fair as fine jade. Though unadorned, her natural allure was irresistible. "My lord, you have grown even more handsome since we last met," the courtesan beamed, surveying Su Ying, who exuded an indescribable charm. "Indeed, I have been quite occupied lately and have neglected you," Su Ying replied, his words seemingly trivial. Yet they delighted Lin Xian'er's heart. "Then tonight, my lord, you must cherish me well," she teased. "Indeed, I shall do my best," Su Ying nodded, laughter filling the room. As time passed, Su Ying reclined on the bed, Lin Xian'er tracing circles on his chest with her delicate fingers. The fragrance of jasmine from her dark hair was refreshing and soothing. "Is no one willing to redeem a beauty like you?" Su Ying suddenly inquired. "Is my lord probing my heart?" Lin Xian'er's cheeks dimmed slightly. "My asking price is 500 gold. Who would spend such a fortune on a woman of the night?" "Would you, my lord?" "I would not," Su Ying firmly declined. "Oh." The courtesan's expression darkened with a sigh, realizing the inevitable outcome. "I should have known. I am but a humble official with a meager salary. It would take years of frugality to gather such wealth. Perhaps in the future, when I have the means," he trailed off. "Are you serious?" Lin Xian'er's eyes brightened at his words, sensing a glimmer of hope. "Of course," Su Ying affirmed with a serious nod. "I jest not. My annual salary is merely 300 taels, supplemented by 1,000 taels for maintaining integrity. It would take years of abstinence to afford your redemption. Even if I were to earn wealth overnight, how would others perceive it? What would my colleagues think?" As the long night wore on, Su Ying smiled softly, feeling the warmth in his palm as he began to share a story. "Ah, I do love stories," Lin Xian'er replied eagerly. "Very well, then. There was once a young man named Ben, whose academic performance was far from stellar. Bang, bang, bang." Just as Su Ying finished his sentence, a loud knocking echoed from outside. "Miss, Li County Lieutenant is urgently seeking Lord Su. Li Shan." Su Ying frowned slightly on the bed. "This old fellow truly lacks understanding of romance. Why come to find me at such a late hour?" However, Li Shan is a person of steadiness, and knowing he sought me out at the 100 Flowers Pavilion must indicate something of great importance. "Miss Xian'er, I have matters to attend to. I shall regale you with stories another time." With that, he rose from the bed, donned his attire, and pushed open the door, only to find Li Shan pacing anxiously outside. "Lieutenant Li, what has happened?" "My lord, just now, Ghost Old 2 returned in a state of urgency, claiming to have discovered significant clues in the falling Sunset Mountain. Please return, for he wishes to report directly." "Old 2 has returned," Su Ying mused. For Ghost Old 2 was one of the infamous 4 ghosts of Xiangxi. Li Shan held deep wariness towards these enigmatic bodyguards. "Very well, let us return at once." "Oh, is this not the room of the courtesan?" Li Shan observed curiously, then suddenly smirked. "My lord, what of the courtesan?" Upon hearing this, Su Ying cast him a sidelong glance, squinting slightly, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. "Quite splendid." Departing from the 100 Flowers Pavilion, Su Ying and Li Shan hastily returned to the county office. Upon entering the hall, they found Ghost 2 standing there, seemingly alerted by their footsteps. He turned and hastened towards Su Ying. "My lord, there is a discovery. It is not a salt mine." "Not a salt mine." Su Ying furrowed his brow. "What is it then? Please take a look." As he spoke, Ghost 2 retrieved an object wrapped in a piece of his recently torn sleeve. He carefully unwrapped it, and as Su Ying beheld the contents, his gaze trembled with shock. Chapter 44, The Niter Mine. Lord Yinshan. Su Ying had initially believed that the map brought by Shi Dian indicated the location of a salt mine. Little did he anticipate it was actually a niter mine. Though niter is a type of mineral, it is exceedingly peerless, as it can be used to manufacture gunpowder. A niter mine is a sedimentary deposit primarily composed of nitrate minerals. The most common minerals include sodium nitrate and potassium nitrate, coexisting with minerals such as rock salt and gypsum. In the previous world, this This substance could not only produce nitric acid and explosives, but also be utilized in pyrotechnics, metallurgy, and glassmaking, with the potential for explosive reactions at high temperatures. Su Ying could scarcely believe that what lay before him was not a salt mine, but a niter mine. Gunpowder has always been a closely guarded secret of the imperial court, with stringent regulations governing any formulas or materials related to it. To put it plainly, it primarily concerns niter, as it is an essential raw material for gunpowder. The discovery of a niter mine in Falling Sunset Mountain, along with signs of extraction, left no trace of a smile on Su Ying's face. If it were merely a salt mine, even if it had been mined, it would only suggest that someone was trafficking in illicit salt. However, a niter mine signifies something far more sinister. It suggests that someone is involved in the production of gunpowder, conspiring for an earth-shattering event. Are Ghost 1 and the others still there? Su Ying inquired in a grave tone. Yes, my lord. Ghost 1 and 50 members of the Black-Clad Arrow team are present. Convey my orders. The remaining Black-Clad Arrow team must immediately rush to Falling Sunset Mountain. Li Shan, you go inform Ghost Old Head and the Red Iron Elder. Tell them I require their assistance. I shall depart first. With that, Su Ying swiftly moved to his steed. The black horse, Wanli Yinyun Zhao, had been resting but whinnied joyfully upon Su Ying's approach. It is time for your service, he said, mounting the horse. With a spirited whinny, as if sensing the opportunity to gallop, the black steed eagerly took off, its hooves like lightning as it raced towards Falling Sunset Mountain. Wanli Yinyun Zhao, possessing the bloodline of a dragon, was immensely powerful and extraordinarily enduring. Carrying Su Ying, it showed no strain, sprinting forth like a streak of black lightning. Soon arriving at the foot of Falling Sunset Mountain. Good horse, truly deserving of its name as Lightning. I shall reward you with meat upon our return. Upon hearing this, Wanli Yinyun Zhao joyously reared its front legs and neighed, then charged back into the forest. Meanwhile, at the site of the niter mine, Ghost 1 and his companions had already engaged in battle with several peculiar beings. These entities, although humanoid, bore heads resembling dogs, wolves, snakes, rats, leopards, and more, resembling a veritable menagerie. In truth, these were demons, merely beginning to take human form, still retaining aspects of their beastly nature. Facing Ghost 1 was a figure cloaked in black robes, wielding a colossal axe, surrounded by a tempest of dark demonic energy, akin to a raging tide. Boy, how could you, with your mere innate cultivation, possibly stand against me? Once I capture you, I shall flay your skin and boil your bones. The ominous voice belonged to none other than Lord Yinshan. Bold demon, how dare you trespass upon the territory of the great Xia? Have you grown weary of life? With that, a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the night sky, as a figure leapt from horseback. Simultaneously, a golden dragon surged forth, expanding with the wind, transforming into a massive form within moments, roaring towards Lord Yinshan. Instantly, Lord Yinshan was engulfed in a sense of overwhelming peril, akin to being overshadowed by a mountain. He altered his stance, sending Ghost 1 flying, and then swung his great axe, shrouded in 100 zhong of black light, directly at the golden dragon. The clash of demonic energy and true energy resonated, and a colossal black wolf phantom materialized behind Lord Yinshan. Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent sounds echoed. While Lord Yinshan shattered the golden dragon, his own demonic energy was also thrown into disarray. Ghost 1, go slay the other demons. Leave this scoundrel to me. Yes, my lord. As the command was given, a golden flash of lightning tore through the air, slicing through the distance in a heartbeat. A human expert? Seeking death. Lord Yinshan roared, unleashing his demonic energy, swinging his great axe towards Su Ying. Clang. A deafening sound rang out as the axe collided with Su Ying's protective golden bell. Crack. The golden bell shattered. Yet, before Lord Yinshan could revel in his triumph, he saw a glimmering fist radiating with golden light rapidly enlarging in his vision. Bang. The fist, like a meteor, struck Lord Yinshan's chest. His demonic energy trembled, collapsing instantaneously. The force hurled him away, crashing violently into a distant cliff. Merely a demon. How dare you act so brazenly before me? Su Ying sneered, and suddenly, he sensed movement nearby. Ghost 2 and the remaining black-clad arrow team had arrived. Everyone, kill them. Leave not a single demon alive. Yes, the response thundered, igniting the fighting spirit even among the previously besieged black-clad arrow team. Boy, who are you? Dare to thwart my good deed? I shall have your life. With a resounding shout, Lord Yinshan transformed into a swirling mass of dark demonic energy, lunging towards Su Ying. The demonic energy coalesced into human form. As the massive axe descended once more, aiming directly for Su Ying's chest. In the face of such a ferocious strike, Su Ying's lips curled into a cold smile, golden light shimmering around him, and with a mighty roar of a dragon, he thrust his fist forward. Bang! The fist collided with the colossal axe, and with a crack, the axe crafted from fine gold was shattered by Su Ying's blow. The dragon battles in the wild. Without hesitation, Su Ying unleashed another palm strike. The golden dragon form roared, crashing down upon Lord Yinshan's chest. Boom! This strike felt as though a golden dragon had collided with a mountain. In an instant, Lord Yinshan was sent flying, his bones shattering upon impact. He collided violently with the cliff, his body forcibly embedded into the stone. Uft! Lord Yinshan spat blood, his face a mask of horror. To comprehend the formidable prowess of this creature, one must recognize that it resides at the pinnacle of the spirit condensation stage, akin to the perfected realm of the human race's transcendence, coupled with the innate physical strength of the demonic lineage. It is astonishing that this being finds itself utterly outmatched by the young lad before it. The demonic cultivation path is delineated through stages: awakening, transformation, spirit condensation, union, manifestation. Demon Sage and Demon God, which correspond to the human race's acquired, innate, transcendence, celestial origin, Dharmakaya, martial sage, and immortal stages. Although humanity boasts unparalleled wisdom, their frail physique permits demonic beings of equivalent rank to overpower multiple humans. Yet, the physique of this young man is nothing short of extraordinary. Yin Mountain Lord, struggling from the rubble, wiped the blood from his lips. Glancing at the weapon in his hand, now reduced to a mere axe handle, his expression darkened ominously. With a clatter, he cast aside the handle and fixed a malevolent gaze upon Su Ying. You have thoroughly enraged me, boy. I shall savor your flesh and drink your blood, relishing your suffering. With a howl, Yin Mountain Lord directed his gaze skyward, and an eerie moonlight cascaded down upon him. As the moonlight enveloped him, a bizarre transformation commenced. Chapter 45. Ferocious fury with chilling howls echoing, Yin Mountain Lord morphed into a towering black wolf. Standing 3 meters high, a howling moon black wolf. The king of wolves, the howling moon heavenly wolf, is renowned for its pure white form. While this black wolf represents a formidable transformation, boy, I shall feast on your flesh, drink your blood, and grind your body to bits. Su Ying, his demeanor icy, retorted dismissively, you wretched beast dare utter such hubris. Was your mother mated with a mongrel when you were conceived? What? Fury erupted within Yin Mountain Lord. You dare insult me? You are doomed. Prepare to meet your end. With little more to say, he lunged forward. Su Ying, with a resolute step, cracked the ground beneath him and surged toward Yin Mountain Lord like a bolt of golden lightning. Boastful words. Today, I shall demonstrate the might of my demonic physique. As he spoke, Yin Mountain Lord matched his pace, arriving before Su Ying in an instant. The contrast between the massive wolf's paw and Su Ying's fist was stark, like that of a toddler against a grown man. With a resounding thud, a clash ensued. Su Ying's body radiated golden light as black demonic energy collided with his golden true energy, erupting violently. The shockwave shattered ancient trees in their vicinity. Simultaneously, both warriors sensed an immense force akin to a mountain crash upon them, instinctively retreating. With each step back, Yin Mountain Lord shattered a tree large enough for several men to encircle, while Su Ying's every step crushed the ground beneath him, reminiscent of a primeval giant trampling the earth. Huh, come again. Su Ying laughed heartily, his indestructible golden body absorbing the overwhelming force. In a flash, he reappeared before Yin Mountain Lord, unleashing a thunderous roar as he struck again. You pride yourself on the strength of your demonic form? Today, I shall utterly shatter that pride. The ground erupted beneath them as their fists collided. With each strike, the earth exploded into fragments, and towering trees were obliterated. The surrounding forest was ravaged as if a primordial beast had unleashed its wrath. Yet, as the battle raged on, Yin Mountain Lord's expression grew increasingly grim. Despite his transformation, which amplified his strength tenfold, he found himself overpowered by Su Ying. After a flurry of blows, Yin Mountain Lord's demonic body bore the brunt of the assault, gasping for breath as the metallic taste of blood filled his mouth. In stark contrast, Su Ying remained unfazed, his demeanor as cold as ice. Even more perplexing was the fact that the demonic energy Yin Mountain Lord unleashed upon Su Ying appeared to have no effect, dissipating within him like snow melting in the sun. What kind of bizarre technique is this? Yin Mountain Lord pondered in horror. I am the Howling Moon Wolf. My strength unparalleled. I refuse to believe I cannot defeat you. Enraged, he raised his massive paw, aiming to cleave Su Ying's head in two. Unfazed by the impending strike, Su Ying smirked coldly, channeling his true energy and retaliating with a punch. The impact was akin to a dragon's roar as Su Ying's arm transformed into a diminutive golden dragon, fiercely colliding with Yin Mountain Lord's claw. With a resounding crack, Yin Mountain Lord's claw shattered upon impact, and with a pained howl, he was sent reeling backward. Shocking disbelief etched across his face as he emerged from the debris. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can your physique be so formidable? Are you a demon? No, that cannot be. In disbelief, Yin Mountain Lord realized he could not subdue Su Ying, and his injuries were grievous. It is the indestructible golden body. You cultivate the legendary indestructible golden body. Are you of the royal lineage of the great Zhou? Su Ying offered no reply, merely regarding Yin Mountain Lord with cold disdain. You know too much, so it is time for you to perish. With those words, he executed the wave step, moving with an ethereal grace, his form becoming a blur. A series of explosive impacts resonated as Su Ying circled Yin Mountain Lord, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches. Yin Mountain Lord, filled with both astonishment and fury, felt utterly humiliated. Though his speed was remarkable, it paled in comparison to Su Ying's perception, rendering him a mere target. With a sickening crack, Su Ying shattered Yin Mountain Lord's powerful legs. And before he could regain his stance, Su Ying's fist struck his forehead with the speed of a rocket. A sharp crack echoed as Yin Mountain Lord's skull splintered under the force. The tremendous impact reverberated through him, fracturing his spine. Blood flowed freely from his wounds as he toppled backward, lifeless and unblinking. What demons? Mere chaff. Su Ying gazed upon the fallen body with disdain. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying a spirit condensation demon, earning 1,000 cultivation points. 1,000 points? As the notification resonated in his mind, a flicker of delight appeared in Su Ying's eyes. So that is the way to acquire cultivation points, by vanquishing demons and monsters. It appears he had been misled in his approach all along. Meanwhile, high above in the heavens, a breathtakingly beautiful figure, cold as ice, witnessed this scene. Her enchanting eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the youth within the forest. To her surprise, he had truly mastered his cultivation at an astonishing pace. Contemplating this, the stunning figure slightly turned, and the space behind her suddenly split open. With a single step, she vanished from sight. In the depths of the forest, Su Ying surveyed the ground strewn with the severed limbs and corpses of demons, his expression as dark as the depths of a stormy sea. Black One, what are the casualties? Replying to the master, the black-clad arrow team suffered 13 serious injuries and 9 minor injuries, with no fatalities. That is acceptable. Take the injured back first, while those unscathed remain here. Su Ying, fingering the yellow and white powder in his hand, felt a tumult of emotions within him. His third and fourth comrades had yet to return from the county city. You two, stay here for now. I will summon the Red Iron Taoist and the Old Ghost to assist from the side. Take the body of the Yin Mountain Lord with you. Understood, Master. The niter mine was of great significance and could not be reported as casually as a salt mine. Thus, upon discovering it, Su Ying immediately dispatched someone to the county city. Even with the support of the third princess behind him, this matter was beyond his authority to decide. I appreciate your assistance, esteemed elders, Su Ying said, turning to the Red Iron Taoist and the Old Ghost. Do not worry, these demonic fiends remain unrepentant. We shall not stand idly by. With us here, unless a formidable figure of their kind arrives, they shall not prove a match for us. Both were adept at condensing their energy, having reached the Tianyuan realm. Together, they could easily contend with any average practitioner of the Tianyuan realm, barring those of the Law Manifestation realm or the Myriad Forms realm. Lord Su, what kind of extraordinary technique have you cultivated? Your physique is remarkably powerful. Even the Yin Mountain Lord could not match you. The Old Ghost inquired, scrutinizing Su Ying with a breath reeking of liquor. It must be of the earth tier. No, it is of the heaven tier. The Red Iron Taoist exclaimed, their eyes widening in unison as they gazed at Su Ying. At such a young age, how have you achieved such mastery? Hearing this, Su Ying smiled, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Because I am a rare martial arts prodigy. Within the county office, Su Ying looked at Li Shan, Zhang Liang, and Li Qiushuang, rubbing his temples. Is it truly a niter mine? Not a salt mine, Zhang Liang queried. Indeed, it is a niter mine. I just inspected it personally, and the reserves are immense. It appears to have only recently begun operations. Su Ying pondered for a moment before continuing. What are your thoughts? The three exchanged glances, and Li Shan remarked, those demons must have received news beforehand. While we discovered the clues through the Sher family, this is undoubtedly not a coincidence. And then, Su Ying inquired, casting a glance at him. Li Shan shrugged. There is no one then. Li Qiushuang, glancing at Su Ying, added, the Shi family would not come to Ningyang City without reason, especially not with Shi Dian in tow. The demons arrived at the same time. Pausing, she continued, I suspect that the Shi family may be colluding with the demons. Perhaps they discovered the niter mine first and are selling it through special channels. The niter mine has always been strictly controlled by the court, as it can be used to manufacture gunpowder. Su Ying nodded slightly. You raise a valid point. The pressing issue now is how to confirm the collusion between the Shi family and the demons, as we lack direct evidence. Besides being used for gunpowder, the niter mine has many other applications. However, restricted by the era, Su Ying did not intend to elaborate on his chemical knowledge, given that he had been rather lackluster in the sciences in his previous life. What does the Lord plan to do next? Zhang Liang inquired. Continue to report this matter to the county city. I anticipate that the officials from the town will come. Unfortunately, I had hoped it was merely a genuine salt mine. Su Ying sighed, feeling as though he had missed an incredible opportunity. After the others departed, Su Ying glanced at the sky before sitting cross-legged once more. After a brief period of meditation, he summoned his attribute panel. Host, Su Ying. Realm, perfected Tongxian. Skills, Northern Darkness Divine Art, perfected. Great Strength Diamond Finger, perfected. 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, perfected. Indestructible Golden Body, second layer, cannot be enhanced. Earth-Shattering Dragon Fist, second layer, cannot be enhanced. Cultivation value, 1000. Current tasks, none. Talent, Eye of the Profound. Regrettably, having only slain one Yin Mountain Lord, had he known that killing demons would yield such a substantial amount of cultivation value, he would have preferred to capture the rest alive. Su Ying shook his head. While 1,000 points of cultivation value seemed significant, it was but a drop in the ocean for him. The Indestructible Golden Body and Earth-Shattering Dragon Fist consumed a large portion of his cultivation value. Now that he had reached the perfected Tongxian realm, following the third princess Ying Taiwei's advice, it would be best to cultivate the Indestructible Golden Body to the fourth layer. This would enable him to refine his body with the blood of a flood dragon, subsequently condensing his energy and reaching the 100 orifices. System, check-in. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in at the county office. Congratulations to the host for a stroke of luck. Rewards have doubled. On the 15th day, the moon is full on the 16th. Congratulations to the host for another check-in opportunity. Is it really possible? Upon hearing the system's announcement, Su Ying's face lit up with surprise. So, if I check in on the 15th today, I can check in again on the 16th tomorrow? Indeed, and with the rewards doubled, let's see what they entail. With this thought, Su Ying opened his system space, revealing a purple package lying quietly within. Open. With a mere thought, the purple package burst open in a dazzling display of light, which then dissipated to reveal 3 items. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an advanced training ground. Can be deployed for use, doubling training progress and enhancing physical strength, with a certain probability of improving one's aptitude. An advanced training ground? What a remarkable find. The sudden announcement resonated in Su Ying's mind, igniting a spark of excitement in his eyes. With the advanced training ground, the black-clad arrow team and the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi, who were obtained through check-ins, could enter and train. Their cultivation would surely accelerate. After a moment's reflection, Su Ying directed his focus toward the second item. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a martial arts fusion card. Upon use, it allows for the perfect fusion of martial arts, techniques, and mental methods of the same nature. A fusion card? Su Ying's expression froze momentarily before elation surged within him. He had been lamenting the inferiority of the 18 dragon-subduing palms compared to the earth-shattering dragon fist. And now he had acquired such a treasure. I will use the martial arts fusion card. Without hesitation, Su Ying made his choice. Simultaneously, with a thought, he fused the 18 dragon-subduing palms and the earth-shattering dragon fist from his attribute interface. Fusion commencing, current progress 1%, estimated time 3 hours. Please be patient, host. 3 hours? That's manageable, just a short nap's worth of time. Su Ying nodded slightly, then shifted his gaze to the third item. Chapter 47. The will to engage in battle, life or death. Congratulations to the host for an extraordinary stroke of luck, obtaining 700 assault camp warriors. Listening to the system's prompt, Su Ying was momentarily taken aback, then a wave of joy washed over him. The assault camp. It is the legendary assault camp. And 700 warriors at that. The assault camp was a unique troop from the late Eastern Han Dynasty, not numerous in number, but exceedingly fierce in combat. Its commander was the famed Gao Shun, a general under Lu Bu. Known for their valor, they were dubbed the assault camp. With only 700 warriors, each was skilled and well-equipped. Even Lu Bu held them in high regard. Alas, While the fearless Fengxian possessed great courage, he lacked the strategic acumen, which ultimately led to the assault camp's less than favorable outcome. Initially, there were 100 black-clad archers, and now 700 valiant warriors from the assault camp have arrived, truly terrifying. The determination to engage in battle is resolute, with no thought of retreat. 700 warriors from the assault camp can withstand the might of thousands. Su Ying had already sensed that the 100 black-clad archers were somewhat inadequate, and now, unexpectedly, 700 warriors from the assault camp have appeared. With these formidable warriors at his disposal, future endeavors will undoubtedly be more manageable. Contemplating this, Su Ying left the county office and made his way to Bear Paw Peak, where he immediately established a high-level training ground. Subsequently, he allocated the 700 warriors from the assault camp to this site. At their forefront stood General Gao Shan, whose strength was unexpectedly at the pinnacle of innate perfection upon entering this world. This man was both honorable and imposing, with a strong aversion to alcohol. And coupled with the system's enhancement, he exhibited unwavering loyalty to Su Ying. Gao Shan, you and your men will diligently train here. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to send someone to the county office to inform me. Yes, my lord, Gao Shan responded, offering a respectful salute. After a moment of bewilderment at the unfamiliar world, he led his men into the training ground to focus on their cultivation. The nitrate mine was of paramount importance, and, given its connection to the demon race, relying solely on the black-clad archers would be utterly insufficient. Fortunately, Bear Paw Peak is merely 30 miles from the mine, allowing for swift reinforcement in the event of any disturbances. Thus, Su Ying felt a sense of relief. Although the county magistrate held a 7th-grade position, he lacked command over the military. It seems he must devise a plan to legitimately bring the 700 warriors from the assault camp under his command. Upon returning to the county office, Su Ying pondered. If he were to suddenly acquire 700 men, it would likely raise suspicions of maintaining private troops with treasonous intentions. The Ningyang City Guard, while present, operated independently and only heeded the commands of the county governor. It was a pity that the 3rd princess was absent. Otherwise, she might have devised a solution. The Ningyang City Guard consisted of a mere 3,000 troops, traditionally only responding to the orders of the Southern Yang County governor. Even as a county magistrate, Su Ying's authority was disregarded. The city guard was an independent force, typically stationed outside the city and rarely entering without special circumstances. Regrettably, the lack of cultivation resources hindered his progress. Otherwise, he could have advanced his indestructible golden body to the 4th level and refined the essence of the dragon into the celestial origin realm. In his study, Su Ying reflected on his battle with Yin Shanjun. The indestructible golden body, the 18 dragon-subduing palms, and the world-shaking dragon fist, all the transformations in his physique. While the 18 dragon-subduing palms were formidable, without the vital energy, he could only unleash its power at the same level. However, the world-shaking dragon fist was different. When cultivated to a profound level, it could breach the protective vital energy of martial artists. In the celestial origin realm, it could disregard the intensity of the vital energy and fight beyond his rank. Had it not been for Su Ying's indestructible golden body, brimming with robust vital energy, he would not have been able to defeat Yin Shanjun so swiftly. Never mind, one step at a time, I shall sleep first. Shaking his head. Just as Su Ying turned to head to bed, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Startled, he felt his vital energy surge. Do not be alarmed. I have come to discuss something with you. The icy voice belonged to none other than the long-absent 3rd princess, Ying Taiwei. Su Ying took a deep breath and replied, Princess, visiting at such a late hour, you and I are alone here. It would not reflect well if word got out. Whoever spreads it, I shall eliminate. She shot him a glance before continuing. Su Ying remarked, You might as well just mention my name. I am curious about the purpose of your unexpected visit, he inquired, aware that her sudden appearance in the dead of night likely signaled no good tidings. I witnessed your battle with Yin Shanjun. Your progress in cultivation is astonishingly rapid, she stated, recognizing his transformation as a supreme master of the law manifestation realm. Having observed Su Ying's confrontation with Yin Shanjun firsthand, she was genuinely taken aback by his progress. It is all thanks to your guidance, Princess. Without it, my advancement would still be at a snail's pace. You carry my token. You are one of my esteemed guests. Though I have offered you some guidance, it is insignificant for you. After a pause, the 3rd princess continued, her expression unchanged. You are the first in the Great Xia to achieve the indestructible golden body at the age of 20. Should this become known, those who stand out are often targeted by the winds of jealousy. Su Ying understood this principle well. Thus, upon being recognized by Yin Shanjun, he had not hesitated to eliminate him. What do you mean by that? Su Ying tentatively asked. What do you desire? Ying Taiwa suddenly inquired, casting a glance at him. What do I desire? Su Ying mused. Was she attempting to win him over? After all, he was a rare and extraordinary talent. He raised his head, his gaze resolute. Firstly, I aspire to rise steadily and repay the third princess for her mentorship. Secondly, I wish to command troops. Command troops? Ying Taiwa furrowed her brow, questioning, why? Only with command over the troops can I freely pursue my ambitions, he thought, though he internally dismissed the notion of revenge as mere pretense. He was simply afraid of death. Simultaneously, he looked expectantly at Ying Taiwa, uncertain if she would acquiesce to his request. After a lengthy pause, she replied, I understand. Ying Taiwa nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Do you know why I fought with Yin Shanjun? Su Ying, uncertain of her thoughts, decided to press further. You may speak, she replied, shaking her head slightly. Because of the nitrate mine. He then recounted how he encountered Shurdian and discovered clues about the mineral resources. Recognizing the significance of the nitrate mine and that he could not make unilateral decisions. I see, Ying Taiwa responded, turning slightly. A rare hint of surprise flickering across her veiled face. I understand. With that, she made to leave. You understand? What do you understand? Su Ying felt a twinge of anxiety. Is there anything else? It seemed she sensed his unease, pausing to turn back and ask. Princess, where have you been these past few days? Since you finally come, why not stay a bit longer? Su Ying smiled awkwardly, attempting to charm her. Since leaving last time, I visited the demon realm, where I eliminated 3 demon clansmen of the manifestation realm and 2 barbarian clan members of the law manifestation realm. Here, take this. With a flick of her finger, a red glimmer fell into Su Ying's hand. I will consider your request. Await news in a few days. With that, Ying Taiwa vanished, tearing through the fabric of space. Chapter 48. Black Wind Thieves. Thunder God's mechanism. Watching Ying Taiwa's retreating figure, Su Ying could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Masters of the law manifestation realm could effortlessly tear through space, traversing great distances in an instant. Truly a remarkable ability. At such a level, one could be considered a master of martial arts, with lifespans extending to a millennium. He wondered when he might reach such heights. What is this? Su Ying examined the red, gem-like object in his hand, curiosity piqued. Holding it up to the sunlight, he noticed a shadow resembling a small serpent swimming within it. Its head adorned with a single horn. Indeed, it was the essence of a dragon. Another essence of a dragon? Did this mean the third princess had slain yet another dragon during her absence? Did she harbor a grudge against dragons? Was her kindness towards him a sign of affection? Alas, being too handsome can be a burden. Shaking his head, Su Ying stored the essence in the system space and decided to step outside. Li Qiushuang had prepared several dishes, and just as Su Ying sat down, he saw Li Shan approach, yawning. Greetings, my lord, Li Shan said. Have you been indulging in oranges again? Su Ying glanced at him, noticing the red mark on his collar, and inquired nonchalantly. Li Shan, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled awkwardly, saying, Last night, I went on patrol, and this morning I encountered that old man selling oranges again. I couldn't resist him, so I ended up eating a few. Under your governance, Ningyang is truly becoming a better place. The people are all good-hearted. As he spoke the last part, his face was filled with a sense of lamentation. Su Ying remarked, Father, I believe the widow's son next door is quite nice. You often help her with firewood and water. Why not let your daughter speak to her? It would save you from having to warm your bed alone on these cold days. At that moment, Li Qiushuang approached with several plates and, casting a glance at Li Shan, sneered. Hearing this, Li Shan coughed lightly and said earnestly, Qiushuang, your words are misplaced. My actions are merely acts of neighborly assistance. Besides, as a public servant, what is wrong with aiding a widowed woman? Li Qiushuang rolled her eyes and ignored him. She placed the dishes on the table and smiled at Su Ying, saying, Sir, the cooking method you suggested is indeed commendable, but I have yet to find those few seasonings. Su Ying, thinking to himself that it was no surprise she couldn't find them, smiled slightly. No matter. Even without those, Miss Li's cooking is still excellent. Hearing this, Li Qiushuang's cold demeanor softened slightly, though she remained silent, fearing Su Ying might compliment her further. After a brief while, as they finished their meal and were about to rise, hurried footsteps sounded from outside. Su Ying's heart stirred, and he looked up to see a constable rushing in, his face etched with urgency. I greet you, sir, and Deputy County Magistrate Li. What has happened? Su Ying furrowed his brow and inquired. What is the matter? Sir, early this morning, a report was made that a massacre occurred in Qingshi town. The entire Yang family, comprising 35 members, has perished. Initial investigations suggest it was the work of the Black Wind bandits. What? Ying stood up abruptly, his expression darkening. 35 lives. Indeed. All the bodies have been retrieved, and the coroner's examination revealed that each died from a single fatal blow. Additionally, their hearts have been removed and vanished without a trace. How can it be determined that it was the Black Wind Bandits? Ying asked in a low voice. Sir, County Clerk Zhang reviewed the records from 20 years ago. Only the Black Wind Bandits are known for killing and plundering, and in all cases, the hearts of the victims disappeared. Li Shan, hearing this, nodded in shock. He speaks the truth. 20 years ago, I was merely a lowly constable when a great incident occurred in Ningyang, the Black Wind Bandits. In a single night, they rampaged through 14 towns, resulting in hundreds of deaths and untold riches stolen. It is said that some among them practiced dark arts, rendering them impervious to blades and bullets. Even if beheaded, they could come back in ghostly form and possess others. Afterward, the local officials had made an attempt to exterminate them, and everyone believed they had vanished. Little did we know they have resurfaced, elusive as ever, wandering between the southern barbarian lands and the borders of Daxiao within the luminous Sunset Mountains. Due to the mountains stretching for thousands of miles, their lair has yet to be discovered. Ding. A mission was issued. Exterminate the Black Wind Bandits. Reward: 1,000 cultivation points and a blueprint for the Thunder God machine. What a treasure! Ying felt a surge of excitement. The cultivation points were promising, but the blueprint for the Thunder God machine was a gem. Let us go and inspect the bodies, he commanded, and the group hastened towards the morgue. In no time, they arrived at the morgue. Upon entering, they were met with rows of bodies covered in white cloth, the air thick with the stench of blood. I am Hussein, at your service, sir, said a stooped figure clad in gray, whose family had been coroner for 3 generations, akin to forensic experts in a past life, specializing in examining corpses. There's no need for formalities. What new discoveries have you made? Ying inquired solemnly. Sir, upon examination, I found that all these bodies died from a single fatal blow, with their hearts removed from their chests, regardless of age or gender. The time of death was around the 3rd watch of the night, and the manner of death resembles that of the Black Wind Bandits from 20 years ago. It is said they harvest hearts for the purpose of practicing dark arts to achieve an impervious body. The 3rd watch. That indicates the time was between 1 and 3 o'clock this morning. With this thought, Ying stepped forward and lifted a white cloth, revealing a gruesome sight. Eyes wide open in terror, the victim's throat had been slit, and a gaping hole the size of a fist marred the chest, with the heart conspicuously absent. Sir, have you found anything? Li Shan queried quietly, moving closer to Ying. Ying remained silent, his heart stirring as he activated his eye of insight. He perceived dark, sinister energies swirling around each corpse. It was not of demons, but rather the malevolent essence stemming from extinguished life. Indeed, this was the work of dark arts. Turning away, he gazed into the distance where the sinister energy lingered, weaving itself into strands that stretched endlessly. Handle the bodies with care. I shall return shortly, he instructed, and with that, he vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, deep within the luminous Sunset Mountains, 200 miles from Ningyang City, in a dense forest, a herd of towering horn-scaled horses drank and fed. Surrounding them were dozens of fierce-looking, tall men, adorned with blue tattoos, exuding a primal aura. Each one towered over the average man by at least half a meter. Agada, your idea is quite clever. These thin monkeys must be quaking in their boots, truly believing we are the Black Wind Bandits of 20 years ago. The leader, seated by a fire, grinned wickedly as he glanced at a fist-sized object skewered on an iron stick. Heh! The Black Wind Bandits of old merely learned a few rudimentary shamanistic tricks from us, and have been running rampant ever since. If we strike now and take down dozens, it will surely instill fear in the hearts of the Ningyang people. The speaker was a gaunt man with bare feet, his face marked with blue tattoos. A gigantic centipede perched on his shoulder, writhing through a bloodied heart in a grotesque display. To lie, I heard the County Magistrate of Ningyang is a fair-skinned lad. If we strike again tonight, we shall have enough provisions for months, he continued. That won't do. The 12 sacrificers warned us to wait 5 days before we act again, or we risk alerting those thin monkeys. To lie, the leader replied solemnly, biting into the bloody object in his hand. Blood spilled from his mouth as he squinted in pleasure. Suddenly, a long arrow shot through the air like lightning, piercing his forehead. Not good. An ambush. An ambush. Aguda bellowed, and the men scrambled onto their horses, the horn-scaled steeds whinnying in alarm. In the distance, from the forest, war horses galloped, and soon, a group clad in black armor, wielding bows, crossbows, and curved blades, swiftly surrounded them. Sir, we have found them. It is them, He shouted, gazing up at the sky. As his words fell, Su Ying descended gracefully onto a towering tree. His expression was as cold as steel as he surveyed the barbaric men before him. Kill them. Leave none alive. With that, the black-clad archers raised their powerful crossbows without hesitation and unleashed a volley of bolts. Swish. The air was filled with the sound of arrows slicing through, powerful and relentless, raining down upon the marauders. Amidst their cries of agony, the brutal onslaught turned them into pincushions. The crossbows. They are the powerful crossbows. Damn it. Fight your way out. Fight your way out. Agada roared, casting a glance at Tu Lai's lifeless body as he unleashed a surge of dark energy, spurring his steed into a frantic charge. He could hardly fathom how Su Ying managed to locate them directly. They had nearly crossed the borders of the Great Xia, and with just a deeper journey of 100 miles, they would find themselves within the territory of the fierce barbarians. How on earth did Su Ying track them down? It is worth noting that after their nefarious act, they had been galloping without pause. To their astonishment, just as they paused for a brief respite, they were confronted. Swish. Swish, swish. The second round of volleys ensued, and once again, a dozen or so barbarians were turned into mere pincushions. Although their physiques were robust, surpassing that of their human counterparts by 3 to 5 times in strength, they could only passively endure the onslaught of the crossbows. Die! Agada bellowed, leaping high from his horse, wielding a massive axe that radiated a black luminescence, aiming to cleave through the distant team of archers clad in black. He intended to carve an opening for his companions to break free. Seeking death, Su Ying sneered from atop a giant tree, his form descending like a streak of light. With a roar, a golden dragon-like aura surged forth, shattering the black radiance. In an instant, he flickered and appeared before Agada without a word, delivering a powerful punch. Agada, filled with fury, raised his axe defensively. The clash of steel echoed loudly as Su Ying's fist struck the axe head, causing it to crack. Startled and enraged, Agada stared at the remnants of his axe handle and shouted in broken Great Xia, "Who are you?" "I am your father." Su Ying scoffed. Fingers splayed as a long knife was drawn to his hand, which he swung directly at Agada. Clang, clang, clang. The ordinary long knife, bolstered by true energy, unleashed an unfathomable force. The tremendous impacts repeatedly struck the axe handle, causing Agada's hands to tremble. Clang, clang, clang. With successive strikes, Agada was forced to retreat, feeling as though Su Ying's blade was a tempest, not only immensely powerful, but also astonishingly swift. Bang! Crack! Another resounding impact severed the axe handle, and the blade itself shattered in the process. Curse you! How can your body be so formidable? Agada, a prodigy among the barbarians, though still young at 26, was accustomed to the robust physiques of his kin, who often lived for 2 centuries or more. Yet, facing Su Ying, he found himself utterly suppressed, unable to retaliate. Su Ying's relentless and ferocious aura set Agada's heart racing. "You seek death," Agada roared, discarding the axe handle and launching a punch like a cannon, resembling a roaring black dragon as it surged towards Su Ying. Seeing this, Su Ying executed the wave step, appearing like a ghost behind Agada, with a dark golden palm. He struck Agada's back. The true energy surged forth like a tidal wave. The violent force surged into Agada's body, making him feel as though he had been struck by an ancient giant elephant. Puff! Agada spat out a mouthful of blood from the severe blow, his body feeling as if it were being torn apart. Blood erupted from every pore, a gruesome sight. Curse you! Agada's fury intensified as the palm strike not only severely wounded him, but also caused the centipede on his shoulder to explode, its toxic blood corroding his face with a hissing sound. Su Ying coldly smiled, preparing to strike once more. Suddenly, a loud croak reverberated, akin to thunder exploding in his ears. Su Ying was momentarily startled, feeling his true energy slightly stagnate, as if his blood was congealed mercury, its flow slowed. "Very well. Tihu, come again." Agada laughed heartily, glancing at a nearby barbarian engaged in combat with the black-clad archers. As his words fell, his massive fist barreled towards Su Ying's forehead, intent on shattering his skull. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted, echoing for miles. The terrifying true energy unleashed shattered the towering trees surrounding them. Su Ying staggered, forced back as his legs sunk into the earth, debris flying outward like a torrential downpour. Cracks spread like spider webs from his epicenter. "You, how is this possible? Are you even human?" Agada stared at his own fist, and then at Su Ying's unscathed head, his azure tattoos twisting in disbelief. The power behind his punch was enough to crush a blackhorn demon bull, yet it left Su Ying unharmed, shattering his understanding of reality. Who truly is the demon? Who is the barbarian? Croak! Another deafening sound erupted. Su Ying gazed coldly at the barbarian named Tio, whose cheeks bulged as he crouched on the ground, emitting thunderous croaks that resonated through the air. Each sound entranced those around, causing their true energy to stagnate and blood flow to slow. In the blink of an eye, the black-clad archers were grievously injured. Seeking death, Ying scoffed, activating the indestructible golden body, with dragon roars resonating within him. He flickered, appearing before Tihu without a word, delivering a palm strike. The latter, alarmed, kicked off the ground with immense force, attempting to soar into the air. However, just as he leaped, he was struck by an overwhelming force on his back. With a scream, Tihu exploded, blood and flesh scattering everywhere. Tihu, you dared to kill Tihu. I will have your life. Aguda's eyes blazed with fury, charging at Ying like an enraged black dragon. Child's play. Ying sneered contemptuously, executing the wave step once more, circling around the furious Aguda to strike from behind. With a thunderous roar, Ying delivered a punch to Aguda's back. Boom. A muffled sound erupted, as if gunpowder had ignited. Aguda was propelled forward, the violent force surging through him like a volcanic eruption, shattering his bones and organs into ruins. Bang, bang, bang. The immense power sent him crashing through several trees before he finally came to a halt. Aguda's massive body, weighing hundreds of pounds, fell to the ground, blood spewing from his wounds, leaving a horrific sight. After dispatching two formidable barbarians, Ying turned and seized another long knife, charging into the remaining barbarian ranks like a ravenous tiger among sheep. Swish, swish, swish. The knife glinted like lightning, cutting through all opposition. In no time, blood flowed freely, severed limbs littering the ground. Moments later, all the barbarians had been slaughtered. Their heads were severed and hung at the city gate, while their belongings were collected. Understood. The black-clad archers complied as Ying took off, swiftly heading toward the sulfur mine. Chapter 50. The astonishing toad power upon arriving at the sulfur mine. Ying observed the others stationed around, guarding the area closely. The Ghost Elder and the Red Iron Taoist approached him immediately upon his arrival. Oh, it seems you have just endured a fierce battle? The Ghost Elder observed Ying with astonishment. Ying nodded slightly. Indeed. I just led the black-clad archers to eliminate several barbarians. The demon barbarians are known for their alliances, and I feared trouble might arise, hence my visit. Barbarians? The Ghost Elder furrowed his brow. The barbarians inhabit the vast mountain south of the falling Sunset Mountain, known for their fierce and warlike nature. Even now, there are those who feast on raw flesh and drink blood. Is it for the sulfur mine? Uncertain, Ying replied, shaking his head slightly, his gaze shifting to the Red Iron Taoist. Elder, I have something for you to examine. As the conversation unfolded, Ying turned his palm and revealed the intricate blueprints for the Five Thunder Divine Mechanism, a reward bestowed upon him by the system for completing a recent task. In addition, he received a sum of 1,000 cultivation points. How peculiar this weapon appears, remarked the Red Iron Taoist, scrutinizing the remarkably detailed schematics. The blueprints depicted the weapon divided into numerous components, each meticulously crafted. When assembled, they formed an entirely new entity. This was indeed the blueprint for the Five Thunder Divine Mechanism. Once the matters at hand were resolved, the Elder would return to Forge 1, the power of which was undoubtedly formidable. Ying refrained from elaborating further. Given the technological development of this era, he found it challenging to explain the concept of firearms. While such devices were merely rudimentary compared to the modern weaponry of his past life, in this world, they represented advanced technology. With a long range, high precision, and considerable power, although reloading was somewhat cumbersome after 5 shots, it was comparable to standard sniper rifles. When contrasted with the Paugang crossbow, this mechanism proved to be more efficient and user-friendly. After all, the crossbow could only accommodate 3 arrows at a time. If mass production were feasible, both his Black Arrow squad and the assault camp could be fully equipped. A coordinated volley could potentially decimate 1,000 foes. Very well, once I return, I shall set about crafting it. Ying nodded slightly, securing the blueprints. After a brief exchange with a few others, he rose and made his way back to Ningyang City. The Black Arrow squad had already hung the severed heads of the barbarian invaders above the city gate. As the townsfolk gathered below, gazing at the bloodied trophies, they began to murmur amongst themselves. Wasn't it the Black Wind Bandits? Why are these barbarians involved? Did you not hear what that esteemed official just said? These ruffians disguised themselves as the Black Wind Bandits to infiltrate Xiangxi town and commit murder. Damn it. These scoundrels are truly despicable. Thankfully, we have Lord Su. Indeed, having Lord Su in Ningyang County is our greatest blessing. My lord. Preliminary estimates indicate that the marauders plundered a total of 34,000 taels of silver, and 500 taels in gold notes. They must have come from elsewhere to raid Xiangxi town. Additionally, there are several books among the spoils, reported He, as he respectfully presented the box of treasures to Su Ying. What of the casualties? Su Ying inquired, glancing at him. Reporting to my lord, 3 brothers have perished, and 13 are severely injured. He's expression darkened. They had been summoned here, akin to the most solitary group in this world. They possessed no family, no kin, only their teammates and brothers in arms. Each loss was a significant blow. Rest assured, I shall lead you into the barbarian territories to avenge our fallen brothers. The vacant positions in the Black Arrow Squad can be filled from the impoverished areas of the southwest. I grant you the authority to expand the team to 1,000 men. You will oversee the selection and then bring them to Bear Paw Peak for training. Yes, my lord. He bowed and turned to leave. Not long after, Li Shan and Zhang Liang hurriedly entered. My lord. So those were actually barbarians masquerading as the Black Wind Bandits? It is truly remarkable that you managed to uncover their disguise. Your valor is unmatched, my lord. In just half a day, you have slain dozens of barbarian experts. This is indeed cause for celebration. Su Ying waved his hand, addressing Zhang Liang. Enough, enough. It was merely a trivial matter. Issue a decree to all towns, instructing them to organize local militia for alternating patrols. Any incidents must be reported directly to the county office to prevent similar occurrences. Yes, my lord. Zhang Liang nodded, his gaze shifting to several books on the table. Some made of paper, others of animal hide. Ah, the 36 techniques of the cave flute? As he spoke, Zhang Liang picked up one of the tomes, believing it to be a manual on flute-playing techniques. However, upon glimpsing the first page, his face flushed crimson. What? Old Zhang has an interest in musical instruments? I have never heard of this before, Li Shan teased, casting a sidelong glance at him. As they spoke, Li Shan's gaze fell upon another book, its title inscribed on the cover as Wind and Moon Seasons. Intrigued, he flipped through its pages, his eyes lighting up as he exclaimed, "What splendid techniques! How did I never think of this before?" He seemed to have stumbled upon a remarkable martial arts manual, his admiration growing with each turn of the page. "Oh, my lord, allow me to share this with you. Just recording 18 techniques is sufficient for me." Noticing Su Ying's peculiar expression, Li Shan quickly chuckled awkwardly and handed the book to him. These barbaric fiends even plundered these tomes. They are truly the epitome of vulgarity. Zhang Liang stated with disdain as he placed the 36 techniques of the cave flute on the table. Is there something particularly special about these 2 books? Su Ying regarded the 2 men thoughtfully before picking up Wind and Moon Seasons for a closer inspection. Upon doing so, his pupils constricted, as he was met with exquisitely colored illustrations depicting various postures of intimacy. Su Ying prided himself on his extensive knowledge. Yet this book made him realize the limitations of his understanding. So, it seems our lord has an affinity for such literature. Li Shan and Zhang Liang exchanged knowing glances, the underlying meaning unspoken. Indeed, all men are born bankers at heart. Sensing their gaze, Su Ying composed himself and smiled. I am merely a reader of the spring and autumn annals. This book is merely for observation. As the saying goes, skills abound. So one should never be at a loss. Although this tome may be deemed vulgar, its annotations contain a certain critique of the present through the lens of the past. Thus it may be worth perusing with a critical eye. Ah, I see. No wonder my lord achieved the title of scholar at such a young age. You discern the uniqueness of this book at a glance. Witnessing Su Ying discreetly stash both books into his drawer, Li Shan and Zhang Liang expressed their respect with reverent gestures. Very well, the silver plundered from those barbarians shall be deposited into the treasury. Furthermore, continue procuring grain from the prefectural city and state government for another fortnight. My lord possesses a compassionate heart. This will ensure that the refugees can endure through this harsh winter. Su Ying nodded slightly. After all, the funds were ill-gotten gains, and he did not require an allocation from the court, making it a burdenless expenditure. Subsequently, Su Ying inquired further about the progress of the cultivation houses and the prison, gathering reports from Li Shan and Zhang Liang. Once the 2 departed, he felt a sudden impulse to revisit the sole animal hide book among the spoils. This particular tome contained only a dozen pages, yet its soft and smooth texture was a result of the animal hide. He turned to the first page, where 3 characters were inscribed. Upon closer inspection, Su Ying's heart leapt with joy. For this was indeed the ultimate technique employed by the barbarian named Tihu, the surprising toad technique. Thus, he began to meticulously study this technique, thoroughly captivated. Chapter 51. Promotion to Qianhu. The so-called surprising toad technique, Su Ying mused, would more aptly be named the frog skill. Indeed, it was the frog skill, a formidable martial art. When executed, one crouches low to the ground, arms bent at shoulder level, emitting a croaking sound akin to a large frog preparing to leap. This technique relies solely on stillness to counter movement, gathering energy within and refraining from releasing it until the moment of attack, resulting in a powerful counterstrike. Its potency rivals that of the 18 dragon-subduing palms. The surprising toad technique shares a similar principle with the frog skill, both accumulating and compressing internal energy within the body. Akin to a spring that remains coiled until the moment of confrontation, capable of unleashing a terrifying force tenfold greater than one's own. In essence, the surprising toad technique is merely a method of utilizing one's own vital energy. The most profound aspect of this technique lies within its teachings on surprising toad heart capture. When Tihu emitted a croak, it nearly caused Su Ying to lose his composure. However, even so, it had caused his vital energy to stagnate and his blood flow to slow, resulting in him enduring a punch from a Gouda. If it were not for his cultivation of the indestructible golden body, that blow would have claimed his life. No wonder this fellow had not mastered it for long. He was still in the early stages of its practice. If I were to deploy it, I would not even need to crouch on the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Jingxian technique. The Jingxian technique is one of the 5 paramount skills of the 5 poisons sect, which, upon cultivation, allows for the compression of true energy, unleashing unparalleled might. Currently, it is at the first level, and 100 cultivation points may be expended to elevate it. It is accompanied by the unique skill, Jingxian Mind Capture. Immediately, Su Ying glanced at his attribute panel, and indeed, the method for the Jingxian technique had been added. In addition to the cultivation points rewarded from tasks, he had also gained over 1,000 points from defeating a Gouda and others. He was now just shy of 3,000 points to elevate his indestructible golden body to the 3rd level. Su Ying felt a surge of urgency. The 3rd and 4th levels required a total of 10,000 cultivation points. Had it not been for this, he would have already entered the celestial origin realm. Shaking his head, Su Ying dismissed his thoughts, had lunch, and practiced for a while, subsequently noticing that the 3rd and 4th of the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi had returned. Master, the confidential letter has been personally delivered to Lord Li Feng, the 3rd one said, cupping his hands. What did he say? Su Ying inquired, his heart stirring. Lord Li said to let you act freely. Additionally, the Inspector Yuan Qianming will arrive in the evening to take over the nitrate mine. Yuan Qianming? I see. Su Ying nodded. It is good that he is coming. At least I will not need to dispatch someone to monitor constantly. The Inspectorate has ample experience handling such matters. Once the nitrate mine is handed over to Peng Qianming, I need not concern myself further. You have worked hard. Rest well for a few days. Yes, Master. After the 3rd and 4th left, Su Ying took a nap. Upon waking, he practiced his boxing in the courtyard. The shattering world dragon fist and 18 dragon-subduing palms had been successfully fused, and after contemplation, Su Ying felt that the 18 dragon-subduing palms possessed a more imposing aura. Thus, his attribute panel now displayed only the 18 dragon-subduing palms. Of course, this newly refined technique was now classified as a top-tier Earth-grade martial art, boasting a power that exceeded its original strength by over tenfold. Moreover, after fusing with the shattering world dragon fist, the 18 dragon-subduing palms had been simplified to just 9 versatile forms. Host, Su Ying. Realm, perfected mystical realm. Skills, indestructible golden body. 2nd level, cannot be upgraded. 18 dragon-subduing palms. 5th level, cannot be upgraded. Great power diamond finger, perfected. Northern darkness divine skill, perfected. Jingxian technique. 1st level, can be upgraded. Cultivation points, 2365. Talent, Eye of the Profound. Su Ying pondered, realizing that his cultivation points were insufficient, so he directly upgraded the Jingxian technique to the 4th level. As his internal true energy compressed, he felt his dantian swelling, as if it could transform into a formidable aura at any moment. Around evening, Zhang Liang came to report. My lord, the Inspector Lord Peng has arrived. So soon? Su Ying responded, promptly rising and exiting the courtyard. Soon, he saw Peng Qianming adorned in splendid garments in the hall, accompanied by Lu Dahui and another middle-aged man. This humble official, Su Ying, pays his respects to Lord Peng. Su Ying stepped forward, slightly cupping his hands in greeting. Haha, it has been a few days, yet Su Duren's cultivation has advanced again. Truly, a talent favored by the 3rd princess. I dare say you are on the verge of condensing your aura and mastering the myriad pathways, am I correct? Peng Qianming examined Su Ying with admiration. His words were sincere, devoid of any falsehood. The Daxiao Inspectorate boasted countless prodigies. Yet even the 9 young masters could not match Su Ying's prowess at such a young age. What remarkable potential he possessed. You flatter me, Lord Peng. May I ask who this is? Su Ying's gaze shifted to Lu Dahue, and then to the middle-aged man clad in black. Forgive my oversight. This is Chief Qingjin. Ah, so it is Lord Cheng. I have long admired your esteemed reputation. Meeting you today, it is indeed as I have heard. Upon hearing this, Lu Dahue's mouth twitched. Feeling momentarily ignored. Lord Su, I too have heard of your illustrious name. Today, witnessing it firsthand, it is indeed true that heroes emerge from youth, Qingjin said. Peng Qianming had just acknowledged Su Ying's cultivation, which far surpassed theirs. In this world, where strength reigned supreme, even the inspectorate's 100 households showed deference. All right, enough flattery between you two. I am already aware of the situation regarding the nitrate mine, and I have reported it to the state government and even the holy capital. Peng Qianming waved his hand, suddenly adopting a serious expression. Su Ying, magistrate of Ningyan County, heed the decree. I am here, Su Ying replied, his heart stirring as he stepped forward and bowed. Since taking office, Magistrate Su has shown compassion for the people, remaining uncorrupted, first eradicating the Blue Wolf Gang, then capturing and slaying the Longxing Heavenly Demon and various wicked entities. By the command of Her Highness the Third Princess, I hereby promote Su Ying to the rank of Chief of the Inspectorate of Ningyang, granting him military authority. So decreed. This humble official thanks Her Highness the Third Princess for her profound grace. Su Ying felt a surge of excitement within. Unexpectedly, Ying Taiwe had indeed kept her word, granting him the rank of chief within mere days. This was a 5th-grade position, vastly superior to his current rank as County Magistrate. However, what exactly was an inspector? According to Daxia's official titles, the inspector was merely a 7th-grade position, typically appointed to oversee disaster relief efforts. Congratulations, Lord Su. What a joy to see you ascend to the rank of chief. From now on, we shall be colleagues. Peng Qianming smiled slightly. He had received orders from the young master to promote Su Ying to chief of the inspectorate. Initially perplexed, he quickly understood the gravity of the situation upon learning it was the third princess's directive. Of course, with Su Ying's current accomplishments, even the rank of chief seemed somewhat insufficient. It was noteworthy that merely acquiring a nitrate mine could warrant a 4th-grade inspector's position. I will arrange for someone to guard the nitrate mine, and Lord Su may let your people return. Su Ying graciously cupped his hands, smiling. Thank you, Lord Peng. Since you 3 have traveled far, might I host a banquet tonight at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion to welcome you? No need. The nitrate mine is of great importance. I must oversee it personally. Any misstep could jeopardize our lives. Peng Qianming declined with a wave, adding with a smile. When Lord Su visits the state government in the future, I shall gladly show you the local customs and culture. The maidens there are far more enchanting than those at the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Thank you, my lord. Thus, Su Ying was not only the magistrate of Ningyan County, but also affiliated with the inspectorate. Following this, Su Ying recounted the discovery of the nitrate mine, as well as the matters concerning the Shijia, the Yingshan monarch, and the barbarian tribes, in detail to Peng Qianming. By the end, even Peng Qianming's expression turned grave. We have received news regarding the Shijia and have begun our investigations. However, this matter is somewhat complex. There is no need for Lord Su to be anxious. In that case, I thank you, Lord Peng. No need for such formality, Lord Su. After conversing for a while longer, Su Ying found a constable to lead them directly to the site of the nitrate mine. He also summoned Li Shan and his daughter, instructing them to enhance patrols in and around the city during this period. The next morning, before Su Ying had even awoken from his cultivation, he heard Li Shan approaching briskly, reporting solemnly, My lord, the Shijia have sent someone, along with the son of the governor of Qingzhou, Morong Yan. The son of the governor of Qingzhou? Su Ying's expression hardened at this news, and he quickly made his way outside. Chapter 52. I see your demise is not far off. The governor of Qingzhou, the highest official among the 4 counties of Qingzhou, wielded unimaginable power. Daxia comprised 9 states and 36 counties, each county governed by a county magistrate, while each state, apart from the state king, was overseen by a governor. The state king managed military authority, while the governor, as the title implies, supervised military affairs, grain supplies, and conducted inspections, making him one of the highest-ranking regional officials in Daxia. Even the state king and the commander of the inspectorate would show deference to him. The current governor of Qingzhou, named Morong Fuhai, was rumored to have been a loyal minister during the youth of the current divine martial emperor, thus enjoying considerable favor. In the first year of the divine martial era, Emperor Shunwu ascended to the throne, and his loyal companion, Morong Fuhai, was directly appointed as the governor of Qingzhou. Over the course of 2 decades, the governors of the other 8 provinces had changed several times, Yet Morong Fuhai remained steadfast in his position, a testament to the emperor's favor. Su Ying was taken aback to find that the son of the governor had come to visit. With the crunch of snow beneath his feet, Su Ying swiftly arrived at the county office's grand hall. Before he entered, he observed a youth clad in opulent brocade seated grandly in the higher position. Beside him were two middle-aged men and an elderly gentleman in fine attire. Su Darren, what a formidable presence you have. One might mistake you for a first-rank governor, remarked the brocade-clad youth, who was none other than Murong Yin, the governor's son. He appeared to be around 26 or 27 years old, with a face as exquisite as jade, exuding an air of nobility. As he noticed Su Ying approaching, a mocking expression crossed his face. Esteemed young Master Morong, I am Su Ying. I did not anticipate your visit. Please forgive my oversight. Su Ying maintained a neutral expression, offering a respectful nod before cutting to the chase. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, young Master Morong? This is Shi Dian's uncle, Shi Huolin. The intent of my visit is quite clear. Release Shi Dian, he replied with a flippant tone, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. Su Ying, expressionless, nodded slightly. If young Master Morong requests it, then naturally I shall comply. Haha, I told you. How could a mere 7th-rank county magistrate dare to provoke the Shi family? I have heard that you not only injured Shi Dian, but also killed his subordinates. You think you can arrest him and release him at will? It is not that simple. Kneel before Shi Dian and strike yourself 100 times. Perhaps then I might spare your life. The speaker was the middle-aged man in brocade, Shi Huolin, who regarded Su Ying with a derisive smile. Releasing him is possible, but does young Master Morong possess a written order from the governor? Su Ying responded coldly. What? Morong Yan's expression changed, believing he had misheard. The others present also regarded Su Ying with displeasure. With a written order from the governor, the king of Qingzhou, and the commanding officer of the garrison, I would indeed release him. But you possess none? Why should I release him? You dare insult me? Murong Yin sprang to his feet, his presence radiating like a ferocious tiger ready to pounce. Simultaneously, the middle-aged man and the elderly gentleman narrowed their eyes. An overwhelming aura enveloping Su Ying. Feeling a stirring within, Su Ying activated his indestructible golden body, and the pressure surrounding him suddenly eased. Shi Dian attacked someone in public, showing utter disdain for the law, and conspired with his subordinates to assault a court official. Furthermore, I suspect he colludes with the demon race. Will you dare to demand his release? At his concluding words, Su Ying's lips curled into a disdainful smile. What a jest! In the past, I would have certainly released him. But now, I shall release no one. How dare you slander the Shi family? Shi Huolin roared, his eyes ablaze with fury, resembling a raging bear. Su Ying chuckled derisively, casting a dismissive glance at him. I do not slander, I merely reveal the truth. You, a man of no rank, dare to roar at me? Do you believe I would not capture you on the spot and charge you with conspiring to assassinate a court official and treason? With those words, Shi Huolin's expression shifted dramatically. First, there was the accusation of colluding with demons, and now outright treason. If he continued speaking, would the Shi family not be facing extermination? What? Do you intend to take action? Attacking within the county office is tantamount to inviting disaster upon yourself. It appears the Shi family not only colludes with the demon race, but also with those seeking eternal life. Su Ying observed, I see your end is near. How dare you slander me? I will ruin you. Shi Huolin bellowed, his true energy surging, his clothes and hair moving without wind, eager to strike down Su Ying. Enough. Murong Yin interjected, his brow furrowed. Su Ying, I ask you once more, will you release him? I will not. Su Ying's response was clear and resolute. Young Master Morong, should the governor himself come, I would naturally release him, but you? You are simply unworthy. How bold of you to insult me. As soon as the words left his mouth, the elderly man beside Murong Yin snorted coldly, his figure flashing as he struck towards Su Ying's forehead with a hand as large as a millstone. Such trivial skills. How dare you show off here? Su Ying smiled coldly, flipping his palm and striking forward. With a resounding clap, their hands met, and the violent energy erupted like a tidal wave, shattering the hall's furniture into splinters. Crack! The ground beneath Su Ying's feet quickly fissured and spread outward like a spider's web. You, perfected realm of the transcendent. Impossible. The elderly gentleman's expression changed drastically as he felt the violent energy emanating from his arm. He was an 8th-layer expert, yet he was no match for Su Ying. There could only be one explanation. This seemingly harmless youth was a perfected master of the transcendent realm. Boom. With a dull thud, the elderly man was sent flying, crashing against the wall, blood spilling forth. In just one exchange, he was gravely injured, leaving Shi Huolin, Murong Yin, and the others in utter shock. So, He possessed such formidable cultivation at such a young age. No wonder he was so arrogant. But to dare act against me is truly foolish. Murong Yin studied Su Ying intently. What of it if I strike? I respected you as the governor's son, which is why I initially showed deference. But if you show me disrespect, who do you think you are? I am not your father. Why should I indulge you? If you are displeased, you may attack. I will give you 3 chances. If you do not leave me with a single tooth intact, I shall consider myself your father. This declaration struck Murong Yin like a series of slaps to the face, causing his blood to boil and his fair complexion to flush crimson. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Su Ying. You dare insult me so? As the son of the governor, who in Qingzhou would not treat him with respect. Yet, a mere 7th-rank magistrate dared to humiliate him repeatedly? Insult your mother. Su Ying retorted dismissively. I am a 7th-rank magistrate appointed by His Majesty, and also a 5th-rank commander and 7th-rank pacification envoy. You, a few rankless rabble, dare to command or threaten me. What are you? Here, at your command. Li Shan and 100 or so constables had long since positioned themselves around the area, prepared for any eventuality. Additionally, there were the 3rd and 4th of the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi, all glaring with ill intent at Murong Yin and his companions. I suspect these individuals are remnants of the previous dynasty. Arrest them immediately. Any resistance will be treated as treason, and they shall be executed on the spot. Yes. The response echoed loudly, reverberating for miles, and startling Murong Yin and his associates. There was no doubt in their minds that Su Ying truly intended to execute them all. Realizing this, Murong Yin's expression turned extremely unsightly as he glared at Su Ying, coldly challenging him. Su, do you truly wish to make an enemy of me? Chapter 53. I am the one who steals. Upon learning that Shi Dian was imprisoned in Ningyang's jail, the Shi family promptly sent word to Murong Yin, the governor's son. Due to the Shi family's powerful connections, he readily agreed to assist. According to their plan, Murong Yin would go directly to Ningyang, compelling Su Ying to release Shi Dian. Thereafter, the Shi family would manipulate the situation to gradually eliminate Su Ying, thus avenging Shi Dian and preserving the family's reputation, a twofold victory. However, to their astonishment, Su Ying proved to be unexpectedly resolute. Not only did he refuse to release the captives, he also regarded Murong Yin, the son of the governor, with utter disdain. Young Master Murong, do you truly believe that I would dare to kill you? Su Ying laughed heartily, rising to take a seat behind the iron table. Leaning back slightly, he cast a condescending gaze upon the others. You are the governor's son, and although you hold no official position, your father is my superior. Out of respect for your father, rest assured that I will not make things difficult for you. As he spoke, Su Ying lightly tapped his fingers on the table, a playful smile gracing his lips. In that moment, it seemed as if he were the one in a position of power, while Murong Yin appeared to be at the mercy of a mere county magistrate. What exactly do you want? Murong Yin felt a deep sense of humiliation within, yet found himself powerless, as their combined strength was no match for Su Ying. Indeed, you are the governor's son, a person of noble birth, while I am merely a 5th-rank district pacification officer, a 7th-rank county magistrate and peacekeeper. Although I will not trouble you, let us consider this. Su Ying slowly rose, his expression shifting coldly as he fixed his gaze on Murong Yin. You have vandalized the county court, and while your death sentence may be avoided, you cannot escape the consequences of your actions. The floor beneath us is made of jade, and the furniture is crafted from the finest ironwood. I shall not ask too much. Simply pay me 10,000 taels of gold. He continued. Furthermore, you allowed your subordinates to assault me, inflicting great mental anguish. For that, I demand an additional 10,000 taels. A mere 20,000 taels of gold should not be a burden for young Master Murong, should it? Su Ying's gaze was a mixture of mockery and amusement. What? 20,000 taels of gold? You must be joking. Murong Yin's anger flared, dismissing Su Ying's claims about the jade floor and ironwood furniture as nonsense. Furthermore, that amount of gold equated to 200,000 taels of silver, a sum beyond his reach. Even as the governor's son, you have misunderstood. I am indeed robbing you, Su Ying replied with a smirk, flicking his fingers. If this matter cannot be resolved, then I shall keep you here. I refuse to believe there is no official greater than the governor. With a resounding slap, he placed a jade token on the table. Murong Yin's heart raced as he caught sight of the token, which bore the inscription Chaiyang. He stood frozen, grappling with his emotions, and after a moment of hesitation, he glared at Su Ying with gritted teeth. I do not have 20,000 taels. I possess only 8,000 in gold notes. 8,000? Are you trying to dismiss me like a beggar? Su Ying scoffed, glancing at Murong Yin before his gaze settled on the jade ring adorning his thumb. That jade ring is quite impressive, young Master Murong. What? Murong Yan's expression faltered as he looked at his own ring. Then his eyes blazed with fury. Are you a county magistrate or a bandit? But as he recalled the jade token on the table, clarity returned, and he regained his composure. This ring is crafted from void jade, possessing spatial properties and immense value. I can offer it to you, but you must be able to match its worth. Su Ying regarded him coolly, replying, I have been single for 20 years and possess immense strength. I assure you, I can handle not just your void jade, but your very head, should I desire. His feigned ignorance was laced with an unmistakable threat. Very well, Su Ying. You not only insult me, but also dare to extort me. Even with the support of the third princess, I will ensure you face the consequences. Today, I may have lost, but tomorrow is a different story. Let us go. With a haughty snort, he cast aside the jade ring and departed with his entourage. Li Shan's worried gaze turned to Su Ying. Sir, allowing them to leave so easily, what if that young man seeks his father's retribution upon your return to the prefecture? It matters not. If the governor of Qingzhou is as foolish as Murong Yan, then his reign is nearing its end, Su Ying replied with a cold smile. You speak wisely. Murong Yan, as the governor's son, dares to assault a court official, compounded by the unresolved issues surrounding the Shijia family and their nitrate mine. If this matter remains in Qingzhou, it may be manageable, but if it reaches the capital, the governor could very well face repercussions, Li Shan observed, a hint of concern in his tone. Indeed, Su Ying said, offering Zhang Liang a thoughtful smile, his admiration evident. Regardless of the governor's power, there exists the district pacification officer and the state prince within each province. Remember, each state prince is often a member of the great Xia royal family, either a sibling of the martial emperor or an uncle from the previous generation. As an outsider, no matter your merit, you are now colluding with others to suppress the third princess. Moreover, the Shijia family is backed by the fourth prince and the commander of the Jinyuan army. What do they intend? Rebellion or the usurpation of power? Enough, let us disperse. Su Ying waved his hand. Once Zhang Liang and Li Shan departed, he felt a sudden impulse and called forth the system once more. Today was the 16th day of the first month, and he had yet to utilize his final opportunity for a sign-in. This opportunity was particularly special. A gift from the system. After all, the moon on the 15th is roundest on the 16th. System, I wish to sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the county office, earning left and right dual combat technique. The left and right dual combat technique, Zhou Batong practiced diligently in the cave of Peach Blossom Island for over a decade. Comprehending the method of using the left hand to draw squares and the right hand to draw circles, mastering the art of dual combat. This technique allows the practitioner to execute different ultimate techniques with each hand, leaving opponents defenseless. Hearing the system's announcement, Su Ying's heart soared with joy. Like the Jingshan technique, the left and right dual combat technique was an exceptional skill for combat. System, commence direct training. Ding. Congratulations to the host for mastering the left and right dual combat technique. Current level, first layer. You may spend 100 training points to enhance your current level. With that, Su Ying felt a surge of understanding regarding the essence of striking with both hands flood his mind. Focusing intently, he executed the mighty Vajra finger with his left hand and the 18 dragon subduing palms with his right. The ability to multitask was simply extraordinary. In the days that followed, Ningyang County experienced a rare tranquility. Aside from his daily training, Su Ying visited the flower pavilion to investigate cases and, on occasion, learned the art of flower arranging from the courtesan. Life was, indeed, fulfilling and joyous. Until, half a month later, he was abruptly awakened one morning by the excited voice of the Red Iron Taoist. My lord, this is incredible. Truly incredible. As soon as he finished speaking, the Red Iron Taoist rushed over, cradling a dark, iron object. Upon seeing it, Su Ying's eyes widened, and he hurriedly approached, exclaiming, You crafted it so quickly. Before him lay the legendary 5 Thunder Divine Machine. Chapter 54. Opening the Celestial Spirit, encountering the deities bang, bang, bang. As the trigger was pulled, a series of 5 crisp sounds echoed as 5 steel balls struck the distant wall, embedding themselves deeply within. What a treasure! Truly a magnificent treasure. The Red Iron Taoist gazed at the 5 Thunder Divine Machine in Su Ying's hands, his eyes filled with admiration. He could hardly fathom how Su Ying had conceived such an invention. Initially, he had been uncertain about its purpose, but upon its assembly, it completely upended his understanding. Pulling the trigger set off a mechanism that ignited gunpowder, creating explosive force that propelled the steel balls forward. How long will it take to manufacture another? Su Ying inquired, lovingly caressing the still warm barrel in his hands. Such a groundbreaking invention was destined to bring about monumental changes in this world. In response to your inquiry, my lord. 3 days, the Red Iron Taoist replied. However, the specifications for the steel required are quite demanding, and my supply is limited. Moreover, I lack sufficient manpower. It would be rather slow if I were to rely solely on myself. I shall devise a solution regarding the steel issue. As for manpower, you may select from the constables, esteemed elder. By the way, I mentioned I would summon your disciple. Someone, fetch Xianghu. Yes, my lord. A constable promptly dashed towards the prison. Before long, Xianghu arrived at the courtyard, first glancing at the Red Iron Taoist, then at Su Ying, and respectfully said, I pay my respects to you, my lord. May I inquire what matters require my presence? He was currently interrogating prisoners in the jail. Unfortunately, none could endure the 5 unparalleled techniques devised by Su Ying. Just as he was about to seek out another candidate, the constable found him. To what level have you cultivated the golden bell shield? Su Ying inquired, surveying Xianghu with a smile. In response, my lord, I have reached the 5th level. Oh, quite commendable. After this, his gaze shifted to the Red Iron Taoist. Esteemed elder, what do you think of this disciple? He was initially the head of the prison, with ancestors who fought against demons and achieved merit. He began his training with the golden body technique, and now practices the golden bell shield. The golden bell shield? One of the divine arts of Daling Temple? The Red Iron Elder's expression revealed surprise. After a moment of contemplation, he approached Xianghu, examining his arm and bone structure. A solid foundation indeed. With the golden bell shield at his side, he is more than capable of training in my iron refining hands. I shall take on this disciple. The Red Iron Taoist declared with satisfaction. The training of the iron refining hands is exceedingly arduous, demanding immense suffering to reach its pinnacle. Many cannot endure and abandon their practice midway. Thus, even to this day, the Red Iron Taoist has but a handful of disciples. Although Xianghu is somewhat older, his foundation remains intact, and with his cultivation at the 5th level of the golden bell shield, he is well suited to practice the iron refining hands. Su Ying smiled slightly and turned to Xianghu. Xianghu, do not delay further. Pay your respects to your master. Esteemed Elder Red Iron is a master of the Tianyuan realm. It is indeed a blessing for you to have him as your mentor. What? The Tianyuan realm? Xianghu's eyes widened in astonishment. Without hesitation, he knelt on the ground, bowing 3 times while exclaiming, Master, please accept my humble greeting. The Tianyuan realm. He had not anticipated that Su Daren's wife would not arrange a position for him, yet he was granted a master of the Tianyuan realm. Su Daren is truly kind to him. From now on, you shall no longer go to the prison. Follow the Red Iron Taoist closely. Additionally, I appoint you as a junior officer under my command. You are permitted to personally select 5 subordinates from the constables and prison guards. Junior officer? The supervisory department? Xianghu's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling as though he were dreaming. From a lowly prison head, he had suddenly risen to a junior officer of the supervisory department. This was indeed a dream come true, a rare stroke of fortune. Thank you, my lord. I shall not hesitate to face any peril. Becoming a junior officer was even more exhilarating than becoming a disciple of the Red Iron Taoist, for it signified that henceforth, Xianghu had entirely transcended the lower ranks and entered the mid-levels. Do not underestimate the position of a junior officer. Even ordinary county magistrates would think twice before provoking one. After the Red Iron Taoist departed with Xianghu, Su Ying began to contemplate the 5 Thunder Divine mechanism in his hands. If this could be mass-produced, it would undoubtedly serve as a formidable weapon. Once the 700 vanguard troops and the black-clad archers were fully equipped, who would dare to challenge him? After breakfast, Su Ying devoted the day to his cultivation in the courtyard. The passing constables occasionally heard the deep croaks of frogs. Each croak resonated like thunder, captivating the soul. When Su Ying had sufficiently refined his internal energy, he slowly rose to observe the sky, now painted with the hues of late afternoon. The snow had ceased. A vibrant crimson glow spread across the horizon, reflecting the pale silver moon, creating a stunningly beautiful scene. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ying made his way to the residence of the old ghost, finding him flushed and indulging in wine. Ah, what brings you here? The wine is not yet ready. I have only brewed 3,000 pounds of the 5,000 ordered by the Yu family. The old ghost blinked, noticing Su Ying's arrival, and waved his hand dismissively. After returning from the Luoxia mountain range, the old ghost resumed his life of brewing and drinking. During this period, the Yu family sent someone to deliver a batch of medicinal materials and even reserved a quantity of the impending immortal's drunkenness for sale in a month. This is not about the wine, Su Ying interjected, lifting a jug, breaking the seal, and taking a hearty swig. Feeling the fiery warmth coursing down his throat and igniting a heat within, he chuckled. I wish to consult you on a matter. Oh, what is it? Is it regarding cultivation? The old ghost's interest was piqued. Throughout, he had regarded Su Ying as a singularly talented martial artist. Perceiving no difficulty in any martial arts before him, I wish to inquire, if I were to break through to the Tianyuan realm, which acupoint should I open first? Haha. So that is your question. I had thought you already knew. The old ghost laughed heartily, took a swig of wine, and slightly burped before continuing. In martial cultivation, the Tianyuan realm is a significant watershed. Only upon reaching this realm can one be considered a true master of martial arts. The transformation experienced by practitioners of the Tianyuan realm is due to the opening of acupoints within the body. He paused for a moment, then added with a smile. The human body is a vast treasure, and the acupoints contain boundless potential. The more acupoints you open, the stronger your energy will be, and your power will become immensely formidable. Your physique is remarkably robust, and you practice a heavenly grade divine skill. Therefore, I recommend you begin by opening the ancestral acupoint at your glabella. The ancestral acupoint? Su Ying furrowed his brow. Indeed, the ancestral acupoint, also known as the Tianling acupoint, is the king of all acupoints. Only by opening this point can you connect with the other acupoints throughout your body. Many, including myself, initially chose other acupoints, such as the Yongquan at the soles of the feet. However, you are different. You have the opportunity to select the ancestral acupoint. What are the benefits? Su Ying inquired. First, opening the ancestral acupoint allows you to unleash your potential to the fullest. Secondly, by opening the Tianling, you will encounter the myriad energies of the world. When you open the Tianling acupoint, a surge of heavenly energy will flood into your body, refining your physique anew. Lastly, the Tianling contains spiritual power, enabling you to comprehend the essence of martial arts at an accelerated pace. What is the essence of martial arts? Su Ying asked, his brow furrowing, feeling as though he had opened a new world. Do not rush, the old ghost replied, shaking his head with a smile. You are not yet at that stage. Once you have opened the ancestral acupoint, I shall enlighten you further. Otherwise, sharing this knowledge prematurely will only confuse your mind and hinder the perfect integration of body and spirit. Very well, Su Ying nodded, finishing a jar of wine before rising to leave. Exiting the county office, he turned down a few streets and soon arrived at the 100 Flowers Tower. Ascending to the top floor and entering Lin Xian'er's chamber, Su Ying found the courtesan engrossed in a book. Upon seeing Su Ying enter, Lin Xian'er momentarily froze. Then a charming smile blossomed on her face. My lord, you have come. I have missed you dearly in these past few days. Huilei, though mischievous, is still quite young. Even if he commits a misdeed, he can be corrected through education. It is unjust for him to be imprisoned. I have heard that Su Ying, emboldened by the favor of the third princess, acts with impunity. He now dares to brazenly defile our Shi family. How shall we address this? Is it permissible for any commoner to disregard the dignity of the Shi clan? The noblewoman, Qin Fang, is Huilei's legitimate wife and holds a position of great esteem within the Shi family. It is said that the Shi family, in merely 2 to 3 decades, ascended to become one of the 3 prominent families in Qingzhou largely due to Qin Fang's contributions. I have made my decision on this matter. There is no need for further discussion, my lady. Huilin, since that scoundrel is so ungrateful, proceed with the plan without hesitation. Yes, elder brother. At the 100 Flowers Pavilion, Su Ying reclined in the tender embrace of the courtesan, savoring her ample bosom, and felt a wave of comfort wash over him. The delicate hands of the courtesan, as soft as water, gently pressed against the sides of his brow with practiced ease, bringing him great relaxation. It seems you have been rather fatigued these days. Why not stay a few more days here, so I may serve you properly? 1 day is sufficient. Su Ying waved his hand with a smile. I am a man of pressing affairs, burdened with responsibilities. To linger in the flowers would not reflect well on my reputation. The courtesan lowered her charming face, gazing at him with a playful smile. Though I dwell in the 100 Flowers Pavilion, I have heard of your deeds. And among the common folk, you are regarded as a righteous lord. It is but a hollow title. I am merely a man of integrity, cherishing the people as my own kin, regarding fame and fortune as mere refuse. Then, the celestial Xian'er shall express her gratitude on behalf of the citizens of Ningyang to Lord Su, she replied, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue, exuding an aura of innocence and allure. With a smile, Su Ying suddenly sat upright, engaging in playful banter amidst the laughter that ensued. The next day, as the sun ascended high, Su Ying slowly awakened around noon, bidding farewell to the courtesan before heading directly to the drunken immortal pavilion, his stomach grumbling with hunger after a night of revelry. The cold wind greeted him as he exited the 100 Flowers Pavilion, the deep snow blanketing the ground. Due to the frigid weather, the streets were nearly deserted even at midday. The waiter, familiar with Su Ying's preferred dishes, immediately began preparing upon his arrival. Tiger skin bear paw, 8 treasure medicinal soup, steamed fish, pot-roasted tiger meat, unicorn demon beef tendons, and 3 vegetable dishes, along with a large bowl of rice. Once the dishes were served, Su Ying wasted no time in devouring them with great fervor. His internal organs functioned like a colossal digestive machine, assimilating every morsel. With a contented belch that resonated through the room, he felt satisfied. "Is there anything else you require, sir?" the waiter inquired with a smile. Noticing Su Ying had finished his meal so swiftly. "None. This is quite sufficient. Remember to collect payment from Zhang Liang." "No trouble at all. It is our fortune to have you dine at the drunken, immortal pavilion. Every visit of yours brings in a substantial sum, and unlike others, you do not indulge in free meals, always paying promptly." "Very well, just keep a tally. I will settle the account at the county office when convenient." With that, Su Ying stood and departed. Upon reaching the county office, he noticed a constable waiting at the entrance. The constable quickly approached and cupped his hands. "Your subordinate greets you." "My lord, a monk in yellow robes has arrived, claiming to have urgent matters to discuss with you." "A monk in yellow robes?" Su Ying furrowed his brow, not recalling any such acquaintance. "Where is he?" "In the side hall. Let us have a look." Su Ying strode forward. Moments later, he entered the side hall to find a tall monk clad in yellow robes, half-closed eyes resting on a chair. "What brings you to seek me?" "I am Darba, a humble monk, here on behalf of my master to inquire when you intend to release the person in custody." "Who is your master? Whom do you wish for me to release?" Su Ying leaned back in his chair, querying with indifference. "My master's name is not for me to divulge, but I trust you know whom to release." As he spoke, Darba produced a beautifully bound tome, its cover adorned with golden thread and exquisite patterns. Presenting it to Su Ying. "This is the secret technique of the esoteric school, the flame handblade, of middle quality among earth-tier techniques. I hope you will accept it." He gently placed the book on the table, clasped his hands in reverence, took a few steps back, and turned to leave. "My lord, this monk does not appear to be from the Central Plains," remarked Li Qiushuang, observing Darba's retreating figure with a frown. "Indeed, he likely hails from the western regions." Su Ying shook his head, rising to examine the tome, confirming it contained the flame hand blade technique, albeit only the initial 3 layers. The latter layers had evidently been withheld, awaiting his decision to release the prisoner before they would be presented. "Just as I suspected." Su Ying turned a few more pages, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Li Qiushuang, noticing his expression, inquired, "What is it, my lord? Have you discovered something?" "Take a look." He handed the tome to her. Her expression shifted to one of astonishment as she perused the pages, which detailed the cultivation methods for the first 3 layers of the flame handblade, yet the following pages were blank. However, they felt unusually thick, as if containing layers within. Upon this realization, she continued flipping through the pages, revealing a dazzling golden light. It was a gold note. Her face paled as she turned further, discovering that every other page contained a gold note, each worth 1,000 taels. In total, there were 10 notes, amounting to 100,000 taels of silver. "My lord, what is this?" Li Qiushuang was taken aback. "Just a token for our meeting, akin to what Lu Wu offered before. 100,000 taels, along with a middle-tier earth technique for the flame blade." Su Ying clasped his hands behind his back, a cold smile on his lips. "Once I receive the payment and release the prisoner, the remaining techniques will be provided." "Are you implying?" Li Qiushuang questioned. "I want the money, but the person will not be released." Li Qiushuang was left speechless. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she looked at Su Ying. "But what if they report you for accepting a bribe after you take the money without releasing the prisoner?" "Report?" Su Ying scoffed, a look of disdain crossing his face. "Without evidence, who could they accuse? Moreover, these gold notes are the spoils I acquired from slaying the barbarian tribes. How could they be deemed a bribe? Keep these notes for now. Consider them my future dining expenses. If you are interested in the flame blade, feel free to practice it." With that, Su Ying turned and left. "Dining expenses?" Li Qiushuang stared at the tome in her hands, her eyes wide with astonishment. Truly, the next generation surpasses the last, each more cunning than the former. Chapter 56. Is there no law? Outside the city, at Luoxia Mountain, within a dilapidated mountain temple, Darba glanced around to ensure he was not being followed before pushing the door open and entering. The courtyard contained only a dry well and overgrown yellow grass, while inside stood a middle-aged monk, a bare-chested barbarian, and a slender man with slanted eyes, resembling a snake. "Master, the flame hand blade has been delivered." Darba, with hands clasped, approached the middle-aged monk with reverence. What did he say? The middle-aged monk, named Kongu Ba, was Darba's master, slender in build, exuding an aura of profound knowledge. Master, that Lord Su accepted the money but does not seem inclined to release the prisoner. Cackling with malicious delight, the man with a serpentine demeanor sneered, that fellow is insatiable. He managed to seize 200,000 taels from the estate alone. Do you really think he would take notice of your mere 100,000? His voice, akin to the hiss of a venomous serpent, sent chills down the spines of those present. My brothers, numbering in the dozens, have perished at his hands. I shall not rest until I avenge them. We must attack the county office directly and eliminate him. The speaker, a robust barbarian, exuded an aura of ferocity, his voice reverberating like thunder. Patience is a virtue, interjected the serpentine man, his cold laughter echoing ominously. My two senior brothers also fell victim to him. I have come to retrieve Su Ying for the Eternal Life sect. My father suspects that this young man harbors a significant secret. He is none other than the son of the serpent demon sovereign, Gui Yuan Su. I am tasked with bringing Su Ying back, for they believe he conceals a monumental secret of the fallen Great Zhou dynasty. But won't this delay the Shi family's mission to rescue? Kong Guba furrowed his brow, his displeasure evident. We have received our rewards. What is the Shi family compared to us? Without the imperial consort, do they even deserve our attention? Gui Yuan Su merely chuckled disdainfully. I shall first gather information in Ningyang City. You two should wait for a few days. We cannot attempt a prison break with just the three of us. We must orchestrate a grand scheme. With that, Gui Yuan Wu transformed into a shadowy serpent and slithered away. In a small courtyard, the croaking of frogs occasionally punctuated the air. Su Ying lay on the ground, gazing ahead. With each croak, his vital energies surged forth like a tide, forcefully pushing the stone table aside. What martial arts are you practicing, my lord? Li Qiushuang entered with a tray of food, observing Su Ying's peculiar posture with curiosity. Frog skill, Su Ying replied with a slight smile, rising to his feet. Through days of rigorous training, he had nearly perfected the surging toad technique, and he had come to realize that its essence lay in honing one's mental fortitude. Admittedly, without reaching the celestial origin or unlocking the ancestor aperture, his spiritual strength still felt somewhat ethereal. Nevertheless, he could distinctly sense his mind growing more concentrated and powerful. Has your father gone to the Baiwa Tower to investigate again? Su Ying asked suddenly, having noticed Li Shan's recent absence. He hasn't gone to the Baiwa Tower. Yesterday, I heard about a murder at the Wujiang dock. My father took people to investigate, and after apprehending the culprit, they discovered smuggling activities during today's interrogation. Li Qiushuang explained, her cheeks flushing. Smuggling? Su Ying frowned, intrigued. What are they smuggling? Previously, the Qingling gang controlled the Ningyang dock, often engaging in various smuggling operations. Simply put, smuggling allowed them to evade taxes, reaping profits without accountability, a ruthless endeavor. Salt and iron, she replied. What? Su Ying slammed his hand on the table, springing to his feet. How dare they encroach upon my business? Initially, the map from Shi Dian indicated a salt mine. If they haven't reported to the court, they must be smuggling salt. I had intended to engage in a lucrative salt and iron trade myself, only to discover that it was actually a nitrate mine, which I had no choice but to report to the provincial government. But now, someone dares to smuggle salt and iron in my territory? Is there no law? When did this happen? Have the culprits been apprehended? Li Qiushuang lowered her head, nervously twisting her clothing. I intended to report this to you earlier, but my father said you had gone to the Baiwa Tower for tea and wouldn't return until noon. Su Ying stiffened at her words, clearing his throat. In truth, I was merely feeling a bit down that day. Alas, men have their moments of melancholy each month. Let us go to the dock and see for ourselves. I have yet to visit. With that, he placed his chopsticks down and rose, strolling towards the door. At the county office, a cart awaited, prepared by the constables. Su Ying waved his hand, and the driver promptly dismounted to fetch a stool. Turning to Li Qiushuang, he grinned. Let us ride in the cart today. No need for horseback. Indeed. How could the esteemed county magistrate ride on horseback every day? She agreed, nodding as she entered the cart, sword in hand. She watched as Su Ying took the reins with one hand and the whip with the other, prompting her to ask, My lord, do you know how to drive? Startled, Su Ying shook his head vigorously. No. How could I possibly drive? He then climbed into the cart, and with a shout, they sped towards the Wujiang dock. At the dock, ships from across Qingzhou were busily unloading cargo. Strong men in coarse linen garments were hauling blocks of cut black rock onto the vessels, preparing for transport to the county city. Meanwhile, fleets laden with grains were lined up, unloading supplies purchased from the county government. The dock bustled with activity as citizens came and went, some preparing to board ships for the county city, while others arrived directly from Ningyang. The scene was a vivid tapestry of life. Move quickly. These stones must be loaded before nightfall. And you lot, speed up the unloading. A burly man in blue shouted from beside a large warehouse. Boss, Zhanggo was taken by Lishan yesterday. Do you think he'll say anything? A weaselly figure whispered. He won tea. Zhanggo knows the consequences of speaking out, the leader replied darkly, a sinister smile creeping across his face. If he dares utter a word, he will surely meet his demise. Besides, 2/3 of the cargo has already been transported. His words matter little. Without evidence, they cannot touch us. Suddenly, a young servant rushed in, panic etched on his face. Boss, trouble. Li Shan has arrived with over 100 constables. What? Li Shan? The leader's expression darkened, his eyes gleaming with intensity. You, go inform Lord Huang, send that the County Magistrate's constables have come. You, gather all our people immediately. Yes, boss. As the leader swiftly moved towards the commotion, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the air. He looked up to see Li Shan mounted on a tall steed. Flanked by a formidable contingent of constables, many wielding shackles and other instruments of restraint. Everyone, stand still. Cease all operations immediately. Who is Huang Dahong? Step forward at once. Li Shan's voice rang out, amplified by his internal energy, carrying several miles. What? Why? We need to keep moving, protested the merchants and citizens. Confusion etched on their faces. Delays in loading mean losses. Indeed, people die at the dock every day, and we've never seen you here before, murmured the crowd, bewildered. I am Huang Dahong, a humble citizen, honored to meet you. Lordly, may I inquire about your visit? The warehouse overseer stepped forward reluctantly. Knowing full well that his name was notorious at the dock, Li Shan regarded him coldly. So you are Huang Dahong? Excellent. I have received a tip-off that your Huang family's large vessel is implicated in smuggling salt and iron. Everyone, kneel and cover your heads. Accompany me for an investigation. Any resistance will be met with lethal force. Huang Dahong's expression changed dramatically upon hearing the words. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lordly, could there be some misunderstanding here? Our Huang family has always been law-abiding, and we are engaged solely in the escort business. We have never smuggled salt or iron. Moreover, my second brother is the commander of the city patrol. How could we possibly smuggle salt and iron? The implication was clear. They had connections and powerful backing. A mere county lieutenant like you should tread carefully before attempting to confront us. Li Shan, upon hearing this, revealed a hint of disdainful laughter at the corners of his mouth. The commander of the city patrol? Isn't that just a 5th-rank position? My superior is a 5th-rank captain of the pacification division. He dismissed Huang Dahong's words with contempt, commanding, enough of this nonsense, seize him. And don't let anyone else escape. Wait, my lord. You claim we smuggled salt and iron. What evidence do you have? Huang Dahong protested, crying out in desperation. If you arrest us without proof, I will report this directly to the prefecture. Evidence. Li Shan sneered coldly, dismounting swiftly and fixing his gaze on Huang Dahong. Yesterday, you allowed your subordinates to engage in a brawl, resulting in a murder. The culprit, Zhanggo, has been your trusted aide for over a decade. Initially, I thought it was just an ordinary homicide, but after enjoying the luxurious treatment in prison, he revealed your smuggling activities to save his own skin. With that, he drew his long knife and, without further ado, struck down on the nearby black stone slab. The blade sliced through with remarkable precision, yet upon striking the stone, it shattered with a loud crack, revealing a dark object within. Iron plates. This was a meticulously cast iron plate, concealed beneath the black stone. Nearby, a group of porters erupted in curses. Damn it, it's iron plates. No wonder it was so heavy. I've carried countless black stone slabs, but none were this weighty. What treachery is this? We need more money. Seeing this, Huang Dahong was drenched in cold sweat, his eyes darting in panic. He had been so confident that Zhanggo would not betray him, only to find out that he had revealed everything. Indeed, in this line of work, the first rule is often to betray one's brothers. I cannot be captured. Entering prison means I'm close to death. Huang Dahong's mind raced as he concocted a plan. You want to catch me? In your dreams. With that, he unleashed his internal energy and, like a leopard, bolted toward the Wu River, intending to leap into the water and escape. Li Shan, seeing this, let out a cold grunt and pursued swiftly, but he was a moment too late. Huang Dahong hurled a flash of silver, an assassination attempt. Li Shan's expression shifted in surprise as he deflected the hidden weapon with his half-drawn knife. The clattering sounds echoing as he knocked them away, though it slowed him down. Splash! Huang Dahong plunged into the river, disappearing beneath the surface like a fish. Damn it! Li Shan seethed in anger, frustrated that he had almost captured him, only for him to escape. Don't worry, he can't get away. Just then, a calm voice drifted into his ears, and Li Shan's heart leapt with joy. Before he could turn, a ghostly figure swept past him and plunged into the Wu River. Huang Dahong, having just felt a sense of relief, was startled to see a figure standing in the water approximately 10 meters ahead, arms crossed, wearing a cold smile. Huang Dahong's expression turned to one of horror, akin to seeing a ghost, and he turned to flee. But in the next moment, Su Ying appeared before him like a swordfish, flicking his fingers to unleash a golden force that pierced through Huang Dahong's dantian. Grabbing his shoulder, Su Ying propelled them both back to the surface. With a splash, the river surged as Li Shan looked up and saw Su Ying emerging from the water, dragging the freshly escaped Huang Dahong behind him. As Su Ying stepped on the water, he left ripples in his wake, moving with an ethereal grace. With a thud, Huang Dahong was thrown onto the shore, his abdomen marked with a thumb-sized bloodstain, drenched and resembling a drowned dog. Thank you, my lord. Had you not arrived in time, this scoundrel would have escaped. Li Shan, relieved, nodded at Huang Dahong, and then turned to Su Ying, clasping his hands in gratitude. No need for thanks. Just ensure he is captured, Su Ying replied, using his energy to dry off completely. Take all of Huang's men back to the prison for thorough questioning. From this moment forth, the Wu River crossing is closed until my official approval. Yes, my lord. Li Shan bowed and led his men into the Huang family's ship and warehouse to begin the inventory. My lord, this is high-quality iron. Excellent for weapon crafting and already in the initial stages of tempering, Li Qiushuang remarked, examining a piece of iron and turning to Su Ying. This type of iron can only be found south of Luoxia Mountain, where the barbarian tribes are located. Although it may not suffice for crafting a powerful crossbow, it is certainly superior to the average weapon. Oh, from the barbarian tribes? Su Ying pondered, noticing the distinct difference in quality. The local iron ore was yellow-tinged, whereas this iron plate was dark and lustrous. It appears the Huang family has dealings with the barbarian tribes as well, he said with a cold smile. Li Qiushuang's eyes narrowed, understanding that such a revelation was far beyond the scope of mere monetary concerns. Chapter 58. Unable to bear the weight once everyone had departed. A slightly plump man with a handlebar mustache, dressed in a brocade robe, approached with a gloomy expression. Third Master, what now? Zhang Go has confessed in prison, and now others, along with Huang Dahong, have been captured. They may well reveal everything while incarcerated. One of his subordinates, filled with anxiety, added, with the docks now sealed. Each passing day brings tremendous losses. Damn it, damn it. Third Master Huang's face darkened as he watched the departing figures of the constables, his eyes blazing with fury. How dare a mere 7th-rank county magistrate touch our Huang family's interests? It's utterly intolerable. He must pay. With that, he struck down with his palm, shattering a nearby ironwood object into splinters. What shall we do now? With both eyewitness and physical evidence, if this reaches the county, we are in dire straits. He didn't need to finish. The implication was clear. If their smuggling of salt and iron were to be revealed, not only would the Huang family be unable to protect them, but they would also face severe repercussions. Salt and iron have always been prohibited goods. Anyone caught smuggling them faces a death sentence, regardless of the circumstances, as they are crucial to the state's revenue. Moreover, due to the geographical differences with the barbarian tribes, salt and iron have been classified as key commodities. Despite the deep-seated enmity between humans and the barbarian tribes, trade between the two persists, with the Daxia needing the barbarians' warhorses and various iron ores, while the barbarians require Daxia's salt, tea, grain, medicinal pills, silk, porcelain, and jade. Even the Shijia family can find someone. Can we not do the same? Go contact Konguba and tell him I am willing to offer 10 3-dragon jade pills along with 10,000 taels of gold for his assistance. Mr. Huang Xin stood in contemplation for a moment, his visage twisted with rage, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Aside from this, summon a few desperate souls from the Methreya sect and the flower between factions to join forces with Kangaba and eliminate him directly. Yes, replied one of his trusted subordinates, who promptly departed. At the Ningyan County Jail, Su Ying stood outside, observing the 100 or so workers pouring molten iron into stone slabs, and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Initially, he had intended to recast everything directly, but after receiving guidance from the Red Iron Taoist and investing considerable funds to refine the molten iron, he decided to meld it with the stone slabs. This method rendered the structure exceptionally robust, capable of withstanding even the full force of a transcendent realm expert's strike. Unlike before, when years of neglect meant that even a remnant of the Hahuan sect could nearly bring it down with a mere palm strike. My name is Su Biao, the deputy of Brother Hu. After his departure, this place falls under my responsibility. A slender young man in prison garb, around 27 or 28, approached Su Ying, bowing respectfully with a smile. Su Ying acknowledged him with a nod and inquired, "Are you well versed in the duties here?" The duties he referred to included the infamous tortures, the embroidered shoes, the pipa playing, the cupping, the mercury infusion, and the Xiangxi. Su Biao's expression momentarily faltered before he confidently replied, "In response to your inquiry, my lord, these 5 forms of punishment are indeed exquisitely terrifying. Most prisoners, the stronger ones, can endure at most 3, the weaker ones yield after just 1. As for 4 or more, that has yet to happen. Since Brother Hu's departure, I have practiced daily and am now thoroughly proficient." "That is good to hear." Su Ying smiled faintly and proceeded toward the jail. Su Biao raised his chin, and a guard quickly fetched a chair for him to sit in regally. "My lord, from whom shall we begin?" Su Biao asked, excited by the capture of 10 new prisoners that day. He had nearly exhausted the current inmates' potential for torture. "Let us start with Huang Dahong, directly with the pipa." "Yes, my lord," Su Biao exclaimed, rubbing his hands together, and then bellowed, "Bring forth the prisoner. Prepare for the pipa." "Yes." At Su Biao's command, upon hearing the term pipa, the prisoners instinctively trembled, their faces filled with dread. "Begin." Su Ying's expression remained impassive as Huang Dahong was dragged forth, coldly uttering those words. "Yes, my lord," Su Biao replied, drawing a slender, sharp knife. He pressed 3 fingers against Huang Dahong's side, locating his ribs before firmly pinning down the first layer. Without further ado, he plunged the knife in. "Ah!" Huang Dahong's screams echoed, his face contorting in agony. He could distinctly feel the blade nearing his internal organs. As a master of the innate realm, his physique was formidable, and under normal circumstances, he could easily withstand such pain. However, the moment he entered the jail, his cultivation was stripped away, rendering him weaker than an ordinary man. How could he endure? It was utterly impossible. "You scoundrel! You will not die a good death for your brutal tortures." Huang Dahong howled in anguish, his face twisted in torment. Yet, Su Ying remained unmoved by his curses. "Cursing the officials adds to your crimes. You are doomed, mark my words." As soon as he finished speaking, a guard stepped forward, using the hilt of the knife to strike Huang Dahong's mouth, leaving it bloodied and mangled. "Bring them all out, starting with the pipa." Su Ying coldly tapped his fingers, not even glancing back at Su Biao. "Yes, my lord," Su Biao responded, and soon all the prisoners taken from the dock were dragged out one by one. Su Ying gazed coldly at them, stating, "Since I devised the 5 consecutive moves, no one has ever lasted to the end. You are fortunate to have fallen into my hands. Oh, by the way, where is that prisoner named Zhang?" "In the adjoining cell, my lord," came the response. "Bring him forth." "Yes, my lord." Su Biao gestured, and shortly thereafter, 2 guards dragged a severely injured Zhang into the room, his feet nearly bloodied to the bone. "My lord, I have confessed everything. Please, do not torture me any further." Zhang, disheveled and pale, with cracked lips and bandaged waist, trembled as he looked at the others, fearing another round of torture. Upon witnessing his state, the others felt a rising tide of fear. "If it were me, I would have confessed everything too. Do not worry, your attitude towards confession is commendable, although you committed murder. Your timely identification of Huang Dahong and others can be seen as a merit. Thus, I shall allow you to become a witness in exchange for leniency in your sentence." Su Ying said with a calm smile. "Is this true?" Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief, brimming with joy. "Thank you, my lord." He then bowed deeply to Su Ying, as if encountering a long-lost father. This scene stirred the hearts of the other prisoners. "No need for thanks. This is what you deserve. Someone, provide him with a blood-replenishing pill and some food, along with a chicken leg." Moments later, a guard entered with steaming food. Upon seeing this, Zhang's eyes lit up, and he pounced on the food like a starving wolf, having endured a day and a night of cold and hunger. Coupled with the blood loss from the torturous pipa and embroidered shoe punishments, he had confessed everything, from his ancestors' misdeeds to his childhood indiscretions. "All right, let us begin." Su Ying waved his hand impatiently, his gaze sweeping over the prisoners. Suddenly, a playful smile broke out on his face. "As long as you confess, I may consider allowing you and Zhang to become witnesses, redeeming your crimes. I wonder who the next fortunate soul will be." Chapter 59. You will never have a chance at this declaration. The prisoners were taken aback, and soon they clamored to speak over one another. "My lord, I want to be a witness." I. "My lord, I am Huang Dahong's brother-in-law. I know all his dealings." "My lord, I am the younger brother of Huang Dahong's mistress. I know too. I suspect Huang Dahong colluded with remnants of the previous dynasty." "My lord, you must believe me." The shouts rose in a frenzy, each prisoner eager to seize the opportunity to become a witness, fearing they would miss their chance. Bring them one by one to the cell for their testimonies. Yes, Su Biao and the others regarded Su Ying with utmost admiration. If he had questioned them individually, it would have taken an eternity. Now, however, they were all willing to confess. Your strategy of psychological warfare is truly effective, my lord. His subordinates respected him greatly. Li Qiushuang, observing from the side, was filled with astonishment and genuine admiration. You flatter me, Miss Li, Su Ying replied with a smile. Remaining silent as he made his way through the jail, finally arriving at the cell, holding Shi Dian. He raised his chin, prompting a guard to rouse him from slumber. You scoundrel! You will not escape unscathed. My family will not let you go. Shi Dian glared fiercely at Su Ying, his hands gripping the bars. A far cry from his earlier arrogance upon arriving in Ningyang City. Now, he was disheveled and frantic. Su Ying regarded him coolly, stating, Shi Huolin and Murong Yan have arrived. Murong Yan? My uncle? Shi Dian's expression shifted from confusion to elation. Ha! You are finished, Su. With my uncle and Murong Yan here, what can you say now? Are you going to release me? No, I assure you, I shall not leave. Unless you kneel and plead with me, I refuse to budge. In the end, his face twisted into a grotesque expression, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Throughout his life, he had been doted upon, and any hint of dissatisfaction could lead to the casual slaying of servants and maids. Especially after his sister became a prince's consort, his arrogance and tyranny only intensified. But now, he found himself imprisoned in a dungeon by a mere county magistrate. For one who had always held himself in high esteem, this was an unimaginable humiliation. Within the confines of the prison, he constantly pondered how to exact revenge on Su Ying tenfold for the indignities he suffered. At long last, the moment had arrived. Are you wondering how you will torment this official once you are free? Su Ying tilted his head, observing him with a smirk. Alas, you shall never have the chance. Su Biao at your service. What is your failure? I see that this young master sure appears quite lively and full of vigor. Have you been negligent in your duties? Su Biao's face turned pale at the reprimand, and he hurriedly bowed, saying, My lord, this is my oversight. Please rest assured. I shall properly attend to this young master sure. Very well. Remember, spare him a life. Do not kill him too swiftly. With that, he waved his sleeve and turned to leave. What? Su, release me. Why won't you set me free? I am the third young master of the Shi family. How dare you treat me this way? Once I am free, I will annihilate your entire family. Yet before he could finish his outburst, a constable brutally kicked him to the ground, followed by a chorus of screams that echoed like a slaughtered pig. Host, Su Ying. Realm, perfected transcendence. Skills, Northern Underworld divine art, perfected. Great strength diamond finger, perfected. 18 dragon subduing palms, 4th layer, cannot be enhanced. Indestructible golden body, 2nd layer, cannot be enhanced. Frightening toad technique, perfected. Cultivation points, 2243. Current task, none. Talent, Eye of the Abyss. Upon returning to the courtyard, Su Ying opened his attributes panel. Some cultivation points had been consumed, but it was manageable. The fused 18 dragon subduing palms had reached the 9th layer, currently at the 4th layer. Each advancement required 1,000 cultivation points. However, Su Ying could also enhance his proficiency through practice, thus avoiding mandatory expenditures. The primary consumption of cultivation points stemmed from the indestructible golden body. Additionally, there was the fusion with the earth-shattering dragon fist. The third princess, elusive as a dragon's tail, sought me, yet I could not find her. If only she could bring me a demon of the law manifestation realm to slay, my cultivation points would surely skyrocket. Su Ying mused, his chin resting on his hand, envisioning the princess's enchanting figure and stunning beauty, a smile creeping onto his lips, his gaze becoming somewhat deranged. My lord, Lord Peng has arrived. Suddenly, a constable's voice called out, snapping Su Ying back from his increasingly twisted thoughts. Lord Peng Qianming? What brings him here? With that thought, Su Ying rose, opened the door, and swiftly made his way to the main hall. In no time, he spotted Peng Qianming and Lu Dahui, among others, standing in the hall, weary from their travels. Underling Su Ying, at your service, Lord Peng. Su Ying offered a slight bow, his gaze sweeping over the dozen or so masters from the town protectorate, frowning as he asked, My lord, why are you not guarding the saltpeter mine? This mine was of great significance. Logically, the court should have dispatched troops to secure it, preventing any demonic alliances from plundering it. Yet, from the outset, only Peng Qianming and a handful of town protectorate personnel had been sent. This was rather illogical. Surely, the court could not disregard the saltpeter mine? Clearly not. With this thought, Su Ying shook his head internally. If the salt and iron mines were merely important resources, the saltpeter mine was of strategic importance. With it, the Ministry of Works of the Great Xia could produce more thunderous artillery and divine fire cannons. Rest assured, my lord, we are merely following orders. As for why we are no longer needed, you will soon find out. Seeing Peng Qianming's unwavering confidence, Su Ying chose not to press further, merely nodding and gesturing. Someone, go to Zui Xianlu and prepare a few tables of fine dishes, but no wine. Have them delivered immediately. Yes, my lord. The constable complied, earning sidelong glances from the town protectorate personnel. This Su was indeed miserly, not even offering them a drink. After days of roughing it in the Luoxia Mountains, they had grown weary of wild game. Not even a drop of wine. This was outrageous. Yet, with Peng Qianming present, no one dared to voice their grievances. And they awaited in silence. Approximately half an hour later, while the group engaged in idle chatter, a booming thunder reverberated through the heavens. Su Ying's heart raced, and he looked up to see dark clouds gathering ominously above Ningyang City, stretching for hundreds of miles, an endless expanse. Within those clouds, flashes of lightning crackled like serpents twisting and unfurling. At that moment, Peng Qianming, who had been composed and seated, finally stood, gazing skyward, murmuring, at long last. It has come. Chapter 60. The might of the law manifestation. As the clouds thickened over Ningyang City, the incessant crackling of lightning continued. In that moment, Su Ying felt an overwhelming force envelop him, chilling his heart and stifling his courage to resist. Not only he, but all present turned pale, stricken with a terror that was palpable. Only Peng Qianming stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression grave as he gazed at the sky. After a while, the clouds began to move forward in an eerie manner, resembling a floating fortress of war. Soon, it hovered above the Luoxia Mountains. Lord Peng. Su Ying sensed the pressure around him diminish and tentatively inquired of Peng Qianming. Peng Qianming replied coolly, the court has dispatched a master of the law manifestation realm to seize the saltpeter mine. Is that so? A master of the law manifestation? To seize it? Su Ying's heart jolted, his eyes wide with incredulity as he asked, how will they do that? You will see shortly. With that, he lapsed into silence. Su Ying's gaze turned towards the heavens, where a colossal hand of lightning, 100 miles long, descended from the storm clouds. This hand, crackling with electricity, struck down, compressing the surrounding mountains by half a meter. The peaks and earth, fragile as tofu, shattered instantaneously, and a towering tree was reduced to dust. The terrifying power was akin to a deity descending upon the mortal realm. This is the Thunder God among the 9 deputy lords of the town protectorate, whose manifested form is the Thunder God. Thus, he can control lightning, Peng Qianming explained appropriately. Lightning? Su Ying was momentarily stunned. But that is the saltpeter mine. Isn't that a bit too dangerous? It's a volatile substance. Dangerous? Peng Qianming cast him a sidelong glance before turning away, his expression void of emotion, as if he viewed Su Ying as a naive fool. Feeling embarrassed, Su Ying thought to himself, all right, perhaps I was overthinking it. Suddenly, a deafening roar resounded through the heavens and earth, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. He then witnessed the immense hand of lightning burrow into the earth, as if fishing in water, seizing the saltpeter mine with brutal force. The earth quaked as if an earthquake had struck, akin to cannon fire reverberating against the mountain. Then, a scene of unparalleled horror unfolded. The giant hand grasped the mine, and in that instant, Su Ying could even see the mine rising like a colossal dragon, swaying perilously as it ascended, seemingly on the verge of crashing down to the earth. Beneath the enveloping tempest of relentless thunder and lightning, not a fragment fell. That colossal hand of thunder seemed to possess boundless strength, grasping the entity and drawing it into the depths of the dark clouds. Moments later, the mineral vein vanished into the cloud cover, surging toward the eastern horizon. In the blink of an eye, the heavens and earth regained their clarity, and the pressure weighing upon all present abruptly lifted. This was insignificant. A master of the Dharma realm wielded unfathomable power, capable of shattering stars from hundreds of thousands of miles away with a mere gesture. It was merely a mineral vein. In the midst of his astonishment, the laughter of Peng Qianming gradually reached Su Ying's ears. At that moment, Su Ying felt as if his entire worldview had been irrevocably shaken. Previously, when he witnessed the third princess, Ying Taiyue, traverse the vast void in an instant, he had been profoundly awed. Yet in comparison, this was but a trivial spectacle. The sheer terror of the scene unfolding before him was overwhelmingly intense. The Niter mine was of paramount importance. The court would not remain indifferent. Relying solely on their own strength was insufficient for defense. The optimal strategy would be to uproot and transport it back to the holy capital. This way, the Ministry of Works would possess ample resources. Understanding this, Ying nodded, attempting to calm his tumultuous emotions. After a brief interval, the delectable dishes from the drunken immortal pavilion were finally delivered. 2 grand tables laden with an array of exquisite mountain delicacies and seafood. Go to the back courtyard and fetch 20 jars of immortal wine, he instructed. Yes, my lord. As the attendant turned to leave, Peng Qianming smiled slightly and remarked, this official has heard of drunken immortal brew, but this immortal wine is a new term to me. Is it a recent concoction? The officials of the town protectorate, known for their indulgences, particularly Peng Qianming, who had consumed countless fine wines, found themselves intrigued. Yet, when it came to his favorite, it remained the drunken immortal brew. Ying shook his head with a confident smile. Not at all. This wine is personally brewed by me. You shall discern its quality shortly. Peng Qianming remained silent, a smile playing on his lips, while the other officials harbored skepticism in their hearts. What nonsense is this? You, a county magistrate, brew wine? Why not claim you can farm as well? As the thoughts circulated among them, the attendant returned with several others. 10 individuals each carried 2 large jars. My lord, the wine has arrived. Distribute 1 jar to each person. Yes, my lord. Lord Prong, this is the immortal wine brewed by me. I hope you enjoy it. Ying said with a smile. Very well. Having wine is better than none. Peng Qianming nodded and promptly opened the seal. Instantly, an incredibly rich aroma of wine wafted towards him. Peng Qianming inhaled deeply, his expression shifting in surprise. What an exquisite fragrance. Is this truly colorless and transparent? He eagerly poured himself a generous bowl, gazing at the clear liquid. The immortal brew was typically pale yellow, yet this wine resembled water, pure and transparent. Moreover, its sweetness and fragrance surpassed that of the drunken immortal brew by several magnitudes. Upon witnessing this, the others hesitated no longer and swiftly opened their own jars. The hall soon filled with the intoxicating aroma of fine wine. Wow, what a fragrant bouquet. Truly deserving of the name immortal wine. I feel the primal energy within me awakening. What nonsense. Isn't that just your gluttony? The crowd buzzed with excitement, unable to suppress their admiration. This was indeed the immortal wine. Just a sip set their bodies ablaze, and consuming half a gene felt akin to soaking in a hot spring. After finishing a jar, even an attack from the Dharma realm would not compel them to hide. Observing the thrall of the immortal wine over the assembly, Ying remarked lightly. Soon, they ceased their deliberation and lifted their porcelain bowls, cautiously taking a sip. The white wine entered their mouths, spicy and exhilarating. Yet, once it settled in their bellies, it revealed an extraordinary richness and fragrance. As the wine's essence spread throughout their bodies, it involuntarily invigorated their blood and qi, resulting in profound comfort. What a splendid wine. Truly remarkable. In comparison, the drunken immortal brew pales into insignificance. Peng Qianming gazed at the liquid in his bowl, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He had tasted countless wines, yet this was his first encounter with such an exquisite brew. Without hesitation, he lifted the jar and began to drink deeply. Moments later, after consuming a jar, Peng Qianming felt an overwhelming warmth enveloping him, akin to a rebirth through fire. What a marvelous wine. I have drunk countless varieties. I seldom regard anything apart from the drunken immortal brew. I never anticipated that your brew, Su Daoren, would be of such exceptional quality. Indeed, Lord Peng speaks truthfully. This is my first time brewing such wine. These are merely jars sealed for 3 years. There are others aged 6, 9, 16, and even 20 years, Ying nodded, maintaining a gentle smile. 20 years. Peng Qianming's eyes lit up with anticipation. Pray tell, what is the price for the 20-year-old? 10 taels per jar, in gold, Ying responded, extending his snow-white hand toward Peng Qianming. Just 20 jars, at 10 taels each. It is a modest business, and I do not offer credit. A total of 200 taels. Upon hearing this, Peng Qianming's expression stiffened. You scoundrel. So you were waiting for me here. In the end, Peng Qianming paid 100 taels of gold and took away 200 jars of immortal wine. The extra 20 jars were a gift from Ying. He believed that once Peng Qianming returned to the county and promoted this wine for free, his immortal wine would undoubtedly sell like hotcakes within the town protectorate. The matter of the niter mine had long weighed heavily on Ying's mind. With the entire vein now relocated, he could finally enjoy a restful night's sleep. Yes, a peaceful slumber at the 100 Flowers Pavilion. That evening, Ying arrived early at the abode of the alluring courtesan. After several days apart, she appeared even more enchanting. Especially her demeanor, which exuded an entirely different essence. "My lord, this is the ginseng tea I have prepared for you," Lin Xian said softly, presenting the tea before Su Ying with a gentle smile. Resting her chin in her hand, her gaze lingered on Su Ying, seemingly infused with boundless affection. "Today, with the sudden overcast skies, I feared a storm was brewing. So I prepared a fox fur coat for you. I hope you will try it on later to see if it fits," she continued. Su Ying felt a stir in his heart and replied with a smile, "As long as it is made by you, anything will fit perfectly." Lin Xian rose, lifting her skirt as she seated herself upon him, wrapping her arms around his neck with a sultry smile. Feeling the smoothness of her thighs, Su Ying took a sip of tea, slightly furrowing his brow. The courtesan's embrace was accompanied by a subtle sway of her hips, her expression imbued with allure, a clear invitation for seduction. "Do not move. If you do, I shall have to revisit my flower arrangement techniques," Su Ying chided, giving her a playful smack on the rear. Moments later, muffled sounds of breathy gasps emanated from the door, where a maid stood guard outside. After about an hour, Su Ying rose slowly, his gaze falling upon the ravished courtesan, affection glimmering in his eyes. Indeed, how the petals fall to dust, swept away by the wind and rain. "My lord, are you leaving already? Will you not stay the night?" Lin Xian inquired, reclining on the bed, half covered by the silk quilt, exposing her alabaster neck. "I had hoped to rest here peacefully, but with you, I can never seem to control myself." Su Ying shook his head, donning his garments. Just as an unexpected shriek pierced the air. "Monster! Monster!" Lin Xian frowned slightly, sitting up to look outside, perplexed. "Where did this monster come from?" "Stay here. I shall go investigate," Su Ying said, his expression darkening as he opened the door and stepped outside, glancing around. The commotion seemed to be emanating from the opposite room. He felt a flicker of thought and approached. A group of several individuals rushed out in a panic. "What is happening?" He pulled one of the courtesans from the 100 Flowers Pavilion close, demanding in a low voice. "Return to Su Darren. Sister Hua suddenly gave birth to a monster." "Good heavens, we were terrified." "Indeed. How could a perfectly healthy person suddenly become pregnant and give birth to a monster?" A young woman clad in pink gently patted her heavy chest, speaking with a hint of lingering fear. "A monster? What kind of monster?" Su Ying furrowed his brows. "A snake, a pitch-black snake." It emerged directly from Sister Wanhua's abdomen. A jolt of alarm coursed through Su Ying, prompting him to push through the crowd and enter the room. Upon entering, he discovered a pallid woman lying on the bed, her eyes vacant, completely unclothed, and devoid of life. At her abdomen, there was a gaping wound the size of a fist. Lord Su." "Greetings, Lord Su." The matron, dressed in red, immediately bowed upon seeing him enter. The other young women also offered their respects. "Please, no formalities. What transpired here? Where is the monster?" Su Ying gestured for them to speak. "Lord, the monster just emerged from Wanhua's belly, and in the blink of an eye, it re-entered. We dared not approach. But we didn't expect you to arrive so soon." "Re-entered her belly?" Su Ying's heart stirred as a glimmer of insight flickered in his eyes. Shifting his gaze to Wanhua's lifeless body, there, he beheld a small black snake writhing within her abdomen, incessantly devouring her internal organs. In mere moments, it had reduced her insides to a pulpy mass, while the serpent itself grew rapidly in size. "Vile creature!" Su Ying glared fiercely, his voice booming with authority as he stepped forward to Wanhua's bedside. He extended his hand, forming a claw-like grip over her wound, channeling a powerful suction force from his palm. The small black snake sensed the impending danger and attempted to flee, but in the next instant, it found itself being drawn out uncontrollably. Enveloped in Su Ying's vital energy, the snake thrashed desperately but could not escape his grasp. The sight horrified the nearby women, their faces turning ashen. "Matron, hurry to the county office and summon Li Qiushuang. Inform her that I require her presence." Yes, I shall do so at once." She rushed out, calling upon a guard from the Baihua Tower to fetch Li Qiushuang. Before her death, did anything peculiar occur? Who was the last guest she received? Su Ying's penetrating gaze swept across the gathering, akin to a hawk surveying its prey. Lord, I know a little." A tall woman in blue raised her hand hesitantly. "Sister Wanhua entertained a strangely dressed man in black last night. This morning, she suddenly felt unwell and declined any visitors, locking herself in her room. When her mother came to call, she did not respond, prompting us to enter." "Strange? In what way was he strange?" Su Ying inquired. "Lord, I sensed that he resembled a snake. His appearance was serpentine." Although her words seemed contradictory, Su Ying grasped the essence of her meaning. Some individuals naturally embodied certain traits. Much like Sima Yi, whose sharp, hawk-like eyes and wolfish demeanor conveyed a predatory nature. I comprehend your intent. Thank you for your insight. Su Ying nodded, focusing intently on the small black snake in his hand. It had ceased its struggles, its life force extinguished by his vital energy. This serpent, entirely black with golden stripes along its back, bore a triangular head and, despite its small size, possessed venomous fangs akin to diminutive daggers. Li Qiushuang is well versed. I wonder if she recognizes this serpent? Su Ying pondered, when suddenly, he heard footsteps ascending the stairs. Moments later, Li Qiushuang appeared, sword in hand. My lord. She intended to greet him, but froze upon noticing the snake in his grasp, exclaiming, the Blackwater Xian snake? The Blackwater Xian snake is an ancient aberration. Even among the demon kin, a creature of considerable power. Legends say it can evolve through cultivation to become the Blackwater Xian flood dragon. During my time at the Qingzhou Martial Academy, I encountered references to the Blackwater Xian snake in the library. This lineage once produced a great saint among the demon race and wreaked havoc across the Great Xia, consuming hundreds of thousands across 18 cities, until the founding emperor dispatched skilled warriors to eradicate them. Yet, some say the serpent demon lord among the 12 honored ones of Chongqing Tian is a Blackwater Xian snake. Li Qiushuang scrutinized the snake's corpse, seemingly struck by a thought, and frowned. However, the serpent demon lord is a master of the Dharma realm, so it is improbable he would suddenly appear in Ningyang City. Could it be one of his descendants? That is indeed a possibility, Su Ying replied solemnly. He had heard much of the serpent demon lord, and both of his disciples, Gui Yuanhua and Gui Yuanji, had fallen into his hands. Thus, the likelihood of this being a ploy orchestrated by the serpent demon lord was high. Miss Li, please take care of the body. I will handle the rest. Rest assured. My lord. Su Ying waved dismissively, signaling the others to disperse. He then activated his mystical vision, capturing a trace of sinister energy emanating from the Blackwater Xian snake. In the dead of night, 30 miles outside Ningyang City, at the foot of the Luoxiao mountain, eerie hissing sounds suddenly echoed from a dilapidated mountain shrine. Accompanied by a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, a massive black serpent reared its head, swallowing a wild boar weighing 1,000 pounds in one gulp. Then, the serpent shrank in size, transforming into a slender man clad in black. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth with a forked tongue, narrowing his eyes in satisfaction. Indeed, the mundane world is blissful. Once this matter is settled, I shall inform my father and not return. Yet, as soon as the words left his lips, his expression shifted dramatically. He turned abruptly to find a figure, hands clasped behind his back, dressed in blue, coldly observing him. Are you the son of the serpent demon lord? The newcomer was none other than Su Ying, who had tracked him using his mystical vision. Glaring at the black-clad man before him, Gui Yuan Su, his eyes brimmed with lethal intent. Who are you? Gui Yuan Su sneered, his eyes betraying a sense of wariness. Su Ying regarded him coolly. I am Su Ying, the magistrate of Ningyang County. A snake emerged from the body of a girl from Baiwa Tower. And I believe it is your spawn. What? You are the magistrate, Su Ying? Gui Yuan Su's expression faltered, before erupting into laughter. So it is you. I thought Su Ying was someone formidable, but it turns out to be a mere boy. How effortless. We were just devising a way to lure you out of the county to capture you. And here you are, walking right into our trap. You all. Su Ying's brow furrowed slightly. So you have accomplices? Humph, that is not for you to know. Boy, since you have come, I shall not hold back. Capturing you will be a great achievement. With that, Gui Yuan Su sprang forward, his body twisting like a serpent, closing the distance to Su Ying in an instant. He wielded a black fan, enveloped in demonic energy, which he thrust towards Su Ying's chest like a blade. A soft clang echoed as the fan struck Su Ying's chest, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent ripples of energy coursing through him. The tiles beneath his feet shattered like dust, yet he remained unfazed, fixing a cold glare on Gui Yuan Su. Flashy tricks. Gui Yuan Su's pupils constricted as he recoiled in disbelief. But the next moment, a deafening roar erupted, followed by the emergence of a golden dragon. The furious true energy swept across the land, forcefully lifting a layer of stone slabs covered in weeds within the small courtyard. Gui Yuan Su's expression turned alarmed as he unfurled his folding fan, fanning it rapidly. Streams of demonic energy surged forth like sharp swords from the fan's surface, shattering the stone slabs into fragments. However, the residual force still sent him staggering backward, crashing into the wall of the mountain god temple, which crumbled upon impact. How dare these insignificant creatures wreak havoc on my territory? Upon finishing his words, Su Ying descended swiftly, unleashing the 18 dragon-subduing palms with unparalleled speed and ferocious power towards Gui Yuan Su. As a demon of the condensed Dan realm, His cultivation was on par with the human race's profound understanding realm, and to some extent, his physical prowess surpassed that of humans. Yet, the pressing issue was that he was utterly no match for Su Ying, being thoroughly suppressed in every move. At this moment, Su Ying's hands resembled two mighty dragons intertwining, each movement flowing with a tempestuous ferocity, impenetrable and relentless. Suddenly, a deep yet clear croak of a toad reverberated through the air, akin to thunderclaps in Gu Yuansu's ears. Instantly, he was horrified to find that all his demonic energy had frozen in response to that peculiar cry. His mind trembled, and his body felt as though it was ensnared in viscous mud. With a resounding clap, his palm struck against his chest, echoing like a shattering mountain. His sternum fractured under the impact, and a mist of blood erupted from his back. At the same time, his body was propelled backward, as if struck by 10 galloping carriages, flying through the air before spewing blood mid-flight. Su Ying approached slowly, coldly regarding Gu Yuansu with disdain. I expected the son of the serpent demon lord to be formidable, yet you are nothing but a mere shadow. I have hardly exerted myself, and you have already fallen. With that, Gu Yuansu coughed up another mouthful of black blood, his elongated eyes fixed on Su Ying, filled with shock and hatred. He never anticipated Su Ying's strength to be so overwhelming. In this equal realm, he was utterly outmatched, shattering his perception of reality. Speak. What brings you to Ningyang City? And who are your accomplices? Confess, and you may find leniency. Resist, and, in an instant, Su Ying's figure flickered like a specter, appearing before Gu Yuansu. He raised his hand, pressing it onto Gu Yuansu's head. I have yet to sample the essence blood of your kind. Let us begin with you. As his words fell, a violent suction force surged from Su Ying's palm. North Sea devouring heaven. In an instant, Gu Yuansu emitted a painful whimper. He felt as if the dam had burst, and his demon core, along with his essence and blood, was being violently drawn out. Following Su Ying's palm and arm, it flowed into his body. In mere breaths, the demon core he had painstakingly cultivated for countless years was completely drained by Su Ying, now riddled with cracks and turned a dull gray. Ruined, utterly ruined. His entire cultivation obliterated. Quite the unique true energy. Su Ying squinted, feeling his own true energy swell. On the verge of breaking through to the celestial origin realm, he then trembled his palm, intending to completely annihilate Gu Yuansu's demon core. Who dares to harm my child? Just then, a voice akin to a resounding bell echoed from the void. Following that, an overwhelming pressure descended like the collapse of heaven and earth, accompanied by a surge of black demonic energy that made Su Ying feel as if he were about to be crushed to pieces. Heh, kid, you're finished. Once I consume you, my cultivation will return, the aged Gu Yuansu sneered, his gaze fixed upon Su Ying. This is a fragment of true spirit left by my father within me. Should I find myself in danger, he can cross realms to assist me. You are truly doomed. Upon hearing this, Su Ying's expression darkened. At this moment, he felt completely immobilized, his blood stagnating, his true energy frozen, helplessly watching as the black demonic energy pierced through his brow. How dare a mere demon act so recklessly? Just then, a chilling voice resounded, and Su Ying felt a sudden warmth in his embrace. Instinctively, he looked down to see the jade talisman he had kept close emanating radiant silver light. Instantly, the silver light shot forth, colliding with the black demonic energy, producing a thunderous explosion that shattered the enveloping darkness. Su Ying then beheld a figure clad in black robes, with a golden mark on their brow, exuding an unmatched aura, standing in the skies above Mount Luoxia. However, this figure did not glance at him. Instead, they focused solemnly on the void opposite. After a moment, they coldly articulated a few words. It is you, Princess Xiangxi. Upon hearing this, Su Ying's heart leaped with joy as he cried out into the distant void. Princess, save me. Chapter 63. True Spirit Avatar. As his words fell, the endless shroud of darkness was torn apart. A brilliant light appeared in the sky, and a stunningly beautiful figure emerged from within, none other than the long-missed Princess Xiangxi. Ying Taiwei, clad in a black gauzy dress, her face veiled, her eyes cold and devoid of emotion, she addressed the serpent demon lord. Why do you dare to leave your lair and come to my great Xia? Seeking death? Her voice was frigid, filled with disdain. As her words finished, she pointed a finger. Instantly, a beam of silver light shot forth from her fingertip, slicing through the void and illuminating the heavens as if it were day, reaching the serpent demon lord's avatar in an instant. Princess Xiangxi, I spared you once because of Ji Wuye, but now you stand alone, daring to confront me? The serpent demon lord sneered, stepping forward to unleash a palm strike of his own, casting the netherworld great handprint. The collision of the hundreds of feet wide handprint with the silver beam unleashed an unparalleled force. The clash of black and white true energy created a cataclysmic shockwave that shattered the mountains within 100 miles surrounding the mountain god temple where Su Ying stood. From a distance, Su Ying gazed at the unfolding spectacle, utterly mesmerized. In just a few days, he had encountered one of the 9 great celestial lords, the Thunder God, and now faced the Serpent Demon Lord and the third princess, Ying. The Avatar realm was terrifyingly formidable, beyond comprehension. You, Avatar realm, you have actually condensed an avatar. The Serpent Demon Lord was both shocked and enraged, having spent a millennium to barely achieve the Serpent Demon Avatar. Yet here was a 25 or 6-year-old woman reaching the same realm. He felt as though his 1,000 years of existence had been wasted. Wishing he could die in a crash instead. Roaring, Ying offered no reply, her gaze cold as she regarded the Serpent Demon Lord. Suddenly, she raised her hand, clenched her fist, and struck out. The simplicity of her attack contained boundless martial intent. With a furious roar, a massive golden dragon, hundreds of feet long, erupted from her arm, twisting and roaring as it seemed to traverse the void towards the Serpent Demon Lord. The world-shaking dragon fist of Xiangxi? The Serpent Demon Lord's fury reached its peak, his eyes nearly spitting fire. As the golden dragon roared towards him, he yelled once more, stepping forward, channeling all his magical power, and unleashed another palm strike. Down below, Su Ying desperately activated the indestructible golden body of myriad tribulations. The two avatars clashed. And though they were merely avatars, the oppressive force was overwhelming, making it difficult to breathe. Thump, thump, thump. Su Ying could even hear his own heartbeat clearly. The surrounding area felt suffocated beneath an unmatched killing intent. He sensed that any movement on his part would unleash a thunderous wave of destructive power, obliterating him entirely. Suddenly, a horrifying scream pierced the air. Ah! Ying, as a member of the royal family, how could you practice demonic arts? Alas! Another series of anguished cries echoed, swiftly followed by an eerie stillness in the sky. Meanwhile, Su Ying felt an unexpected lightness enveloping him, and as he raised his gaze, he beheld Ying descending gracefully, akin to a celestial being from the Moon Palace. Her figure appeared somewhat ethereal, lacking in solidity, yet under the moonlight, she radiated an indescribable beauty. Thank you, princess, for saving my life, Su Ying said as he approached her and bowed respectfully. His gratitude was sincere. Without her timely arrival, he would have surely met a tragic end. No need for that, Ying replied, pausing to observe Su Ying with an indifferent expression. Your cultivation has reached its limit. But it seems your indestructible golden body has yet to attain the 4th level. This is likely due to the nature of your unique skills, which, in my view, is not inferior to the 10,000 transformations longevity technique. The 10,000 transformations longevity technique. Su Ying's countenance shifted, for he recognized it as one of the 3 great divine arts from the previous dynasty. The Great Zhou's celestial star Qi refining technique, the 10,000 transformations longevity technique, and his own indestructible golden body. The 10,000 transformations longevity technique cultivates the power of the spirit, its essence being assimilation. Yet it is fundamentally about consumption, devouring the spiritual essence of all living things to enhance one's own strength. Indeed, your martial art is commendable. It not only absorbs the essence and vitality of others, but can also consume their souls. Are you suggesting that my northern underworld divine art is exceptionally powerful, yet I have not mastered it fully? Su Ying pondered internally. Yet, considering that Ying was a supreme expert at the Dharma aspect stage, his northern underworld divine art paled in comparison. Once he reached the Dharma aspect stage himself, he believed it would be equally formidable. And what of that serpent demon's avatar? Su Ying inquired cautiously. I consumed it, Ying stated flatly. This avatar was one of his 9 true spiritual forms. By devouring it, my cultivation has advanced further. After a moment, her gaze fell upon the jade talisman in Su Ying's possession. This talisman can still be used twice. If you find yourself in peril, activating it with your true energy will summon me. With that, she took a step forward, her figure disappearing in an instant. Is she a deity? A monster? Su Ying shook his head, watching her retreating silhouette, his heart stirred with emotion. The favor he received was overwhelming, almost bringing tears to his eyes. The serpent demon had suffered a severe blow from the loss of a true spiritual avatar, and it would likely be some time before it returned. Su Ying stroked his chin, contemplating. However, does that mean he has accomplices? His gaze shifted to Gue Yuan Su, who had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Su Ying pondered for a moment, administering a vitality pill to him, then stood patiently, awaiting his awakening for inquiries. Meanwhile, high above in the darkened skies, a shroud of darkness loomed. From afar, a chaotic hue could be seen. Amidst the vast sea of clouds floated a massive black palace, reminiscent of a celestial realm surrounded by stars. Suddenly, a staggering figure fell to the ground. A man clad in a black robe with a golden flame at his brow hurriedly entered the grand hall. Subordinate pays respect to the master. The serpent demon knelt, bowing deeply, not daring to move. After a moment, a black-purple cloud materialized above the hall, from which emanated a voice imbued with authority and regal presence. Serpent demon, you have sustained injuries? Master, it was the Princess Ying of the Great Xia, he replied, still kneeling, not daring to lift his head. The princess has grown to such an extent? The serpent demon recounted his experiences in detail, sparing no detail. Master, the sulfur mine has been relocated to the holy capital by the Thunder Lord, and that county magistrate, Ying, was the original instigator. I suspect the secret of the indestructible golden body lies within him. Silence enveloped the room, the air thick with tension. After a lengthy pause, during which the serpent demon was drenched in cold sweat, the voice resonated again. I understand. Yes, master. The serpent demon exhaled a sigh of relief, then rose, bowing as he retreated. Once he departed, the massive doors slammed shut, and after a long moment, a voice laced with mockery echoed within. Xiangxi, how long can you endure? I shall await your downfall. With those words, the atmosphere fell into an oppressive silence. Chapter 64. The storm approaches. Divide and conquer. It is said that the former Great Zhou was a realm of Taoist divinity. In those times, martial artists were regarded as lowly, mere brutish fighters, while cultivators held esteemed positions, able to traverse the skies and vanquish demons, earning the adoration of the populace. However, as the Great Zhou neared its end, the debauched Emperor Yu indulged in vice and appointed sycophants, leading to widespread suffering among the people. Coupled with the powerful families and sects monopolizing the economy, the common folk endured immense hardship. Subsequently, heroes rose in rebellion, and within a mere 20 years, the Great Zhou, which had thrived for 8 centuries, crumbled amidst the chaos of war. At that time, the founder of the Great Xia emerged, establishing dominion through unparalleled martial prowess, dividing the realm into 9 provinces, dismantling temples, and abolishing licentious rituals. The sect cultivators of the Great Zhou either surrendered or were annihilated by the Dragon Sparrow divine guards. Consequently, the shrines of mountain gods and earth gods across the land collapsed, losing their former vitality. Within a mountain god shrine, Ying pondered while observing the peculiar statue of a mountain deity, adorned with 2 horns, lying prostrate on the ground. A hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. Those were the days when cultivators could soar through the skies, wield swords, and travel vast distances in mere moments, a spectacle of wonders. But now, all was in ruin. Where is the headquarters of your celestial longevity? How many serpent sons do you have besides yourself? Who is your mother? Do you have accomplices? Ying inquired of the unconscious Guiyuan, raising an eyebrow. Of course, you may choose not to answer, but your father will not come to your rescue. You might want to test the extraordinary 5 moves I've devised. I assure you, they will leave you yearning for death. Once you perish, I shall revert you to your original form and take you back to Ningyang, where you will be prepared as a serpent delicacy. Guiyuan was a true-blooded blackwater serpent. Though his cultivation had been crippled, his body still contained immense vitality. Ying planned to utilize him, extracting information before ultimately eliminating him and feeding his remains to the elite of the Vanguard Legion to enhance their strength. Was this cruel? Perhaps a tad. Yet it paled in comparison to the blackwater serpent of yore, which had devoured countless livestock and beasts. The demon race could consume humans as well. It was merely the cycle of karma. Huh, you think you can extract anything from me? I shall reveal nothing. Guiyuan glared fiercely at Ying, his eyes ablaze with fury and hatred. He never anticipated that he would fall into Ying's hands so soon after his arrival. Very well. Since you seem unwilling to speak, it appears your fate is sealed. With that, Ying raised his hand, a sharp surge of true energy emanating from his fingertips, poised to strike at Guiyuan's forehead. Enraged, Guiyuan had not expected Ying to forego any semblance of interrogation and strike directly. Stop. I will speak. Feeling the sharp pain at his brow, Guiyuan could no longer bear the immense pressure of death. I, along with Darba, was sent by the Shi family. Additionally, there is Gui Li from the barbarian tribe. Our intention was to lure you out. Then have the barbarians and the masters of the 3 major evil sects assault the county office. Guiyuan explained, as Ying listened intently. This implied that the barbarians intended to attack Ningyang City? But on what grounds? Simply based on their audacity? Su Ying scrutinized Gui Yuan Su, furrowing his brow. So, you mean they have gone to summon reinforcements, leaving you behind in Ningyang City to gather intelligence? Indeed. When do you plan to execute the prison break? In 3 days. As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Ying flicked his finger, instantly shattering Gui Yuan Su's head, denying him even a moment to utter another word. After all, he had gleaned all the knowledge he needed. As for the Longxing Tian headquarters and other critical information, Gui Yuan Su was utterly oblivious. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying the Black Water Mysterious Serpent, earning cultivation points, 1800. Hearing the system's notification, a glimmer of delight crossed Su Ying's eyes. He was only a few hundred points away from elevating his indestructible golden body to the next level. He could feel his cultivation reaching its peak, much like a dam filled to the brim, threatening to burst if not released soon. Even though his head was obliterated, his body remained intact. Moments later, Gui Yuan Su's corpse transformed into a massive serpent, extending several feet in length, its pitch-black scales as thick as a barrel, appearing exceedingly fearsome. How is the Xianjin camp faring at Bear Palm Peak? It was just the right time for them to make their entrance. With this thought, Su Ying seized the several thousand-pound serpent and swiftly departed from the mountain god temple, heading towards Bear Palm Peak. In no time, he reached the summit, where, with a mere thought, the training ground materialized. There, he observed the valiant warriors of the Xianjin camp and their leader, Gao Shun, engaged in rigorous training. Upon seeing Su Ying enter, Gao Shun promptly stood and approached him, bowing respectfully. I am Gao Shun, at your service, my lord. Su Ying regarded him with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. When Gao Shun first arrived, he had already reached the pinnacle of the innate realm, and after spending considerable time training in the arena, he had ascended to the 5th level of the profound realm. The other 700 soldiers of the Xianjin camp had similarly advanced, with the highest among them reaching the 6th level of the innate realm, while the least had just broken through. Excellent. With your presence, I can rest assured. Here lies the corpse of the Black Water Mysterious Serpent. You shall divide and feast upon it. Afterward, follow me to guard Ningyang City. Thank you, my lord. Gao Shun responded, then called out loudly, bring forth the serpent, skin it, and prepare it for cooking. Yes. Su Ying observed as military discipline was strictly adhered to. Everyone was either training or engaging in combat. The more than 700 soldiers, known as the Xianjin camp, were equipped with polished armor and weaponry, each strike unyielding. The Xianjin camp was composed of heavy infantry, wielding long spears, broad shields, and crossbows, complemented by curved knives at their waists, adept at countering ordinary infantry, like cavalry, and even heavy cavalry. Once everyone had sufficiently feasted, Su Ying waved his hand to dismiss the training ground, then descended Bear Palm Peak and returned to Ningyang City. Currently, the known threat was that in 3 days, the barbarian expert Gui Li would lead an assault on the county office, alongside remnants of the He Huan sect, namely Darba. As for whether anyone from Longxing Tian would come, Su Ying was still uncertain. Upon arriving at the county office, Su Ying hurried to the prison, where he found Shi on the brink of death. He fed him a few chi blood pills to keep him alive, ensuring he wouldn't succumb too quickly. Yes, my lord. Additionally, he ordered, for the next few days, the prison must be on high alert. Without my command, no one is permitted to enter. Understood, my lord. After issuing these instructions, Su Ying convened a gathering in the main hall. Before long, Li Shan, Zhang Liang, Li Qiushuang, and all the constables had arrived. With everyone present, Su Ying wasted no time, stating directly, I have received word that in 3 days, barbarian experts and individuals from the 3 major evil sects will come to Ningyang City to rescue Shi. During this period, increase patrols and vigilance, especially at city entrances, conducting thorough inspections. After nightfall, a curfew will be enforced. Li Girl, at your service. You are to inform the commander of the city guards, Wang Shida, to come see me immediately. Yes, my lord. With that, Li Qiushuang swiftly left the county office, flying towards the barracks of the city guards. Chapter 65. Bargaining. The Ningyang City Guard comprised mostly 3,000 men. However, since the conflict with the demon clan in Qingzhou, there had been little significant warfare. Typically, these guards were not under the county office's control, and since Su Ying's appointment, he had had no interaction with the commander of the city guards. Within the barracks, Li Qiushuang stood with her sword, gazing intently at the middle-aged man clad in armor before her, frowning. Commander Wang, Lord Su has commanded you to report to the county office at once. Upon hearing this, Wang Shida toyed with the wine cup in his hand, and after a moment, he sneered, Li Girl, surely you jest? I answer only to the Qingzhou government. How can a mere county magistrate command me? Li Qiushuang cast him a cool glance, retorting, I presume Commander Wang is unaware that Lord Su is not only a 7th-rank county magistrate, but also the pacification envoy of Ningyang. In addition to being a 5th-rank captain in the town pacification office, while you hold the rank of city guard commander, you are merely a 6th-rank captain. And all local officials and military camps fall under the jurisdiction of the town pacification office. Do you dare defy his orders? What? Captain of the town pacification office? Wang Shida was taken aback, a flicker of shock passing through his eyes. He had previously dismissed Su Ying as inconsequential, but upon hearing Li Qiushuang's words, his thoughts began to churn. The town pacification office held a unique status. Although it once commanded local officials and military camps, its authority had waned over time. Yet, the essence of its control remained. If Su Ying truly held the title of 5th-rank captain, he ought to heed his commands. Very well, Li girl, lead the way. I shall pay my respects to Lord Su. Li Qiushuang nodded in agreement and turned to exit the barracks. Commander, are you truly going? Beside Wang Shida, a guard in armor watched Li Qiushuang's departing figure and whispered, I have heard that Su Ying is ruthless and insatiably greedy. Upon his appointment, he first eliminated the county lieutenant, Lu Wu, then uprooted the Qing Wolf gang and the Lu family, seizing countless silver. His invitation to you surely harbors ill intentions. Alas, do I not know? However, it is said that he has the backing of Qian Ming from the town pacification office. If I do not go, it would be a slight against him, and who knows what consequences I may face later. Wang Shida waved his hand, summoning a few personal guards, and departed the barracks, hastening towards the county office. Upon entering, he found Su Ying seated regally at the head of the hall. Wang Shida quickly approached, bowing with a smile before he was close enough to greet. Haha, I am Wang Shida, commander of the Ningyang City Guard. It is an honor to meet you. Lord Su. Ah, Commander Wang, what brings you to my humble abode? Su Ying lifted his eyelids, his tone neither warm nor cold. At these words, Wang Shida's expression faltered. What is this? Was it not you who summoned me? But soon his demeanor shifted, and he hastily replied. I have been quite busy with military affairs and have not had the opportunity to visit. Hearing that you had time today, I rushed over, hoping for your understanding and forgiveness. Since that is the case, Commander Wang, please have a seat. Su Ying smiled, turning to a nearby official. Bring us a jug of wine. Wine? The official looked taken aback, but quickly nodded. Yes, my lord. He dashed to the back room, and soon returned with a barrel of heavenly brew. What does this mean, Lord Su? Wang Shida's expression darkened slightly. It is customary for a guest to be offered tea first, and instead, wine was served. Was this a trap? Commander Wang, you misunderstand. I have recently brewed a fine batch of wine and wanted you to sample it. If it meets your approval, the city guard may procure their wine from me in the future with generous discounts for bulk orders. With a wave of his hand, the official promptly poured a bowl for each of the 3 men. Wang Shida hesitated, knowing that although they were city guards, they were not prohibited from drinking. After all, feeding over 3,000 men was a considerable expense, which included provisions for alcohol. As the saying goes, wine strengthens the heart of a hero, indicating its role in merriment. Especially in the military camps, there exists a ceremonial tradition of toasting before deployment, aimed at invigorating the soldiers' spirits and bolstering military morale. After partaking in this ceremonial drink, soldiers often experience a surge in courage, emboldened to charge into battle and confront the enemy valiantly. Thus, it is customary for the army to provide this celebratory beverage to soldiers prior to their departure. In addition to this, there are also regular toasts every 3 days, as well as celebratory drinks for commendation. Lord Wang, do sample my wine, Su Ying said with a subtle smile, gazing intently at him. Wang Shida, a figure Su had already inquired about, was known for his talent and strategy, yet he was timid and indecisive. His family's past glory stemmed from their allegiance to the king of Qingzhou during a significant victory over the eastern barbarian tribes, which had paved his way into military service. Subsequently, he had climbed to his current position as the commander of the Ningyang City Guard through various connections. Well, since you are so generous, Lord Su, it would be remiss of me not to partake, Wang Shida replied, gritting his teeth before raising the porcelain bowl and downing its contents in one swift motion. As the liquor coursed down his throat, it ignited a fiery warmth within him, flooding his body with a sensation akin to soaking in a hot spring. Ah, this wine. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, astonished as he gazed at the porcelain bowl in his hands. This wine possesses extraordinary vigor, its richness and smoothness rivaling that of the famed Zue Xian brew. Nay, it surpasses it. Indeed, your words ring true. Such a fine vintage. I have encountered it for the first time. Might I inquire, Lord Su, what is the name of this exquisite wine? One of Wang Shida's guards also looked on with eager anticipation. This is known as a mortal's intoxication, Su Ying replied, gesturing for the others to calm their excitement and take their seats. Observing this, a nearby official promptly refilled the bowls of Wang Shida and his companions. Lord Su, upon your initial appointment, I was indeed unable to attend. As the city guard has historically had a tumultuous relationship with the county office, my presence would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Since you have been so forthright, I shall dispense with pleasantries. What business do you have in summoning me? Wang Shida took another sip, feeling reassured by the absence of malice in Su Ying's demeanor. Yesterday, I apprehended a demon from the Longxing sect, who divulged that in 3 days' time, a coalition of barbarians and 3 malevolent cults intends to raid the county jail. Su Ying stated, tapping the table as his expression turned grave. What I propose, Lord Wang, is that you consider deploying the city guard within the city in the coming days, primarily for routine patrols, to preempt any potential chaos that may arise. What? Barbarians? Wang Shida sprang to his feet, fixing a penetrating gaze on Su Ying. Is this truly the case? Is your source reliable? Su Ying regarded him with an inscrutable expression. Do you think I summoned you merely for amusement? Wang Shida's countenance fluctuated as he processed the gravity of the situation. Military orders typically mandated that the city guard refrain from unnecessary movement unless the city was in a state of war. Otherwise, unauthorized troop movements could be construed as treason. Perceiving Wang Shida's trepidation, Su Ying reassured him with a smile. Rest assured, once this matter is resolved, not only will you remain unharmed, but you may even be able to return to the provincial capital. Wang Shida hesitated. His expression contemplative as a flicker of determination crossed his gaze. I can allocate 1,000 men to assist you, Lord Su. 1,000 men. Su Ying replied with a slight smile, placing his command token, indicating his rank of a 5th-tier officer, upon the table. What if we were to add this to the arrangement? Wang Shida's eyes narrowed as he glanced at the token. Realizing its significance, you truly possess the authority of the town guard? After a moment of deliberation, he declared, 2,000. 2,000. Still insufficient, Su Ying countered, producing a jade token and placing it on the table with a serene smile. What if we were to include this? Chapter 66. The Art of Wind Control. Law-abiding citizens upon the table lay a circular white jade token, catching the sunlight and radiating a subtle multicolored glow. Wang Shida's expression shifted from surprise to shock as he recognized the token. The decree of the 3rd princess? Without hesitation, he dropped to his knees. I, Wang Shida, pay my respects to Her Highness the 3rd princess. Rise, rise, Lord Wang. It is merely the princess's token, not her physical presence. Su Ying waved his hand dismissively. You speak lightly of it, Wang Shida thought to himself, pondering the implications of not kneeling, fearing he might be disparaged behind his back. Thank you, Lord Su. Given that you possess the princess's decree, I shall return to the camp immediately to ready the troops for patrol. You may rest assured of my commitment. Then I must trouble you, Lord Wang. After Wang Shida departed, Su Ying made his way to the rear courtyard, where he was greeted by the rhythmic sound of metal clanging. Ah, Lord Su, what brings you here? Zhang Hu, bare-chested and glistening with sweat, approached with a smile. Wiping his brow. Where is Master Chitai? Su Ying inquired, hands clasped behind his back. He is inside. I will summon him, Zhang Hu replied, turning to leave just as Master Chitai emerged. His physique gleamed with a dark sheen, his arms bulging with muscles resembling coiled dragons. Master, how goes the crafting of the thunderbolt mechanism? Su Ying asked with a smile. Although our iron reserves were nearly depleted, we recently confiscated a substantial batch, which Li Shan promptly delivered to me. I must say, the quality of the iron from the barbarians is exceptional, whether for weaponry or the thunderbolt mechanism. It surpasses previous grades by a significant margin. As he spoke, Master Chitai returned to the storage area and shortly thereafter emerged, cradling a thunderbolt mechanism. Su Ying accepted it. Inspecting it from all angles, it appeared sturdier than the initial models. How many do we have at present? Master Chitai chuckled. While my apprentice has been assisting, we currently only have around 50. 50? Su Ying frowned slightly. Although this pace was commendable, it remained insufficient when compared to the numbers of the black-clad archers and the assault legion. Nevertheless, 50 would suffice for the time being. He summoned Hei, instructing him to distribute the thunderbolt mechanisms, equipping 50 individuals to start. The quantity of fine iron smuggled by Huang Dahong was substantial, reaching 10,000 pounds. However, in comparison to the profits from his illicit salt trade, it paled in significance. Thus, Su Ying retained only the necessary evidence from the recent confiscation, directing the remainder to Master Chitty's repository. Work diligently, and next year I shall arrange for you to marry a sister-in-law, Su Ying said. patting Xiangxi on the shoulder with encouraging words before departing for his own quarters. System, month-end sign-in. With a soft chime, the notification rang. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at the county office. You have received the art of wind control. The art of wind control, when one is free from the entanglements of gain and loss, transcending the self. The vital essence of life can merge with the energies of nature. Thus, one becomes the mountain, the sea, and the void, moving with the wind, unencumbered by its presence, existing independently from the world, with an endless momentum. A glimmer of delight sparkled in Su Ying's eyes as he realized he had attained the art of wind control. Does this mean I can fly directly? With a thought, he immediately began his training. Soon, the profound principles of the art of wind control flowed through his mind. Let us go outside and test this. With that thought, Su Ying stepped out of his room, and with a mental command, his true energy began to circulate, enveloping him in a gentle breeze. In an instant, he lifted off the ground, his speed fluctuating with his thoughts, moving gracefully as if he were a celestial being. Indeed, he soared with the finesse of a bird, able to fly at will. Elated, Su Ying reflected that the ability to traverse the skies was a unique skill reserved for martial artists of the heavenly origin realm. For only those who had refined their 100 acupoints could harness the energies of heaven and earth, liberating their bodies from the earth's constraints to fly freely. Yet, even before reaching the heavenly origin realm, his ability to command the wind was already remarkable. After examining the attributes interface, Su Ying realized he was just a few hundred cultivation points away from elevating the indestructible golden body to its 3rd level. He abandoned the notion of further cultivation, acknowledging that it was an impossible endeavor for this lifetime. Instead, he decided to allocate points directly, as the weather grew warmer and the spring breeze became gentle. The next morning, early at dawn, Su Ying had just finished grooming and dressing, still without having breakfast, when he heard the voice of Li Qiushuang outside. My lord, a man named Huang Sanhai has come early this morning with a visiting card, wishing to meet you. Upon hearing this, Su Ying rose to open the door and, upon receiving the gilded visiting card, could not help but sneer. It turned out to be someone from the Huang family. Have him wait in the side hall. I will come shortly. Yes, my lord. With that, Li Qiushuang departed. Su Ying pondered for a moment before making his way to the side hall. Upon reaching the entrance, he saw a middle-aged man dressed in yellow, somewhat portly, with 2 gray-clad servants standing behind him, each carrying a sandalwood box. Commoner Huang Sanhai pays his respects to Lord Su. Indeed, you are a youthful talent. Seeing you today, your reputation is well-deserved. As Su Ying entered, Huang Sanhai immediately rose, clasped his hands in greeting. No need for such pleasantries, Lord Huang. Please, take a seat. Su Ying took his place at the main seat, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, and inquired with a smile, might I ask the purpose of your visit so early in the day? Huang Sanhai waved his hand, prompting the 2 gray-clad servants to place their sandalwood boxes on the table. To be candid, my lord, a few days ago, some unpleasant incidents occurred at the Huang family's dock. Upon hearing this, I rushed back from the county city. After some inquiries, I discovered that it was Huang Dahong who was involved in the clandestine sale of salt. Pausing, Huang Sanhai's face displayed anger as he slammed his hand on the table. How could I have trusted him so much, only to find he was blinded by greed, engaging in such illegal activities? His implication was clear. The smuggling of salt and iron was solely Huang Dahong's doing, with no connection to him whatsoever. Su Ying, inwardly amused, maintained a calm demeanor and replied, So, Lord Huang's intention in coming today is, I have heard of your recent hard work, my lord, and thus hurried to Baikoj to procure a few 3-dragon jade pills to present to you. Additionally, I have brought 1,000 taels of gold to treat the esteemed officers. Without them, there would be no peace in Ningyang City, and we could not conduct our business here. Please do not decline, my lord. As Huang Sanhai spoke, he wore an expression of righteous indignation, resembling a benevolent merchant and law-abiding citizen. Su Ying cast a sidelong glance at him, sneering. The Huang family is involved in salt and iron smuggling, with evidence and witnesses at hand. How can I believe your claim that you have no connection? It is akin to the brothel madam claiming to be a virtuous maiden. This remark caused Huang Sanhai's face to flush crimson. 2,000 taels. Seeing Su Ying's demeanor, Huang Sanhai immediately stood, smiling apologetically. What does my lord think? Su Ying's eyes widened as he fixed his gaze on Huang Sanhai, his smile icy. Lord Huang, I am but a 7th-rank county magistrate, also a court-appointed pacification envoy. 3,000. Huang Sanhai promptly replied. Su Ying lightly tapped the table, his expression unfazed. Having been favored by His Majesty, I was recently promoted to 5th-rank commander of the town pacification department, with the authority to lead troops. Huang Sanhai's expression froze momentarily before he gritted his teeth. 5,000. Su Ying chuckled coldly, glancing at him and clasping his hands slightly in a bow. To be honest, I have heard that the third princess despises nothing more than salt and iron smugglers, those who trample upon human lives and exploit the populace. The third princess? Huang Sanhai's expression faltered, and he squeezed out 2 words through gritted teeth. 10,000. Su Ying sneered, letting out a soft snort. What you are offering is my conscience and morality. 20,000. My lord, it cannot be more. Huang Sanhai, his teeth clenched, looked pleadingly at Su Ying, his face flushed. Finally, Su Ying's expression shifted, breaking into a broad smile. Very well, enough. I am not a greedy person. I did not expect Lord Huang to show such concern for the welfare of the officials. Your contributions to the Ningyan County will be remembered by the people. Soon after, Su Ying and Huang Sanhai engaged in further conversation. Moments later, both host and guest parted with reluctance. Chapter 67. I will stop after earning 30 million at the dock. Within a vast warehouse, Huang Sanhai entered a secret chamber with a grim expression. Despicable. Despicable. A mere county magistrate, and yet so avaricious. 20,000 taels of gold. 200,000 taels of silver. How dare he? Does he not fear breaking his own teeth? Upon entering, he erupted in anger, smashing the nearby furniture to smithereens. He had intended to send people to the county office to gauge Su Ying's intentions, only to be extorted for 20,000. Is he a court official or a bandit? Without waiting for the barbarian faction, he decided to act tonight. I cannot believe that with so many of you, we cannot eliminate a mere Su Ying. Huang Sanhai glared at the 5 individuals before him, his face contorted with malice. Rest assured, Lord Huang, since you have invested such a substantial sum to hire us, this matter will be handled properly. After tonight, that Su Ying will no longer exist. One elder clad in black, with graying hair, chuckled coldly. Indeed, I have long wished to meet this Su Ying. I have heard he has a little concubine at the brothel. Once he is dealt with, I shall savor the delights of that little lady. Another elder, dressed in white with dark hair, spoke with a lewd glint in his eyes, licking his lips. The two were known as the Black and White Twin Devils, former outer elders of the Mithriya sect. Since the sect's downfall, they had concealed their identities and taken to a life of assassination. Additionally, the other 3 individuals in the secret chamber were peculiar characters: a hunchbacked cripple with a cane, a one-eyed Taoist wielding a whisk, and a one-armed middle-aged man holding a large tiger-headed saber. These 3 were the renowned experts of the Huajin sect, collectively known as the 3 oddities of the earthly fiends. All 5 were formidable practitioners at the 8th or 9th level of the profound realm, well-versed in the arts of cooperative combat, and could even contend with ordinary heavenly Yuan realm practitioners. Huang Sanhai had spared no expense in hiring them for the task of eliminating Su Ying. However, compared to the salt and iron trade, this expenditure was trivial. Huang Sanhai was merely a side branch of the Huang family, and in his quest for power, he had engaged in the salt and iron business in Ningyan City. Unbeknownst to the main Huang family in Qingzhou, this audacity was what emboldened him. At the county office, Su Ying finished his breakfast and practiced the wind manipulation technique in the courtyard for a while. By afternoon, he changed his clothes and strolled outside. The inexpensive homes in the southwestern slums were nearly completed, and with the weather gradually warming, Su Ying decided to retract the porridge shed. Later, Zhang Liang suggested that there were vast tracts of wasteland around Ningyan, and he proposed that these people should be sent to cultivate them. The county office would purchase the harvested grain at market price, which would then be used to brew the Immortal's Delight. This plan could be considered a threefold benefit. As the county magistrate, he naturally needed to pay attention to the lives of the lower classes. My lord, does Huang Sanhai's smuggling of salt and iron have any connection with the Huang family in the state government? Behind him, Li Qiushuang, sword in hand, frowned and remarked. If the Huang family is unaware, then Huang Sanhai's audacity is truly remarkable. Upon hearing this, Su Ying paused, chuckling lightly. Have you ever heard a saying, Miss Li? Li Qiushuang shook her head slightly, puzzled. Please enlighten me, my lord. When profits reach 10, some will stir. When profits reach 50, some will dare to take risks. When profits reach 100, they will trample upon all laws. And when profits reach 300, they will not fear implicating their entire clan. After a brief pause, Su Ying continued, the actions of Huang Sanhai are evidently unknown to the Huang family. As one of the 3 prominent families of Qingzhou, standing firm for several centuries and overseeing the security business of the Qingzhou Escort Agency, they are well aware of the significant profits from salt and iron. Surely, the Yuanshi families are also cognizant of this. With such a profound heritage and perspective, it is unlikely they would forsake a long-term business for immediate gains. In other words, the Huang family in Qingzhou is indeed unaware. It is merely Huang Sanhai who engages in smuggling privately? Su Ying nodded, acknowledging the insight. What is the esteemed official plan to do next? It's the same old strategy. Money, which I demand. But the people, those I shall not release. Huang Sanhai will undoubtedly not rest easily. I am waiting for him. Then, I shall capture all at once. Once I gather sufficient evidence, I will present a shocking revelation to the Huang and Shi families, ensuring they receive their due recompense. Upon hearing this, Li Qiushuang's delicate face froze momentarily. But, esteemed official, you have indeed accepted bribes. Rest assured, that will not happen again. Su Ying cast a sidelong glance at her and declared nonchalantly, I will cease once I have earned 30 million taels. With that, he clasped his hands behind his back and continued his leisurely stroll. Meanwhile, he silently added the word gold to his thoughts. Li Qiushuang stood rooted in place, contemplating Su Ying's recent words. After a moment, her eyes sparkled, and she followed suit. It wasn't until evening that Su Ying concluded his inspection, allowing Li Qiushuang to return to the county office. He, on the other hand, proceeded directly to the Baiwa Tower. Upon entering, he was greeted by the expansive hall on the first floor, where 6 courtesans danced gracefully, their delicate skirts swaying to and fro. Upon noticing Su Ying's entrance, the matron's eyes lit up and she hurried over with enthusiasm. Oh, esteemed Su, what brings you here today? Please come in. Qinger, go and inform Miss Yenner that Lord Su has arrived. Yes, a young maid dashed upstairs. Esteemed Su, what of the matter concerning the flower, Huahua? Have the culprits been apprehended? The matron fanned herself and swayed her ample figure, inquiring with a smile. They have been captured. The culprit has been eliminated by my hand, so rest easy. Oh, I must thank you, esteemed Su. We have received a new batch of fine wine today at Baiwa Tower. You must taste it later. It surpasses the drunken, immortal brew. Is that so? Then I shall indulge in a few cups with Miss Yenner. With that, he rose and made his way to the top floor. In a private room, Su Ying reclined against one of the maidens, who massaged his legs, while another tended to his shoulders. Lin Yenner, donned in a simple gauzy gown, was engrossed in playing the guqin before her. Occasionally, she would glance up at Su Ying with a flirtatious gaze. After a melody concluded, the maids discreetly exited the room, and the courtesan approached Su Ying, expressing her gratitude. Esteemed official, I just heard that the fiend who harmed my sister Huahua has been caught. Thank you for avenging her. It is my duty, Su Ying replied. Your humility and kindness, along with your care for the common folk, are a blessing to all of us. At this point, Lin Yenner's expression turned slightly melancholic. Coming from humble beginnings and being a woman of the flower house, her status was already lowly, and the government would hardly take notice of a death. Yet, Su Ying managed to capture the culprit in just a few days, which made him seem like a towering figure in her eyes. Are you not happy? Su Ying sipped his wine, gazing at Lin Yenner. How could I not be? Your presence brings me joy. As she spoke, she subtly turned, positioning herself on Su Ying's lap, her fair arms entwined around his neck, her eyes enchanting, her lips inviting. She exclaimed, when the night is deep, fear not inquiries, let shyness turn to joy. By the time Su Ying exited Baiwa Tower, it was already late at night, and he politely declined Lin Yenner's invitation to stay. The recent circumstances felt amiss, and lingering in the flower house could jeopardize more significant matters. Thus, after a brief interlude, Su Ying decided to return to the county office. Following the banks of the Wu River, even in the dead of night, the sounds of music still wafted through the air. Suddenly, his heart stirred, and he looked up to see a blind old Taoist, holding a whisk, glaring coldly at him from several dozen paces away. Chapter 68. A Midnight Ambush. Entering the celestial realm. Bang, 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 bang. For muffled sounds echoed. Su Ying looked up to see 4 figures descend around him, an elderly man in black and white, a lame man, and a one-armed swordsman. You are the magistrate of Ningyan County, Su Ying? The black-haired elder asked, arms crossed and voice icy. Who are you? Su Ying inquired, regarding them with indifference. We are the black and white fiends, and these 3 are the earth fiends, the black-haired elder sneered. Someone has paid for your life, prepare to die. Su Ying chuckled coldly, in broad daylight, attacking a government official? Have you lost your minds? Young man, are you blind? It is the dead of night. It is the perfect time to kill you. The blind Taoist retorted icily. Su Ying narrowed his eyes, staring at him, and replied, Did your mother not feed you enough pig brains when you were a child? You dare to speak so boldly? Do you know who I am? At that moment, the blind Taoist launched an attack, flicking his whisk, sending white threads spiraling towards Su Ying like venomous serpents. Do you know who I am? Su Ying's thoughts raced, and as he activated his Lingbo microstep, he swiftly positioned himself before the blind Taoist. with a roar that shook the heavens. A golden claw descended upon the Taoist's back. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed as the blind Taoist was struck with overwhelming force, propelling him forward. Blood spurting from his mouth. Su Ying then turned his gaze toward the remaining assailants, mocking, "Did he not know I possess martial prowess? Is he always this brave? Seeking death." All of you attack together. Enraged by Su Ying's taunts, the assailants charged at him without hesitation. The black and white fiends, trained in the Maitreya sect's fiery hand and icy palm techniques, moved in a synchronized assault. Their fiery palms blazed with heat, aimed directly at Su Ying's chest, while the icy energy bore down on his back. As they struck, their lethal intent was palpable. Simultaneously, the lame man and the one-armed swordsman swung their weapons towards Su Ying's forehead. 4 attacks converged in an instant, with no room to evade or retreat. Su Ying felt the pressure mount. Yet, at that moment, a thunderous roar resonated, and time seemed to slow. A smirk curled at the corner of Su Ying's mouth as he circulated his true energy, and a golden dragon apparition arose behind him. In an explosive ascent, he soared into the sky. The dragon's roar echoed for miles. With 2 powerful strikes, Su Ying first forced back the black and white fiends, then deflected the one-armed swordsman's weapon. Before they could react, the ground trembled violently as Su Ying, enveloped in golden light, suddenly appeared before the one-armed swordsman. A golden hand crashing down upon him. The golden claw, infused with ferocious true energy and accompanied by another thunderous dragon's roar, left no room for evasion. This was the ultimate move of the earth-shattering dragon fist. With a single blow, mountains could be split and stones shattered. Clang! The golden hand collided with the long blade, sending the one-armed swordsman hurtling backward, blood spewing forth. Simultaneously, the black and white fiends renewed their assault with their fiery hand and icy palm aimed at Su Ying's face. He swiftly turned, striking out with both hands, producing 2 sharp sounds as his palms met theirs. The collision of golden true energy with the fiery and icy forces sent the lame man flying backward. The vibrant explosion could be seen with the naked eye, sending shockwaves across the Wu River, akin to dozens of torpedoes detonating simultaneously. The ground fissured, stones exploded into powder, creating a massive pit over 4 meters wide and more than a meter deep in an instant. A fierce hurricane coalesced around the 3 individuals, swirling and kicking up countless clouds of dust and debris. At that moment, the cripple and the knife-wielding brute exchanged a glance, and despite their severe injuries, they leapt forward, striking at Su Ying from either side. The sounds of their weapons clashing against Su Ying's head and back echoed like thunder, accompanied by bursts of flames, causing the very air around them to crack. What? How is this possible? The cripple and the one-armed swordsman were utterly astonished, as if they had witnessed an unbelievable phenomenon. Both were masters at the 8th level of the profound realm, and together, their full-force strike could shatter city gates. Yet, when their blows landed on Su Ying, they seemed utterly ineffective. This was simply inconceivable. Even the notorious duo, the Black and White Fiends, who were competing against Su Ying in a battle of true energy, wore expressions of shock, nearly losing their composure. Is he even human? Could he possibly be a monster? How could such an absurdity exist? The 4 were nearly paralyzed with fear. Did you not inquire about my cultivation before you arrived? To dare come and offer yourselves up like this? You must be tired of living. As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Ying moved his palm, activating the northern underworld divine skill, immediately channeling an overwhelming force of absorption into the 2 assailants. What? Impossible. My true energy. Bloodthirsty demonic art. This is the bloodthirsty demonic art. Not good, brother. Retreat quickly. The black and white fiends were filled with both alarm and fury. At that moment, the true energy within them surged forth like a flood, pouring into Su Ying's body. Simultaneously, Su Ying's power surged remarkably. It's over. I am at the peak of the profound realm. But I fear I cannot contain this. Su Ying thought anxiously. The black and white fiends were both masters at the 9th level of the profound realm. Their combined strength formidable. Now, having absorbed every last drop of their energy, even compressing it with the astonishing toad technique would be futile. Since I cannot contain it, then let it break free. With a sharp crack, Su Ying felt a thin membrane within him rupture, followed by an explosive release of energy that coursed through his limbs and meridians. In stark contrast, the black and white fiends appeared aged, their black hair turning white hair turning gray, their skin wrinkled like tree bark, an unsightly sight indeed. This is bad. That kid is actually broken through. We must flee. We are no match for him. The 3 earth fiends were aghast, their spirits nearly shattered. This is not a mission to kill. It is as if we are delivering ourselves to him. Realizing this, they shrieked and turned to escape. Think you can run? Ying sneered and sent the black and white fiends flying, then turned to reach out towards them. Your internal power is commendable, since you are here. Allow me to fully absorb it. The Northern Underworld divine skill allows me to absorb energy from afar. Ying's fingers curled like claws, energy swirling in his palm, unleashing an irresistible and terrifying force towards the two. To seize another power and enhance my own meridians. What? My body no? That terrifying force tore at them, causing their hearts to drop. Their bodies were suspended in the air as Ying activated the Northern Underworld divine skill, an overwhelming force drawing the true energy from within them. Moments later, their bodies went limp, ceasing to struggle, meeting the same grim fate as the black and white fiends. With two soft thuds, they fell to the ground like lifeless dogs, breathing shallowly, clearly on the brink of death. At the third layer of the celestial origin realm, an astonishingly rapid ascent. Ying stood still, exhaling, feeling the torrent of true energy within him, a trace of joy creeping onto his face. Oh, and you. He shifted his gaze to the nearly lifeless blind old man nearby. In a swift motion, he approached, placing a hand upon the old man's head. Since I am to absorb, let it be a thorough and complete absorption. After a while, when Ying's cultivation reached the fourth layer of the celestial origin realm, he finally withdrew. With a thought, he observed that the blind old man had passed away, leaving only the black and white fiends and the earth fiends still clinging to life. After signaling, a dozen patrolling officers arrived swiftly. We pay our respects, my lord. No need for formalities. These four are members of a heretical cult. Take them back to the prison and hand them over to Su Biao for interrogation. Yes, my lord. The officers bowed respectfully, preparing to advance. Wait. Ying waved his hand. Then, under the puzzled gazes of the officers, he quickly approached the four, searching their bodies. After a while, he was satisfied with the books and bags he found, gesturing for them to take the prisoners away. Yes, my lord. Once the officers escorted the four away, Ying did not hesitate, his form flashing as he soared into the air, racing towards the county office. Chapter 69. Refining Qi into vital energy, connecting all orifices. As soon as Ying entered the county office, he immediately transmitted a message to the ghost old man and the red iron Taoist. I trouble the two elders to guard me. I am about to open my orifices. No sooner had the words left his lips than two figures rushed out from either side of the courtyard. The ghost old man stared at Ying in shock, his eyes wide as if he had seen a ghost. My goodness, how did you cultivate? Just a few days away. And you've ascended directly to the fourth layer of the celestial origin realm? Is your father in Tianji? Ying's expression darkened. Why must he resort to insults at their first meeting? This is not the time for idle chatter. I must enter seclusion. With that, he dashed into his room, closing the door firmly. At the same time, a burning sensation surged in his brow, as if a fiery iron were pressed against it. His eyes twitched slightly, as if something were trying to break free. The ghost old man said the first orifice to open should be the heavenly spirit orifice. Thus, I shall begin with the heavenly spirit. With this thought, Ying hesitated no longer and activated the indestructible golden body technique, channeling a raging torrent of true energy towards his brow. The visible golden, true energy coiled like a small serpent at his brow. Simultaneously, his blood surged violently, roaring like a mighty river, radiating a mystical golden light. Then, the blood energy merged with the true energy, carrying an unmatched force as it surged towards the heavenly spirit orifice in his brow. Suddenly, an intense pain shot through Ying's forehead. He felt as though a giant axe had cleaved it open. The pain was excruciating, as if his head might split apart. Suddenly, a soft sound resonated, and Ying felt a lightness in his head. Instantly, the torrent of searing heat dissipated. Crack, crack. A series of sounds echoed as orifices within him opened one after another. The heavenly spirit, the gushing spring, the sea of Qi, the central pass. The heavenly pillar, connecting a total of 15 orifices. If this were to spread, it would surely astonish the world. As the orifices solidified, the true energy within Ying surged like a roaring river. Moments later, a stream of colorful, radiant vital energy formed within his dantian. This is vital energy. If true energy is like water, then vital energy is akin to steel, indestructible and formidable. With the enhancement of vital energy, a warrior's body, as well as each strike, can undergo a transformative strengthening. Why is it so difficult for celestial origin realm warriors to be killed? It is because each time they engage, they must first envelop themselves in vital energy, rendering them nearly impervious to blades and arrows, capable of withstanding most forms of attack. For instance, the five thunder divine mechanism, when unleashed in a barrage, might inadvertently slay a master of the profound realm. Yet against a celestial origin warrior, even the vital energy cannot penetrate, let alone inflict substantial harm. A prodigy, truly a prodigy. The Red Iron Elder listened to the sounds coming from the room, his face filled with admiration. Even the ghost old man, at that moment, was at a loss for suitable words of description. The Tianyuan realm serves as a pivotal step for martial artists, with the most significant challenge being the refinement of acupoints. Among the countless martial artists in the world, an overwhelming 99% find themselves stymied at this juncture, ultimately exhausting their lifespans with unfulfilled ambitions. Yet, how old is Su Ying? Not only has he successfully traversed the acupoints, but he has astonishingly refined 15 in a single session. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly cause a stir across the realm. After a moment, the Red Iron Taoist finally spoke, slowly articulating a few words. Could this young man truly be the illegitimate son of Xiangxi? The ghostly elder was taken aback, then nodded heavily in agreement. It is plausible. Beyond this, they could find no other explanation for Su Ying's extraordinary prowess. Inside the room, as Su Ying ascended to the fourth layer of the Tianyuan realm, successfully unlocking 15 acupoints, his indestructible body and mastery of other martial arts surged correspondingly. Especially with the former, he directly surpassed 5,000 cultivation points, reaching the third layer. He stood in place, exhaling a breath of stale air, and clenched his fists. Immediately, a surge of power akin to a volcanic eruption erupted from deep within, tenfold of his previous strength. With a swift motion, he seized the tiger-headed saber of the one-armed swordsman and brought it down forcefully upon his own arm. The sound of a resounding clang echoed as the saber was dented upon impact. In contrast, Su Ying's arm bore only a faint white mark, utterly unscathed. His strength was boundless, and his body impervious, with my cultivation having increased more than tenfold. Once the indestructible body reaches the fourth layer, and I refine those 2 drops of dragon blood, shall I not become invincible? With this thought, a satisfied smile graced Su Ying's face. Host, Su Ying. Realm, fourth layer of Tianyuan realm, 15 acupoints. Skills, Biming divine art, perfected. Great power Vajra finger, perfected. 18 dragon subduing palms, 6th layer, no further enhancement. Indestructible body, 3rd layer, no further enhancement. Jingxian force, perfected. Cultivation points, 4673. Current task, none. Talent, Eye of the Profound. Not bad. As long as I continue to advance steadily, step by step in my cultivation, I might even attain the realm of a Dharma manifestation or a martial saint in the future. With this in mind, Su Ying withdrew his thoughts and pushed open the door, stepping outside. Upon his emergence, the Red Iron Taoist and the ghostly elder hurried to his side. The ghostly elder scrutinized Su Ying from head to toe, instinctively reaching out to tap his arm. The sound of 2 crisp knocks resonated, as if Su Ying were a small golden statue. Remarkable, truly remarkable. What kind of divine art are you practicing to be so extraordinary? The ghostly elder inquired, his face filled with astonishment. The Red Iron Taoist pondered for a moment, then replied, it must be the indestructible body, or perhaps the Xianhuang indestructible body. Well, it could also be the Longke Zhentianju of the great Xia royal family. After all, this lad might be the illegitimate son of Xiangxi. Only a few exceptional techniques in the world could cultivate the body to such a monstrous degree. Su Ying felt a stir within. He had not anticipated the Red Iron Taoist would nearly guess the truth. He smiled faintly and redirected the topic, asking, may I inquire, esteemed elder, which of these 3 techniques is the most formidable? Not 3, but 5. The Red Iron Taoist shook his head, explaining with a smile, the indestructible body. Xianhuang indestructible law body, Longke Zhentianju, the Jiuyu dragon elephant body refinement technique, and the Buddha's Dashi Jiming King's unmoving fundamental law. Of course, in my opinion, the indestructible body is the most powerful. Pausing for a moment, the Red Iron Taoist added, the indestructible body is one of the 3 supreme arts of the former Zhou dynasty. The Xianhuang indestructible law body is the hallmark art of the Xianhuang sect. And some say the Jiuyu dragon elephant body refinement technique originates from the depths of hell, though specifics are unknown. As for the Longke Zhentianju, it is the ancestral art of the great Xia royal family, all legendary techniques of celestial rank. Gulyalu, the ghostly elder took a swig of wine and chuckled. Countless body refinement techniques exist in the world, but only these few can be considered truly formidable. Of course, there are other supreme arts we are unaware of, but in earnest comparison, the indestructible body remains the most powerful. I see. Su Ying nodded, smiling. Today is a joyous occasion. Why don't we share a drink? Haha, splendid. To celebrate your achievement in the Tianyuan realm. Let us go. With that, the three made their way toward the ghostly elder's winery. Just then, a hurried sound of footsteps echoed abruptly. The three glanced up to see Li Shan running towards them, shouting, "My lord, grave news. The barbarian tribe has dispatched 3,000 experts heading swiftly toward Ningyang City." Chapter 70. The barbarian tribe strikes. It turns out that after the barbarian expert Gui Li returned to the tribe, he brought along 3,000 warriors. Traversing the Luoxiao mountain range, burning, pillaging, and slaughtering in the towns subordinate to Ningyang City. They are now nearing the outskirts of the city. You two esteemed elders, please guard the prison and the county office. The black-clad arrow team is at your service. 50 men shall remain at the county office, while 50 shall accompany me to the city gate. Gao Shun, Su Ying bellowed to the heavens, and immediately, a tall man wielding a great sword descended from above. I am at your command. Relay my orders. All members of the assault camp are to assemble at the city gate. We cannot allow these barbarians to enter the city. Yes. After issuing his commands, Su Ying casually acquired a long sword from the red iron Taoist, and, with a grim expression, swiftly made his way toward the city gate. Upon arrival, he found the gate already crowded with people. Su Ying leaped to the top of the city wall, gazing out into the distance. His eye of the profound seemed to pierce through the shroud of darkness, revealing a vast throng of barbaric figures advancing rapidly toward Ningyang City from several dozen miles away. Everyone, heed my command. Black-clad arrow team, prepare for a double volley. Assault camp, follow me into battle and annihilate the barbarians. 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 700 innate martial artists shouted in unison, their voices booming like thunder, a formidable aura surging toward the heavens. This was the assault camp. Their determination to charge into battle was unwavering. In the distance, those within the county office felt their blood surge with excitement upon hearing this resounding battle cry. Su Ying felt the same. He finally comprehended why a military presence still existed in a world of martial prowess. In the face of countless martial artists, the overwhelming masculine energy coalesced into an immense force, intertwining their spirits and invigorating their minds, leading to a resonating mental clarity. In such circumstances, one could feel an invincible and unyielding spirit surging forth. Boom! The thunderous footsteps of 3,000 warriors reverberated, causing the very earth to tremble slightly. Within the forest, it seemed as though innumerable ferocious beasts were charging forth. Everyone held their breath, their gazes fixed intently on the distant woodland. Suddenly, the lookout atop the city tower spotted the enemy's approach and sounded the alarm. Beep. Enemy sighted. Estimated distance, 5 miles. Instantly, the massive crossbows atop the city wall creaked as the arrows were drawn back. Su Ying raised his eyes to see towering, bare-chested barbarian warriors, their bodies adorned with blue tattoos, glancing hungrily toward the city gate. A cold smile crept across Su Ying's face as he waved his hand and shouted fiercely, "Kill. Leave none alive." As soon as he uttered the command, he brandished his long sword and leaped down from the city gate. "Brothers, kill them all. Slay the men of the great Xia and seize their women. Kill. We shall slay them all." In the distance, the fierce and menacing barbarian warriors brandished their great swords, exuding a murderous intent while hurling profanities. Meanwhile, with a single command from Gao Shun, the 700 assault camp warriors emerged from the city gate, forming ranks behind Su Ying. "Brothers, the time has come to test your mettle. Everyone, charge forth. Annihilate this horde of barbaric dogs." Gao Shun's low, furious roar resonated clearly in the ears of all present. "Swear to fight and die for our Lord. Swear to fight and die for our Lord. Swear to fight and die for our Lord. 4 miles, 3 miles, 2 miles, 500 meters, 300 meters, fire." With a furious shout from Gui Yi, the enormous crossbow atop the city wall emitted a piercing crack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Shadows sliced through the air as thick bolts plunged into the ranks of the 3,000 barbarian soldiers. Accompanied by heart-wrenching screams. The bolts pierced through 3 or 5 men at once. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another volley from the giant crossbow unleashed death, like a grim reaper wielding a scythe, claiming vibrant lives one after another. "This is bad, the divine crossbow. Everyone, do not hesitate, charge forward." Gui Li's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the throngs of dark figures on the city wall. Just then, he noticed the ominous black muzzles pointing directly at him. Bang, bang, bang. With the explosive sound of firecrackers, the barrels of the Thunder God's machine erupted with blinding sparks, sending dozens of steel balls whistling through the air, striking the barbarian ranks 100 meters away. Bang, bang, bang. A cacophony of hundreds of sounds filled the air, saturated with the acrid scent of gunpowder. In just one round of fire, hundreds of barbarians fell. Gue Li's heart raced, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust as he lifted his gaze to see a young man in a blue robe, coldly fixated on him. Behind him stood hundreds clad in armor, wielding long knives and round shields. Brothers, charge. If we slay these foes, we can breach the city. As the barbarian elite drew ever nearer, Su Ying raised his blade and bellowed, kill. In an instant, 700 soldiers from the assault camp surged forth, charging toward the barbarians. Meanwhile, Su Ying propelled himself into the air, landing amidst the barbarian ranks. Upon landing, he swung his long knife, sending dazzling arcs of blade energy slicing through the bodies of the barbarian warriors, cleaving them in two. Though Su Ying lacked formal swordsmanship, the act of hacking was an innate instinct. Having just broken through to the celestial realm and attained the third level of the indestructible golden body, he felt an inexhaustible surge of ferocious power within. Additionally, the cultivation of the heavenly tier divine techniques allowed him to generate his aura at an astonishing speed. Freeing him from concern over its depletion, he could unleash it at will. His moves were straightforward yet brutal, enhanced by his aura, and within a mere moment, Su Ying had slain dozens. Hu Yun, the three of you, quickly restrain him. Once I deal with this scoundrel, I will come to aid you. While battling fiercely with Gao Shan, Gue Li cast a glance toward Su Ying. Observing him dispatching dozens in mere moments, he roared in fury. As his voice faded, 3 burly barbarians soared into the air, landing around Su Ying. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of their weapons colliding with Su Ying's head, back, and shoulders reverberated like thunder. In an instant, fragments of iron flew as sparks erupted. Their weapons had been shattered. Impossible. Indestructible body. The 3 men's expressions shifted drastically, shock etched across their faces. It's too late. A cold smile crept onto Su Ying's lips as he effortlessly seized the giant axe before him, crushing it to pieces with a firm grip. Then, with a swift motion, he drew the man toward him. Bang! Su Ying's fist struck, landing squarely on the man's chest. Crack! Bones shattered, and his clothes tore apart. When Su Ying withdrew his fist, a massive gaping wound marred the man's chest. He then swept his long knife, decapitating another foe. In a flash, he vanished, delivering a powerful palm strike. His golden hand pierced through the void, striking the man's back, sending him flying, blood spewing forth until he lay lifeless on the ground. With his long knife brandished, Su Ying once again pounced into the throng of barbarians. Chapter 71. Slaying Gue Li, the sorcerer on the city wall. Li Shan and the others watched Su Ying battling the barbarians below, gripping their sword hilts tightly, their eyes ablaze with fervor, longing to leap down and join the fray. However, upon witnessing Su Ying lead his modest 700 against the 3,000 elite barbarians, causing them to abandon their armor and flee, they reconsidered their reckless thoughts. The assault camp soldiers formed triads, back to back, wielding shields and long knives, methodically cutting down hordes of barbarians. Their rash descent would only lead to their own demise. Though the barbarians possessed naturally robust physiques, they were no match for the assault camp soldiers. Firstly, they were all innate realm warriors. Secondly, they were masters of coordinated strikes. Groups of 27 formed a 9-point formation, akin to a propeller, harvesting the lives of the barbarian elites. Gao Shan, the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi, secure their rear. Ensure that not a single one escapes. In the midst of the chaos, Su Ying swiftly dispatched dozens more, shouting to Gao Shan, "Yes, my lord." At the same time, Gue Li, witnessing his subordinates falling one after another, was filled with both shock and rage. He forcefully repelled Gao Shan with a slash, leaping towards Su Ying without uttering a word. "You little brat, you've killed so many of my brothers. I will skin you alive." Gue Li gritted his teeth, his face twisted with fury, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent as he fixed his gaze upon Su Ying. "Did your mother not teach you to refrain from arrogant speech?" Su Ying retorted with a cold laugh, raising his long knife and pointing it at Gue Li. "Unfortunately, you won't have the chance to return home for milk. You seek death." Gue Li roared, his true energy erupting violently, resembling a black dragon as he charged towards Su Ying. Within Tenjong, he bent his legs and leaped into the air, his large knife raised high, aiming to cleave Su Ying in two. The black energy enveloping the blade cleaved through the air, creating visible ripples. This strike was Gue Li's ultimate effort. Clang! With a resounding crash, Su Ying crossed his long knife before him, instantly blocking Gue Li's colossal blade. Boom! The overwhelming force descended upon Su Ying, causing him to stagger, while the ground quaked like a tidal wave, turning sand and stone to dust, with cracks spreading wide. What? Impossible. Gue Li was both astonished and enraged. His eyes filled with disbelief. This blow could cleave an elephant in two, yet it had no effect on Su Ying, especially as he realized Su Ying was enveloped in golden true energy. No, it was aura. He was a celestial realm warrior. Panic-stricken, Gue Li retreated without a second thought. But alas, it was too late. A cold smile appeared on Su Ying's lips as a golden fist seemingly transcended time and space, instantly crashing into Gue Li's chest. Bang! The thunderous sound resonated throughout the battlefield, echoing for miles, deafening all. Gue Li's protective aura shattered upon impact, sending him hurtling backward, colliding with a multitude of barbarian elites, scattering them like leaves. Before he even hit the ground, blood spewed from his mouth. Is this all the strength you possess? Su Ying mocked, and as his words fell, he lunged forward like a leopard, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. In an instant, he appeared before Gue Li. Croak. A sound erupted like thunder, shocking all nearby. The surrounding barbarian elites froze in fear, their bodies paralyzed as if entranced. Then, Su Ying's long knife unleashed a gleaming arc of golden energy that stretched for several dozen zhang. Puff, puff, puff. A series of muffled thuds echoed through the air, as golden blade energy swept forth, cleaving through a multitude of barbarian foes as effortlessly as autumn winds scatter fallen leaves. Although severely wounded, Gue Li still possessed formidable cultivation. As he witnessed the approach of the golden blade energy, he raised his long sword in a desperate block. A thunderous crash ensued, propelling him backward several dozen meters. His arm trembled, blood gushing from his palm. You have slain so many of my brethren. When I return to the tribe, I shall summon the Grand Priest to personally take your life. The sight of the increasing number of dead around him ignited a fury within Gue Li. He dragged his long blade, channeling his true energy, and without a second thought, turned to flee. However, just as he had covered a few dozen meters, a figure flashed before him. In an instant, a colossal golden hand descended from the void, pinning his head in place. Attempt to escape? Impossible. As the words fell, the North mysterious divine art activated, immobilizing Gue Li with an overwhelming force. Within moments, his true energy was entirely siphoned away. Then, with a surge of power, Su Ying shattered his skull. Having vanquished Gue Li, Su Ying soared back into the fray. The remaining barbarian experts were now scattered and demoralized. Many had lost the will to continue fighting and fled towards the falling Sunset Mountains. Regrettably, Gao Shun had already sealed off all escape routes. Congratulations, my lord. What a monumental achievement to have slain so many barbarians. Zhang Liang exclaimed as Su Ying leaped onto the city wall. Your divine prowess is unmatched. These mere barbarians are but trifles, Li Shan remarked in awe. Su Ying had only recently arrived in Ningyan County, yet had exhibited such extraordinary prowess. He was indeed a rare prodigy. Furthermore, at such a young age, he had already attained the rank of a fifth-grade commander in the town's administrative office. As Li Shan reflected on this, his gaze shifted to Li Qiushuang, who was intently observing Su Ying. She seemed on the verge of speaking, but hesitated. Letting out a sigh? What a blockhead. Congratulations, my lord, Li Qiushuang said, offering a slight bow with a faint smile. You flatter me, Su Ying replied, casting his long blade to Zhang Liang. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden disturbance caught his ear, prompting him to glance towards the county jail. There, waves of energy were indeed emanating. Not good. There's a jailbreak. With that, he swiftly propelled himself into the air, soaring towards the county jail. Upon arriving, Su Ying was met with the sight of the once repaired walls now shattered. Anger surged within him. Damn it, you may be breaking into the jail, but why demolish the walls? Yet by the time he arrived, the intruder had already made their escape. Are you two all right? Su Ying inquired, glancing at the elder ghost and the red iron Taoist. No harm done, the elder ghost replied, taking a breath and waving his hand. I truly do not understand why you have antagonized so many powerful foes. Luckily, only one barbarian sorcerer came. Had there been two, we would have met our end here. The red iron Taoist nodded gravely, adding, though the figure was cloaked in black, their energy was formidable and poisonous, suggesting they were a master at the 8th level of the heavenly origin realm. Furthermore, they wielded the barbarian's witchcraft, likely a legendary sorcerer. A sorcerer? Su Ying's brow furrowed in confusion. What is that? Chapter 72. The Secret of the Stone Classic. It is said that in ancient times, the barbarians and the demon clan coexisted within the vast mountains. In the primordial era, they ruled the land, preying on humans for sustenance for countless years. Eventually, humanity rose, defying fate, and gradually drove the demon clan far away, while the barbarians were relegated to the harsh lands of the vast mountains and northern regions. The barbarians are born warriors, imbued with vigorous life force from birth, and their martial arts advance at an astonishing pace. Compared to barbarian warriors, those of the same level from humanity are significantly weaker. In addition to their martial prowess, the barbarians have also retained numerous ancient techniques. Those who practice these secret arts are known as sorcerers. These individuals can command beasts using worm magic, controlling wolves, tigers, leopards, and even venomous creatures. High-level sorcerers can kill without a trace. Golden silkworms, snake worms, scorpion worms, centipedes, and geckos are commonly used by sorcerers, with the golden silkworm being the king of all worms. If one possesses a golden silkworm, they can achieve an indestructible body and become immune to all toxins. As the elder ghost spoke, he sipped from his flask and smacked his lips. That fellow must have come to rescue someone. Unfortunately, he did not anticipate that two heavenly origin realm beings would be present in a mere county jail. Had you arrived a moment sooner, we could have apprehended him. Now I understand. Ying nodded, his mind comprehending the situation. He then turned towards the jail, his expression darkening as he entered. Greetings, my lord, Su Biao hurriedly approached. Bowing deeply. Has Jian perished? Not yet, my lord. What of his 3 subordinates? They are still alive. Bring them to me, Ying commanded. Yes, my lord. With that, Su Biao departed, returning shortly with Dian's guards, a Da, a San, and a Si. Ying focused on a Da, ignoring a San and a Si, and sat with an imposing demeanor, his fingers lightly tapping the table. After a moment, he fixed a cold gaze upon a Da and asked, "This is the last time I ask you, what secrets does Jian possess?" A Da's expression faltered, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes as he glanced at Ying, replying feebly, "The third young master has no secrets. Everything you can know has already been disclosed." During their time imprisoned in Ningyan County's jail, they had endured inhumane torment. After each round of questioning, they were parched and hoarse before being allowed to cease. That is not correct. Ying gently shook his head, a smile that was neither here nor there gracing his lips as he regarded Ada. What is incorrect? Ada lifted his head in confusion. Your previous statement is flawed. You claim that everything I can know has been revealed. What about what I cannot know? Why is that not disclosed? Boom. At this, Ada trembled, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes. After a moment, he exhaled, responding nonchalantly. I do not understand what you are saying. Very well, then I shall pose you a question. What is 1 + 1? 2? Ada replied instinctively, albeit without understanding Ying's intent. Congratulations. You are correct. Ying smiled slightly, snapping his fingers, causing a burst of energy to pierce Ada's throat. He clutched his neck, eyes wide in disbelief. Why? Because you know too much, Ying sneered, gesturing for Su Biao to have the body removed. He then shifted his gaze to a San. Clink, clink, clink. Ying's fingers continued to lightly tap the ironwood table, each sound resonating deeply. After a long pause, San finally lifted his head, his eyes vacant. Dog official, I will say nothing. My brothers have died at your hands. You will not extract anything from me. Then, what is 1 + 1? San paused, about to speak, but his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Ada's bloodstains, halting him in his tracks. What is 1 + 1? Clink, clink, clink. The sound of fingers striking the table resonated like a death knell, penetrating the very soul. After only a few strikes, San felt his mind teetering on the edge of madness. After a few more, he could no longer endure. 3. 1 + 1 = 3. Ying shook his head, letting out a sigh. The answer is 2. If you do not even know this, your existence is a waste of air. As the words fell, a flick of the finger released a surge of energy that directly struck San's head, causing it to explode in a gruesome display of red and white, splattering everywhere, including all over AC, who stood nearby. My patience has its limits. I shall ask you but once. What is the secret concerning Jian? With those words, Ying gazed calmly at AC. He was in no hurry, for he could distinctly perceive AC's slightly flustered expression hidden beneath his disheveled hair. His gaze was filled with hesitation. His heart was in turmoil. If you articulate each word, I assure you, I can spare your life. However, this is contingent upon your response being satisfactory to me. AC gritted his teeth tightly, seemingly fighting an internal battle against the urge to speak. Yet, Ying had just ruthlessly executed 2 of his brothers. An act of brutality unlike any he had witnessed before. After a prolonged silence, AC nearly bit through his lip as he made a harrowing decision. The third young master's betrothed is a sorceress from the barbarian tribe. She came to Ningyang City under the arrangement of the matriarch to meet the barbarian fiancé and to hand over the location of the salt mine. Upon uttering this, AC felt as though a colossal burden had finally been lifted from his shoulders. Su Ying, upon hearing this, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips and asked, "And then, your intentions must extend beyond this, do they not?" The third young master had slain a performing courtesan in Qingzhou Prefecture. In truth, given the Shi family's influence, this should not have posed any significant concern. However, during an alliance, the third young master was cursed. The matriarch sought to lift this curse, necessitating an exchange of equal value. Thus, the Shi family revealed the precise location of the salt mine to the barbarian tribe in exchange for the opportunity to remove the curse afflicting Shi Dian. Su Ying pondered a moment longer and inquired, "Who is this barbarian sorceress? Have you encountered her?" AC shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his face. "We never had the chance to meet before falling into your hands. We intended to lift the curse and return to the prefecture immediately. Little did we expect to be imprisoned on our very first day in Ningyang City." "Not quite," Su Ying suddenly interjected, shaking his head. "That doesn't add up. How could a worthless individual like Shi Dian possibly be engaged to a barbarian sorceress? What value does he possess that would compel the barbarian tribe to pay such a steep price for his rescue?" "You are lying." With that declaration, Su Ying's gaze turned icy and sharp, once again fixing on AC. The latter instinctively trembled at the words. After a prolonged pause, he finally managed to utter a few words. "Because the third young master is merely a vessel." "A vessel?" Su Ying's heart jolted, yet he maintained a composed facade. "Whose vessel?" Chapter 73. The fourth layer of divine art. Neither Su Ying nor AC had the answer, nor did Shi Dian himself. The enigma that perplexed Su Ying was how a mere worthless individual like Shi Dian could qualify as someone else's vessel. After further inquiries, Su Ying rose and departed the dungeon, his mind a whirlpool of questions as he returned to his quarters. First, it was evident that the Shi family was undoubtedly entangled with the demonic tribe, the barbarian tribe, and perhaps even one or two of the three major evil cults. It was becoming increasingly clear that the barbarian tribe was at the forefront of this conspiracy, as Shi Dian was purportedly betrothed to a sorceress from their ranks. Secondly, whose vessel was Shi Dian? What purpose did he serve? Given Shi Dian's character and qualities, he could not possibly be a vessel for a barbarian sorceress, unless he was merely a container for nurturing cursed insects. Lastly, what unspeakable secrets lay between the Shi family and the barbarian tribe? Su Ying harbored doubts that Shi Dian was the sole individual involved. There may well be other secrets and critical information unknown to him. Host, Su Ying. Realm, fourth layer of the celestial origin realm, 15 apertures. Skills, northern mysterious divine art, perfected. Mighty Vajra finger, perfected. 18 dragon subduing palms, sixth layer, cannot be improved. Eternal indestructible golden body, third layer, cannot be improved. Astonishing toad technique, perfected. Cultivation points, 5373. Current tasks, none. Talent, Eye of the Profound. Recollecting his thoughts, Su Ying surveyed his attribute panel. His cultivation points had reached 5,000. He was now ready to upgrade his eternal indestructible golden body, currently at the third layer. He needed only to ascend one more layer to refine the essence of the dragon's blood. System, enhance the eternal indestructible golden body. With a light chime, 5,000 cultivation points were expended. Congratulations, host, you have successfully upgraded the eternal indestructible golden body to the fourth layer. You may now spend an additional 5,000 cultivation points to elevate your current level. Accompanied by a series of notifications, Su Ying felt a surge of volcanic energy erupt within him. His skin flushed in intense crimson, akin to a lobster boiled to perfection. His vital essence surged, roaring through his body like a raging river. Crack, crack. His bones resounded with a thunderous crack as his vital essence churned. Beneath his skin, it appeared as though a small serpent writhed in motion. Moments later, Su Ying sensed his pores opening, expelling layers of accumulated waste blood from within. Drops of golden blood continuously emerged from his marrow. Bang, bang, bang. A series of crisp sounds emanated from within him. As the eternal indestructible golden body reached the fourth layer, the apertures within his body burst open like firecrackers in succession. 16, 17, 18, 22, 23, 24, 30. Time lost meaning as Su Ying felt as though he had been torn into countless fragments and subsequently reassembled. Slowly, he opened his eyes. With a slight clench of his fist, his arms collided, producing a sound akin to metal striking metal. With a mere thought, Su Ying transformed into a golden streak, darting around the room with extraordinary speed. After a brief moment, he came to a halt, closing his eyes to introspect. He realized he had now consolidated 36 apertures. His skin felt as though it were forged from gold and iron, with a faint golden hue gracing his muscles, and his blood transformed into a dark golden color. Even his bones shimmered with a layer of pale gold, emanating an immortal glow. Though he had merely ascended one layer, his physique had undergone a qualitative transformation. His defensive capabilities and strength had both increased tenfold. Truly, it was worthy of being a celestial-grade divine art, at this rate of cultivation. The future of becoming a martial saint seemed promising indeed. Contemplating this, a glimmer of joy surfaced in Su Ying's eyes. The following day, as dawn broke, Su Ying had yet to wash or dress when he heard the sound of hurried footsteps outside. Lord Peng has arrived. Peng Qianming? Su Ying furrowed his brow slightly and replied, Understood. Tell him I shall be there shortly. Yes, my lord. After the officer departed, Su Ying quickly dressed and tidied himself before hastening toward the hall. Upon entering, he spotted Peng Qianming pacing anxiously with his hands clasped behind his back. As he noticed Su Ying approaching, he immediately stepped forward and inquired, Lord Su, what are the casualties? Almost none. Su Ying shook his head, smiling. We were thoroughly prepared. All the intruding barbarians were eradicated. Excellent. This is indeed a tremendous achievement. Peng Qianming exclaimed, gesturing for Su Ying to take a seat. I received word last night and hastily rushed from the county city. Upon reaching the outskirts, I discovered a battlefield strewn with corpses. I was eager to inquire and never expected you to have triumphed so decisively. You flatter me, Lord Peng. May I ask who these individuals are? As he spoke, Su Ying's gaze shifted to the two figures behind Peng Qianming. One he recognized as Cheng Qianhu, who had accompanied him previously, while the other was a young man wielding a sword, his demeanor cold and his eyes filled with arrogance. Since Su Ying's entrance, the latter had not even deigned to glance in his direction. I almost forgot to introduce you, the official said. This is Huang Jiang, the newly appointed magistrate of Ningyang, and also our esteemed fifth-ranked Qianhu at the town pacification office. Turning to Huang Jiang, he continued, and this is Su Ying, a capable officer under my command. Greetings, Lord Su. Huang Jiang replied with a slight nod, his tone measured. May I inquire when Lord Su intends to release the goods belonging to the Huang family, as well as our people? I have heard that you apprehended them without evidence. I would appreciate an explanation. Upon hearing this, Su Ying's expression darkened slightly. He sat at the table, his fingers lightly tapping the surface. After a moment, he regarded Huang Jiang with disdain. Explanation? What do I owe you an explanation for? Huang Dahong has committed the capital offense of smuggling and selling salt and iron. I believe this matter to be unrelated to the Huang family of the prefecture, yet it appears otherwise. What? Smuggling salt and iron? Huang Jiang exclaimed, astonished, and then furiously retorted, Lord Su, you slander me. Slander your mother. Su Ying scoffed, dismissing him. We have evidence and witnesses. Huang Dahong concealed barbarian iron within the black granite and sold illicit salt to the barbarians. County Lieutenant Li Shan apprehended him on the spot. What? Do you wish to argue further? You, surnamed Su. How dare you insult my mother? Huang Jiang seethed, glaring at Su Ying. I demand a duel. A duel? Su Ying raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback, then looked at Peng Qianming. Do your subordinates all possess such bravado? Chapter 74, Because I Will Not Lose. Su Ying's gaze shifted to the composed Peng Qianming, who was calmly sipping tea. As if sensing Su Ying's scrutiny, he conveyed telepathically, this young man, Huang Jiang, is a prodigy from the Huang family, recommended by his uncle to the town pacification office. He is usually arrogant and dismissive. Perhaps this is an opportunity for Lord Su to teach him a lesson about the existence of those greater than oneself. So this is your plan, Su Ying mused. What? Are you afraid? I had thought your rank was earned through merit, but it seems it is merely a matter of connections. Huang Jiang scoffed, his eyes gleaming with arrogance. There are many who rise through connections, yet I am different. I possess genuine talent in martial arts. Pray tell, what is your cultivation level? Su Ying inquired, testing the waters. My cultivation? Huang Jiang hesitated, then proudly declared, I have recently broken through to the first layer of the Tongxian realm. Su Ying, Li Shan, and Zhang Liang exchanged glances, while Li Qiushuang suppressed a laugh. When Su Ying cleared his throat, she straightened up. Our Lord Su is still a year younger than you, and has already reached the Tianyuan realm. What pride do you have in being only at the first layer of the Tongxian realm? Do you dare to face me? Huang Jiang pressed, his tone aggressive. Su Ying nodded, smiling. If that is the case, I accept your challenge. However, since this is a contest, there must be a wager. What will you stake against me? A wager? Huang Jiang looked taken aback, but after a moment's thought, he reached into his robe and produced a stack of gold notes. totaling 1,000 taels. He then fixed his gaze on Su Ying, boasting, "And what will you wager?" "I require nothing," Su Ying replied, shaking his head. His eyes gleamed coldly as he added, "Because I will not lose. Right here, if I am forced back even a single step, you win." With that, Su Ying stood and positioned himself calmly in the center of the hall. "Arrogant," Huang Jiang roared, thrusting his sword into the ground with force. Li Qiushuang looked at him, then at the gold notes Huang Jiang had stowed away, her eyes filled with pity. "You dare to damage Lord Su's floor?" Even Peng Qianming couldn't help but flinch at the scene. "Come at me. I will stand still," Su Ying proclaimed. Seeking death, Huang Jiang was furious, his true energy surging like a crashing wave. This is the Huang family's ultimate technique, the overturning sea fist. He unleashed a punch, which surged forth like a tidal wave, filled with immense power. "Thunderous waves," Huang Jiang shouted as his azure energy coalesced around his fist. He stepped forward, launching a massive blue fist straight towards Su Ying's chest. The incredible speed and force shattered the air itself, delivering a blow of at least 30 to 50,000 pounds. Yet, in the face of this attack, Su Ying remained calm and composed, not even flinching. Clang! A resounding bell-like sound echoed throughout the county office, reverberating with intensity. Immediately, a whirlwind erupted around them, the floor cracking beneath their feet and spreading towards the surrounding walls. Then, Huang Jiang felt an overwhelming backlash, his arm quaking violently as his true energy dissipated. He staggered backward, leaving deep footprints in the stone floor with each step until he finally steadied himself 20 meters away at the edge of the hall. "How is this possible?" Huang Jiang's face paled, disbelief washing over him. "I couldn't even push you back a single step with my full strength?" The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Shock etched across their faces. Even Peng Qianming stood up, stunned. Invulnerable and possessing boundless strength, this young man must indeed be in the Tianyuan realm. He marveled silently. How long has it been? He has already reached the Tianyuan realm? What a monstrous talent. Huang Gongzi, did you not consume your fill before leaving home? Your punches lack strength. You struck once, and now it is my turn. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ying lunged forward, appearing before Huang Jiang in an instant. "Lord Su, show mercy," Peng Qianming shouted, alarmed, as he watched Su Ying's fist poised to shatter Huang Jiang's skull, halting just an inch before impact. Even so, the fierce wave of energy still grazed Huang Jiang's cheek. "Since Lord Peng has spoken, I shall spare your life. However, regarding this floor, it is crafted from fine jade, worth 1,000 taels per tile. Li girl, please count how many tiles young Master Huang has damaged." "Yes, my lord." To everyone's surprise, Li Qiushuang actually began to count the number of tiles. After a while, she approached Su Ying with a stoic expression, reporting to my lord. "Including the tile that young Master Huang's sword pierced, there are a total of 56 tiles. 56? Are you certain? I had thought it would be 108. Su Ying mused, furrowing his brow before turning to Huang Jiang. "Young Master Huang, 56 tiles amount to 56,000 taels. In the spirit of fairness, I shall round down to 55,000 taels. Additionally, you owe me 2,000 taels for losing, which totals 80,000 taels. Lord Su is quite the accountant." "What?" Huang Jiang's face flushed with rage. "Lord Su, I accept defeat, but these floor tiles are worth merely 20 to 30 coins each. You demand 1,000 taels? Do you take me for a fool? Am I clever then?" Su Ying smirked, looking down at Huang Jiang. "Just tell me if you will pay. If not, I will report to the state governor that you attempted to assault a court official and destroyed public property." Seeing this, Peng Qianming stood up, laughing heartily. "Lord Su is truly amusing. Thus, Huang Jiang, since you accepted the wager, you owe Lord Su 8,000 taels. But Lord Peng, he is clearly extorting me." Huang Jiang protested, glancing at Peng Qianming. Peng Qianming's patience waned as he replied, "Huang Jiang, had Lord Su not shown mercy just now, would you still be standing here? But I did not bring that much. That is of no consequence." Su Ying waved his hand generously, smiling as he said, "In the world of Jianghu, it is inevitable to sometimes find oneself financially constrained. Do not worry, I am not an unreasonable person. Here's what we shall do. Later, you can draft an IOU. And when I have the time, I will go to the prefecture to collect it." The crowd responded, "All right, let us proceed as Lord Su suggested." Peng Qianming waved his hand, signaling that this matter was temporarily set aside. Then, he straightened his expression and retrieved a palm-sized golden scroll from his sleeve. After unfolding it, he read aloud with a serious demeanor. "Ningyan County Magistrate Su Ying, receive the decree." Upon hearing this, Su Ying immediately straightened up and cupped his hands in respect. "Ningyan County Magistrate Su Ying receives the decree." Peng Qianming's voice gradually resonated. "Ningyan County Magistrate Su Ying, since your appointment, You have eradicated bullies, captured Chang Xingtian and evil sect demons, achieving remarkable merit. You are awarded 10,000 taels of gold and promoted to the title of Baron. At this juncture, Peng Qianming paused briefly before continuing. Furthermore, Su Ying has discovered a nitrate vein and successfully repelled the barbarian invaders. In recognition of these accomplishments, you are hereby promoted to the prestigious position of the 4th rank Ningyang Town Protector with the authority to command troops. This is a royal edict. As soon as the words left his lips, the onlookers were struck with astonishment, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Particularly, Huang Jiang trembled in shock. A 4th rank town protector outranked even his uncle by a full rank. Even Zhang Liang and others widened their eyes in utter disbelief. Just a short while ago, he had been a 5th rank Qianhu, and now he had jumped straight to a 4th rank town protector, sharing the same rank as Peng Qianming. The speed of this promotion seemed as if he had been propelled by a rocket. Lord Su, accept the decree. I humbly accept the decree, and I thank your majesty for your great favor. Su Ying bowed deeply, filled with solemnity. To be a 4th rank town protector and receive 10,000 taels of gold. What an honor. How old was Su Ying? At just 20, he had already garnered the admiration of the sovereign. It was clear that his future was boundless. Even Su Ying himself was momentarily in disbelief. He had thought that being a 5th rank Qianhu was already the pinnacle. Who would have imagined that he would be granted the title of Baron and the position of town protector? Did this not place him on equal footing with Peng Qianming? Lord Su, you are truly deserving. Peng Qianming smiled gently as he handed the golden scroll to Su Ying. Your merits extend beyond this. However, you are still a 7th rank county magistrate, and the town protector is currently the highest position available to you. As you gain more experience, your future will be exceedingly bright. After this, Peng Qianming discreetly transmitted a message. This is the intention of the 3rd princess and the Eastern Palace. Work diligently and do not disappoint the 3rd princess's expectations. Now that I am a town protector, what about you, my lord? Su Ying raised his head, inquiring with confusion. Peng Qianming paused momentarily, then realized. Oh, you mean my position? Like you, I too have been promoted. Ahem. I was already the deputy commandant before I came here. Lord Su, work hard. Once you arrive at the prefecture, I have a niece I would like to introduce you to. Patting Su Ying on the shoulder, Peng Qianming continued to smile. Ningyang County holds a unique status. It requires your continued protection. Aside from the 300 constables you initially requested, as the town protector, you can now recruit an additional 5,000 personnel. Of course, the expenses will be funded separately by the prefecture. Thank you, Lord Peng. Su Ying felt a sense of relief upon hearing this. With the capacity to recruit 5,000 men, he believed that with some training, they could become a formidable force. Come, pour wine for the esteemed lords. Yes, my lord. Oh, by the way, I also intend to place an order for a batch of Immortal S wine. How much? 10,000 jars. What? 10,000 jars. Su Ying's expression froze, and he immediately frowned, saying, Isn't that a bit excessive, Lord Peng? My stock is limited. Peng Qianming smiled slightly and assured, do not worry. Lord Su, the payment will be complete. Not a single coin will be short. This is a request from the commandant. Very well. Within 3 days, I will prepare the Immortal S wine and send it to the prefecture. That will suffice. After everyone had spoken, Su Ying contemplated for a moment and decided to have Zui Xianlu prepare a sumptuous feast. After all, it was not every day that Peng Qianming visited. Bringing promotions and gifts, it would be remiss not to host him properly. During the banquet, as the cups were raised and exchanged, after several rounds of drinks and dishes, Peng Qianming finally took his leave with his entourage. Once they departed, Li Shan, Zhang Liang, and Li Qiushuang approached to offer their congratulations. Congratulations, Lord Su. Congratulations, Baron. Lord Su is truly a beacon on my path in life. All right, everyone, please take a seat. Su Ying raised his hand, signaling for everyone to sit down. After a moment, he declared, I hereby issue an order. Gao Shan, Gu Yi, He Yi, and Li Qiushuang are appointed as Qianhu of the Town Protectoress Office. Each shall select 1,000 individuals from the refugee population in the slums, and then they shall be unified under Gao Shan for training. Understood. Zhang Liang quickly cupped his hands in acknowledgement. In addition, I will issue a recruitment notice. The Ningyang County office will actively seek talents, with 3 positions available, regardless of their cultivation level, as long as they possess extraordinary skills. Yes, my lord. Zhang Liang noted everything down and promptly stamped the official seal for implementation. Li Shan, you are to immediately go to the prison and inquire about the interrogation of Su Biao and the other 4. If the murderer is found, lead the Xiangxi Four Ghosts and the Black Arrow team to apprehend them without further notice. Li Shan, upon hearing this, stood straight and cupped his hands. Yes, my lord. After issuing instructions to several individuals, Ying returned to his quarters. With a thought, several bags and scrolls appeared on the table. These were items he had obtained from capturing the Black and White Twins and the Earth Fiend trio. Upon opening the bags, he found various pills and gold notes, totaling several thousand taels, a small fortune indeed. Fiery Hand, Ice-Cold Palm, Tiger Slayer Divine Blade, Heavenly Crippled 8 Twists, and the Bone Transforming Soft Palm? Oh, there's even the Bone Transforming Soft Palm. The Bone Transforming Soft Palm was the unique skill of that particular individual from the beginning. Unfortunately, that person had been heavily injured before he could even unleash it, courtesy of Ying's Palm Strike. The Fiery Hand and Ice-Cold Palm were martial arts of the Black and White Twins, one representing Ying and the other Yang, one cold and the other hot. When mastered to perfection, the Fiery Hand could unleash blazing flames, while the Ice-Cold Palm could condense extreme cold air. These two martial arts were originally of high quality, but when combined, they became the renowned Ice Fire, a lower-grade Earth-level skill, quite formidable. Regrettably, the Black and White Twins had average talents. They could only cultivate one art each. As for the Tiger Slayer Divine Blade and Heavenly Crippled 8 Twists, they were merely mediocre, and Ying held them in little regard. The Tiger Slayer Divine Blade could be used for Gao Shun's assault team, but unfortunately, it lacked profound internal cultivation techniques. Shaking his head, Ying's gaze shifted back to the Ice-Cold Palm, Fiery Hand, and Bone Transforming Soft Palm. Since the Black and White Twins could not cultivate the Ice Fire Palm, Ying certainly could. However, what intrigued him most was the Bone Transforming Soft Palm. This palm technique, soft on the outside yet firm on the inside, was an extremely difficult and insidious skill. Those struck by the Bone Transforming Soft Palm would initially feel no discomfort, but after 2 hours, the palm's power would manifest, rendering their bones as soft as cotton, leading to excruciating breaks and ruptured organs, an utterly gruesome fate, with no hope of salvation. I shall cultivate the Bone Transforming Soft Palm. Ding! A light sound echoed. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Bone Transforming Soft Palm. Current realm, first layer. You may spend 100 cultivation points to elevate your current realm. I shall cultivate the Ice Fire Palm. Ding! Another light sound chimed. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Ice Fire Palm. Current realm, first layer. You may spend 300 cultivation points to elevate your current realm. As he gazed at the additional martial arts displayed on the attribute interface, a flicker of delight crossed Ying's eyes. After a moment, he stepped outside the courtyard, concentrating his thoughts as his palm transformed into countless phantoms, appearing soft and powerless, before suddenly landing on the stone table beside him. Puff! A dull thud echoed as the sturdy black stone table was effortlessly penetrated, transforming into a fine powder with a resounding crash. Indeed, formidable and insidious. Ying glanced at his palm, noting the afternoon light had already settled. He immediately exited the courtyard and made his way to the kitchen, where he satisfied his hunger. Just as he was about to depart, he spotted Li Shan hurrying toward him. My lord, Huang Sanhai has escaped. Although Huang Sanhai was a collateral member of the Huang family, he controlled a significant portion of the transport and escort business along the Ningyan city and the entire Wu River coast. Were it not for his influence, he would not have had the audacity to smuggle salt and iron. The Huang family's power, bolstered by the influence of their second master, who served as the city's patrol commander, typically allowed their merchant ships to sail freely. However, fortune took an unexpected turn when Li Shan apprehended a murderer, which subsequently unveiled Huang Sanhai's smuggling operations. Now, Huang Sanhai had vanished. The two notorious criminals had already confessed that it was Huang Sanhai who had commissioned them to attack. Upon visiting the location where Huang Sanhai was supposed to meet them, my subordinate found it deserted. Additionally, in the warehouse at the docks, a hidden chamber was discovered, containing thousands of pounds of contraband salt and refined iron, items left behind in haste. Li Shan's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated that his first major case would allow the perpetrator to slip away so easily. Ying furrowed his brow, contemplating. After a moment, he waved dismissively, saying, "Let him flee. A monk may escape, but the temple remains. Proceed to the county city and personally report this matter to Lord Li Feng. Furthermore, instruct Zhang Liang to draft a memorial detailing the Huang family's involvement and deliver it personally." "Yes, my lord," Li Shan replied, bowing before he departed. Ying remained in his spot, a contemplative look crossing his features. Huang Sanhai must have been aware of the capture of the criminals, prompting his hasty escape. Yet, with daily patrols at the city gates, his only option was to escape via the Wu River. Shaking his head, Ying sighed, realizing his oversight. He should have apprehended Huang Sanhai concurrently with the capture of the criminals. Experts above the innate stage could hold their breath for an hour. And given Huang Sanhai's formidable cultivation, fleeing through the water would be a trivial endeavor. After several days, he likely had vanished without a trace. My lord, Miss Lin Siener from the 100 Flowers Pavilion has sent an invitation, stating that today the pavilion will host the Ningyang Poetry Gathering and requests your esteemed presence. Suddenly, a constable rushed in, holding an invitation. Su Ying accepted it, and, upon unfolding it, nodded in acknowledgement. Inform her that I shall certainly attend tonight. Yes, my lord. With that, the constable turned and exited swiftly. Meanwhile, in the rear garden of the governor's mansion in Qingzhou, Morong Yin stood with a sullen expression. Before him stood a beautiful woman in court attire, approximately in her mid-30s. Slap. Without hesitation, the woman struck Morong Yin across the face. Useless. As the governor's son, you dare venture into Ningyang to rescue someone. And not only did you fail, but you were also humiliated by a mere county magistrate. Do you realize how you've tarnished the governor's reputation? This woman was Lin Pingyan, the governor Morong Fuhai's legitimate wife. Although she still exuded charm and had fair skin, she was already in her 40s. Su Ying. It's all because of that Su Ying. I swear I will have him torn to shreds. Morong Yin seethed, his expression dark and vengeful. Slap. However, before he could finish, he received another sharp slap. Useless. All you do is talk big. Lin Pingyan's gaze was as cold as steel, fixated on Morong Yin, filled with disappointment. How could you possibly enact revenge on Su Ying? Do you know he is now a 4th-rank pacification envoy, merely 3 ranks below your father? And you? Without a title or position, how dare you compare yourself to him? At her words, Morong Yin's face paled in shock, ignoring the stinging pain on his cheek. What? A 4th-rank pacification envoy? Impossible. What is my father thinking? Why is he promoting him? Humph. Shortly after your return, Ningyang was attacked by marauders. Su Ying led his men to annihilate 3,000 of them. Moreover, he reported an entire niter mine beforehand, Lin Pingyan stated, her voice dripping with disdain. Look at what he is accomplishing while you wallow in failure. Just from that niter mine alone, he has already surpassed you in rank. Not to mention, it was the Thunder God himself from the 9 great lords who personally intervened to relocate the niter mine, indicating Su Ying's rising prominence within the pacification department. But he can't be directly promoted to pacification envoy. How old is he? He is merely a 7th-rank county magistrate. Doesn't my father understand this? Morong Yin questioned, still in disbelief. He had just returned from enduring humiliation at the hands of Su Ying, only to learn that his rival was being elevated. What do you know? Lin Pingyan, seated at a round table aided by 2 maids, spoke coldly. Your father is fully aware. Yet, he still affixed the governor's seal to that promotion. Do you comprehend what this signifies? Morong Yin shook his head, confusion etched on his face. Useless. Lin Pingyan looked at him with disdain, then sighed, her tone softening. This means Su Ying is backed by someone your father cannot afford to offend. Do you now understand? And yet you foolishly contemplate revenge again. Morong Yin was the 3rd son of Governor Morong Fuhai. The eldest son, Morong Fu, was an exceptional martial talent, while the 2nd daughter, Morong Yinner, excelled in the arts, being one of Qingzhou's finest. As for Morong Yin, well, let us not dwell on that. But what should I do now? I cannot swallow this insult. He exclaimed. Rest assured, I have found a way out for you. Mother, what is this way out? Morong Yan's eyes lit up at her words. Throughout his life, he had encountered countless troubles, all resolved by Lin Pingyan. I have heard that the princess of Qingzhou shall soon return from the holy capital. You should gradually approach and ingratiate yourself with her. The Qingzhou king intends to select a worthy suitor for her. At this point, Lin Pingyan ceased her words, confident that if Morong Yin failed to grasp the implications, he might as well be lost. You mean the princess? Morong Yan's mind conjured an image of a charming and lively girl. Indeed, Lin Pingyan affirmed. Your recent endeavor to assist the Shi family was to ensure they owe you a favor. However, you must remember that such actions cannot be repeated in the future. Your father's greatest principle is to abstain from engaging in royal disputes. If you cause trouble again, no one can save you. Morong Yin inhaled deeply, bowing respectfully. Yes, I understand. Thank you for your guidance, mother. Very well. Off you go. Lin Pingyan waved her hand, and Morong Yin promptly turned to leave. In Ningyang, at the 100 Flowers Pavilion, Su Ying reclined against the soft and ample bosom of the courtesan, squinting his eyes in contentment as he savored the freshly peeled, snow-white longan. Today marked the annual Ningyang Poetry Gathering, and with the upcoming spring examination, many scholars sought this opportunity to exchange their learned knowledge. However, the cacophony outside, combined with Su Ying's aversion to such gatherings, led him to seek solace in conversation with the courtesan instead. "Are you not joining the festivities, my lord?" Lin Xian teased, placing another peeled longan into his mouth with a smile. "I shall refrain from embarrassing myself among them. Let them enjoy their revelry. Here, with you, I find myself the happiest person in the world." Lin Xian, upon hearing his words, burst into a delicate laughter that made her flower-like figure tremble. With her slender jade fingers, she gently tapped on Su Ying's lips, her flirtatious eyes shimmering as she dreamily said, "Sir Su, you only know how to say sweet words to amuse me. Do you not like it? I have heard that you are a newly appointed scholar, personally appointed by His Majesty. I can only imagine your talents surpassing these by countless measures. If you do not go, it must be that you disdain it." "Not at all." Su Ying waved his hand, chuckling. "With my talents, I could have easily outpaced them 100 streets back. However, now that my official duties keep me occupied, I can only manage to outpace them by 99 streets. Sir Su, your words are truly amusing," the courtesan remarked with a bright smile, as she gazed at Su Ying's captivating face, a visage that seemed fit for a celestial being. Her beautiful eyes grew somewhat dazed. Unable to resist, she leaned down and lightly pecked his lips, leaving a faint mark. "Miss Xian, you are quite forward today." Su Ying raised his eyelids, observing the courtesan with a mischievous grin. "I happen to have some new tricks up my sleeve. Why not give them a try tonight?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's face flushed a deep red, her forehead lowering shyly as she asked, "What kind of tricks?" The moment the words left her lips, Su Ying felt invigorated, filled with boundless energy. He stood up, approached the window, and gazed at the shimmering river outside, then tapped the window ledge and turned to Lin Xian. "Come, lay here, and let us admire the scenery together." The courtesan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped Su Ying's intention. With her face flushed, eyes sparkling, she gracefully moved forward, turned slightly to look at Su Ying, and said dreamily, "Sir, please cherish me." Su Ying nodded. That night, they enjoyed the view until the first light of dawn. Chapter 77. Time Array, System Upgrade. The following morning, Su Ying left the 100 Flowers Pavilion early, finding a small stall to sit and savor a few large meat buns before slowly making his way to the county office. Upon his arrival, he noticed a row of over 10 carriages unloading goods. Curiosity piqued, he quickened his pace and discovered that these carriages belonged to the Yu family. "Sir, Miss Yu Mingxian has arrived and is currently waiting in the hall," an officer informed him. "I see," Su Ying replied, taking a few steps before suddenly looking up and asking, "What is loaded in these carriages?" The officer responded, "According to Miss Yu, they contain medicinal herbs. The former ghost elder just came out to take a look." "Ah, I understand." Su Ying nodded and entered the county office with his hands clasped behind his back. Moments later, he reached the entrance of the hall and spotted Yu Mingxian seated on the left, delicately sipping tea. Wrapped in a fur coat, her skin appeared snow-white, her eyes like apricots, and her lips adorned with scarlet rouge, exuding an air of sophistication that was both enchanting and mature. "Oh, it is a pleasure to welcome Miss Yu. I saw the magpies fluttering about yesterday, truly a sign of joyous tidings." Su Ying exclaimed with a hearty laugh as he stepped into the hall. "Greetings, Sir Su." Yu Mingxian slightly rose and bowed in greeting, while the gray-clad elder behind her also clasped his hands in respect. "Please, no need for formality. Miss Yu, do take a seat." Su Ying gestured, settling himself down. He noticed a thick stack of ledgers on the table beside her, along with several iron boxes nearby. With a gentle smile, Su Ying inquired, "Miss Yu, how has my immortal drunkenness been selling in the state capital?" "Remarkably well." Yu Mingxian placed her teacup down and tapped the ledgers beside her. "These are the sales details from the past month, and the net profit amounts to 130,000 taels. After deducting expenses, we have 98,000 taels remaining. As this is our first cooperation, I have specially brought an additional 8,000 taels for you." Su Ying raised his eyebrows in surprise. "So, I have earned nearly 50,000 taels in a month?" "Indeed," Yu Mingxian nodded. "Your immortal drunkenness has become all the rage in the state capital, sought after by both officials and commoners alike. Unfortunately, the last batch you sent to the state capital has sold out." She looked at Su Ying, her beautiful eyes blinking in delight, secretly relieved that the business of immortal drunkenness had been secured by the Yu family. In just a month, the Yu family's business had soared, especially with immortal drunkenness. Other states, including Shizhou and Yuzhou, were clamoring to purchase it. Demand had far outstripped supply. "This is excellent news," Su Ying nodded thoughtfully. "I will send someone back with you to establish a brewery in Qingzhou. Additionally, beyond immortal drunkenness, I have Duan Yu Jiuing Green Fire Brew that can accompany you back to the state capital." "Duan Yu Jiu? Green Fire Brew?" Yu Mingxian's eyes brightened at his words. With the market for immortal drunkenness fully opened, she believed that if Duan Yu Jiuing Green Fire Brew were introduced, The Yu family would soon dominate the liquor business across several surrounding states. At that point, the Shi and Huang families would have to bow to the Yu family. In that case, I shall return to prepare, she said. Very well, Su Ying stood, glancing outside and noting that breakfast time had recently passed. Miss you. Since you are leaving so early, it seems a bit rushed. Why not stay for a few days? I would love to show you the local culture and hospitality of Ningyan. No, thank you, Yu Mingxian replied with a smile. I appreciate your kind offer, Sir Su. I shall visit you again when the opportunity arises. With that, she turned and exited. Su Ying made no effort to retain her. Merely gazing at the iron boxes on the ground, a thought sparking in his mind. With a flick of his finger, a surge of energy popped the lid open, revealing a glimmering bounty of silver inside. 50,000 taels a month translates to 600,000 a year, and this is amid a supply shortage. Su Ying stroked his chin, a hint of contemplation flickering in his eyes as he resolved to ramp up his brewing efforts. After all, he was still far from his modest goal of 30 million taels. Ding! A light chime resonated. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the county office. You have received Beginner Time Acceleration Array. Beginner Time Acceleration Array can be utilized in the Advanced Martial Training Ground, current ratio 110. Upon seeing this, Su Ying's eyes sparkled with delight. Such an extraordinary treasure. It could accelerate time within the Advanced Martial Training Ground by tenfold. In other words, while a day passes outside, 10 days would elapse within. This was a serendipitous boon. He had been fretting over how to quickly train the 5,000 new recruits. Filled with excitement, Su Ying immediately called for Gao Shan to install the time acceleration array in the training ground. In addition, he entrusted him with the cultivation methods for the Tiger Slayer Divine Blade. This way, his 5,000 private soldiers could swiftly evolve into a formidable fighting force. Ding! The host's cultivation has reached a qualitative breakthrough. The system will automatically upgrade. Current progress, 1%. Estimated upgrade time, 3 hours. 3 hours? That is approximately 6 hours. Meaning the system will be fully upgraded by the afternoon. What new functions might the upgraded system possess? Su Ying's heart brimmed with anticipation. After lunch, Su Ying leisurely made his way to the residence of the Ghost Elder and the Red Iron Taoist. Due to the tenfold increase in demand for immortal drunkenness, the Ghost Elder had been exceptionally busy lately, even expanding the brewing team to over 180 members. Meanwhile, the Red Iron Taoist had not been idle, diligently crafting the Thunderbolt Divine Machine for the Black-Clad Arrow team, while also rigorously producing armor and weaponry for the assault camp. Ah, the Yu family is indeed generous, sending over medicinal herbs worth a fortune in one go, the Ghost Elder remarked, reclining in his chair as he observed the bustling workers transporting large boxes. I must say, you have quite the knack for business. Getting the Yu family to supply medicinal herbs and handle sales while splitting the profits 50-50. How come I never encountered such good fortune before? Senior, you flatter me. The ability to brew fine wine is all thanks to your guidance. Su Ying chuckled softly and settled down in front of the old ghost. Unfortunately, although these herbs were precious, they lacked true treasures. If only one could slay a dragon, the essence of its blood could brew wine worth 100,000 gold. At this point, a glimmer of desire flickered in the murky eyes of the old ghost. A dragon? Su Ying furrowed his brows. What? Do you not believe it? I have witnessed a true dragon, but such creatures have vanished for millennia. Currently, among the demon clan, there are only a handful of flood dragons remaining. Ah, I believe. Su Ying quickly nodded, thinking to himself that he had often been served by a dragon in the past. How could he not believe? However, the old ghost's words reminded him. His cultivation had already reached the 4th layer of the heavenly origin realm, having opened over 30 acupoints. Yet, he had yet to refine the flood dragon's essence blood given by the 3rd princess. Young man, what brings you to me? Seeing Su Ying silent for a while, the old ghost promptly inquired. Indeed, nothing escapes the perception of the elder. After a pause, Su Ying clasped his hands and said, I have come to seek your wisdom, esteemed elder, on how to condense the essence of fist intent. Chapter 78. The spiritual light of fist intent. Fist intent is the collective term for the fusion of a martial artist's essence, energy, and spirit. These 3 elements intertwine, and the so-called fist intent represents their unification. Blade intent, sword intent, spear intent, and so forth all fall under the umbrella of fist intent, manifesting the pinnacle of a martial artist's cultivation. Su Ying nodded slightly, understanding that fist intent embodies a formidable mental will, strength, and momentum. Precisely. The old ghost nodded, casting a look of approval at Su Ying before continuing his explanation. When a martial artist's body reaches its zenith, Every movement embodies the explosive power of a volcanic eruption or a raging tsunami. Such powerful physiques can birth tremendous spiritual strength. Typically, a martial artist at the transcendent realm can go 3 days and nights without rest, maintaining their vigor. In such circumstances, their will becomes as unyielding as steel, merging with an overwhelmingly strong body, thereby generating a remarkable momentum that can impose pressure. That is the essence of fist intent. It is quite simple. Allow me to illustrate. As his words fell, the old ghost extended his hand, grasping at the air, and a small mouse, concealed in some corner, fell into his palm, squeaking in panic. Observe closely. Upon releasing his fingers, the mouse scampered away in a flash. However, in the next instant, a flicker of brilliance ignited in the old ghost's murky gaze. And in that moment, an astonishing aura locked onto the little creature. Squeak! A pitiful cry echoed as the mouse was seemingly immobilized, tumbling onto its back. Meanwhile, Ying felt an overwhelming pressure descending upon him, akin to a mountain pressing down. Were he an ordinary person, he would have already been paralyzed with fear, unable to stand. Nevertheless, Ying's body involuntarily tensed, his pupils dilating, akin to a tiger threatened by a giant python. Moments later, the old ghost retracted his fist intent, and the astonishing pressure receded like a tide, leaving Ying feeling as if a great weight had been lifted. The mouse, now free, quickly regained its footing and darted away. So it is, Ying stood in place, murmuring to himself, his eyes filled with contemplation and enlightenment. He found himself rising involuntarily, his gaze slightly dazed as he walked outside. Old ghost, do not make Su Daren foolish. The nearby Chitai Daoren approached slowly, observing Ying's departing figure with a frown. The old ghost shot him a glance, exasperated, and replied, "Go to your uncle. This lad is a once-in-a-millennium genius. Even if you made him foolish, he would not be so. I shall see how long it takes for this lad to condense his fist intent." The third princess's fist intent is unrivaled and domineering, freezing all like the Ice Age. The old ghost's fist intent is enigmatic and unpredictable. What, then, is my fist intent? Back in the courtyard, Ying was deep in thought. In his mind, various profound techniques and heart methods swirled. The indestructible golden body, the northern underworld divine art, the 18 dragon-subduing palms, and more. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, a flash of inspiration illuminating his mind. However, the insight was fleeting, and he failed to grasp it in time. Nonetheless, his heart had begun to form a nascent understanding of fist intent. Would the system be able to enhance my skills directly? Ying pondered, realizing he must wait for the system to complete its upgrade. With this in mind, he rose, glancing at the sky, which was now past midday. The upgrade progress had reached 76%. After a light meal, Ying approached the entrance and inquired of a constable, "Why have I not seen Li Qiushuang in recent days?" Replying to the esteemed one, the constable said, "Captain Li has been selecting talents in the slums." "Very well. I shall go take a look." With that, Ying mounted his steed, Lightning, and set off towards the southwestern slums. Since Ying's appointment, Ningyang City had undergone a tremendous transformation. The Qinglang gang was no more, Lu's family was eradicated, and the collusion between officials and merchants was dismantled, bringing joy to the common folk. Moreover, the refugees from the West Prefecture had begun to settle down. The wasteland surrounding Ningyang City, spanning hundreds of miles, was now being cultivated by these individuals, and the government was purchasing the grain produced. Before long, Lightning brought Ying to the vicinity of the slums. However, before he could enter, he heard a commotion nearby. "Catch him! Catch him! The chicken thief! Yes, that's him. He stole my chicken. Kill him!" A dozen burly men wielding clubs were pursuing a boy of about 15 or 16 years. The lad clutched a hen, panic etched on his face, and bore signs of a recent beating. Yet, he sprinted swiftly, his breathing steady, suggesting he possessed some martial foundation. In a moment, the boy drew closer to Ying, and Lightning snorted, raising its front hooves. "Hold still. Why do you wish to kick people the moment you step outside? Are you overly energetic? I shall find you a little mare when we return." Patting Lightning, Ying watched as the boy rushed towards him, and with a flick of his finger, the lad suddenly felt his knees buckle, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. "Stop!" His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the area. As he raised his hand, the burly men were about to act, but one of them threw down his club. "Are you seeking death? This is Su Daren." Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped, hurriedly bowing in respect. "We, the commoners, pay our respects to Su Daren." The boy, curled up in the mud, brightened at the mention of Ying's name, his fierce gaze softening for a moment. "What is the matter?" Replying to the esteemed one, the boy explained, This lad has been stealing chickens and causing trouble for days. My wife just gave birth, and we need the hen to lay eggs, but he stole it. Yes, yes. Sudarun, my big yellow chick just turned 1 month old, and he stole it too. Please, Sudarun, help us. We have only half a pound of rice left, and he stole that too. The crowd chimed in, pointing fingers at the boy on the ground. Are they telling the truth? Su Ying's gaze shifted to the mud-covered boy. Yes. The boy stood up, clutching the hen tightly, then suddenly knelt, pleading loudly, Please, great sir, help me. My sister is dying. If she is not treated soon, she will perish. I beg you, help me. As he spoke, the boy knelt repeatedly, his forehead striking the ground until it bled. Su Ying furrowed his brows and asked, What grievance do you bear? What has happened to your sister? Replying to the esteemed one, the boy said, My name is Jiang Cheng, a refugee from the West Prefecture. My sister's name is Jiang Mingwe. Recently, I got into a fight with the butcher Lu. My sister intervened to shield me and was injured, spitting blood. That butcher has a gang of thugs who covet my sister's beauty, harassing us daily. I implore you, great sir, help me. Understanding now, Su Ying nodded, flicking his finger to drop a piece of silver at the feet of the burly man. The stolen items shall be compensated. You may return for now. After speaking, he turned to the boy named Jiang Cheng and said, Lead the way. I am eager to see what rascals inhabit this Ningyang city. Thank you, my lord. Thank you. Jiang Cheng exclaimed with great joy as he cradled the old hen in his arms and dashed ahead. Chapter 79. The Essence of Kwai Water. The body of Tian Tong Jiang Cheng resided in a corner of the impoverished southwest slum. Lightning followed him for a brief moment before arriving at a dilapidated courtyard of a mud-walled, thatched cottage. Su Ying raised his eyes and beheld the scene of desolation. The outer mud wall had nearly collapsed, and the thatched house leaked from multiple places. Inside, there was merely a bed and a straw mat, devoid of any other possessions. Sister, I'm back. Look who is here. We shall no longer fear being bullied. Upon entering the courtyard, Jiang Cheng called out, Is little Ching back? Came a weak voice accompanied by a fit of dry coughing from within the house. Su Ying felt a stir in his heart and dismounted, stepping inside. He saw a woman in plain cloth sitting beside the bed, mending her patched garments. A glance around revealed a home stripped bare. Turning his gaze back, Su Ying asked, You must be Jiang Cheng's sister, Jiang Mingwe? At his words, the woman turned and looked up, instantly capturing attention. She appeared to be around 25 or 26, with an oval face and delicate features that evoked sympathy. Although dressed in plain cloth, her beauty was striking and ethereal. Yet, despair and sorrow clouded her eyes, devoid of any spark of vitality. Little Cheng, who is this? Jiang Mingwe inquired. Jiang Cheng smiled and replied, Sister, this is the esteemed Lord Su from Ningyang County. I was pursued midway, and thanks to Lord Su, I escaped without harm. What? Have you been stealing again? Jiang Mingwe exclaimed, rising in anger. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Jiang Cheng. How many times have I told you not to engage in such acts? Why do you not listen? As she spoke, her pale fingers gently brushed against the bruises on Jiang Cheng's face. Does it hurt? Not at all. Jiang Cheng shook his head resolutely. Commoner Jiang Mingwe pays her respects to Lord Su. She turned, bowing gracefully, revealing her captivating form. However, her voice was hoarse and devoid of emotion, like a soulless puppet. There's no need for formalities. Su Ying raised his hand, frowning as he inquired. I encountered Jiang Cheng on the road, who mentioned there were bullies here. So I followed to investigate. Before Jiang Mingwe could respond, Jiang Cheng interjected angrily. In response to your lordship, that man is Lu the butcher from the city. Ever since his last visit to collect pigs, he has taken a fancy to my sister, attempting to force her into becoming his concubine. When my sister refused, he sought to abduct her, and I could not stand idly by, so I fought him, and then my sister, Jiang Mingwe, already frail and sickly from fleeing, had become exceedingly weak from days of hardship. When she witnessed her brother being bullied, she bravely stepped forward, only to be struck from behind, resulting in 3 days of vomiting blood and nearly losing her life. Is that so? Su Ying said. Extend your wrist, let me see. Jiang Mingwe's face flushed as she hesitated. My lord, as a humble woman, how can I trouble you with my ailments? Oh, sister, Lord Su has offered his help. What is there to fear? Jiang Cheng urged, pulling Jiang Mingwe's pale wrist before Su Ying. Su Ying gently placed his fingers on Jiang Mingwe's icy wrist, channeling a thread of fine energy into her body. As the energy flowed, Jiang Mingwe felt a warm sensation enveloping her cold form. Her complexion became slightly rosy as she stifled a faint sound from her throat. Suddenly, Su Ying's brow furrowed. Upon entering Jiang Mingwe's body, his energy was enveloped by a gentle mist. It naturally flowed into her dantian. Not only that, but her meridians were fully connected, each acupoint twinkling like stars, radiating a soft glow. After a moment, as Su Ying's energy settled within her, an astonishing sight unfolded before him. In her dantian, a water-blue sphere of energy was slowly revolving, exuding an exceptionally rich essence of Kuai water, akin to a serene stream flowing within her. All her meridians were unobstructed, and she possessed the legendary Tian Tong body. Indeed, the reason Jiang Mingyue survived the blow was due to her innate water elemental constitution. The protective water energy allowed her injuries to gradually heal. Such a physique marked one out as an extraordinary martial talent, rare beyond measure. Lord Su, how is my sister? Is she all right? Jiang Cheng asked anxiously, noticing Su Ying's prolonged silence. Even Jiang Mingyue frowned slightly, puzzled by Su Ying's expressions of shock, delight, and confusion. No harm done. Su Ying finally replied, retracting his fingers and regarding Jiang Mingyue with an unusual gaze, sighing inwardly. Comparatively, he, with his golden finger, was already a prodigious talent. Yet next to Jiang Mingyue, he felt utterly insignificant. It was akin to comparing a poor student to a top scholar. He could train for a year, but could not match her single day's progress. Shaking his head, Su Ying regained his composure and addressed Jiang Cheng. Your sister is merely experiencing malnutrition. I shall deal with that bully Lu when I return, so do not worry. With that, Jiang Cheng dropped to his knees once more, exclaiming, Thank you, my lord. I will heed your commands, even if it means facing fire and water. Rise, Su Ying gestured with his hand, feeling a surge of inspiration. Jiang Cheng, I ask you, do you wish to practice martial arts? Practice martial arts? Jiang Cheng was taken aback, then nodded vigorously. Yes, I have dreamt of it. If I can practice martial arts, I can protect my sister. The Jiang family was once a scholarly household in Shizhou. Jiang Cheng had learned martial arts from a young age, but his father's greatest aspiration was for him to pursue an official career through examination. However, Jiang Cheng was rebellious, neglecting his studies while secretly practicing martial arts. As for Jiang Mingyue, she clearly embodied the grace of a lady from an esteemed family. Su Ying nodded, very well. You two shall accompany me back to the county office, where I will find you a master. As for your sister, we are in need of a cook at the county office. If she is willing, she can join us. After a moment's pause, Su Ying continued, however, you must consider this carefully. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng looked eagerly at Jiang Mingyue. She glanced between him and Su Ying, contemplating for a while before nodding decisively. To have a place to call home, I am immensely grateful. Thank you, Lord Su, for your kindness. With that, she prostrated herself on the ground in sincere gratitude. She understood that without Su Ying's support, they would be unable to escape the clutches of Lu the Butcher and others. The county office was their only refuge. Even if she were to perish, at least someone would care for her brother, Jiang Cheng. Strangely, a profound trust towards Su Ying blossomed within Jiang Mingyue's heart. Since that is settled, rise and gather your things. We shall return to the county office, Su Ying said, nodding before turning to exit the room. Not only that, but within her body, all her meridians were open, and her acupoints shimmered like falling stars, radiating a faint glow. A moment later, when Su Ying's true energy entered Jiang Mingyue's body, a shocking scene unfolded. In her dantian, a ball of aquamarine true energy was slowly rotating. Incredibly rich Kuei water chi spread throughout her body, flowing quietly like a stream. All her meridians were open, Kuei water essence. This was the legendary heavenly connection body. That's right. The reason Jiang Mingyue survived the blow was entirely because she possessed a naturally occurring water element body, protected by water element chi. Her injuries were able to slowly heal. This physique was that of a martial arts genius, 1 in 10,000. Lord Su, how is my sister? Is she all right? Jiang Cheng, seeing Su Ying's continued silence, immediately asked with a worried expression. Even Jiang Mingyue frowned slightly, looking at Su Ying with a puzzled expression that shifted between shock, surprise, and confusion. It's all right. After a while, Su Ying came to his senses, withdrew his finger, and looked at Jiang Mingyue with a strange gaze, sighing inwardly. Comparison is the thief of joy. He, with his cheat-like abilities, was already a peerless genius. But compared to Jiang Mingyue, he was nothing. It was like a mediocre student versus a top student. A year of his cultivation couldn't compare to a day of Jiang Mingyue's. Shaking his head, Su Ying's expression turned serious as he looked at Jiang Cheng and said, Your sister is fine, just a little malnourished. I'll deal with that bully, Butcher Lu, when I get back, so don't worry. Thump. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng knelt down again. Thank you, sir. If you ever need my help, I'll go through fire and water for you. Get up. Su Ying raised his hand, a thought flashing through his mind. He smiled and said, Jiang, let me ask you. Do you want to learn martial arts? Martial arts? Jiang Cheng's expression froze for a moment. Then he nodded emphatically. Yes, I dream of it. Learning martial arts will allow me to protect my sister. The Jiang family was originally a scholarly family in Shizhou. Jiang Cheng had practiced martial arts since childhood. But his father's greatest dream was for him to pass the imperial examinations and become an official. However, Jiang Cheng was unruly and hadn't studied properly, instead secretly practicing martial arts for several years. As for Jiang Mingyue, she was clearly a well-bred young lady from a scholarly family. Su Ying nodded. All right. You and your sister will come back to the county office with me, and I'll find you a teacher. As for your sister, the county office is short of a cook. If she's willing, she can come with me. After a pause, Su Ying continued, but before that, you should think it over carefully. Jiang Cheng looked at Jiang Mingyue expectantly. Jiang Mingyue glanced at him, then at Su Ying. After a moment's thought, she nodded emphatically, saying, I am deeply grateful to have a place to settle down. Thank you so much, Lord Su. She then prostrated herself, bowing deeply in reverence. She knew that even without Butcher Liu, there were Butcher Zhang and Butcher Li. Without Su Ying's care, she and her brother would have no chance of survival. The only place they could truly settle down now was the county government office. Even if she died, someone would take care of her younger brother, Jiang Cheng. For some reason, Jiang Mingyue felt an immense trust in Su Ying. Since that's the case, then get up. Pack your things and come back to the county government office with me. Su Ying nodded, turned, and walked out of the house.